Whenever I use taxis or public transportation to get to EWC, I always end up late. So I'm taking matters into my own hands. Borrowed it from my producer. He's doing pretty well. Oh, bonjour. I think I'm too tall. Ugh. Okay, that's terrifying. Now it says Def System Control Moteur Serandra Letelier.
It's normal.
Does that mean that the car is on fire?
No, it's normal.
Okay, where's the Prindle?
What?
Okay, so here there's like different buttons. There's Sport.
The different mode.
Different modes.
Sport.
Sport.
And CT off and CST off.
Okay, but where's Esport?
Esport? No, it's just Sport. It's not possible actually. Sorry.
You can't have Esport mode?
No.
So now what do I do?
You can upshift.
Upshift?
In one gear.
What's this button?
One gear. It's good? No.
Why is there dual wielding horns? Look, there's a horn here and there's a horn here, so I could...
It's good.
What if I press it both at the same time?
Okay, let's go. Corner difficult.
Corner is difficult? No, I got corners, watch this. All right, now when you're on this track, what's important to remember?
Eyes up
Eyes up.
Countdown on
If I want to
display.
check my phone really quick.
No.
No, I can't? No? Oh, okay. All right.
Eyes up, eyes up.
My eyes are up. Where else would they be, sir?
And
Okay.
more gas.
All right, I'm gassing it.
You are too slow. Stop here.
I feel like I'm doing a good job.
Yes, but let me drive.
Okay. Ha I don't think I was driving that slow. Yeah, I feel like I went pretty fast. I don't know if you can go much faster. Oh my god! I thought I was Tokyo Drift, brother. Holy crap! Wait, there's a barrier. Are we gonna stop in the barrier? Oh my god! I should have listened to all my middle school teachers and high school teachers and college teachers. Playing video games your entire life is only gonna put you in life or death situations. You should not have a driver's license. None of this is okay.
Welcome to the Esports World Cup 2026. 16 of the world's best teams have gathered here in Paris to earn their right to be crowned the next CROSSFIRE champion. But before that, here's how the tournament works. The tournament starts with the group stage, where the 16 teams are split into 2 groups and also seeded according to their qualifications. Here's how the teams have been seeded. The teams will go through a double elimination bracket consisting of best of 3 matches, and only the top 4 teams from each group will advance to the next stage, the playoffs. The playoffs will consist of teams who have qualified from the upper bracket of the group stage and will be seeded at random. The top 2 seeded teams can then select their opponents from the pool of lower bracket qualifiers of the other group, while the other 2 upper bracket teams are matched up with the remaining 2 lower bracket teams, also from the other group. The playoffs will be a brutal single elimination bracket with best of 3 matches for the quarterfinals and best of 5 matches for the semifinals, third place match, and of course, the grand final. Time to witness greatness, upsets, and everything in between, right here at EWC 2026.
Welcome back, everyone, to the Esports World Cup in Paris, France. It's week 7, but day 2 of CROSSFIRE. Yesterday was exciting, gave us some upsets. Today could be just as interesting. Hey, welcome in, everybody, to the Allianz Vaults. I'm Taylor Reflection Snowball, joined by Sneaky Frog and Lucy. Good to see you, too. It's day 2 of CROSSFIRE. Sneaky, how you feeling?
Dude, absolutely stoked, not gonna lie, after what happened in yesterday's games. And, obviously, we already saw the upset from Team Vitality from yesterday, and I'm really looking forward to if there's going to be any other upsets going on, because we already had some spicy wins last year, and hopefully we see the same this year.
Absolutely, and they're playing for a lot of money. We're talking $2 million on the line.
Yeah, biggest prize pool in CROSSFIRE, right? Not to mention the Club Championship. Like, there's a lot at stake here for these teams, and obviously the glory of lifting that trophy.
That's right, the glory indeed. $750,000 for first. That is insanity, but in all the best ways. CROSSFIRE, an incredible game here at Esports World Cup. $2 million up for grabs. Come on, does it get any better? Especially with upsets, but it's only day 2. We have plenty of days of competition left. But day 1, like we said, was incredibly exciting. And to get you caught up to speed, we've got Kyle and Laz.
Laz, We had a lot of action in day one, but what was the most impactful match you think in your mind from day number one?
Man, I gotta say, it was the last match of the day, which was yesterday, of course, which was the Vitality game. That was a 2-1 nail-biter. Vitality were getting themselves really close on the first map, almost letting it slip, but they got the job done. But man, that was a nail-biter of a game, and good revenge for them from last year's results.
Yeah, for me, I think the big standout on the day was Rock Esports, though that win was a little bit dicey in their matchup. I feel like Nemesis really gave them a good run for their money, pulling off a map 10-1 in that best-of-3 series. We'll see them again later today, but for Rock Esports, they've got a lot left to prove.
Yeah, definitely, and I think the other shocker as well is, I mean, let's not forget that Falcons, they actually got, eliminated with a 2-0 yesterday. Like, we thought that the game was going to be a 3-mapper. That one went all the way, like, with a 2-0 where Na'Vi were able to sweep them. So to be honest, that was also kind of the secondary big shocker to me, because I thought like Falcons had that one in the day, but seems like it wasn't going to be the result.
Yeah, Na'Vi, really impressive stuff. I think people are excited to see Wanwan take the stage today, see if Na'Vi can get the crowd behind them and keep things rolling going into this day 2 action.
Yeah, well, I mean, look, it was a really good day 1 that we got yesterday. There was a lot of emotions, a lot of jitters, but day 1 is done. Now we move on to day 2, so we're going to get the matches underway, so we'll see you in a little bit at the studio.
Thank you, Kyle and Laz. Great breakdown. Yeah, day 1 was sensational. Again, Vitality taking down EP, their boogeyman, was the biggest upset by far. But can they take down AGAL today? That's the question on everyone's minds. Kyle believes it can happen, but will it? We're going to have to find out together. We've had a great day of competition, though. As we head into day 2, we need to get everybody caught up to speed with what the brackets are looking like, starting with Group A. Now, Group A has been highly competitive. Our opening matches were sensational for sure. Team Stallions taking down GK Esports. They moved on. Team Liquid, Execration. Now, that was a 2-0, but not a dominant 2-0. That was actually highly competitive.
Yeah, and especially in that Black Widow game, it actually was almost neck and neck with this Execration team, but unfortunately, Y kind of caught fire in map number 2 of Porte, and Execration just kind of crumbled in that one, and especially knowing that the rookies on the side of Execration didn't perform too well in that second map, but that could just be inexperience on their part.
And look at the consequences for the bracket, right? With Team Vitality beating Evolution Power Gaming, it's now got it. We've got two Chinese teams playing for elimination.
That's right, Q9, Evolution Power Gaming. Keys will be crushed today, 4 in fact. That was just 2 of them. Let's take a look at the other 2 keys that might be crushed for Group B bracket, which is, again, equally as competitive. We're going to be watching both groups today, not only here on Stream A, but also over on Stream B. Now, Baisha moved forward. We haven't actually seen them play, but we'll get an opportunity today against King Zero Esports. That's going to be our first matchup. Na'Vi Rock, though, a fun one that could be incredibly close.
Yeah, I would say it's almost at the caliber of the finals back in the CFBL, right? If it wasn't for, if you're kind of replaced Na'Vi with Team Liquid. But at the moment, in my opinion, I feel like Na'Vi is kind of the best of all the forms at the moment. I mean, they beat the first seed of Vietnam. We were expecting Falcons to do better, but they might be the team to beat in this group.
Yeah, Nemesis made our Rock really work for it too, right? Like, that wasn't an easy series, and I think the saddest part of that bracket is just how it's looking for Vietnam at the moment.
That is the question. How is Vietnam looking? We got a lot of regions represented. After all, it is, in fact, the Esports World Cup. We wouldn't have it any other way. But just to recap, 4 keys are crushed today, but more importantly, 4 teams are moving forward if they just win one more series in the upper bracket. A lot on the line for sure. You want to move forward. You don't want to have your key crushed, but that's the reality of EWC. Now, the question on everybody's mind is, who is going to qualify today? What 4 teams will be moving forward? Well, hopefully these 2 guys have all the answers. It's Kyle and Valdez.
Hey guys, we're here and we're going to talk about our expectations for who we think is going to qualify for CROSSFIRE today. So I'm here with Kyle, the expert for CROSSFIRE, and the first matchup is going to be Stallions versus Team Liquid. Thoughts on this one?
Honestly, Team Liquid looked really good in their opener, but Stallions, to me, have to be one of the fan favorites of this event, so I'd say my money's on Stallions today.
I absolutely agree. I think Stallions could go very far in this tournament, and I think they should take that first match. We are going to move on to our second one, which will be Baisha versus King Zero. What do you think, Kyle?
Baisha 2-0 all day in this one. I feel like Baisha is one of the powerhouse teams for this event, and I'm expecting a lot from them on the stage today.
Yeah, I think Baisha has a long way to go. King Zero, though, we'll see if they get an upset in this best of 3. So moving on to the third one, and this one is spicy. Vitality has made it, and they will go up against AGAL today. What do you think about this one, Kyle?
Honestly, this might be a bit of a hot take, but I'm going to go all in on Vitality. To me, they looked so good with that upset against EP in day one, and I believe in Vitality for day two.
That is a very hot take, a very spicy one. I'm going to go for AGAL. I think that they are the tournament favorites, and even though Vitality looked great, I think AGAL is on another level. But we'll see, because we've seen underdogs win before. And our final match will be Navi up against Rock, which is pretty interesting. Two Brazilian teams going head-to-head. What do you think, Kyle?
Honestly, speaking of underdogs, Navi, they may be the underdog rank-wise in their region, but I actually think Navi might be able to take this one. Rock looking really shaky yesterday, losing a map against Nemesis in that series, but Navi, they look top-notch right now.
Yeah, I think that's definitely a good take. I'm just going to go for the safe one and go for Rock. I think that MG and Silva, they always start off a little bit slow, and I'll expect more from them as the tournament comes along. But we'll have to wait and see. Guys, let's go back to the desk now as we are done here for our expectations. Take it away.
Thank you, Kyle Valdez. Lucy, Kyle is smiling more than I've ever seen him smile before because he's going all in on Vitality.
You know what? I'm right there with him. They were so fun to watch yesterday. How could you not love the energy that was coming out? I love Snake's words after about people doubting them. But I don't think they're going to be underestimated now.
I don't think so. How could you, after all, beating a Chinese team from the Western region? That is a big deal. Hasn't been done since 2018. What do you think about the rest of their conversation? Are you with them?
Yeah, I mean, I'm pretty convinced that Team Vitality can actually make a deep run into this tournament. I was having doubts about the level of play, considering how bad the West League is at the moment. I mean, bad is a kind of a harsh word, but second seed going down, the level is kind of questionable. But going into the tournament, they really prove to everyone that, hey, we can also play at that international level. And of course, you also have one of the greatest coaches that West League's probably ever seen in the name of Stray. I feel like he's really keeping them at a very high level in this one.
And hey, look, I don't think the West League is bad. They just make everyone else look bad. They won, 20-1 was their record, I think. It's absolutely absurd last season. So they're just that good.
That good indeed. And how are you good? Are you guys good? Let's take a look because tournament pick'ems are in, and I don't know where it's going. Apparently, we needed to be surprised. Hey, yo!
They're with us.
What? Vitality. Now, by the way, this is to win the tournament, okay? To win the tournament, 54% of you at home says Vitality is taking it all. They're winning $750,000, taking down AGAL, who won last year, is looking to go back-to-back, as well as CFS 2025 Grand Final champions from Chengdu. That's insanity. But AGL still got 24%.
Well, also, shout out to the 7% of Falcons fans. I think they can do the deep run from the elimination game on day two. I like the faith.
That's crazy. Baisha, they're number 3rd. They'll be playing today. Falcons, by the way, they just got to survive before they can thrive, okay? They're currently in the lower bracket. Despite reworking their roster, they are still struggling. So if you're supporting Falcons, you better send them your energy today because they need to fly high before their wings are clipped. B-Stream, though, is going to be happening all day long. They've got 4 great matches just like we do on Stream A. And to catch you up to speed, we got Scriv as well as Penguin.
Hello everybody, checking in with the B stream here. Of course, we've got some great games coming up today. I think going to give the mainstream a real run for their money in terms of the excitement. We've got some fantastic matchups, kicking things off with Team Stallions up against Liquid. Honestly, the marquee matchup for me, so excited to kick that off with the first game. Really looking forward to seeing what Stallions in particular can do after yesterday.
I mean, it's time for Brazilians to revenge from Stallions, and then we're going into the Brazilians rivals, Navi versus Rock Esports. These guys, they meet again, but this time on the international stage.
Yeah, really looking forward to the Brazilians showing us what they've got.
Yes.
Then we have GK coming up against Execration. Execration a little disappointing yesterday, maybe. We wanted some more out from them, but should be an interesting match. 2 of the slightly weaker teams from yesterday should give us a good game.
What about Anubis, the first show? Yes, they missed the first game, but now they're going to be here on the stage, and we're going to be seeing them versus the Vicious.
Yeah, so excited to get into it. We've got some great games coming up. 4 games of CROSSFIRE is an awful lot to sink your teeth into. We'll see you there. Back to the desk.
Thank you, Scriv and Penguin. They're going to be holding it down over on B Stream. Apparently the best stream. I'll give it to you. Hey, we're all a team here after all. Stream A and B, make sure you have both of the streams pulled up any way that you possibly can. We got 8 great series happening today, including 4 keys crushed, 4 teams moving forward. What do we think about the matches over on B Stream? Which one tickles your fancy the most?
Not gonna lie, I feel like that last series is actually something I'm looking forward to, especially knowing that there's a lot of late arrivals in that last one. Obviously, we already saw the Vicious's coach actually arrived late just right after they lost in their first series. And at the same time, you already know the story about Anubis. So we're going to finally get to see what the true level of these two teams actually look like.
Yeah, and I think Anubis just coming into this event, obviously massive underdog, but I think their story in West League was really interesting, just about scraping through. But with the changes in that team, I don't know, it's going to be fun to see how they play in the server.
Yeah, going to be fun indeed. That's over on Stream B. Stream A, though, we'll show you the schedule in just a second. Before we do, we need to talk Club Championship because it's the final week and the storylines have been developing quite well, especially when it comes to Falcons versus AGAL. Trav, what's the update? Give me the Club Championship update powered by Aramco.
3 more games start at the Esports World Cup today, and it's looking likely that Team Falcons will be the team to take the crown of the Club Championship. They've got 4 teams competing across all games this week, and they're looking the likely favourites in both Trackmania and Fortnite, which positions them to win it all. AGL, on the other hand, are looking the likely favourites to take it in CROSSFIRE. This would give them 1,000 points heading into that last day and put them on top and put the pressure on Team Falcons to perform in CS2. Vitality and Na'Vi still have a chance of winning, but it's so slim, I believe about 0.2 and 0.3% chance each. Looking at the other 2 teams who have still got a chance of winning though, it's Team Falcons with a massive 75% chance of taking it all, considering they're in all 4 games and have a 300-point lead on AGL. AGL still looking at about a 24% chance, so well within their rights to take the crown and take the Club Championship home. We'll keep you updated as things keep going this week, so stay tuned.
Thank you, Trav, as always, for the update. First time I've heard you give percentages. That's pretty awesome. He did the math. I'm glad it wasn't me. Chat giving 23% over to AGL. That's still insane and absolutely mind-blowing to me. But let's talk about today's schedule because it's going to be action-packed. We saw Bs. Let's now talk As. Starting off, we're going to have Baisha going against King Zero. That's where we start. That's going to be an incredible one. We'll be breaking that down in just a second. But Vitality taking on AGL a little bit later on. And then we have, of course, Evolution Power Gaming taking on Q9 and Falcons versus Nemesis. So for that other one, it's not Vicious. It's actually, in fact, going to be Vitality taking on AGL. Let's start there, right? We've talked about it a lot. Vitality has looked incredibly strong, but can they really? I know Kyle believes it, but can they really beat AGAL?
I think it really is heavily dependent upon their form on that day, right? I feel like I wouldn't say they overperformed up against Evolution Power. I feel like they played at the, the level that we expected them to be. Obviously, Evolution Power is also having their struggles with leadership on the team. So, Vitality being a lot more stable going into the tournament is going to be, quite the challenge here for AG, because AG has also had their fair share of struggles as well in their own league. So if there's any shot for Vitality to go for a generational run, beating 2 Chinese teams just to get into playoffs, I feel like this might be it.
And to piggyback off of 2 Chinese teams, you mentioned out, pointed out right in the lower bracket, one of them is going to be sent home and have their key crush, EP versus Q9.
Yeah, it's crazy, right? Because when you looked at that bracket probably on day one, you're thinking, okay, yeah, Evolution Power, Q9, probably 3rd, 4th place in that group, right? But now one of them's going out in last place, which is a crazy situation. We get 2 Chinese teams at least progressing, or at least one progressing, because they've got 2 battling for that spot. But it's a really unusual situation, and I think some of the Western teams are probably very happy that are not in that same fate.
That's right. Well, Western teams are happy in general because they sent one of those Chinese teams down to the decider matches. Let's move into our PS5 story of the day, and this is a fun one that we need to unwrap. It's about our first matchup of the day, Baisha versus King Zero. And as you can see, Baisha is leading the charge with the OG.
Of course, in my opinion, the greatest CROSSFIRE player of all time in the name of N9, right? And they have been having their up and downs in their league as well. They had their struggles on season 27, but as soon as season 28 came around for CFPL, they really locked in heavy and just absolutely rolled over everybody. Granted, there's still some doubts about their head-to-head up against AG, but going into KZ as well, I mean, you're going up against the guy that you've been looking up to all these years, man. This is going to be insane.
That's right. King Zero, they arrived to the venue confident as ever, but they know the task ahead of them, Lucy. They know they got to try and take down Baisha, and if they do, they're rewarded with the next stage.
Yeah, I mean, it's the team that they lost to in the CFPL finals for season 28, right? It was a 3-1. So, yeah, it's a bit of revenge on the line. These 2 teams obviously know each other very well across the season. Bit of a 50-50 between the 2 in the head-to-head as well, but in the big games, that's where Baisha, they always step up and get over the line. And obviously we saw, N9, but we've got to talk about the youngster too, Ice.
That's right, and that's a great transition. The legend versus the young up-and-comer who's being compared to N9. It's Ice on King Zero, N9 for Baisha.
Yeah, and obviously being compared to N9 has got to be one of the greatest honors, right? If you are a Chinese player, and considering N9, one of the most decorated players, one of the most aggressive players to actually come out of China, and you also see the next generation finally coming out, and you just see Ice bust into the scene and get all the way up to second in his first split, which is absolutely insane. So I feel like, last EWC, we already saw the super rookies, obviously, in the name of Stallions. Maybe now it's time to put the spotlight on Ice.
That's it, but also not only Ice, but also Tong and Xiao on the opposite side. We were really impressed with Tong yesterday.
Yeah, I think Tong had a fantastic map 1 in particular. I think if I look at my numbers, he had like 21 kills,
That's
9
right.
deaths, like absolutely absurd on sub base with that fantastic 1v2 clutch. And I think he's just been so cool in those closing moments, right? Like it feels like they can always rely on him to get the rounds over the line.
All right, well, get over the line. Let's see what the line is. Where does EWC play draw it in the sand? Who you guys going with, mind you? I'm kind of curious because at the end of the day, you guys have kind of been up in the air. Wrong, right? Are you going to be right with this when it comes to your overall predictions? Will it be Baisha? Will it be King Zero? That's my biggest question. For me, I like the story of Baisha, and so do they. 86% going Baisha Gaming to the 14 of King Zero Esports. But regardless, though, it is a 50-50. I think that's a fair assessment. This is a matchup of two Titans. They once again will clash. But for Baisha, they haven't lifted an international trophy since the past 3 years, right? At one point, they were considered the most dominant force when it comes to CROSSFIRE until AGAL took over. Baisha is still trying to return to true form.
Oh, for sure, especially after the roster changes that they had to go through, Baby being gone from the team now, the changes in leadership, and, Baisha was kind of experimenting on Essen. There's also the other players that they also tried, but they finally landed a roster that you could say that, okay, finally, this is a trophy-winning roster that we can go for.
Yeah, and for N9, he wants to put this to his name as well, right? He's won everything before, right? One of the best to ever do it.
That's
Doesn't
right.
have an EWC to his name.
All right, let's take a look at our vetoes. What maps are we going to be heading into? Sub-base out of the way. Baisha says, I don't want it. New compound also gone. King Zero says that's not it. But what do we get for map number 1? We're heading to Black Widow.
Yeah, that makes sense. Obviously, Baisha is one of the best Black Widow teams to come out of China, and at the same time, there is some tangible international results for them as well. So, yeah, really great pickup here for the side of Baisha.
What do we think about Ankara?
Yeah, it's been coming through quite a bit in the vetoes for these two teams. I mean, they're so familiar with each other. They're always going to go into very familiar territory. I think the only upset that could have come through was if sub-base was allowed. But Ankara, that's been quite strong when it comes to KZ here. And okay, we get Eagle Eye as the decider.
Okay, Eagle Eye 2.0. I wasn't really thinking Eagle Eye because when you say Baisha or KZ, the first thing that doesn't come into your mind is definitely Eagle Eye. So it's going to be interesting to see whether or not that they are heavily prepared, especially knowing the prevalence of Eagle Eye 2.0 in EWC and some of the other regions as well. So we're going to get a preview of what the Chinese playstyle of Eagle Eye looks like once again.
It's going to be a fun one. 3 great maps. Does it go the distance? Well, it's up to King Zero and Baisha to decide. Let's head into our first series for day number 2.
Team Liquid, we haven't met each other yet, and we're looking forward to face you.
Eu espero que a Team Stallions estejam preparados. A equipe da Rock é uma equipe muito forte, tem grandes jogadores experientes, mas acredito que se enfrentar a equipe da Nave em um torneio internacional, eles vão acabar sendo eliminados.
Anubis là một bí ẩn nhưng mà chúng tôi sẽ cố gắng hết sức.
SCTN thì đã trên với bọn em rất là nhiều và có lúc bọn em thắng, có lúc bọn em thua. Nhưng mà đến với EWC năm nay thì bọn em có thể nghĩ là bọn em có thể giành chiến thắng.
It is time to kick off day 2 of Esports World Cup for CROSSFIRE. A couple matches yesterday, but today is all about the important games. We qualify to playoff and a couple teams eliminated.
Yes, but of course, the teams that we have behind us, as we heard Taylor bring up earlier, this is legitimately, ladies and gentlemen, a clash of titans. This is a rematch from CFPL Season 28, where Baisha was able to take it all the way. But in winners finals, King Zero did beat them. So even though Baisha is favored, they have shown that everyone believes.
There is beef, there is result, and there is a revenge to get on this one. Of course, Baisha as well was the runner-up last year, so all they want is to grab this trophy at the end of the weekend. It's not going to be an easy task, but it's time to establish yourself as one of the favorites.
$2 million, by the way, ladies and gentlemen, on this stage right here. That's what all of these players are fighting for, and of course, glory, as they hope to put their key into this trophy, lifting it up while they etch their names into history here at the Esports World Cup. That said, ladies and gentlemen, it is not going to be easy, but it is time for our first playoff qualifying match. It is Baisha Gaming versus King Zero.
A domestic rivalry here on the international stage at EWC, and a Black Widow, one in which Baisha always comes prepared and always gets the victory over King Zero.
Yeah, I mean, ironically, obviously a fantastic map that Baisha do have a really good record against them on, but that doesn't necessarily mean that they're going to get that job done today. We'll have to find out how both these teams do come in on the stage. Yet another matchup here between Baisha and King Zero. It'll be another explosive one, I imagine, and straight out the gates, Ice with that 1-for-1. There's the battle over long as 577 and N9 lock it down for Baisha. I think there's a lot that we could talk about when it does come to this matchup, but once again, we just don't have the time to do it as these rounds are kicking off very quickly.
XN potentially could be getting the best of N9, and in fact will dink him, but can't get the best of him. Of course, N9 finds that frag, and now you're just up to Tong. Last lone in towards mid. Bomb site already being secured on that left-hand side. You can just escort the bomb over very quickly. There's going to be limited mistakes here in this series compared to yesterday.
Yeah, you would think so. Plant's going to go down over towards Tong at this point, just hoping that he's going to be able to find a pick on that way through, but there is nothing really being given to him. So just has to bide his time for now. See what info is going to be given by Baisha. Eventually that Plant's going to go down, and that'll inform his rotation. Leah here is watching for it and has already spotted him out, so happy to just back it up. And again, like you say, this is going to be less mistakes than what we saw yesterday. These are the top teams in the bracket. These are the two teams that are working their way towards those playoffs, and so they are going to be putting together some much better rounds, you would think, with YDSS as well, by the way, on that flank. This is looking pretty doomed for Tong as he tries to work his way into that B site. Does get a nice shot in onto YDSS, but even had he got a second in there, there was no time for that defuse. So a well-converted round, a bit anticlimactic, obviously, for the first round there for Baisha, but getting one on the board is a good start.
Hey, at least they've been everywhere in that round. They push out long, they get the kills, they then reset the situation, go back in towards B. Good trade in as well, just in this after plant, just making it really difficult for especially a sniper to find any sort of success.
Back in for round number 2. And these teams are going to know each other's tendencies very well, particularly on a map like Black Widow, which they play often. They had a couple of matches in the group stage of CFPL, and then a couple of matches that they played in the playoffs of CFPL as well. And they really were trading series. There was a couple of wins for King Zero, a couple of wins for Baisha. Ultimately, it was Baisha that did end up getting that last laugh in the grand final of CFPL. But it's not as if King Zero can't take the scalp here today. And they've got a lot of material to look at when it comes to this Black Widow, but another very slow approach from Baisha to kick off round 2 here as they do start to work their way towards short. Full long control for King Zero. You can see they've got that double sniper set up as well, so should be well prepared to defend this A hit. You just want to find yourself a pick or two and then hold on to that long control. That'll be the objective here for King Zero.
Nice drop in, but in fact, Tong can't do anything. And now you've got this deep space in towards CT. You could just have N9 holding. Bomb will be planted. And it feels like 9U is just on an island here. Spam, brilliant, but it goes the other way. Ice, able to lock in the kill, 4v4.
Yeah, Leah just having a little bit of a look towards long, knows that there is another player over there, like you mentioned. 9U has given away his position, but he's still going to have to commit. Grenades coming through now, trying to unsettle Baisha on this hold, but the 4-on-4 is looking good once again for Baisha. Just way too comfortable 9U comes through too late. Everybody getting involved, and Baisha making it look nice and clean.
Effortless. Especially in that afterplan, right? Because you've got everyone on the site for Baisha. You've got King Zero that are all together, and then suddenly there's a rush of blood to their heads, I think, for these defenders. And they completely split up, and that gives the opportunity just to isolate the kills. Nothing in isolation about this one, except for XN grabbing the trade. Lai needs it and can't quite get it. It's XN finding everything. Finally, the sniper will find its success, but it could be too little too late.
Yeah, you would say so. I mean, a 2v4 is going to be a tough one to pick apart, but Xiao is one of those guys that can manage these kinds of rounds when he's in peak form. Perhaps the most explosive sniper in the world. YDSS will chime in with one. It's just a 1-for-1 though, so the rest of this job will fall on that sniper of Baisha. Wouldn't really want to be seeing King Zero give him any opportunities here. I don't want to see anybody swinging long, trying to look for information. I think best case just to buddy up on the site right here, because if you do give Xiao a couple of 1v1s, he's going to win this round.
Got the time to work with too. Can reset the situation. Instead, it is trying to bunny hop just to gain some space and some ground. This is really nice from King Zero, as you say, that they're not giving him anything.
Yeah.
A pixel walk to isolate a kill. Nothing is being offered up that this should be a King Zero round.
Well, I do question, though, whether or not he's maybe not quite going to commit here. I thought maybe rotate over towards B. Now, though, having been spotted and misses that flick onto ice, that's going to draw the attention of all these King Zero defenders. And Xiao shot in the back by YF. I think there was definitely a world where if he goes back in through mid towards B, he could have slipped the net. Nobody was actually watching. But in the end, chooses to go up towards A, and that's where he does end up getting spotted out, and that brings YF across. So, all good in the end. King Zero on the board early. Their last matchup, Black Widow was a close affair, 10-7. In the grand final of CFPL, it did go the way of Baisha, but King Zero are no slouches, particularly if Tong is online. He finds himself that 2-for-1 to start this round off. So, again, I think we're going to get a real back and forth today between Baisha and King Zero.
It's going to be really interesting because Baisha always beat King Zero on Black Widow. King Zero always beat Baisha on Ankara. So if that is to change, if one of these two teams are able to finally get one over on the other, that's the only way, in my opinion, this series can be a 2-0.
So that's a fairly reasonable take. Early days, obviously. Baisha having now slowed back down after losing those couple of players in the opener. To explore their way in through mid, they'll get a smoke onto the right side, and that's going to give Leo a little bit of room to work with. Should he desire to, although that desire not seemingly there for the moment. He's just going to try to cut off some rotations if the entry through the box room goes well, which it has not, and 9 down early on in the piece. YDSS now sort of solo carrying that bomb forward, and Baisha just having no success in any of the duels this round.
It's very much like what we got yesterday out of King Zero. It's very, very passive here. When they are on GR, that they're setting up all of these crossfires, they're just saying to Baisha, right, come on then. Come and take our space, come and take our ground, try and disrupt our setups. It's going to be very difficult to do so. It's just consistent pressure being applied through the art of being patient. And I think this is where Tong can shine. Already seen the sniper, I think, take some really deep lines, making it really tricky, and then the variety. Just switching things up in this round, finding a multi-kill where it felt like King Zero weren't going to put that pressure on. It's that slight switch up that really catches Baisha off guard. We've now got a very even playing field early on, and Baisha will go back to the drawing board, that they now have to go back to plan B instantaneously.
Yeah, hopefully plan B is don't lose 2 players to the mid fight against Tong. No fight in mid this time around. YF trying to get aggressive with that secondary sniper out of the box room. You are going to typically see double sniper setups on a map like Black Widow for the teams that can run it.
A crazy setup initially for King Zero. He had 3 players over towards B very early, ready to drop utility, ready to potentially cover a faster hit that was coming in. It looks like Baisha pulled the plug on it, and now you can have these double snipers flex and be a lot more varied. In the meanwhile, you've got XN that's taking the advanced line over at long. He might start pushing the issue.
I'm just going to jump spot at the moment for now. I think that's fine. You've sort of seen Baisha play a very slow style so far on this attack, so not really the incentive for King Zero to go pushing around the map that's probably being watched for at the moment, and indeed it is from the BL spawn. So if XN were to go forward here, he would be giving up his life, you would imagine. Got Xiao posted on that line initially, and now he is starting to come across. This is where he's going to now get his information. A minute 18 on the clock. Baisha are really taking their time about things, and XN's been able to cross. He has not been spotted there, so should be good for 1 and maybe not 3, but does it anyway. That is crazy from XN. The trade not there from Baisha. And just a little mishap, falling off the line at the wrong time. They don't get the info on the cross, and then he surprises them. And that aim coming into play, it's going to force out the timeout from Baisha as well. They're feeling unsettled on the stage, and maybe they're wondering, maybe they're thinking about exactly what you were talking about. If we lose Black Widow, our Ankara record against King Zero has not been very good. So we've got to get on top of this, and we've got to get on top of it now.
Everything you want to do has just been disrupted. Just from the art of King Zero not really doing anything too deliberate when it comes to being aggressive. This round's really cool. You've actually had 2 examples of individual play. You've had Tong pushing mid in the previous. Now here you've got the jump spot out of XN, and it's such a high-risk, high-reward play to make, because if you go 1-for-1 there, you can imagine that the scaling from Baisha will come out long. You're almost funneling them in there because there's still 2 defenders on the GR side over towards A. But for XN, if he goes down without a kill there, that's where it can really fall apart. But 3, that is a huge overperformance.
Yeah.
I like the timeout being called here by Baisha because, as you say, they are just being undone right now by individual errors.
Yeah, I mean, you look at that position, you think, okay, that's probably a one-and-done kind of position. You expect him to get 1 just because he's able to catch them off guard with a bit of an off angle, but 3, I mean, it's obviously impressive from his perspective to be able to maintain that spray, but you have to also look at Baisha and think, maybe you need to be trading that one down a little bit better. So it's not all sunshine and roses at the moment for Baisha on the international stage, and nor was it, you know, for the majority of 2025 either. I think we kind of came into last year and we were sort of setting up this narrative of AG versus Baisha, and then, you know, maybe we'll see whether or not some of these other teams can hold a candle to them. There was certainly a lot of hype around Falcons back then after their performances as Wolf Empire back in 2024, but the main narrative really was AG versus Baisha, who's going to be the dominant team coming through in 2025. That ended up obviously being AG. They won EWC, they won CFS 2025, and now coming into this year, it feels like there's quite a bit more parity, right? AG's stumbling a little bit in CFPL, Baisha's kind of on the rise again in CFPL, but we sort of see these teams like King Zero, Evolution Power having success here and there as well, and Stallions on the rise. And then obviously yesterday we saw Vitality looking pretty good too. So there's a few teams to kind of throw in the mix, and that's the fun part of, I guess, this time of year, right? We're coming into the first big international tournament on the CROSSFIRE calendar, and we're getting to really see how all these teams look on an international stage, because you can only infer so much from the domestic competition. And once again, Baisha, you know, they are such a legendary organization in the world of CROSSFIRE that they'll be hoping to find themselves another title here at EWC or later on this year at CFS. But so far, it's been tough going for them. And King Zero, I think you could sort of say they're a little bit more of like an underdog in a sense in the international tournaments. We haven't seen the same success for them as some of those other names. So this is, again, another opportunity for King Zero to really make their mark on the international stage.
I think that's why CROSSFIRE is really cool, because you've got all of these storylines that overlap and I think interlock with each other. You've got the same names, the same legendary organizations, but it feels like there's always a shift in the scales and the power year in, year out. Big fight over towards the B-bomb site right now. N9, speaking of legends, just waits patiently. XN Ice, they're going to have multiple players to try and deal with him. In fact, everyone from Baisha is grouping up. It's going to be a big old biff at B.
Yeah, whether or not it happens just yet will remain to be seen. That was a resmoke coming through from King Zero, so Baisha might just have to wait that out again. And in there, meanwhile, King Zero have rotated their players off, so it's just Ice here to try to defend B. There's a smoke that's gone over the top.
It's not going to work, though. They've already got the space in middle. They know this information. So this mid to B sort of phase isn't going to work. And Tong is able to get the first kill. Now, suddenly, you've got everyone that can rotate over. This bomb site is so defended.
Yeah, it was a really good flash there coming through from King Zero. It slowed Baisha down a little bit, and that's where XN can come into play from behind. And King Zero will claim their 4th on the GR side. You talk about that entry attempt from Baisha, it seemed like in some senses that became a bit too telegraphed, and King Zero well prepared for it. They got multiple smokes into the box room. By the time Baisha eventually decides that they do want to push, there's a flash that pops in their face at that exact moment that smoke is fading. Tong hits the opener, the push slows down, and then King Zero, they have all that map control, and once again, they're dominating Baisha. 9U taking the fight out of the box room, already finds himself the 2-0, and Baisha are crumbling on the stage now at the hands of King Zero.
This is desperate. This is really desperate out of Baisha in round 7. Just to push in, they're trying to go even faster, switch up the tempo, but it's not working. You've not got the utility in place to deal with it. You're just hoping that your firepower can overwhelm and you can trade efficiently. Doesn't happen. 9U able to get that multi-kill. And they just needed that lurker in mid in the previous round because XN gets so much info. That's why all the utility can come over, because King Zero are constantly in the know, and it feels like Baisha are operating in the dark.
Yeah, this could be very scary for Baisha if King Zero are able to put together a strong GR side here. YF as well chiming in with one onto Xiao. It just seems there's not really a whole lot of success happening here for Baisha. YDSS maybe has been the pick of the bunch. But for him and Leah to try to put this round together, both tagged up in a 4-on-2.
Why are they separating? This is really concerning to me. Like, I understand the need to maybe attack from different angles and avenues, but you're just being smoked off. You've now been naded, and that means that YDSS is completely on his own. He's trying to find XN. Is being aware of these corners. Did he spot the head? Oh, certainly does now, but he can't get the best of XN. And that leaves it into a really difficult scenario now. The bomb trying to make its way over. Tong ready. And I love the way that Tong plays, especially on the GR side, because he just doesn't peek. Yep. He just guarantees always success for King Zero.
Yeah, there's a lot of success happening right now. 5-2. Baisha are no doubt rattled. And I think right now this is just an opportunity for King Zero to really stamp their mark, not only on the international stage, but particularly in these kinds of domestic matchups, right? If they can dismantle a team like Baisha so comprehensively, well, there's no doubt that they could do the same to an AG or a Q9. There will be concerns for the other squads from CFPL.
I think that there's maybe some people that might be thinking, oh, well, look, King Zero played yesterday. Baisha didn't really have the opportunity. Their first game here on the international stage at EWC, an advancement game. At the same time, you're still speaking about a Baisha that has got all of this experience. I'd understand a bit more if you were maybe painting that narrative more towards Stallions, but for Baisha, they should be coming into this hot. It shouldn't matter.
No, 100%. I mean, you've had the opportunity to sort of play prac games and scrims and whatnot, and it's just the nature of the beast, really. When you're a professional player, you need to be able to step up when it matters, and right now, Baisha are not doing that. King Zero, 3 players over towards this A site, getting a little bit antsy towards short. Nade's going through XN. Just get 1 kill with that grenade, but now the site's starting to falter. There's 1 more player here, though, and he's also going to be dealt with. Rotation still, though, coming through. YF connecting with that TRG, and we're back into a 2-on-2, which becomes a very winnable round still here for King Zero, who have opted to go for the long rotate. They didn't want to try to challenge the plant. Trying to mind game Baisha a little bit here, but this would, I think, be a very real nail in the coffin if King Zero can pick this round up. So a big clutch coming up here for Baisha.
Timing, what does it look like for 9U? N9, oh, gets the spot immediately, but you've still got this sniper over at Cat. And now it's up to Laya. It's really difficult to try and clutch this up in the 1v2. Has to try and isolate a kill, but can't do it. King Zero are on top, and they keep on dominating.
Yeah, 100%. Beautiful clutch coming through from them. Easy pick off for YF to put it into the 1v2. And at that point, when you're stuck in that window position in a 1-on-2, you just don't have any options. It's kind of like a fish in the barrel situation. 6-2 here for King Zero, and I have to say, King Zero just looking a lot sharper in the server at the moment. Baisha, maybe not awake at this point. There's a lot to be said about N9 in the past and how legendary of a player he was, and the same maybe for Xiao. 2 driving forces behind the successful period that Baisha had a couple of years ago, but just not really delivering that same level in the server anymore.
It's interesting what the death said as well about expectation for N9 has won it all, such a storied player, legacy at this point. I mean, the fact that Ice on the other side is being compared to him.
Yep.
The only trophy he's not won is EWC. Feels like in some of these rounds, he's been trying to really force the issue, and that can be so detrimental to a team. If you've got a player going by themselves, really trying to get kills here and there, this one feels better because, again, they're trying to make their way out all together in towards short, but it's not working. Yet again, more kills just come in for King Zero. Zero, and there's no trades. There's no opportunity here for Baisha on their choice.
Oh, Ice going to go down, but that doesn't matter. Once again, like you say, they're set up too good. It's going to take Xiao a little bit of a miracle to work this round, and that was a nice shot, but again, too much to do. And King Zero will take themselves the 7-2 lead at the halftime break. That is a astronomical lead on a map like Black Widow. This is not supposed to be a 7-2 half. Worst case scenario, you know, maybe you're looking at a 6-3, but I've always sort of seen this as a bit more of a 5-4 kind of a map. You can get it done on both sides. So right now, King Zero have the opportunity to utterly dominate this opening map and take a huge boost of momentum into their pick of Ankara and potentially knock Baisha down into that lower bracket, secure themselves a position in the playoffs in the meanwhile as well. So lots going on here that King Zero can be very pleased about.
This year at CFPL, when King Zero played Baisha, the maximum amount of rounds they've ever got on Black Widow was 7. They've already achieved that here in 9 rounds. That's immaculate. And now they're hoping for even more. Utility being set up here by N9. It feels like King Zero may be going in towards B to show Baisha how it's done. Baisha were never able to get in towards this site in the first half.
Oh, little jump spot there from XN. Sees Leah on the setup. That's going to prompt a couple of grenades to come through, but he's deep enough that they will not connect. King Zero going to take a leaf out of Baisha's book and play a little bit of a slower round to kick things off here on that blacklist side. I think King Zero are really sensing the opportunity that they have in this series right now, and they don't want to fumble it. To have a lot of control over long, YF has managed to push his way out into barracks, and he can pretty much spot all the way down long. So you'd imagine that's probably where that transition is going to come back across for King Zero. XN does drop, though, on the rotation. It seems Baisha might have been aware of that. They were set up around middle, waiting for that rotate to come through. 5-7 up close personal and dealt with actually by Tong. YDSS swinging for the trade.
Big kill.
Does get overlooked a little bit by King Zero, but they're still pressuring their way in onto A. Xiao unable to do anything about it, but again, YDSS lurking and found by YF. There just seems to be so many answers every time for King Zero. They will be granted the plant, and it's just peak after peak for Baisha, and they just keep getting picked. I'm just waiting for that round to kind of slow down a little bit, for the retake, for Baisha to kind of reset themselves, but they never really do.
Tong opens up this round with that incredible quick scope over towards short. It really felt like he should not have found that success. And as you're saying, with all the barrack space over along, like YF can just pick and choose his timing, and it felt like these players were just nowhere near the fight. Really nice contact out of King Zero, and they immediately get what Baisha were after. It was Baisha towards the end of that first half, consistently trying to push for that short space, just consistently trying to go up towards Catwalk. Didn't work, didn't happen. And I like this out of Baisha because we are trying something new in round 11, that they've pushed very deep over towards B. They've got very aggressive space. Now they want to crunch on middle.
Now King Zero, though, seem to be pretty aware of it. They're working around it for the moment. Very, very safe. Rotate back up through BL spawn. Starting to try to work these mid lines. Leah watching for a potential push up short. YF now going fishing. Has got his riflers in tow as well. It's a very methodical approach from King Zero. If they walk all the way down mid, they might actually be able to catch Leah here. They can work their way back up that ramp or just bust through the mid doors. It's going to be concerning, and that's exactly what I'm talking about. Leah had no idea. YDSS maybe leaving him a little bit surprised by the possibility. And that round just falls apart for Baisha. It's as if King Zero knew exactly what Baisha's setup was. That may be prep, that may be, you know, familiarity with what Baisha's done in the past, and perhaps Baisha just aren't changing things up that much.
It has to be. It has to be really good homework there, because they hit the exact timing they need to isolate Laya from that position. Then the previous round as well, they have the exact timing to isolate the player on site, on that A bomb site. They're looking like the veterans right now. They're looking like such a well-rehearsed team.
Yeah.
The choreography of Black Widow here for King Zero is absolutely phenomenal. And what a statement this would be if they're able to beat Baisha 10-2 on the map that Baisha always win.
Yeah, I think that would be huge. Obviously, they still have to get it done on Ankara, and that doesn't always necessarily happen in these kinds of circumstances. You get the upset in map 1, you think, brilliant, it's going to be series over, but Baisha, I'm sure, will have some kind of a resurgence for map 2.
You'd hope so.
At this point, though, it is certainly looking like it is going to be King Zero that are going to go into Ankara with a huge advantage. Good call here from King Zero again. So just go pivoting up short. 5 players up short right here, and the only player there to defend against that is Leah, who's 2 and 9.
They just got to know what's happening based off of the early grenades. Like, surely. Like, that's dictating a lot of the setup. But maybe Baisha really are that readable.
Ooh.
And they're going to leave. They're faking this one out. Maybe they're getting a little bit too complicated now, but we'll see if it pays off.
There's not a whole lot of information around the map right now for Baisha. You've got 577 that's smoked off long, and you've got YDSS that's pushed up in the box room, but those are fairly standard GR positions, so you're not getting necessarily any advance notice as to where this is going to be. I don't think Baisha 100% aware of where King Zero are going, and again, that box room hold solo might not go well for YDSS. It's just a one and done kind of a position. N9 trying to find those trades, eventually does sort of get a bit of help there from Xiao. This round for King Zero, maybe opened back up with that kill from Tong. Needs another, can't get it onto Xiao. C4 in hand for Ice. He's got a full belt of HP at least. He wants to take that challenge over to Xiao, who's now low. If he gets this, the round was really on, but Xiao lands the shot and Baisha survive.
I think it's one of those where King Zero actually get too tricky. I don't think that's a Baisha round being concrete yet. I think that is more King Zero overplaying their hands and also relying a lot on their utility to dictate rotates. And I think Baisha do a good job in this round because they don't see any pressure off the back of the grenades. They don't immediately rotate. So I think there's more players there in towards that B bomb site that King Zero were ready for.
Yeah, a bit of long presence immediately out the gates for Baisha there. Taking that for free. There was no contest from King Zero. Again, that contest...
Gets me every time, these little spams consistently.
Yeah, the head glitch. Yeah, King Zero take that long control nice and easily. Baisha more interested in middle, which has once again been cleared out again early on in the piece by King Zero. Might be somewhat setting themselves up again for an A split. You can often see, 3 or 4 players up through short, 1 or 2 out through mid. But you don't get the sense that King Zero are going to do anything too quickly in any of these rounds. They are really exploring their options as much as they can. Re-clearing long again for the second time in the round, by the way.
I'm surprised they've not gone back to one of the first rounds they did, which was having YF by himself at long, and then you put everyone over towards short. Zhao having a little bit of a peak, but there isn't going to be this overcommitment.
We've got the boost here for 9U. So, very much looking to try and clear out this long line, which they do so successfully. They have been able to set YF up at the bottom long, so that's the first piece of the puzzle that you've spoken about. Presence up long, but also presence in mid, presence over towards the other side of the map as well.
Sniper's got a flashbang he could maybe throw. Instead, no, it's just pure contact and Zhao can take the kill.
Might be a distraction though. We'll see if he can survive here as the push is starting to come through short. Zhao and 577 are locking it down. And once again, you kind of get the feeling that King Zero might have tried to make this one a little bit too tricky. Given Baisha an avenue back into this conversation.
Yeah, that round's curious because you're right. That what they rely on there is contact being taken, and then the player that is part of the crunch solo, by the way, to get a multi. I think it was XN for King Zero. I feel like if YF just drops a flash deep and just flashes Zhao off the angle, then that's going to be a lot more efficient. Instead, that doesn't happen. And King Zero, you were 9-2 up in this game. Sure, it's not a cause for concern right now, but the last thing you want to do is to allow Baisha to feel like they're in the series.
Yeah, 100%. I think you want to get this done ASAP if you can. Ideally, it would have been a 10-2. Every round that you give over to Baisha, you start to, allow a player like Xiao to kind of come back online. You saw what he was able to do in that last round. He's starting to hit some of those flicks that we're so used to seeing from him. Another tag this time onto 9U. These rounds are getting harder for King Zero as we go deeper into this map.
They're just overcomplicating it. I just think they need to go together, group up, and trade, because Tong has been hitting some fantastic shots early, especially close quarters with the sniper. Zhao still waiting for an opportunity. Tong doesn't punish him. That was the chance. That was the moment for King Zero.
Yeah, both getting a shot in there, and neither are actually connecting. King Zero going to default once again. Back to what looks to be an A hit. This time just YF over on long. I kind of prefer this. The Wolfpack style from King Zero. If they go together, they can at least try to look for some trades, but still not pulling the trigger. What is the go signal at this point for King Zero? I mean, you've got the space.
It needs to be now, but you also need to get Zhao off the angle. Difficulty here for Baisha is that it's two snipers locking things down. So if you miss the shot, then you're going to get punished just like that. King Zero are in sight.
Yeah, and I think that might just be it. We'll see whether or not this retake can come through for Baisha, but Tong getting out in front of it. He spotted out 9 as well, and it is just 9. To try to put together this 1v5 is essentially what it's going to be. So let's see how legendary of a player he can actually be. Taking his time, but it was a death sentence after all. 10-4. Map 1 goes the way of King Zero, and they wrap it up super, super easily. Baisha rattled on the stage, and we have a lot of questions as to what that's going to mean for the rest of this series.
Yeah, absolutely. You've got to remember as well that you've got Ankara in the back pocket, and this is the choice for King Zero, that they always get the best out of themselves against Baisha specifically. It's an incredible result for King Zero, and to be honest, for 90% of that game, they always looked in control. Baisha didn't do anything too crazy to win those rounds. It was all King Zero overcomplicating it, but they take a huge first step in this series.
What an unbelievable performance from King Zero, challenging Baisha, dominating them 10-4. It started great. 5-7-7 started off with 2 eliminations right off the rip. Baisha's energy was at an all-time high, but then King Zero shuts them down 4 rounds in a row, forcing attack pause early on.
Oh man, and this is one of the main reasons why KZ is one of the most fun teams to actually watch to come out of China, because they really do like to push the pace, especially when it comes to maps like Black Widow. They don't simply allow Baisha to go for that slow setup, especially in the B waters area, especially in the long area. There is going to be a player like XN or Ice constantly trying to see if there is a flank opportunity, and it seems like the pressure's a bit too much for Baisha, which is wild to say.
Yeah, we didn't get to see Baisha play yesterday. I'm not sure we're going to get to see them play today. They were just shut out completely. It was an incredible masterclass. I mean, XN, what an absurd performance. That 3K out towards long where he plays off the nade, gets that timing. His spray control was superb. That 3K, there was another multi over towards B where he locked it down. It felt like mechanically he was just on a whole nother level.
Yeah, Tong and YF running the dual snipes. We don't see it often, but it does happen from time to time. They were locking the lanes down.
Oh, for sure. And I feel like that is one of the main reasons why we didn't see the best version of Xiao Xiao today, right? I mean, you kill Tong, you have to deal with YF. You kill YF, you have to deal with Tong. So it's still it's an uphill battle for him every single time. And the fact that YF was hitting every single shot that he was attempting here is nothing short of amazing, and really did neutralize the combo of the N9 Xiao Xiao in the Baisha Gaming.
Yeah, it just felt like, this is 2 teams that come through very different contexts. You've got Baisha, who haven't played a game on the stage yet, and you've got King Zero, who had that game yesterday where they absolutely dominated. They felt very comfortable, I think, coming into today. Any nerves shaken off, and they felt like a team in really hot form, whereas for Baisha, it feels like they've really come in cold.
Yeah, this was moments before disaster. Baisha starts off hot and heavy. They were cheering, they were getting excited. Big Giles on stage, but then all of a sudden,
this is crazy.
It's 2-2, and like you said, Lucy, that was insane.
Just an absurd spray control, and he used the HG like over the top to kind of get behind them, so they're not expecting. And there was that second clip as well, like he was absolutely absurd. All the riflers were on point, like the trading was so exceptional. There was just never really a chance to fight back, and it felt like the timings they were hitting, like whenever XN's calling these moments to move out, particularly from the short side, when it comes to the BL side of things, it was every time, they got off the angle, every time they looked away, like it was absurd the timings they were hitting.
Yeah, it's crazy to see the scoreline 9-2. It would finish ultimately 10-4, but I mean, KZ gets up to 9 rounds. They actually win 9 rounds in a row before Baisha is even able to respond.
Yeah, and I really like this small detail as well. For every time that they do push into Xiao Xiao, it's always 3 players swinging constantly, because you're not allowed to get a 3K with the TRG unless they all line up at the same time. But, they got the priorities right every single time. And Baisha, they just looked lost in some of these rounds, in all honesty.
Yeah, you mentioned YDS having a good start. We had the highest damage in the team by quite a big margin. I do feel like the sniper was hitting some great shots towards the end. Like, there were some opportunities, and he got some unlucky timings throughout it. But look at the consistency across the board from the side of King Zero, right? Ice, I thought it was just, very cherry on top that he got the final kill on Dead 9 as well.
Yeah, I was looking. There was a couple of low stat lines there for the side of Baisha. It makes sense, though, given the fact that it ended 10-4. And you said it, Lucy, it's the first time that they take the stage when it comes to EWC this year anyways. There's a lot of expectations on N9. But for the rest of the roster, if N9's underperforming, who steps up in his place?
It has to be YDSS, man. I mean, YDSS, the reason why they actually got him on this team was to be the tertiary carry. I mean, other than N9 and Xiao Xiao, he has to be the one that is consistently, bringing his team those really good trades, really good support opportunities as well. And if he cannot step up to the plate, then this might be Baisha being prey this time instead of being the shark.
That's right. Well, EWC Play, we've been asking for your predictions all tournament long. You gave your tournament predictions, but we need a little bit more. Check out EWC Play.
Thinks he can come in here and play my game. He knows nothing. Let's go!
Tyler Wine, you're done.
This is my ladder. You can't climb it.
That's an L airline.
Somebody better hold me.
Okay, yeah. Do something then.
Raw energy. House for far, blow the house down.
We're about to hop into map number 2 between Baisha and King Zero. King Zero currently leading the charge 1-0, forcing Baisha to come back. They're going to have to do so quickly. If they don't, they will be going down to the lower bracket, and King Zero will be punching their ticket into the next stage. But let's take a look at something special for all of you out there. We got a code available for you. Get your in-game items, Sneaky. I know you're pumped up for this one.
Yeah, I am. I'm trying to memorize the code right now so I can actually take this later.
He's so locked in. He's so locked in.
I mean, the M14 EBR and the CF EWC, actually, right back home, this is one of the more touted EBRs, especially knowing that most of the population would want to have a skinned EBR. So, guys, make sure to claim it.
That's right. Claim it. Get the code, scan the QR code, however which way you do it. By the way, update on B-Stream. It just ended. Stallions taking down Team Liquid in game number 1, but it was incredibly close. 10-7. So back and forth. Team Liquid, a talented roster. Can they continue to take Stallions to the limit? Will we get a game 3? All that happening on Stream B, but make sure you also stay here on Stream A, because we are about to hop into map 2, King Zero and Baisha. And speaking of which, Baisha, they need some big adjustments.
Yeah, it's going to be tricky for them, right? Because Blackwood has been very reliable for them. And Kara, this has been the territory for KZ. They've been so good on it throughout the season, and particularly in this matchup as well, right? It's been the one that they can rely on consistently. And given how map 1 played out, I'm very worried for Baisha.
Ankara coming up next. Will it be different for Baisha this time around? It was their map pick after all.
Yeah, I feel like this could be different for the side of Baisha, considering there's now a lot more space to work with for the snipers. And, Xiao Xiao, he has been known to have some good performances in this map. So, I would still peg KZ as the favorite in this one, but there's a shot.
All right, it's King Zero versus Baisha. Ice, the newcomer, versus N9, the legend. Will Baisha fight back, or will King Zero shut them down? That's the big question on everybody's mind. For Baisha, such a talented roster. I asked who needs to step up if N9 is playing lackluster. Well, it's YDSS. That's what Sneaky says. I agree with you. YDSS needs to come back in full form and fight hard in order to force a game 3, which goes to Eagle Eye. Now, I want to ask Sneaky, now Eagle Eye, if we do get to the map 3, however, do you think Baisha or King Zero would be the favorite?
In all honesty, I feel like in terms of experience, I feel like King Zero would be actually the one slightly leading on Eagle Eye.
Okay, King Zero. Wow. So if they go into Eagle Eye, it's already looking bad enough for Baisha. Lucy, Sneaky is saying it's going to look even worse if they go to Game 3.
Yeah, I mean, Eagle Eye 2.0 has been a little like up and down between the two. I think the record at the moment is actually pretty much 50-50. Like 10-5 was what Baisha won at last time, but then it was 10-6 at KZ the time before. So it's in very close. And I think if Baisha do bring it back to that final map, I think it'll be a very tight one.
Yeah, I mean, this is a tightly and closely contested matchup. After all, again, you guys brought up, Lucy, going back to you, I mean, grand finals of last year, they played against each other. It is a rematch after all. I believe it was King Zero, though, who got that last win correct over Baisha, and they're looking to do it again. So Baisha should have done their homework before heading to the stage, but even if they did, King Zero are hitting the shots.
Yeah, absolutely. And it's just, again, back to that conversation about teams coming through hot. Baisha, this is their first stage game, and I'm willing to give them the benefit of the doubt. They just needed that one game in the server to kind of feel themselves, to kind of get to the level you expected. And we could start to see that resurgence. It was just a really rough shutout. That was, 9 rounds in a row or whatever. It just took them way too long to get things into gear. But I think now they've had that map, they've had the conversation with their coach, they'll have conversation with each other. And I think we're going to have a very different looking Baisha coming into map 2.
And going back to N9, the legend who has so many accomplishments. We know he's getting up there in age. He's still hitting shots and playing well. But in all respect to his history, his lineage, but if they bomb out here on EWC stage this year and Baisha doesn't even reach the next phase, which I don't think is a probability in this matchup anyways for King Zero, obviously it's a big one. Maybe they drop down to lower bracket, but let's say things don't go well here. What does that mean for N9's career moving forward, you think? I know it's all speculation.
Yeah, I mean, he's going to be his legacy as a player in Crossfire. There is always going to be that one trophy that he couldn't get, and that is EWC. And obviously, his counterpart, his main rival in CFPL, ZY, I mean, he's already gotten his. And I feel like at 9, if you want to solidify the GOAT status over all of the players in CFPL, you're going to have to get this trophy.
Have to. You've got to fight hard for it. Too often, even on this in the Allianz Vault, Lucy, we've been hearing that story consistently. There's a lot of champions that have stepped onto that stage, but not a champion at EWC. Winning this trophy hits different. There's only been 3 EWCs. This is your number 3. You don't get many chances to claim glory.
Yeah, and it's the one that N9 doesn't have, right? So it's kind of the big battle. It's the biggest trophy in terms of the prize pool as well, right? There's so much glory that goes into this. There's not a lot of big international, moments within Crossfire. It's this and Crossfire Stars, right? So you really want to, especially after coming second last year, right? Like, I think anything less than getting through to at least top 4 is a disappointment for Baisha.
Yeah, absolutely the case. For King Zero, though, exciting stuff. Playing as well as they are. You got the story with Ice, plus Tong is out there. Tong's an interesting talking point. He was actually soloed out yesterday by the team they were playing. They said, look, we don't really have to worry about Ice necessarily. We just need to shut down Tong. But you know what Tong did? He shut down the enemy team. He's not messing around.
Yeah, and I feel like Tong is not wasting any opportunity about being in this team, right? Tong has been on TWE before this one, and obviously that team wasn't as stellar as KZ. So I feel like he's really, grasping the moment and say, hey, this could be one of the few times that I could be on a trophy-winning team. I'm going to go all out.
Yeah, it just feels like, they don't need to rely on one player, right? Like, we've had so much conversation about N9, on the side of Baisha, but there's so many points on KZ where, it's just the consistency across the entire roster, because you got Tong, but then that kind of rifle core, the amount of times that we saw Ice and Nanyu just kind of combining in these entries, it just felt like where one wasn't able to come through the multi, the other one would. They were so quick on the trade and just such a mechanical looking team in those executes.
That's right. Baisha, obviously, coach just behind him, a very talented member of the Crossfire community in general. How does he get Baisha up to the point where they can win map number 2? Because at this point, it's not about thriving, it's about survival.
Yeah, obviously, he's Zima, one of the most consistent coaches that we have seen on the side of Baisha. He's been through multiple eras already, right, on this team. So it is very impressive what he can kind of muster, especially with those rosters where, Baisha was really looking too good, but there were also some moments that they still, got some very good upsets at the same time. So I feel like he's a very huge factor here.
Who would you say is probably one of the most dominant coaches in Crossfire history? I mean, Tanks gets a lot of attention because of the, the rising up of the Stallions. You also have Vitality with their talented coach too, who's a legend in his own right. Obviously, we just mentioned Baisha. Who do you think is in the GOAT category when it comes to coaches?
That's making me think, actually, that might have to dig deep into this one. There is some legends, though, back in CFPL who's kind of gotten into coaching. I think 18 was also coaching at one point. I think Best as well. And yeah, I would say that even on the other coaches from the other team, like TF and all that.
Well, I'll let you think about it. Give me an answer a little bit later, because I'm glad I actually hit you with one that forced you to dig deep. Well, speaking of digging deep, it's Baisha. They're currently down 1-0 in the series, one map away from going to the lower bracket. Will it happen? Will King Zero shut the door on Baisha? Let's find out with B-Dog and Elfish Guy.
Archon, look, you said Baisha top 4. That would be the expectation. Let's see if they can get through this best of 3 first, guys. They're already one map down here on Ankara. They need to make ends meet.
Yeah, going to be another slow start out from Baisha, though, to kick things off here. They just try to set themselves up outside of A. You can already immediately see King Zero with that 3-2 split. They are prepared for some kind of setup over towards the A side of the map early on in the piece from Baisha, but that may sort of dissipate as the round continues onward. Not a whole lot of information gathering happening here either for King Zero, so they're kind of in the dark about what Baisha's setup is looking like.
Yeah, they've got to be worried about middle, but also coming back into this veto really quickly before we get any gunfights. I think what's interesting is that you've got KZ starting both on the defensive halves in this veto. You've got Baisha that wanted to start BL here on Ankara. For Black Widow, GR was always the choice here for KZ. Maybe that's part of the game plan. Massive nade onto 577, but then comes the commitment. No kill yet. YF just needs to get out of dodge.
There's that early information, though, and you can see it's immediately brought the rotation across from King Zero, not to mention the fact that 577 with the bomb has been taken down on his own. This is a bit of a mess already for Baisha. I mean, you cannot tell me that the guy with the bomb should be working solo into Hotel. Cohesion off for Baisha in this opening round of the Blacklist side, and King Zero have put themselves in a good spot as a result. I mean, it's a deep push in from YF as well, so I just don't see how you're going to win this round if you're Baisha. They do manage to win that 1v1. 9 up against Ice.
Oh, time in onto 9U, maybe. I don't think they know that he's here, but 9U will reset the situation. And now you know that the bomb was over towards Hotel, but N9, he's starting to do it. Has found 3 kills already. Would need the full house if he's able to make this work. C4 will at least be committed onto the site. He's got the sniper too. Hoping for a chance, but 9U and YF are grouped.
If he lets them get too close, this round's going to be over. First shot missed. And that will be the opportunity gone for N9. King Zero do close the round out. It might have been a little bit closer than it perhaps ought to have been. I think that was a very shaky looking display from Baisha to open things up on their attack here on Ankara. So hoping that was maybe just a one round of nerves, and that's not what we're going to see for the rest of this half. Otherwise, yeah, we might be seeing King Zero 2-0 this.
Well, we can't have rounds of nerves. You already had a map full of nerves. You already had your map pick being dropped. Yeah. And now you've immediately checked out round 1 by leaving that bomb in Hotel. Like that is a big error. And this is ridiculous out of 9U. It's actually YF to get the kill, but he's the one that pushes the smoke outside of this A bomb site. They're going to have no idea that he's pushed this aggressively. YF can then take the contact and then bait the rifle in more.
Yep, 100%. I mean, it's a nice forward hold here for King Zero. They just play off of each other, but they do probably need a third player over there. XN is starting to work his way across. Some of the delay util here from King Zero being invested.
He hasn't peeked yet. Like this smoke being put down. Surely just baits 9U even more. They're just going to go through it.
It's all on YF here, just to get the info. It should be a free kill for 9U, but YDSS somehow gets him, and YF fell on the site as well. So despite a good setup, King Zero have lost control of that A site. Rotate now starting to come through. I mean, there's a lot of territory here for King Zero. They're well prepared immediately for this retake. They've got all the time in the world to work with. They do need to find themselves some entries, and all that util is headed in the direction of Ice for the moment. So it's going to be the 2 players working their way out through vents together that are going to have to try and make it happen. XN set up with a flash nicely by Tong. So we're into a 3-on-3. Big crossfire there for Shout and for YDSS. And now it's on to just Ice, who's coming through from the top side. It's a very tough clutch for him. There's not a lot of time left at all. And Shout just playing this head glitch angle. There's really nothing to be done for Ice. Yes, he gets the kill, but he does not have the time. And so Baisha will claim round number 2. King Zero will be a little disappointed. They had a very good setup to deal with that, and they were not able to capitalize.
Yeah, I tell you what, Baisha, they actually make the right read, I think, without knowing about it. I think they just wanted to catch KZ off guard by pushing through that smoke over towards the bomb site, and inadvertently they completely ruin that entire setup. That crossfire set up for success, punished by a Baisha push on towards that A bomb site. And to be honest, that's nice. That to me, that is a nice sign. The fact that Baisha are willing to take risks in terms of pushing, trying to catch their opponent off guard. They've not been unsettled by some of the mistakes that they've been making themselves. They're still trying to play their brand of Crossfire, and that's effective. You need to maintain your identity, especially on the stage.
Well, Solon said he wins the race again for Baisha. Not over-investing in the early stages of this round, but once again, setting themselves up towards A. And assuming if it ain't broke, don't fix it. This time, King Zero have 2 players on the site, but Nine immediately deleted an XN, picked up on the entry as well. This A defense is starting to look like a bit of a liability for King Zero. So we'll have to keep an eye on that in the upcoming rounds to see what the change-up is going to end up being. Ice here absolutely has to clean out YDSS with the help of Tong. That's the first piece. There's still so much more to find here for King Zero if they're to try to put together this retake in the 3-on-5.
It's a bit panicky as well from Baisha. They double smoke the same choke point. Flashbangs through, trying to enable this vent scaling now for KZ, but they got to go. They got to move quicker, and this crossfire feels really difficult to break here. Ice needs to be that player to grab the kill, and he is able to do it, but Zhao with the pistol is now making things even more tricky. Is there enough time to do this? It's going to be so close for KZ. It's running out. Can he cut the wires? Not quite. Baisha just about hold on.
That was crazy, though, from King Zero that they're able to get all 5 kills there as they work their way back into that site. It is all thanks to Xiao that Baisha actually wins that round. If he doesn't double down, that is round over, and King Zero will take it. But in the end, Baisha have the advantage, and let's keep an eye on what the setup does look like. 3 players towards A this time immediately for King Zero, so reinforcing that side that has been weakened a couple of times.
That's going to open up opportunities on the other side of the map, though. Like, not necessarily B, I'm talking more about middle, because the spare man is going to have to come from mid. And that also means on Ankara that your rotates are a little bit further away. I like this out of Baisha, the initial early staging, you're still putting pressure over towards A, you're anchoring these players in, but the reroute is potentially towards B, especially with the C4 just still remaining over at BL territory.
It's a good read from Baisha. This BL side is actually well conditioned so far. King Zero having to pull that 3rd player towards A, like you say, has left mid open, and that's what Baisha are looking to exploit in this round. It might just end up being a B split. So the more weakly defended side of the map is the one that's going to be under pressure now. A bit of a tickle there for Leah and 577. King Zero aware maybe that Baisha is heading in that direction, but not committing to the B hold.
It's actually a really nice nade being thrown in by XN, because he's just saying to Baisha, by the way, we know that you're here. And as a consequence, Baisha are now jumping towards A again.
Ice is, he's on his way back over to GR spawn, so timing could be off here for King Zero, but this time at least they're able to hold on for one opening kill. XN getting run down, ends up being another 1-for-1. Ice is still here trying to hold on to the site. This is looking a little bit less tenable for Baisha so far as that wrap does start to come through. Ice needs to be wary of the player on his left. Now the smoke has bloomed, though, and it's back to a bona fide retake again for King Zero, but this time at least they're not down on numbers.
Oh, they're all going together. We've seen this out of King Zero yesterday. They're all grouping. They're all coming in from this one choke point. It's going to be difficult, though. They've got 2 snipers here, both potentially rerouting themselves.
Ice needs to hit that entry, then, in that case, if he's going to be the first man in. Does manage to do so with the help of YF. Leah's position down under the stairs is a good one. There's just so many options for these guys in the post plant.
No time.
And indeed, you're right, no time. This A site continues to be a massive problem for King Zero. So what do you do? I mean, do you try to play a little bit more aggressive here on the defense as King Zero? I don't think it's really their tendency, as we saw obviously on Black Widow. But it just sort of feels like they are giving Baisha a little bit too many options in some of these rounds. So I think I would like to maybe see a bit more of an aggressive hold outside of A, or a fight force in middle from King Zero. Because the way they're playing right now, default and standard, they're not holding their sights.
It's more mid-round re-aggressions for me. I think it's going to be too telegraphed for KZ if they start working either an aggressive push out of A or maybe lurking a player towards B. I'd like to see them grouping and taking space a lot more directly, especially when it hits like the 120, 110 mark. Instead, we're going to get this double push through vent towards A. And again, Baisha really cognizant of it, already dropping nades, already trying to push these players back. But the longer that KZ leave it, maybe the less caught off guard Baisha will be. But Zhao, his only responsibility is to hold this vent angle.
Well, patience going to be a real virtue in this matchup, that's for sure. Baisha are not going anywhere and they're not doing anything quickly. Get a single smoke over towards mid. More of a progression smoke than anything else there for Baisha, just threatening the fact that maybe they could go through the window over towards A. And it's keeping 3 players locked on the A side at the moment.
Yeah, this is confusing to me because the setup's now changed for KZ when it comes to the weaponry. They've gone for double sniper, but they're not flexing the extra rifle to rotate off. Finally, they're doing that, but YF, I think he's been pinned back a little bit. They want to reset. Baisha back in towards A. This is where they keep finding their success. And thankfully for KZ, they've got 3 players here.
I mean, it might not make a difference. They had 3 players more or less over there last time and they weren't able to hold on. XN, he's really worried about this mid push, as you can imagine. A lot of Utah's been tossed in that direction, but he has to stay here on A. And YF,
this is aggressive.
He's going to go hunting for some information. He does spot out 577. The game might be up here. Baisha, they're just going to have to commit, and they've gone straight into that stacked site. And this time, finally, King Zero are going to be able to get it right. YDSS shot in the back of the head there by 9U. King Zero will claim their second. A lot of mind games happening here on Ankara right now.
I actually really like that push, and it does look a little bit scatterbrain from King Zero and the way that YF is pushing, but he's actually baited them straight into a crossfire, especially with the time. And you feel like you need to push forward to trade out the sniper, and you go straight into the rifle. So that was really nicely timed out of KZ.
Might be a bit of a change up here from Baisha as they're going to progress quicker even. Through towards the B side. They've gone straight through Beacon. It seems like King Zero have the early read on that, and they're starting to pull Ice back across, but he might not be here in time to help on out. Tong down early. YF just dancing around the boxes. He needs to get a shot in here and unable to land a connection. Bought some time there, courtesy of Ice, but unable to hold on, and this site now has been lost. The one thing to consider, though, is XN has got this crazy flank, which is dealt with by 577. XN unable to do enough, nor Ice. 9U now in a 1v4, and there's just too much to ask. Baisha with a change of pace, catch King Zero off guard. King Zero, you know, after such a great start on map 1, are faltering here on Ankara.
Yeah, this is interesting. There's actually a few things here for King Zero in this round. Number 1 is that this is the first time that Baisha have actually pressured Tong. Tong got caught really off guard by the timing because he wasn't prepared for how quick they were scaling up B. Secondly, yes, you got that really quick flank. Nice shot, by the way, from YF. But you had that really quick flank. You also had the bomb, but instead you're trying to fight and get these kills. You didn't need to do that if you're King Zero.
Well, this time, let's see how they play it out. This is the first sort of round where we've really seen a kill early on in the piece. A lot of these have just been 5-on-5s. Baisha choosing the right side to hit, but in this case, a 5-on-4, a player deficit that makes the job substantially more difficult to find easy, clean entries.
They're really committed to this double sniper setup. And in actual fact, you've got both snipers, YF and Tong, on the same bomb site. That this could be brilliant, or this could be an absolute disaster, because we already saw it on Black Widow, where Baisha had both of their snipers over towards the A-bomb site. They got overwhelmed with a couple of missed shots.
Baisha deciding maybe that A site is the option of choice once again. Had a lot of success over here, but a 3v2 on the entry is a far cry from a 5v3. Xiao has managed to creep his way up nice and close, but missing an opening shot. 9U capitalizing and punishing with that opportunity. Leaves just Xiao and YDSS, who's still on rotate. Shao picked off on the timing, trying to activate alone. YDSS has now been spotted as well. 9U, he can't finish it alone, but he's done enough, you would think. King Zero will allow him to escape for now, but eventually spotted by YF. And a recovery round in for King Zero, but I kind of feel like we're just, you know, in a bit of a holding pattern here. This feels like we're just going back and forth, and things are going to have to break, things are going to have to explode at some point. Maybe in the second half.
I'll tell you what, though, 9U in this round, I think, has been fantastic, because what you've got there is the immediate repositioning. He just stayed alive, and that meant that the timing for King Zero could have all of those defenders be in there. In time, you won't really allow in that 1v1, and instead you've got Baisha scaling, and they're the ones dropping the ball. Where time keeps running low, that's where the pressure is being applied, but Baisha are only doing that to themselves. You're right, there has to be a switch up, and it's fun how they've only ran one really aggressive, explosive execute that went really well, and now they've just reverted back into playing safe. Haven't seen this crossfire work. We've seen it already being employed, but we've not seen it work yet. I don't think Baisha are going to be prepared for XN.
Maybe they'll just completely disregard him if they head their way over towards this B side of the map. Ice coming into play here. Smoke fading, 577 on the way forward. Deleted, and that is Ice for 3. Well, that's how you win a round. He's going to get himself the 4th as well. Why not? Crossfire at its finest from Ice. 9, he gets himself 1, but the reality is this round is already well and truly gone. YF just looking to buy a bit of time here for his teammates to rotate across, playing Ring Around the Rosie, and eventually finishing him off as well. That is a bit more like it for King Zero. Nice with a bit of individual brilliance, gets them up to 4-4, and they could actually still walk away with the lead in the half.
Yeah, they could. It actually, for King Zero, has been very much individual plays. I mean, look at this from Ice. It's not even a crossfire, it's just a tripwire that Baisha just walk into. And it's no wonder that Baisha's game plan has been, let's go A, let's completely ignore both Tong and Ice. Over on Ankara, you can't avoid Tong forever. He's now rerouted. He wants to stay vigilant towards A, but N9 will get the opening kill.
They'll get the opening 2 kills, apparently, as 9U tries to go charging on in as well to trade it down. That'll be a mistake in the end, and short of YF pulling off a miracle round here, I don't see much coming from it for King Zero. He's getting the info now that he needs to set himself up on that line. He does have the TRG, which can find a pick or 2 on the entry, but...
As Ice got a time in here, N9's completely ignored him, and he's trying to clear things out. Ice is right behind them.
He does.
How many can he find? Oh, it's only 1.
Only 1, but that might be enough because the rest of the shenanigans happening on the site, the bomb's been dropped.
N9's nowhere near. This is really tricky, and now he's been overwhelmed as well. It's up to YDSS. Maybe Ice has done everything, and you're right. The bomb is dropped, and it's not planted. This now gets really tricky. Tong considers all the angles, and King Zero just put a round out of the hat.
Yeah, N9, he's shaking his head after that. He knows he's made the mistake. He's gone too slow. He wasn't there to join Baisha when they were crunching in onto the site, and that is the missed opportunity for Baisha. 5-4 the lead here. King Zero working hard for this victory. There's no doubt about that. They are really being forced to put some effort in on this map. But they have the advantage, they have the lead, and now they can start to set their sights on a win here against Baisha in a 2-0 capacity.
That's a crazy timing that's been hit as well, because you felt like N9 had complete overwatch of the entire site.
It's been a bit of a strange run between these two teams. King Zero did beat Baisha on Ankara and Black Widow in the final week of CFPL in the group stage. So the precedent is there that they might be able to do that again. Double sniper set up for Baisha though.
The only thing I'm concerned about is that for King Zero on Black Widow, and I know they're different maps, but on BL, that they looked really shaky and out of sorts. So I don't know whether 5 is going to be enough. We'll have to see. They are going to swing the issue in towards middle, get this forward line, and they're not punished. And in fact, they're just going to take the space.
Well, Leah in a bit of an untenable position, but he's getting some help, of course, by YDSS. And oh dear, that has not looked good at all for King Zero. You might be exactly right. Fantastic start to the second half for Baisha. There's not really much more to say about that round, just a good bit of shooting from Baisha, and the call from King Zero I don't necessarily hate, but you need to be getting that entry onto Leah, that's for sure.
Yeah, you need to kill Leah. And because you don't, that gives all the room for YDSS. It's interesting how Baisha are going to set themselves up here on GR. It looks like they've got 3 players over towards A, and actually a really aggressive stance. Out of 5-7-7. King Zero take their time. They've got good staging outside A, but also middle. This big fight's going to come in, and Tong was so good at getting these close quarter kills with the sniper. Let's see if he can do it again. Not quite, but at least he's alive.
Yeah, I mean, you've got to be lucky to be alive there, because there's 2 players waiting in the vent for you, and neither of them able to finish you off. A site somewhat reinforced there by Leah, but doesn't seem like Baisha are too concerned. They're not expecting the commitment towards A.
They've got a really good understanding of this, because as King Zero rotated over towards middle, that's where grenades just rained in. And they've still got a group here. King Zero, like, I'm glad that everyone is going together. It feels like B is the final destination, as they're going to go and split. Tong had another opportunity to get a kill. Instead, it's Ice that finds the first blood onto YDSS.
Still a lot of time in this round, though. With a minute 15 on the clock, King Zero don't necessarily need to commit to anything just yet.
I want them to, because it feels like in this series they go in and then they don't, and then they want to reroute and go to a different site. Please commit to a bomb site, and they will. Straight in towards B. Ice again being difficult, but Leah, he's now getting kills himself. It has to be Ice. It feels like it always should be Ice, but N9 and 5-7-7 will overwhelm and come in. King Zero, I think that time they did take too long.
Yeah, I agree. You started to see the pre-rotate coming across from Baisha, and even despite a couple of good kills on the way in there from Ice, Leah with a nice hold as well. You have to give him some credit. Holding on to that round for Baisha, and Baisha's scoreline slowly but surely starting to creep up here. A 6-5 the lead now. And I tend to agree that they are looking a little bit more comfortable in this half at this moment than King Zero. Might be time soon for an attack timeout to come through.
What a flash. That flashed all of them bar one. On the side of King Zero, they've been rained down with bullets. They've been naded out of this round as well. It just feels so intrusive from Baisha, and King Zero just can't get comfy. This is your map pick, remember. It just doesn't feel good whatsoever. Massive nade onto Leah. That's a nice little consequence, but N9 is now trying to push onto YF.
Not sure that he's going to go too much further. It's a pretty commonly held angle here that N9 is on.
I'm scared for Tong.
Me too. He's shotgun sniping once again. N9 round the corner, gets both. The missed shot from Tong is where the mistake is made. That might just be the round. We'll see if King Zero can find a way to somehow salvage it. As they do decide to work their way back over towards A, they will need pretty much perfect entries in onto this A side if they're to try to do that, and it's always going to be tough. In fact, impossible, it would seem. Baisha just have found their resurgence in the second half. The GR side, you see that timeout coming through in this upcoming pause here for King Zero, and I think a very necessary timeout here for them.
Yep.
They're looking in all sorts on the attack, so if they don't figure that out right now in this quick timeout, we're going to be going to a third map, no doubt about it.
It just looks limp. Like that's the only way to really describe the offense right now for King Zero. It feels like they're just walking into angles, just almost not considering the possibilities. Also, like, limited utility when we are going and taking space, just in the map in general, rather than just bomb sites. It feels very laissez-faire out of King Zero. They're just stumbling into angles, and Baisha are just getting all these rounds very easily.
Yeah, 100%. It's shoes on the other foot now, that's for sure. King Zero were doing it easily, and I mean, this is often what you see, I think, in CrossFire. You know, you see that first map go so comfortably one way, and you think, brilliant, this team's, they're frying today, and they're on for a good thing, and they've taken Baisha's map away from them, perfect opportunity, and then Ankara rolls around, and it's a completely different story, and that's, I think, you know, to Baisha's credit, obviously, whatever they've done in the break between map 1 and map 2 has worked out. They've been able to find themselves again and re-solidify things. It's not over just yet. 7-5 is not exactly an impossible scoreline to come back from King Zero, but like I said with my eye test, I guess the the general sentiment, the vibe at the moment is that Baisha are looking a little bit more comfortable here in the second half. So King Zero have to try something a little bit different. See if they can maybe unsettle Baisha. Let's find out. We're heading to round number 13 here.
How does this fare for Eagle Eye 2.0 as well, right? Because if BL continues to be an issue, is that going to be a detriment for King Zero on that decider?
I mean, it very well could be, for sure. It's going to be another one of those maps where you'll see a lot of double snipers, and that's something that Baisha are liking to lean into, maybe as much as King Zero, if not even a little more. So I think there's definitely a world where Eagle Eye can go the way of Baisha for sure. We have an experienced team on that map as well. Nonetheless, a little bit of a poke and a prod over towards the A side of the map this time around. Just a couple of grenades getting sent over the top for King Zero, but no substantial damage to note.
This is quite nice, actually, because this feels like a fake, but it isn't a fake. Because as a consequence, you've not got anyone rotating over from Baisha. If King Zero go now, then it's perfect. That's the issue. They need to go now, and they've not been doing that. You will miss your timing if you don't seize this opportunity.
They're setting up the smokes and the flashes. YF is going to throw a couple over the top. Here we go. Let's have a look. See how it pans out. 9 is able to get himself the opening pick, and a couple do come back, so that's good enough for King Zero. They've smoked off GR. Should be able to get that plan down and play out the 3-on-3, but this now becomes really a must-win round, and Baisha decide they're going to go out in front of any potential plan here. Xiao and YDSS claiming one apiece, and Tong was watching the flank when that happened, and that's exactly what Baisha were gambling on.
That's a C4 down as well. Like, they didn't plant in amongst all of that. That's a ridiculous spam coming through from YDSS, and as you say, it throws Tong in a really uncomfortable position, because not only has he got to find out where this C4 is, he's got to maybe plant, and by that point, they're trying to take the site, but Tong has the element of surprise. First kill belongs to him. 25 seconds, YDSS tries to close the gap, and it's Tong that goes to the sniper. It's a missed shot. And it's YDSS that not only closes the gap for Baisha by denying the bomb plant, but he's the one that claims the round for Baisha as they take another step forward across this dangerous path of Ankara.
I don't know what was happening for him there. Did he maybe lose where the bomb was? I thought it was pretty obvious that it was up the top.
It had to be up the top, because otherwise how's that player died?
Yeah, he was looking all over the place trying to find the bomb. I think he was trying to find the bomb, but either way.
Gun, maybe?
Maybe, but there was a gun underneath the stairs. So, regardless, it'll be an 8th round for Baisha.
This is quick.
Yeah, it is quicker. Still going to find themselves outside of A, so it might not eventuate into anything actually here. King Zero's move through middle.
Is this the first definition of insanity now?
Yeah, like trying the same thing again.
Over and over again.
Maybe.
At least the trades were good. They need to be even cleaner, straight through the smoke this time. But I tell you what, 577 and N9 have done a brilliant job. And 577 is just staying alive. And now everyone can come forward. The cavalry arrives for Baisha, and 577 is still here. Laya able to get a frag back on that sniper. 2v3, player disadvantages, but maybe only for a moment. YF thrown into this really tricky clutch, has to get the C4 once more, but can't get by YDSS. 9-5 for Baisha.
Well, I think we're at that point now where we can all kind of agree that this comeback is not happening for King Zero in the second half. They have looked flat on the attack, as they did obviously on Black Widow as well, and they got I guess helped out by such a strong GR side on Black Widow, but didn't quite have that here on Ankara, and it seems like Baisha are well and truly poised to push this one through to a map 3. King Zero may be ruining that opportunity in an hour's time if they do end up dropping this series as a result. This should have been the perfect setup for them going into their map pick of Ankara, but it has changed up on their heads. Now YDSS tasked with a hold. They have completely neglected to clear Hotel, and they have walked into a massive crossfire. King Zero have just gifted Baisha the victory on Ankara. It is over 10-5. And that opportunity that we talked about for King Zero to close this out 2-0, well, that has slipped by the wayside.
Not a single round, I want to say, in that second half as well for King Zero. Baisha looked like a team possessed in that Ankara. But for King Zero, a lot of work to do, a lot of stumbling blocks, especially on the offense, and that ultimately has led to the downfall in their series, not only just in rounds being dropped, but now in maps.
Yeah, 100%. I think King Zero were going to be pretty disappointed with that, but that doesn't necessarily matter. There's still a third map to get to, so we'll have to see how that plays out when we do get to Eagle Eye.
Play is in our DNA. Whenever we let it out, it becomes our superpower. Now imagine an entire city being built to supercharge it. Kadir City, powered by Play.
Oh, we got a series on our hands. Baisha comes back on Ankara, 10-5, tying up the series 1-1, which means it comes down to Eagle Eye. Now, King Zero had all the confidence in the world after map number 1. They were feeling great, and in fact, they were looking great off the start. But then Baisha said enough is enough. They snapped back to take the win 10-5. What's Eagle Eye going to look like? None of us know until we see it, but it's going to be coming at you fast. Hey, welcome back into the Allianz Vaults. I'm Taylor Reflections Noble, joined by Sneaky Frog and Lucy. Lucy, Baisha did it. They have come back. They have forced a game number 3.
Yeah, that's more the Baisha we expected to see. I think if there was a 2-0 here, it would have been very disappointing to get that from them out the gate. And I think we're seeing a lot more of what we've expected, what we've seen throughout the entire season. Completely locked out. I loved watching their BL side, with how confident their side takes looked. It was just completely dismantling their opponents. And then, I mean, the second half was just complete lockout. It felt like there was nothing that they could do on that BL side when it came to KZ.
Yeah, I knew they were in trouble when I was listening to the casters, and they're saying, yeah, it's just not going to happen. This is over with. The comeback isn't in the bag. You were losing your mind several times throughout that game.
Yeah, I'm not going to lie. I'm really surprised that ICE is making the HK417 work, considering, the other teams or the other players are also kind of struggling with it. But at the same time, I did kind of see that coming, or rather kind of saw this coming from a mile away, considering Ankara is a lot more space to take for the side of KZ, which allows more opportunity for the side of Baisha to kind of move around the map. And, the person that I mentioned that had to step up to the plate, he did. I mean, YDSS performed really well in the map of Ankara, but at the same time, I feel like N9 started hearing what we were saying in the broadcast desk, and it seems like he kind of took it personally, and he just started frying everybody.
Yeah, those two were absolutely undeniable, right? Just like they could do nothing wrong. I think one of my favorite rounds in that entire map was it was over towards the A side. It was when the side had been taken. It was a 3-on-3, and Baisha, they're on the retake. They didn't even allow the bomb to go down, right? They just flashed through the smokes. They're getting aggressive ahead of it. So disruptive, and it just felt like KZ didn't get a chance to play their Blacklist side.
Yeah, and this kind of feels like it's kind of telling on the side of KZ, right? If they don't get early momentum, they're gonna start to crash and burn here, and it kind of took the effort of ICE and maybe some flanks here from XN, but some of the other players disappeared. I wanted to see more from Tong especially, and more from 9U in this map, but it kind of seems like the Baisha pressure is too much, and it seems like they were just a bit cold during the first map.
Yeah, and I think, the Tong conversation's a big one because the snipers were quite prevalent from the side of Baisha, right? They were getting a lot of impact this round. They would just see there. Tong, I mean, that's a trade that he should be getting every day. The redirect, that was a trade that he was getting on the map 1, just was a little bit absent here. And I think just in general, it really felt like this Blacklist side was just stalled out. They could never really feel the comfort to go for what they wanted. We saw, these multiple A side hits where they just couldn't really successfully get in, but they just kept trying it. Just like they weren't able to find any solutions to get going.
Got a challenge. Who was the guy to step up if N9 is not performing well? Well, in this case, N9 did. 16 total kills, but you also mentioned YDSS, the guy that needs to carry the torch, rather. He does exactly that with 16 himself. Just a dominant performance overall. You look at the other side, XM with only 8. Either way, man, when the scoreline is 10-5, you don't expect the scoreline to be that high for Baisha. But man, for the other side of King Zero. Great game, though. And now you mentioned at least the momentum. When it's not going King Zero's way, they've got to pull them up from the bootstraps. Now they go into game 3. And I asked you before, heading into map 2, if it does go to game 3, you actually favored King Zero. Do you still feel that way?
Yeah, I still do feel that Eagle Eyes definitely could be easily taken here by King Zero, considering that we're going from a large map back to another small map once again. And it's going to be a whole lot more face-up fights for the side of Baisha Gaming, like similar to what we saw in map number 1. So if Baisha is not ready to go for the medium to close range fights at the start of the round, then, they might drown in this one. But, I feel like they can kind of take it now. I mean, N9's warmed up, YDSS is hitting a shot, Xiao Xiao just needs a bit more. And if we can see Baisha in full form,
well,
this could be scary.
We see them now in their dugout. This is a live view as they head back to the stage. Looks like they were chilling. Had a lot of food in there, man. Those guys have been eating good, and they're about to eat even better if they can win this game number 3. Because, Lucy, what's at stake? To remind the viewers, right? Whoever wins this moves forward.
Yeah, straight through the playoffs round. Obviously, first game here for Baisha too. They started off cold. That was a conversation we had coming into this, that KZ looked really good in their opening series, completely dominated. They come into this one, rip off the gate with a fantastic map 1. But now we're starting to see a bit more what we expected from this series. Baisha have warmed up into things. They're in their comfort zone. All the individuals online. I think we're getting the game that we deserved.
And yeah, I feel like Eagle Eye is definitely going to be a good test for both of these teams, right? Considering that, just like what I said, Eagle Eye is going to be very prevalent, especially when it comes to this meta, since, not everyone likes New Mexico at the very moment. Eagle Eye is kind of the closest thing to a map that is as small, but is more operable. So yeah, both of these teams going to be tried and tested for it.
For sure, this is a big matchup indeed. Originally, King Zero, we were thinking maybe 2-0. I was thinking that anyways, but Baisha fight back in a big way. And now the momentum is arguably now on Baisha's side, despite Sneaky thinking King Zero is going to close it out in this game number 3. But the reality is, when N9 and YDSS start playing well, it's tough to shut them down.
Yeah, absolutely. And, they were just undeniable in that map too. And we look at how Eagle Eye 2.0 has played out this year for the two teams mentioned, right? It's been a bit of a coin flip, but they've always been quite dominant maps, to be honest. Like 10-5 was the most recent result. That was Baisha winning that outright. And yeah, it really does now worry me. Just given the momentum, it really feels like Baisha aren't slowing down. And these blacklist sides have been lackluster across both maps when it comes to KZ.
Sneaky, what's the game plan for King Zero? You clearly favor them map number 3. Who are they leaning on? Is it Ice once again? Will it be Tong? Who do we got?
I feel like it's going to come down to the snipers, because the snipers is very important, especially for openings here on Eagle Eye, whether we talk about top A, whether we talk about hotel. And the man who was just on our screen, Xiao Xiao, he has to step up to the plate, because if the snipers go really cold early, especially when it comes to defense, it's literally just a green light for the BL to just enter the site.
Well, that sounds like Tong and YF to me. They were running dual snipers map 1. Maybe they bring it back.
Yeah, honestly, YF was actually playing really, really well on that map 1. Felt like he was back into his primary sniping kind of form, right? Looked really good between the two of them, the way they were playing off each other. It was really difficult to break through. Don't think the dual snipers were as successful for Baisha, but they weren't really relying on it because they had the riflers playing so well.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, our first game 3 of the day for the first series. It's Baisha Gaming going against King Zero Esports. Who wants to move forward? Will it be Baisha? Will it be King Zero? Let's find out with B-Dog and Elfish Guy.
All on the line here at Eagle Eye 2.0. One of these teams qualifies through immediately. They just need to hit 10. And it is that double sniper setup, or maybe it's just the rifles of Ice finding the kills and spinning round onto YDSS. That's a crazy shot.
Yeah, the pace just immediately picking up here from King Zero. Where was this on the last couple of maps? It's completely caught Baisha off guard. They've got themselves a 5v3, although it's a tentative 5-on-3, I have to say, with 9U and Ice a sliver away from death. So maybe Baisha can still find a way to put this round together. Ice is sticking around. He gets the better of 577 as well. He's a menace to start off round 1 here on Eagle Eye.
Hilariously, it actually might be a case of where King Zero have put so much prep into Baisha coming into this game, they might have been putting almost too much emphasis on the maps that aren't theirs. They actually might have left Ankara slip to work more on Black Widow and Eagle Eye 2.0. Like, that genuinely might be the case. These players are low. Like, I really don't want to rule Xiao out of this, because maybe he can make things happen. He could swap to rifles, but able to scoop that one up immediately. Try and isolate one of these kills with the bomb being down, but 9U will lock it in and somehow stays alive on a sliver.
Yeah, well, that's what you want to see. King Zero getting that one done nice and quickly. Maybe the confidence is flowing here on Eagle Eye to start things off. Xiao, no real chance in the end in that
solo retake attempt. Don't imagine we're going to see rounds that quickly all the time from King Zero, and it does slow down initially here as well for round number 2. So pretty standard setups from King Zero. You've got 9U just sort of posted over to Porte long, having a bit of a look there. XN set up in case there's a push down mid, and Baisha taking that space at B long and Hotel as well. It's a very, very standard start to this round from both of these teams. Often what you'll sometimes see as well is, you know, a bit more of aggression through middle for the defensive side. Not the case this time around. They're going to actually start dumping some util over towards A. It feels as though maybe Baisha worried about that A hit. It's not yet come for King Zero, but that's a lot of the counter utility out of the pockets of Baisha now. And maybe that's what King Zero were waiting for, because now they're picking up that pace.
Yeah, double layering. They're right straight in towards this A bomb site. Liar's got to make ends meet and can't do it, but the swing from XN is just brilliant. Tom's providing supporting coverage, and King Zero straight into this bomb site. N9, for as good as he is, can't even find a kill. I love that. You're right. They get the counter utility out, and then they go in again. This has been probably the most inspiring rounds I've seen on the BL side from King Zero all series. We've only had 2 of them.
Yeah, I mean, they have looked very shaky on the BL side. I think it is fair to say they only had to get 3 on Black Widow, and then they got, I think, none on Ankara, actually.
True.
I'm pretty sure it was a 5-4 half for them on GR. So they've had 2 maps. They've had now 5 rounds, actually, on the BL side. Trade is there for XN. So that's all good. And meanwhile, 9, I mean, he's, I guess this is 9 in a nutshell. He likes to make these unorthodox plays. He's just pushed through his own smoke at the bottom of B long, and he's going to try and catch a timing into middle. He's going to need to move quickly, though, because King Zero are already picking the pace up over towards A, and XN, he's used to that kind of trickery. He's played against 9 a bunch of times. Meanwhile, he is missing his shots again over towards A, and that is going to bring this round into disrepute for Baisha. They don't even really need to contest him. They could just take that bomb over to B, but they're going to try to fight him, and they eventually do find that trade.
Look at the timeout being called immediately.
3-0 start. I mean, if you don't call the timeout here and these rounds continue this quickly, like, we could blink and be at a sort of 5-0, 6-0 deficit at that point. So I kind of get it. Like, I understand what you're saying, that it is very early, but these rounds are also progressing pretty quickly. So you want to slow that momentum down a little bit and just give Baisha a chance to kind of think and reset here, it would seem.
Yeah, I don't actually mind it the more that I think about it now, because what the coach could be saying is just to chill out a little bit and settle. And that's not only when it comes to positioning, and obviously you've got the N9 push in this round, but it's also about holding on to your utility. Because we've already seen in the second round that they were really jumpy. It does feel like Baisha were really quick to react to things when they're just playing into the hands of King Zero, especially in that previous round. So, yeah, do you know what? Fair enough. I like the fact that they've called this timeout here. The fact that the timeouts are very extended in CROSSFIRE as well just means that you've got a bunch of time just to reset the situation. You almost can go again. You can play like it is 0-0 and maybe then just build into this eagle eye. But the fact that the BL sides have not looked good at a King Zero and they start off 3-0, that is dangerous. That is very dangerous for Baisha.
Yeah, absolutely. Saw that momentum, obviously, on Black Widow as well. When King Zero got rolling, it was very difficult for Baisha really to do anything to try and force their way back into that map.
I don't like seeing this so early on.
Xiao was a little bit tired, maybe. I mean, it's not exactly early. It's actually midday here in Paris. But as far as that time zone is concerned, for these guys having come from all the way over in Asia, and I'm the same. My time zone right now is probably about 7:30 p.m. You know, it takes a bit of getting used to. So that could be affecting them potentially. If you're not having a great sleep, if you're getting a bit of jet lag, it's just part of the thing that, actually, to be honest, Baisha and King Zero don't often have to deal with, because when it comes to CROSSFIRE, we're not typically playing in Europe. This is the first tournament in Europe in years. You know, never in North America either. So as far as time zone shifts are concerned, it's typically the other teams that are having to deal with it rather than these teams coming through from CFPL. Maybe not something that they're super familiar with and used to. King Zero handling it better at the moment, it would seem, at least on Eagle Eye. Set up towards middle, grenade out. Just a little bit chip damage onto ice. Reserved kind of hold this time for Baisha back towards their A site, but that might work out because that's exactly where King Zero are going to be headed. Try and find those entries. Ice has a little bit of room to work with here. He bides his time nicely, and he might get the backstab in onto Leah. As a result, he had no idea that Ice was coming. And so King Zero have busted their way into this A site, but maybe not cleanly enough. YDSS on the hunt.
This is nice for YDSS, just trying to get the frag onto XN. Tong now knows that he's got time to pick up this C4 and plant. So at least he can do that and put this into a 1v1, but it's going to be very difficult. Tong needs to hit his shot instantly, otherwise he's a dead man walking, and all of this nice positioning from King Zero would have all been in vain, but of course Tong hits the shot, gets a nice angle on YDSS, and King Zero will keep on pushing the needle further into qualifying through out of the groups here at EWC.
That's crazy from YDSS though, isn't it? Like, he doesn't even, I don't feel like he doesn't even try to make it difficult there for Tong. He's like, okay, I'm here, and I'm just going to run at the A site, and you're going to be, and I'm going to be exactly where you expect me to be. He doesn't go for a flank through middle. He doesn't even just slow things down a little bit to sort of throw an element of doubt in the mind. He just full sent it and hoped that Tong was going to watch somewhere else, but not the case. And so 4-0 lead on the board here for King Zero. Baisha have already used their tack timeout. This is pretty dire straits for them.
I think that in the last round as well, that was another instance of N9 getting time-inned and Ice being allowed to have the opportunity. Saw it on Black Widow, now see it here on Eagle Eye 2.0, 577. You know, a little bit of stress, but that's okay. There are teammates to back him up over towards the left-hand side of the map. And for KZ, it's another slow stage in as they just try to get rid of N9 over at B.
King Zero, not really up to much at the moment. XN kind of having a little bit of a look around that smoke. 9 peeks for info. And he does spot a few of those KZ players out, but again, how much can you really infer from that? You're not expecting King Zero to play too quickly. If you see 3 players there with a minute or over a minute left on the clock.
9U's just up. This is now gets really interesting because you've actually left a deep space there. XN will just go, and instead that's the push in towards middle. Is there a trade? Yes, there is out of YF. But getting this bomb back's going to be tricky, especially only 40 seconds left. And with Zhao then finding the kill on towards Tong, this gets trickier and trickier here for KZ.
They've got to try and clear out middle, and there's a lot of spots to hide here. N9 ducking his head back down, but YDSS found, and N9, when he's alone, that spot becomes much more untenable. Now, all of a sudden, with 20 seconds left, if King Zero make the right call, they can win this round, but they might go right into Leah, who could double down. He's tucked in the corner there, eventually finished off by YF, but he needs to find a way to get a plan, and he's not going to be able to do it in time. If he pushes right into Xiao, Baisha will claim that. King Zero just completely overlooking the possibility that there could have been a push there into mid, and transitioning the bomb alone. That's a mishap.
That's a nice round out of Baisha to recognize actually that with the extremity pushes that mid's going to be a lot more open for business. YF has now got to be careful with N9 throwing nades through the window, but this is a lot faster out of King Zero, and we've seen this only in round 1. We haven't seen the scaling yet out of King Zero. Finally, we get to see it. The spam on the smoke, not connecting anything, but it gives a lot of intent over, and it gives a lot of info to Baisha. Does BL side now reset and looking towards middle? They don't want to get undone by this push again, but it didn't happen at 1 minute 50. It happened at 30 seconds.
I don't think it's going to happen at 1 minute 40 or 1 minute 30 or 1 minute 20 or 1 minute 10. The way things are going right now for King Zero, they're really enjoying waiting down that time up. You can just see from the positions that they're playing, they're really not invested in anything just yet. They are so reserved. And maybe it's a case of once bitten, twice shy, right? They've seen Baisha in the late mid-round kind of make that push into middle, essentially win the round off the back of it. And now King Zero are thinking, okay, well, they could do that again. So we better hold for that. Now it'll be a mid push, so whether it's a mid to B or a mid to A, probably a mid to A at this rate.
Big kill.
Well, that is a good shot in onto YDSS, like you say, and In fact, they just decide that they're going to group their way up and potentially blew their way down A long for the attempted entry.
Oh, I don't mind it. YF has also seen players, not only Liar, but also 577 just in the sight, but 577's holding on. Needs to get that trade. YF will, and then Ice out of nowhere gets rid of N9. So it all falls to Zhao in the 1 versus 3. Feel like you got no hope in this round if you're the sniper here for Baisha.
Oh, he's hoping for a little bit of a mistake there, and Tong gives it right to him. There's a lot of angles that can actually see onto the A site from across the other side of the map, and Xiao, well, he's so experienced, he knows all of them. That's the first pick that he needs. 1v3 on offer, typical Xiao fashion. I don't think he's quite seen YF there. Not even a pixel showing, and there is the swing. That will be the end of Xiao. So 5-1, a little bit of a mishap in that last round for Baisha, or rather for King Zero, but Baisha are not able to actually capitalize on it and put anything really together. This is still progressing pretty nicely for King Zero at the moment.
Scary how good this kid is for King Zero as well. Ice instantaneous onto the opposing sniper for Baisha. There we go. It is quick, but it is the sniper finding purchase first. 577 overwhelmed. And 9 needs to get a multi, but can't do it. And yet again, King Zero overwhelmed. They always seem to have this player advantage. They've got full coverage of the site. The bomb can make its way. Red carpet rolled out as YDSS goes on the quick flank.
Xiao's on the line again, trying to see if he can find a pick on that top site, but hasn't been given anything. Bombs still just getting tossed around right now by King Zero. They're not getting that quick plant down, that's for sure. And oh, YF, that is a little bit scary. Eventually gets Xiao off of his post and able to get the plant down. And meanwhile, YDSS has been cleared out by Ice. So again, it comes down to Xiao in a 1v3, and this one doesn't even get as close as the last. 6-1. King Zero are styling on Baisha at the moment.
I really like in the variety of the aggression, because it's actually the same destination every time, but the manner in which they do it when it comes to scaling just up that A corridor has just been relentless from KZ. And yeah, sure, Zhao's been having opportunities to get these like really deep crosses, but that's only when the damage has already been done. I think King Zero have done an immaculate job at keeping this AWPer at arm's reach. And now you've got the secondary sniper on A locking things down, but this condition's already been created here. If you're King Zero, you do not need to go back in towards A for the rest of the half if you don't want to. And you got a feeling your spidey sense will be going off at some point that N9 will start pushing B, because again, he's not really been involved in this deciding match.
No. Yeah, he is the kind of guy, you know, in his heyday that would always seem to find the timings, but has been few and far between today as well for him. Xiao keeping watch on middle. He's going to be flashed off that line, and here comes the rest of King Zero to little success. N9 this time is there, ready and waiting for them. Gets an easy 3. And with that, you'd think it will be the second for Baisha. At a very necessary time. Tong dealt with XN alone. It wasn't quite the rampage towards the finish line for King Zero maybe in this half that they wanted it to be, but they could still find themselves a 7-2.
That you spoke about N9, and then he does find that time in to actually be in towards middle when that hit comes in, because the flashbang was brilliant to get the sniper off the angle, but N9 not affected by it because it comes around the corner a second later. He was 2-7, now his scoreline looks a lot more respectable.
7 deaths, 6 kills, 4, 5, 7, 7. Same for 9, although he's going to go up to 8 as he starts this round off with a deficit. That is a poor spot to be in. Push coming through, XN catching 5-7-7, so he will join N9 at 6-8. And unfortunately, it's not what you want. It's not what we want from Baisha.
This is a nice pivot. You've just got entries on both sides of the map. You've been leaning A lot more than B in this first half, so it makes sense just to cut out the middleman. Go back in towards this B bomb site. And sure, you've got a sniper that's holding the angle here for GR, but 9U is just taking all of this direct space, and he's got a player with him in case things get a little bit crazy. You can afford to do this. You can just push because you've got the numbers advantage.
Oh, well. 9U. Oh, and Ice falling at the hands of Leah.
Eventually does get traded back on down. The number's still going to prevail, but there was a moment of hope there for Baisha.
That second shot was ridiculous.
Yeah. Well, IDSS, let's see what he can put together. He's just going to have to send it straight into this side. They do line up, but can't spray them both down. 7-2, and the last time we saw a 7-2 half favoring King Zero, it was a 10-4 win there on Black Widow. So that's got to be weighing on the back of the mind here of Baisha.
And that was all on defense. King Zero done their best work on defense all series long. They've now given themselves a ridiculous buffer of rounds. And if Baisha weren't sweating before, it's certainly going to be a really tricky task if they're up for it. And we know that they can be up for it. Look at Zhao just trying to fight because Tong's pushed. And there we go. Maybe it is a little bit too aggressive for King Zero as they've been shut down and cut to shreds in round 10. It's a statement of intent here for Baisha. We will not go down easy.
Yeah, I've always felt that Baisha have been a very strong team and a stronger team when they're playing that proactive, faster style. I feel like that's where they play their best game. It seems like that element of their game has been sort of put on the back burner, I think, a little bit more in the last sort of 12, 18 months in general compared to the peak period of Baisha. But every now and then you get a flash of it, a glimpse at a round like that. And that's where it looks so impressive. YF just going to take the opportunity here to use this as maybe a free tack timeout. Chill out on the other side of the map while that C4 ticks away, and King Zero can have a chat about what went wrong. Maybe in that round they had players set up where they needed them, but Baisha able to overwhelm the majority of those duels.
I can't believe I'd ever see a save in this game.
Yep. Well, it's not so much to save necessarily, is it? But just an opportunity to chat. Early days in this half, though, for King Zero, so not too much you can read into. I don't expect you're going to get every round being that quick from Baisha. So probably still want to opt for something a little more standard if you're King Zero here, rather than starting to make adaptations off just one round.
You got to remember that they've been so good at being patient, and that's the round they switch it. YF drops a smoke at an appropriate time. So a line in the sand drawn, at least towards this B-bomb site. I'm surprised that he's so close to that smoke, but it's just to drop the nade. That's brilliant onto N9. He loses half his HP instantly.
Zhao watching for any potential aggression here from King Zero, and he gets it from Ice, but doesn't even manage to fire a shot off. So this might be where the cookie starts to crumble for Baisha. They lose a couple of players early on in the piece, and this attempt in towards B, well, it's going to be against a full King Zero lineup as that rotate is coming through. YF tucked in the corner, also falling, and Tong can't double down as well. I mean, King Zero, they just stood and tried to deliver, but they didn't deliver anything. Baisha bust their way in. Now it's on Ice, and he's also going to fall. What a fumble from King Zero.
They had it. They had the opening kill on the sniper, on the lurk. They had everyone in that site. And yeah, somehow they managed to find a way to make those fights one-on-ones. Yeah. I don't know how they aren't peaking together. There was no trading whatsoever. That is a disaster. That is a nightmare of a round that King Zero wants to forget. And Baisha think, well, this is so good, we're going to run it right back.
Yeah, it might be doable now in the minds of Baisha as they've put together a couple of rounds to start this half. 7-4 feels a far cry from 7-2. Another 1 or 2 rounds here, and Baisha are really already getting within striking distance of King Zero's scoreline. So I don't think we can count our chickens before they hatch. So it's looking like a great start for King Zero.
This is nice out of King Zero, actually taking a push in towards A, taking this deep space. It looks like it's been held for, though, by Zhao.
Yeah, if they go any further, you wouldn't really expect them to push any more.
You don't need to, though. You're right. Like, you can just rotate players away now, so you can reinforce this B bomb site because you've got this deep lurking element of XN. Mid might be the concern later, but for now, it looks like Baisha's walking into the trap. Ice nearly gets caught off guard, has to drop his utility and back out.
That's all that Baisha was looking for. They're not here to commit to this B site just yet.
There's a ton of grenades that have just been dropped as a consequence as well for King Zero. You got the flashbang, you had the HE, and you had the smoke.
Got a minute and a half
Still on the clock there for Baisha when they initially draw out that util from King Zero. Now letting it tick down a little bit longer. They start to dump a little bit over the top of B and see if they can, again, pull out some of that counter util. It is going to be a double pump here from Baisha. There's really not a whole lot left for King Zero. XN is the one with the sizable amount of util, but he's on the rotate. So it's going to come down to the gunplay here for King Zero. They need to make it work when the hit comes. Baisha now on their way in through that smoke. It's a 1 for 2 and eventually starting to get pulled back in. Nice flash does slow down the progression of Baisha, and with that C4 dropped on the site, they will have to commit their way forward into King Zero's hold. Oh. Xiao for the 1-on-3, can't get it done again, as Tong will finish it. Gets it up to 8 for King Zero.
I'll tell you what a really timely rotation as well for King Zero. That player that they had just lurking in the depths of A the entire time actually comes over as that second flight of utility is in motion. It was XN that then has this really tight little crossfire by the cable car and just gives King Zero enough squeeze of the juice in round 12 to make it that 8-4. And now deep nades are going to push King Zero back even more. They're trying to trade the utility. Tong's on a crazy angle as 9U gets up close with N9, and the flashbang, whilst it does affect him, it doesn't affect his lead.
Yeah, Tong as well. Should be good for 1, but doesn't manage to land the shot, and so he gets overwhelmed. Now 9U and XN have to work in tandem. The reload is awkward. I mean, so much damage done to Leah and 577, but no confirmation on the kill. YF's now going to get himself up into tower and see if he can cause a ruckus on that potential plan, which he does. Leah down. And Ice as well chiming in. We're back to a 2-on-2. 577 obviously still tagged up. Advantage King Zero, one might argue, but time now favoring Baisha as the King Zero duo link back up at the bottom of long. Start to work their way towards the site.
And you know they always do this. You know they always group up and link together, and that's why 577 has pushed the issue in towards middle. This is such a supreme flank, and he's going to be able to get rid of YF. Leaves it all onto the Star Rifler, the Prodigy, here at EWC, but he can't get the kill whatsoever. YDSS locks it in. Really good initiative there by Baisha to understand the tendencies of King Zero and to punish them as they try and retake the site.
Yeah, and I mean, I don't think you can be too critical about that 2-on-2 for King Zero. I think where that round actually does fall apart is the initial defense. Tong are not able to land a shot. Okay, that's fine, but even with that crossfire that was established for King Zero, you'd think that they should be able to find themselves a little bit more than they did. Put it a little bit too far out of the realms of possibility in what was ultimately a 4v2 for King Zero there. So just need to be a little bit cleaner with the shots on the hold, and that would have been 9 on the board and series point now pressuring Baisha, but not to be. So instead, we're going to get that tactical pause through here from King Zero. Maybe starting to feel a little bit of the pressure and taking the opportunity to have their own reset at an 8-5 scoreline where things are still not looking too bad. I mean, this is still King Zero's series to lose, but Baisha are definitely circling like sharks in the water.
And they are knocking on the door, right? It's not like they've not been competitive in these rounds. Like, again, that was a 4-on-2 that then evolves into a 2v2 at one stage for King Zero. It's not like they're just rolling over and allowing Baisha to get these rounds back without consequence. Like, there is a challenge in every single one of these. These are mentally taxing rounds for Baisha. Your back is still well and truly up against the wall. I just say, Elfish, definitely King Zero's map and series to lose at this point. But if there's one team that's got all the experience, the one team that has done it time in, time out, especially on an international stage, that team is Baisha.
Yeah, 100%. Again, you look at the super experienced players in this lineup of N9 and Xiao, 577. They have won on the global stage many a time. This one becoming a little bit more of a difficult story for them. EWC has never necessarily been kind for them, although there has only been one EWC CROSSFIRE, which was last year, so give them the benefit of the doubt. It's not as if they've had a huge number of opportunities.
Deep progression smoke being dropped here by King Zero, but Baisha are already ahead of it. That gets you a little bit nervy for YF, but at least he's taking like a much more passive angle. King Zero reverting back to what works well for them, which is just playing on the sites directly, playing off of forward sight lines. They're relying a lot on their control. And these fake smokes out towards A aren't going to do anything. Like, they understand what's going on here, surely.
Yep.
If I'm King Zero, though, I'd be rotating an extra player to B.
Oh, at the moment, they're more than happy to rely on YF's prowess, which may be misplaced. 3 players creeping their way up. His timing's critical on this peak. He gets 2! Oh, he gets a collat. Oh! Okay. Well, that's one way to win a round. It's just over before it begins.
Just hits the collateral. Tongs then on the deep angle, watching towards mid, and the split falls foul. And in fact, it's going to be the double snipers, one that the desk alluded to for Eagle Eye 2.0, potentially having the most significant impact in this game. As it's collateral impact for YF. And maybe one of the final nails in the coffin for this qualification series for Baisha. It looks like they're going to have to do it the hard way here at EWC. As King Zero now have 5 chances to try and close this. To try and put themselves in towards the playoffs here in Paris.
That's a very tough ask here for Baisha. King Zero teetering on the precipice of being the first team through to those playoffs indeed.
Look at the switch up as well for YF. It's now even more aggressive in towards B. You think it's so emboldened because you got that collateral kill. They won't go here again, he says, and he's bang on the money. Yep. 3 players are now over towards A, and that's exactly where Baisha are.
And Flash is going out as well from King Zero, trying to slow things down. Baisha inevitably going to have to make their move. They're tossing their util forward, smoke in for the mid connector. Here it is. Baisha need to make their entries work out. 577 has one, but it's not quite enough just yet. Still rampaging his way onto the side and eventually falling all on the shoulders now of Xiao in the 1v3 to try to save the game for Baisha. And so far, he's had a couple of attempts at these 1-on-3s, and he has not won any of them. YF from behind will put him down, and it will be King Zero to take the first spot in the playoffs of EWC CROSSFIRE 2026.
What a journey for King Zero as well, and it feels like they've made one here. Again, a big novel in this best of 3, because you start off strong. In the middle, it's incredibly weak, and your BL side was lacking. Yet here on Eagle Eye 2.0, it felt like they worked through all of the changes, they came out stronger, and Baisha now sent scrambling. Their first official game here at EWC ends in a loss to domestic competition, and they are now 1 series away potentially from being eliminated. They were runners-up last year.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, look, it may be a little bit more reminiscent potentially for Baisha of their run at CFS 2025 rather than EWC 2025, where they actually got grouped, and that would have been a little bit awkward. But either way, that's enough from us. We have to hand it down to the stage for an interview with King Zero.
Okay, and just like that, King Zero is able to get it done. First and foremost, Baisha defeated you in CFPL just a couple of weeks ago in grand finals. Now you got revenge. How does it feel to get revenge on such a big stage?
在这个月的时候，当时在 CFPL 的总决赛里面，白沙是曾经击败过你们，然后现在你们相当于一个复仇赛，然后成功的击败了他们。那现在感觉怎么样呢？
感觉很开心吧，在 CFPL 决赛里清算我们一次了，这次轮到我们清算了。
I mean, it feels absolutely amazing. Yes, we did lose to them back in the CFPL finals, but we absolutely whooped their asses here today.
Okay, talk your talk. And now you're officially qualified for the playoffs here at the Esports World Cup. How excited are you and your teammates?
你们现在是成功晋级到了后面的淘汰赛了。那你们现在队内的氛围怎么样？你们感觉怎么样呢？
队内队内氛围挺好的，然后我们每个人感觉快乐游戏嘛。
Everyone is really happy about it. The atmosphere in their team is really good. I'll say that right now we're just enjoying the game.
Okay, and just last thing, that came down to the end. You ended up having to clutch out. How did you guys clutch it out after it was 1-1?
刚才打的这场呢，你们就白沙当时也是1-1追平了你们，然后包括最后一场也算是打得比较焦灼一点，比较黏一点。那当时你们是怎么相当于是成功的胜出的呢？
我们就比较干脆的嘛，然后做好赛前的针对嘛。
Well, we did do a lot of preparation, pre-game preparation in regards to some of Baisha's strategies, and I'll say that just in terms of the game itself, we were just simply more decisive when it came to executing those strategies.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, and of course that preparation clearly has paid off as King Zero officially have punched their ticket into the playoffs.
Play is in our DNA. Whenever we let it out, it becomes our superpower. Now imagine an entire city being built to supercharge it. Kadir City, powered by play.
King Zero might have stumbled in map 2, but they picked themselves up in map 3 to move forward to the playoffs. Our first team to punch their ticket to do so. King Zero, undeniable. We talked about Ice and how good he is. Ice in his veins, especially towards the ends. And Sneaky, that interview. He's talking trash already. He's already getting his screen time. We compare him to N9. Ice already making a name for himself.
Yeah, for sure. And he's starting to, I already love the player Ice because, I love myself some really good rookies, especially riflers. But man, if he's also capable of talking trash and backing it up, he might be up there with one of my favorites now. And Ice, he deserves it. He deserves to talk all that, talk all that smack because he played that good. He's one of the few players right now who can actually use the HK417 the way it's intended to be used. Headshots, taps, and everything. It's just impressive.
And debut international series or day as well. It's been brilliant to watch from him. I also like in the interview, he kind of talked about the decisiveness in that map 3, and we really got to see it there, right? Especially on that Blacklist side after their woes on it throughout the series so far. That final map, they looked so calm, composed, knew exactly what they wanted to do, and you could really see that contrast with Baisha, especially on the backlist. There's that moment when they're trying to execute into B, and like they were stalled out. They were up into a 5-man stack. It really did feel like they outplayed them.
Yeah, a lot of questions, at least in my mind personally. King Zero, how would they snap back going into game 3? Sneaky, you believed in them the entire time. Let's go to round 3, however, and watch a critical moment where King Zero is able to take a 3-0 lead. What do we witness?
Yeah, this is the capabilities of KZ, right? Despite having not so stellar of a start to the round, they're also capable. They're not just a one-gear team. They can also kind of peel it back at the same time, and N9 obviously recognizing that they have to play a bit more risky in this one. But XN reading the read in the process, getting the flank going, and it just fell apart for Baisha. Everybody just started pushing forward because they're just losing players one by one, and the numbers really didn't go their way, and it seems like the pressure is just a bit too much. And look at that, they're not even pushing forward. They're forcing Baisha to play their game.
Yeah, I think there was multiple cases of this, right, on this GR side where I feel like Baisha was so uncomfortable. I think the only 2 rounds that kind of came through for them was one where they got super disruptive and towards middle. They were kind of pushing under the watchtower. They had multiple players pushing through and trying to cut off the rotations. And then the other round, I think, was just required a multi-kill. I think it was a quad kill coming through from N9. Like, those are the only 2 big moments that really feel like they were in control in that first half at all.
We don't have a replay, I don't think of it, but I at least want to give Baisha some flowers. Xiao hitting that nasty snipe earlier or later on in the game, I shall say. We lost our minds when he did so.
Oh yeah, for sure. And it just goes to show that Xiao is still definitely a dangerous man, despite losing in this series. I feel like Baisha, if they get a bit more warmed up, they're going to be the scariest team in the lower bracket, in my opinion.
No, absolutely. I mean, you can kind of write this one off, right? First stage game, they'll have a chance to bounce back, and I think the bracket also will favour them when it gets down to that. So this is probably the hardest game they'll have until they get to playoffs, if they get to playoffs.
That's right.
But I think, we talked about the snipers. The best sniper in the server isn't even a primary sniper. It was YF. He was brilliant, hitting every single shot on map 1, and that third map, I think he was the top player in the server.
Yeah, going into what brought them up to round 9 wins, at least, for King Zero. It was YF and Tong, and they had this double snipe moment that was disgusting. I think YF hits like 3 shots, right? And then it was finished off by his teammate of Tong, 3-4 dead instantly on Baisha's side.
Yeah, it was brilliant to watch, right? Considering, Tong has taken over that primary sniping role. We really praised him coming into this series too, particularly because of how he was performing yesterday. He had that statement performance on sub base. But it just shows just how much they can rely on this dual sniper setup. Like, it's not a weakness for them. It's a real strength.
Yeah, and it is nice to have on your team, especially that YF can switch from like elite sniping mode to elite rifling mode. You can kind of have a lot of variety, especially when it comes to strategy and especially when it comes to defenses, right? I mean, Tong is already a good sniper in itself, and even if you kill him, there's still the YF option. He can just drop his gun and still be just as good.
That's fair. Tactical pauses, they're critical, Lucy, when it comes to, regaining composure, getting your feet back underneath you. Often, I think every single game that we had, both tactical pauses were used for each side, right? More so, I think, for Baisha, especially in that game number 3, very early, after just round 3, Baisha said enough. We got to call a tactical pause. We got to try to get anything going.
Yeah, and it didn't really give them that, right? Like, they were looking for that moment to reset the momentum, and the rounds they came just came really scrappily. It was really spread apart. They weren't able to get any sort of consistency going, and you kind of expect a little bit more out of them, especially utilizing that resource.
Yeah, for sure. For Baisha, though, a big loss. This was their first match at EWC, and they unfortunately fall flat. King Zero played so incredibly well. You could argue, though, Baisha, Ankara, come on, they look incredible there. King Zero need to work on it for sure, but King Zero, the absolute best team. Again, a rematch here for King Zero. They get revenge. They just played so very well. We talk Ice, we talk Tong, we talk YF, but as a team as a whole, what do they do that's special that Baisha just could not battle against?
It seems like the faster pace of the game in general, right? I feel like I've said this in the last C Masters that I feel like slow CROSSFIRE could be dead at this point, but then Rock did win their CFBL, so I kind of had a bit of doubts in my head, but now I kind of see them, kind of struggling at the start of the series, and now we see Baisha, who's more on the delay kind of strategy instead of the KZ being a lot more proactive, being a lot more assertive when it comes to map control, right? So I feel like this is definitely KZ being a lot more ahead on the curve in terms of the meta, at least.
Well, Baisha might have lost. They dropped down to the lower bracket, but they're not out just yet. Their key will not be crushed today, but tomorrow it might if they don't win their second series. It's much needed for sure, but they find themselves, just like in this moment, 1 series away from moving forward into playoffs. So if you're a Baisha fan, still support them. They've got a lot of chances to still make it forward. Now, YDSS is a phenomenal player. The one that picks up the slack when N9 is dropping the ball. And Salvatore, a chance to catch up with YDSS after their loss.
In a shocking turn of events, Baisha Gaming bowed out against King Zero 2-1, and we have here YDSS to talk about the game and what happened because of the game. So, YDSS, can you tell us what happened in Eagle Eye? How did KZ get the better of you?
YDS 能不能跟我们大概也说一下刚才那一把，包括是尤其是鹰眼那张图上面到底发生了些什么？就是为什么当时你们失利了呢？
鹰眼就是咱们在 A 区的防守没有做到很好，然后 A 区对手的进攻铺开道具之后，咱们的防守有点吃力，然后守不住。
I'll say the main issue, especially with Eagle Eye, was our A-side defense. I think that we weren't able to execute it properly, especially in the face of some of their utility usage. The moment they threw out all the utility, we found it very hard to defend A-side, and they're just able to very successfully attack it over and over again.
Yeah, we do hope for the following game that Baisha Gaming will do a better job in their next series. So, was there any particular player in King Zero that you had a hard time dealing with, especially with map number 1 and map number 3?
那也希望你们后面能做出相对的相应的调整，然后后面也打得更好。然后当时 KZ 尤其是图1、图3的时候，有没有哪位选手你们当时是对你们来说特别棘手的呢？
因为对面5位都是 CFPL 赛区非常优秀的选手嘛，然后打他们每一位选手，咱们都会要谨慎和小心。然后 YF 在这场发挥非常好吧。
Well, all of them are CFPL grand finalists, and they are all very, very individually skilled players in their own right. So we have to be extremely careful against every single one of them. But if I had to pick one, I'll say that it's YF. He's definitely performed very, very well this game.
Well, YF's TRG was just phenomenal in game number 3, so I couldn't blame my friend YDSS for that. So now your celebration will be halted as you were not able to qualify for playoffs just yet, but hopefully your next series will be the one to take it home for CFPL. So the question is now for YDSS, what is your plan now moving forward for the team?
虽然你们现在还未能晋级到后面的淘汰赛，但是你们还有一次机会。那你们现在战队能不能跟我说一下你们现在的准备工作会是怎么样的呢？
接下来就需要在这极短的时间里积极备战下一场比赛。
Well, we don't really have a lot of time, so in this very short time frame, we will be doing our best to prepare for our next opponents and the strategies that's needed.
Yeah, wonderful insights here for YDSS. Thank you so much for your time. We say nice try to Baisha Gaming, and I do hope you guys will now be in favor for your next series. We'll be sending it back to the analyst desk.
Thank you, Salvatore, as always, getting the news, right, from YDSS there for the interview. We appreciate it. Nice to hear from YDSS. Not making a lot of excuses, Lucy. You know, they realized their A side just wasn't working out for them whenever it came down to Eagle Eye, final map number 3. And they realized there's a lot of work still needed. Baisha, they don't want to leave just yet. Again, they realized they just missed out last year. They don't want to miss out again.
Yeah, I don't think they will just yet, but it's going to be a wake-up call, right? Especially, you know, given this is an opponent you have a lot of comfort again. It's a team you beat very recently on LAN, and yeah, just to come through and not be able to show up the way they expect is going to be quite disappointing. And you could really tell that the King Zero have done their homework. You know, we heard that in their interview, right? That there's definitely been a lot of prep work coming into this, knowing that they were going up such a familiar opponent.
Yeah, there's something about this tournament and first seeds losing for some reason, and I feel like it's a lot of these second seeds kind of stepping up to the plate as well. But at the same time, you kind of have to see, how Baisha went in that third map, right? It kind of just felt like they were disconnected the entire time, and you know, the usual, you know, I wouldn't say highlighty kind of play from the side of Baisha, but the usual teamwork that we'd like to see from them didn't really click, because just once again, the pressure is just mounting from the side of KZ before they can even set up anything. There's like an XN flank, Ice is somewhere, you know, YF has gotten a pick. The pressure was too much.
Yeah, and the Allianz Vault, brother, welcome in first and foremost. Number 1 seeds have been falling left and right, all right? This has been a reoccurring theme here in the Allianz Vault at EWC 2026. Just the way it goes, it's the highest level of competition. And speaking of which, another competition about to be underway later on this year. It's called CFS 2026. Let's take a look at the venue. CFS 2026 is going to be a wild ride. It's going to be so fun over in Wuhan. But for all of you out there, if you're enjoying EWC, it would not be possible without our founding partners.
Puis je prends tout ce qui est à moi. Trop vite, trop fort.
Mở nhá. Ok. Anh mở đây. Ok. Uau!
Ó, tá bonito, hein?
Ok, isso parece bagulho de batata, né?
Tá bonito.
Parece sobremesa. É isso, cara, parece salgado. Crocância aqui, ó. Ué, chegou. Chegou. Ok. Ngon cực. Gọi con căng bằng người.
Doce? Bom.
Doce?
Bom, pô. Pode comer outro, deixa pra gente, mano.
É bom.
Bom. انتو بهم بيزيمون
ايه هي بقى؟ معرفش كريم بروليه مثلا حلوه؟ حلوه
nó dầu mít rồi nha, xong rồi làm nó không biết cái gì nó làm xong rồi chết đó nha. Sao dứt được vậy?
ngon tao bảo ngon là ngon
Nó phát chứ.
không ngon thật.
That's good, so sweet. É uma torta então, né?
É como se fosse
Nossa,
muito bom.
sorvete, mano. Que isso, gente? Que isso, galera? Que isso, galera? Você pode também, pai. É um negócio de milho que é assim, pô. Pamonha? Lembra um pouco, né?
Nossa, muito bom. Pô, o meu vai também. Isso aqui eu nunca comi no Brasil não, velho.
Nota 10. Nota 10. Parece que não é um pouquinho, né?
I give it 7 out of 10. It's good. I like this one.
Ngon thật mà ngon. Anh không đùa, ngon thật. Tôi gặp thấy cái bánh này hợp với tôi. Rất là ngon. Very good.
The human body was built to move, not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move.
AGAL, one of CrossFire's most consistent and formidable teams. They established their reputation with their discipline, experience, and ironclad mentality. They started their winning streak at EWC last year, where they dominated the competition and lifted the first ever EWC trophy for CrossFire.
当时赢下 EWC 的冠军特别的开心，因为我们刚打完联赛，当时输得特别惨，然后大家调整回来了 ，EWC 刚好证明了自己。
This cemented their title as being the best CrossFire team in the world, and they were just getting started. Following their triumph, they proceeded to win both the CrossFire Stars 2025 World Championship.
And finally, AG will do it, and they get the job done. The champions of CrossFire Stars 2025, all gamers.
And CFPL Season 27.
我们可以恭喜成绩
14年的岁月中，
当时我们连拿这么多冠军的主要原因，我觉得是大家首先特别的自信，然后状态也特别的好，所以一直打就越来越顺，所以说就越打越好了。大家我觉得。
Those victories weren't simply championship titles; those were the foundations of building an infallible era. They were the team to beat. They were the target to hunt, and they were the prime example that even gods can bleed. And bleed they did.
身位也暴露出来，头顶的方向，艾斯拿下了第6的人头，我们可以恭喜 KZ。
AGAL's performance took a huge dip in the most recent season of CFPL, finishing 3rd place in the group stage and ending their run in playoffs early at the hands of King Zero Esports and Q9
没有
Club.
做到，我们可以恭喜清酒。
这副 PS8，我们当时的心态变化就是因为一直在输，当时大家状态也不好，所以就越打越没自信。我觉得这次比赛我们肯定比联赛准备的东西会更多一些吧，然后争取这次赢回来。
But this might very well be the beginning of a comeback story. AGAL has shown that they can be undefeated and they can do it again here at EWC 2026.
Arguably what could be our match of the day is before us, AGAL versus Vitality. And as AGAL walks in to take the stage, you can see determination on their face.
Yeah, this is a team that is hungry to continue proving themselves, and rightfully so, defending champions. Not only that, the CFS champions as well from 2025. I'm excited to see them take the stage.
That's right, and Vitality, who are Western team, the first to beat a Chinese team since 2018, come in with a smile on their face. In fact, he can't even hide it. He tries to, Lucy, but he realizes this is a big moment and they're willing to capture it.
I mean, how could they not be hyped, right? After the run they've already had, the upset on day one. It's a team that we're all excited about. I mean, Kyle, you pegged them as potentially taking out AGAL here. Like, we don't get too caught up in the hype, but we're also starting to believe.
That's right. Kadia title defenders AGAL versus the dream run of Vitality. Does it get any better than that? I gotta say, man, this matchup means quite a bit, not only for the Western region, but for Vitality fans as a whole. They're on home ground, and this is their moment to shine for sure. But it is going to be a tall task, right? AGAL is not EP.
No, they're a much tougher opponent, I think, here in Vitality. As strong as they looked yesterday, this is going to be an even harder hurdle to overcome. And I was actually looking at the history books a bit before this one. AG in the last 3 years has actually only lost one best-of-3 series to a non-Chinese team. So this is a big one for them to potentially take down if Vitality can find the way.
Yeah, Vitality, a phenomenal team, and they were hyped up yesterday after taking down Evolution Power Gaming, a team that had bested them just last year, but they stayed together through thick and thin, and it ended up paying off, taking down EP, and now just one series away from moving forward. And when it comes to Vitality, again, they have so much potential here, and they have so much momentum and steam, but they would be remiss if they didn't understand the challenge that is in front of them.
Oh, no, absolutely. And I think coming into this, even though, you know, they had such a great series yesterday, I don't think maybe they were probably not necessarily expecting it to go to the way it did. And I think coming into this, they know that they're the heavy underdog. I don't think they're going to be too upset if they lose, but I think they definitely still want to show some good face. And we saw some really great consistency out of their pieces yesterday too.
Yes, we definitely did. From Slayer himself, a spicy interview with Salvatore, and he's ready to give yet another one.
Another CFPL giant is in the way of the Egyptian Hive, Team Vitality up against AGAL, and I'm joined here by Slayer. Glad to have you here, my friend. You guys have sent Evolution Power in the lower bracket, and now the team is feeling confident up against AG, but this is AGAL, the #1 team. So how confident are you and your teammates that you will be able to take down AGAL?
So first of all, obviously, when we won yesterday, that boosted our confidence, and we like speaking from for the next match. I believe EG is like very good team, and they are like title defender already. It's gonna be a very hard match to play against them, but we will try our best.
Yeah, hopefully we do see the best of Team Vitality later on, and you will be facing up against DO. Without a doubt, the best sniper player currently in this tournament. Can a team like Vitality take him down, and how do you plan on doing so?
I mean, I will just let Snare do his job.
Well, it is going to be indeed an amazing match between Snare and DOO. So I'll leave it to you, Slayer. Do you have anything to say to your opponents or to the Egyptian fans of CROSSFIRE? Leave it all on the floor right now.
I will just say that every match we'll give it our best. That's it.
All right, good luck to Team Vitality and to the rest of your teammates. Guys, it is going to be an amazing series. One team will advance to the playoffs. It's Vitality versus AG. I'm sending it back to the analyst desk.
Thank you, Salvatore, as always, for the great interview. Nice to hear from Slayer, determined to take down AJL.
Yeah, definitely Slayer having a lights-out performance on map 3, but even he knows, he called it out there, Snare, he is the weapon that has to show up today.
That's right. For AGAL, though, they are coming in as the Qiddiya title defenders. They want to go back-to-back. The question is, can they? Last year, ZQ had a tremendous talking point behind him. This year, let's see what he can do. Salvatore had a chance to sit down with them before the matchup.
It's the battle of the #1s, but who is truly the #1 team here at EWC? We have the Esports World Cup defending champions, AGAL, up against Team Vitality. And for some insights, we have here the captain of AGAL, ZQ. Thank you for blessing us with your presence. You saw Vitality take down Evolution Power. What does this mean for AGAL and your upcoming match, knowing that a team from CFWL can take down CFPL?
ZQ 昨天我们看到了Vitality 战队击败了那个 EP 战队嘛，然后这也就代表一个西方的联赛的一个战队其实也是有实力把中国战队给打下的。那对你们 AGL 而言，这代表什么呢？你们会有什么样的反应呢？
我们也看到了别的赛区战队成长速度特别快，但是我觉得我们还是可以击败他们。
Well, we have indeed seen the tremendous growth in the other regions, and we are witness to just how quickly they've been growing, but we're still confident in our ability to beat them.
I'm feeling the confidence right now here from the captain himself. You are one win away from reaching playoffs, CQ. Who is the team you are looking most forward to face and why?
那你们现在离淘汰赛还差最后一场，那如果你们进淘汰赛的话，你们最希望面对的战队会是谁呢？
我觉得进了淘汰赛，每个对手的实力都特别强，不管面对谁，我们都会全力以赴。
Well, every single team in the playoffs are going to be very strong teams around the world, so it doesn't matter who we're up against. We're just going to make sure that we give it our all.
Well, whoever you are, AG is gunning out for you. And speaking of gunning, a lot of teams are actually wanting to take your spot as the EWC champion. Do you have anything to say that ZQ, knowing that you guys are defending your title?
确实，其他战队呢也都是把目标放在你们身上，因为你们是卫冕冠军嘛。那你对这一点有什么看法呢？或者有什么一句话想跟所有这些战队说的吗？
没有什么想说的。
I don't have much to say. I'll just take them as they come.
Oh, well, we'll be seeing about that as Vitality will be facing up against the defending champions, AGAL. Thank you so much for your time. ZQ will be sending it back to the analyst desk.
Nice to hear from team captain ZQ, feeling determined, and he said, we'll just take it as it comes.
Yeah, and, putting a bit of respect on Vitality as well, who, they demanded that in the interview yesterday, right? Snake said, put respect on our name, and, well, there you go, you get a little bit.
That's it, AJL, the heavy fan favorite, but not on the desk necessarily, as Kyle believes in Vitality. Let's take a look at our veto process. What maps are we going to be getting between these two excellent teams, Vitality and AJL? First band coming in is going to be new compound. AJL says, get that out of here. We don't want it. Vitality, though, says Ankara. That's not our map either. Kyle, what do we get for map 1?
Yeah, Black Widow coming out from All Gamers is a really, really good pick for them. It's one of their strongest maps overall. Not only that, AG getting the best of the bands, I think, as well. Compound, we saw yesterday, their best map against EP and historically last year as well, how they were able to take Team Liquid out of this event. So looking at the sub-base pick from Vitality, though, this is one of their strongest maps still allowed to be in the mix.
Yeah, I think the struggle here, right, for Vitality is you have to let through one of Ankara or Black Widow, right? That's always going to be a difficulty. But they did have a lot of flexes to where they could have taken this because Compound, sub-base, Porte, all really good Vitality maps. So the fact they get the sub-base here and the Porte decider, I think they're relatively happy with the veto.
Been watching the western side of things, Kyle, for a long time. What do you think about Vitality chances now that you've seen all 3 maps?
I was really hoping they would have a chance to play this one out on new compound. It's historically their strongest anchor map, but AG has clearly done their homework in the veto, so this is not going to be an easy one, but I still think Vitality can pull it off.
Well, it's never easy to get into the playoffs, and it's not even easy to get into the championship conversation, but it's Vitality with a miracle run going against AGAL, the Qiddiya title defenders. It's time to get this epic matchup started. Let's head to the stage with Hollywood Rob TV and Damascus.
Ladies and gentlemen, it is showtime as we have 2 Titans about to face off. And of course, on one side, the title defenders.
Title defender themselves, AGL, but against them is a team full of confidence after running the upset yesterday. Vitality looking to equal their rank from last year, and they've got a huge client. But you know what it is, Rob? If you want to be the champion, you got to beat the champion.
If you want to beat a man, you got to beat the man. But of course, as you said, Vitality did take down Evolution Power, and in that interview after with Salvatore, they let it be known that they were feeling extremely confident. I'm not going to repeat exactly what they said, but they were talking some trash. And to me, that is an amazing sign to where your mindset is at going into this match.
Confidence is key, especially when you have to take on the Titans. So this time for our second qualifier match of the day, it is AGAL versus Vitality.
Hey, look, I respect what everyone is saying, and I know that Team Vitality have got some respect on their name now. However, you're going up against AGAL. That is no easy feat, and I think they might get a little bit humbled here in the qualification game.
I mean, it's possible, definitely, but I do have to say, I think, this Vitality lineup, when they are playing at their peak, when they are at their best, they could definitely challenge a team like AG. So let's just see what things look like when we actually do get into the server for, a few rounds at least before we make our opinion noted too hard. I want to see something from Vitality, but historically speaking, you would be right. They haven't had a great record against the CFPL teams. I don't think they've ever actually played against AG either. They've never made it deep enough into a competition to do so. They've typically been dropped by some lesser teams, but a good start there from Slayer. Gets the better of ZY. You see the double sniper set up on the attack here from Vitality, which is a little bit unorthodox, but it's worked so far.
Yeah, it works out brilliantly. Now Do just has to consistently watch for this potential peak. Snake nearly gives him that chance. So it's going to be utility drop forward. Do has a chance to maybe get that trade. Doesn't happen, but that gives info. Okay, the second sniper's over here. Slayer can then maybe set up on a deeper angle. More concerned what's going on over at Long as well. Snare's been tagged and brought down. And this is very patient out of Vitality, and this is more what you come to expect out of West teams.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, in particular, Vitality, although they do like to throw in a change of pace here and there. It looks like Snake's just been tagged by Do. Maybe a wallbang, maybe a leg shot. Snare dropping here as well. AG starting to bring the numbers back a little bit, and you just see these individual fights all over the map. They're favoring AG across the board. Vitality may find today a little more difficult than they did yesterday.
You can have all the staging in the world, you can have all the map control in the world that you want, but ultimately when you're going in one by one, it just looks like AGAL are just overwhelming them. Nice shot at the end for Do. And 1-2-2-2 does brilliantly to hold his nerve and his spray in that close quarters angle. Very clean, and unfortunately for Vitality in that one, it was just a case of being too individualistic.
Yeah, I think one of the big talking points here again today for Vitality is going to have to be what can Snare do. He's got that TRG in hand. You do sort of typically see Slayer sliding through with a secondary sniper as well, but big important player is Snare, I think, for this Vitality team as they try to pick the pace up over towards the box room a little early on in the piece. There's aggression out in mid as well from 1-2-2-2. That's where Snare's gone down. Horus dropping as well now. AG are kind of doing this on cruise control. Vitality really not challenging them, and this is a conversation that we had even just you and I before we went live, and you were saying, I don't know if today's going to be the day for Vitality. And I said, you know, they're a pretty good team when they're on. And he said, well, that was their day yesterday. They were on yesterday, but can they back it up? Can they do it twice in a row? And so far the answer is no.
It always scares me when people say, oh, well, on their day, they can be great. If you want to be one of the best teams in the world, not just in CROSSFIRE, but just in general, you have to be consistent. And consistency breeds consistency, which then breeds results, and then you can start having these conversations. And sure, look, we're only 2 rounds into the best of 3, for goodness sake. Like, there's every which way that Vitality can rebuild into this, but currently what I've seen so far is good little bait and switches from AGAL. Also, individually, they're looking a lot stronger than Vitality out the gate, and you know that floor is going to be maintained. It's just whether the ceiling can then be expanded more, but the fact that they have got that floor just speaks to the level of AGAL. Vitality have got to pull out all the stops here, and then potentially even more to have a chance at making it through the first time to the playoffs.
Yeah, and another thing to sort of touch on there was obviously the ease in which AGAL went through their match yesterday against Q9, and Q9 are not exactly pushovers in any sense of the word. Evolution Power obviously dropping to Vitality. That's a pretty significant scalp, I have to say. Evolution Power, with at least the core of this roster, was a world champion a couple of years ago back in CFS, and they've always sort of been in and around the top level of the competition. You know, EWC last year they made top 4, only dropping to AGAL, actually, the eventual winner, so they could have potentially made it all the way to the grand final had they been on the other side of the bracket too. So that is a good scalp for Vitality to be taking, but it's always sort of one thing to look at a team like Evolution Power and say, okay, we can beat them, but AG, I always hold AG and Baisha in a bit of a higher regard than the rest of the CFPL teams, just because of the legacy, I guess, that they've built themselves at these international events. For a little while, it really was just Baisha versus AG, and you know, whichever team won that match basically was going to win the tournament. It felt like that for a good sort of 2 or 3 year period. But now maybe that's starting to change up a little bit. Vitality, though, as of yet, haven't had the opportunity to really go up against AGAL in the more recent history. So be quite intriguing to see how they do end up going today, and it will be a good litmus test for whether or not they can really be considered a strong contender for this tournament.
And I suppose that this year as well, you've got domestic success coming through from Vitality, and AGAL have not been the best domestically. To be fair, Slayer will find the opener. Snare has a chance, but at least there's a trade out of Slayer. So player advantage still maintained here by Vitality as they just up the pressure through middle and are able to make it a 4-on-3. AJL, look at the pivot. Every single player resets and it is now in closer proximity to each other. That's a crazy shot out of Zai.
Oh, but being able to bring it back to a 3-on-3 is pretty significant, actually. ZY will drop, though, at the hands of Slayer as he tries to cross back onto that side. It's surprising still that Vitality want to go in this direction. There's more players over towards A, and you just see that raw firepower on display from Jue. Slayer now with the job of retrieving that C4 from the bottom of long, and he's got time to do it with, but he's got to go up against two legends in the name of Shui and ZQ, so that's going to be a tough ask. Smoke there might obscure his vision as he tries to walk his way forward, and so AG will claim 3. That round was looking better for Vitality, but then the individuals just stepping up for AG, pull it back.
Yeah, then Jue happened, unfortunately. That's a crazy second shot over towards long. Can't even call it a spray transfer, it was just instantaneous deletion. Look at this. I mean, what can you do about that? Not a whole lot. That's why he is a legend. And he wanted a little bit more, instead of going to set up ZY on the secondary sniper. The good news for Vitality is that it feels like every round has been somewhat competitive. Like, they are knocking on the door. In that one, they just get undone by Jue, who's now living on a prayer in round 4. But prior to that, it's been all right. It's been fine. They keep getting the opening kills, is what I will say. They're finding a lot of openings, and they're just going up A.
Yeah, they're going to full send it by the looks of things, but they're just not being able to find the entries cleanly enough just yet. 2 eventually will be brought down. CY here in the window. Pretty routine shot onto Horus. Snake is trying to hold on to short for the moment, and Vitality still sort of struggling to get this bomb in onto the site for a plant. They're very concerned about this potential peek there from ZQ. That's given ZY a little bit of room to work up behind the boxes. There's a staircase close for him to play with here as well, and he might actually still be able to catch another one. Vitality are very indecisive right now, and they're just giving too much room to AG to start to pull these kills back. Good trade through there from Slayer.
That was nice. They just grouped together to actually get a double swing, and that means the bomb can be put forward. Now chucked over towards Snare, but dealt with immediately. 2 versus 2, trying to isolate these kills. ZQ knows that Totsin's over at long, but where's this last player in Slayer? Traded by 1-2-2-2, and AJL cannot put a foot wrong.
Yeah, this is a really, really big problem now for Vitality. They're getting themselves in good positions pretty consistently, right? They're finding 3-on-4s, they're finding some semblance of control on these sites, but they're not really actually putting any real significant pressure on AG. They're not getting the plant down early enough. They're not putting this into a position that it feels like they're going to win these rounds. I mean, they're good spots, but they're not converting on them. They're not executing on them, and that's where I'm going to really start to get a little bit worried that if Vitality lose another round or 2 here, this game is going to slip away. AG are going to get too much momentum, and Vitality are just not going to have the answer. And you see these days every now and then from Vitality. I mean, 0-4 for Snare. He was absolutely frying yesterday. Horus had a great start to the series. He's 1-4 now. Snake is 0-4. Totsen's 1-4. They're not fragging. They're not on the board, and that's a really bad sign for Vitality 4 rounds, 5 rounds into the game.
Look at the adjustment for AJL into this one as well. They've taken all of the space outside B. They're now looking to crunch over towards middle. They're really restricting what Vitality can do. And that was the same conversation piece in the previous round. Sure, they scaled up towards the bomb site on A, did Vitality, but it was just so much pressure being applied here by GR. I mean, the fact that they just have 2 players there, and then they push the flank, they isolate those fights, they make every single one so unfair. That's how good AGAL are. In comes the swing out of Snake, and to be fair, he's given good space. Now set up, you'd assume for success, but they don't actually peek around the corner. They don't go into the sniper, they back out.
Yeah, just trying to sort of toy with the rotations here of AG, but this is a very disciplined squad. You can see that push has come out from ZQ at the box room, cleared out basically the entirety of the B side of the map. So 1-2-2-2, he's going to set up at the mid doors, and he's going to be reinforced here by ZQ. You would not typically have a couple of players here. If Vitality work their way through, they should be losing a player or 2, and 1-2-2-2 will punish Snake for that mishap. Gets back out okay as well, and Snare very nearly gives up his life as well. AG are just out-thinking and out-gunning Vitality right now.
Yeah, this is really nice, and that Jue steps in as well from a different angle. 1-2-2-2 will eventually fall, but he's done enough, and you've then baited ZQ in. ZY, Jue will then find kills as well, and it's just getting really difficult. Vitality call the timeout before the round's even over, but then it gets locked in by AG. 5-0, and a 5-star performance on Black Widow so far.
Yeah, this is a very, very poor start from Vitality. I think, you know, you probably could have even seen that attack timeout called in the previous round before this round actually started. They're just not looking like they're in the server at the moment. It's not the same vitality that we saw yesterday, and this has been, frankly, a bit of a recurring theme for them throughout their tenure as an international lineup. They were 3VL, and then they were Rock, and then they were Vitality, and they haven't really made any significant roster changes in that 2-year period. But when we first saw them kind of burst onto the scene, that was the CFS Summer Championships back in 2024, if I remember correctly. They managed to make top 4 at that event, then they went over to the finals, and we thought, okay, brilliant, this is a team that, maybe can contest, and they made top 8 there, and we thought, okay, they're really on the rise. And then it's kind of just sort of stagnated at that point where they've been a contender, but they've never really been able to step up any further than that. And I don't know if you watched that power ranking video that we did, on the media day, and I sort of, I said I don't think this is a team that's necessarily going to be a super strong contender. I put them in B. They're not a bad team, and on their day they can really contest some of these top dogs, but the problem is that they really do only have like 1 or 2 of those good games in them for any given tournament, and sometimes that's not enough. You're going to need to have 4 or 5 really good games in a row against really good teams if you want to win something like EWC. And so already we've seen one great game from them yesterday against Evolution Power, but where are they today against AG? That's not good enough, unfortunately, for Vitality. They need to get that consistency going.
Look, it's always going to be a tough task against AGAL, but that to me sounds like almost like a sports psychologist issue type of thing.
Maybe.
It does feel like a mentality that is plaguing Vitality, even if they know it or not. I mean, ZY gets another opening, and this time the opening kills aren't even going in favor of Vitality. What can you do against the up-down setup? Like, this is so tricky to maintain, and now you've got players for Vitality pushing, feeling like they need to make the difference. They need to be the guy that has the play to wrestle the round back, and that's only going to just trickle over and just pour into more failure and just difficulty for Vitality. This is getting tricky now.
And unfortunately, you're going to start to get in your own head as well, because this is looking easier and easier for AG as we go on. ZY just chilling for the moment, tucked underneath the windows, hoping for that swing to come through in his direction. He will get it in the end. Horus and Snake are putting this round together. Somehow a 2v5 potentially on offer, but they will have to get through Do. He's cleaned up one with the grenade. Now into that 1v1. 100 HP for Do. Snake on a mere 23, but it'll be enough. Do completely caught off guard. A 2 HP clutch and a miracle round for Vitality to get them back in this game. That should not have gone their way in any stretch of the imagination, but they needed a round somewhere, and I guess you'll take it.
Yeah, hilariously, that looked like the most comfortable round for AGAL, and then Vitality pull it out of nowhere. Hopefully that is the confidence that gets you going. Hopefully that is the unwinnable round that gives you all of the belief, all of the confidence that you can rebuild back, that you can keep going here against one of the world's very best. Vitality now take deeper space in towards B a lot earlier than anticipated, a lot earlier than we've seen in this first half. That was a step in the right direction, but that was also an AGAL flub. And the thing is, Vitality now need to craft rounds of their own making rather than preying on the mistakes of AGAL. Because there won't be many.
No, you're certainly right. That is one. That might be the one fumble you get from AG all map. It's going to be a straight B hit here. The grenade's going over to Unbreakable. No connection, obviously, on that one. ZQ going to try to get it out in front and see if he can set up a crossfire with 1-2-2-2. Who's already done quite well. That EBR doing a bit of extra damage on the way through. Now the rotate in from Shui, and that site is on lock from AG. They make amends for the last round. They continue on their merry way. There is no entry allowed to this series for Vitality right now.
It's really small micro, but I'm enjoying what we're getting out of AG. The player, I can't even remember who it was, that was so close to those boxes. As soon as he takes first contact, he goes wide. What does that do? It drags all of the Vitality crosshairs to that left-hand side, and then Zhui can just rotate over. You've got so many players there. Another opening pick for Vitality, and I'm scared that it just doesn't even matter.
Well, he's going to prompt a bit of a push out here from 1-2-2-2. Looks like Vitality are respecting that smoke for the moment, and so he is going to be allowed to work up into middle. There's nothing spotted there. See what he can do this time around. Caught with a nade in hand, the timing awkward. Horus and Totson claim some entries, and this is starting to look a little bit more like it for Vitality. The dominoes starting to fall for AG one by one in this round. It's just Do and ZQ. And Do at the back of sight there in the window. I mean, there's not a chance in any world that he's going to get this round done. So Vitality will get themselves at least a second. And frankly, if they can get the third round of the half here, you know what, that might be workable. It's been a terror kind of half for them, but if they can get to at least 3, that is a, I wouldn't say stable platform to work from, but it is a platform.
It's something.
Yeah.
It's something compared to what they would have had, or quite frankly, might not have had.
Yes.
That was nicer, more inspiring out of Vitality. And now they're looking to change shape, but Do with the pistol, it is able to get the opening frag. Then you've got Jouet stepping in just really close to this smoke. I don't think Vitality are going to really be aware of his presence. He's able just to skirt out a dodge. And now Do is being set up for success. It's these long-range angles. That's where he finds the most impact. Still alive, still maintaining control of this bomb site. But the shots aren't quite coming in, but ZY's will, the sniper doing the work, and sure, a couple of kills in the end is all consolation. It's 7 for AG at the half.
Yeah, 7-2, a dominant display from them. I mean, again, Black Widow, a map that, you know, is very comfortable for AG. It's been around forever, so has AG. They've played it a number of times, and obviously it's a map that Baisha likes to go into as well. So, you know, in that historical matchup, we see them really tested. Vitality not having any success at the moment on it, and immediately the second half starts with an open up for AG. Trade out there on long. There's still one more player. They're aware of Snare's position as well. So that pressure is not going to alleviate for Vitality. They lose one more. It's just like the second half has only just started and you're playing a 2v3, 2v4, and unfortunately, nothing really coming together here for them. Snare finished off that round. Blistering pace from AG. They want to keep that momentum and they want to grind Vitality into dust.
And that's really nice, to be honest with you, because the moment you start accelerating, especially on a map like Black Widow, where you've got opportunities to take fights incredibly early, what you're going to experience here for Vitality is you're going to feel like you're never in the game. And that is exactly what AG want coming into this, especially when they pick into a Black Widow, a map that is so prolific with their region. You want to give Vitality no chance.
Well, a bit of a slower approach this time from AG, but they recognize that they are in full control of this map at the moment. Snare, a 2-9 scoreline after having such a series yesterday. It's that hot and cold aspect of Vitality that they cannot afford in some of these bigger matches. And, you know, they don't have the excuse of being the inexperienced team now. Like I said, they've been on the international stage for a couple of years. Got the experience under your belt. They haven't made roster changes. They brought Stray in as a coach. It should be getting better, not worse. AG are making it look easy at the moment. Shui finding that opener onto Horus. The response is not there for Vitality either as the B site crumbles, and Snare wrapping around the back might be the last-ditch attempt to maybe win this round. He does win a crucial kill onto Do, but ZQ in the meanwhile has done the exact same thing onto Slayer with that wraparound. And now Snare finished off, not expecting 1-2-2-2, boosted up in the box room, 9-2. Anticlimactic kind of a map. This was a series that we were all looking forward to, but AG, frankly, are making it boring.
It is one of those in which the desk quite rightly hyped up Vitality. We come into this with all of the expectations, and AG just poured cold water over all of it and have almost just said to everyone, well, do you not remember who we are? This is great. This is much better out of Vitality, and we can't even colour. We can't because immediately rounds are just over in a blink of an eye. Do left completely to his own devices. And this will be a third for Vitality, you assume. Nice shot, that's actually just insane. Do, and he's been able to get a second. Don't let him do this, Vitality.
Well, his name is Do, not Don't, so you can imagine what he is actually capable of, and we have seen it in the past on big stages like this one. A little bit of a scary moment there for Totson as well. Cannot be affording Do these isolated duels. I mean, he's still relatively healthy. If he finds the opportunity, he's going to take you out in a split second as well. And, you know, maybe this goes back to a 1v2 post plan. And at that point, Do can put this 1v5 together.
He's got 80 seconds as well. Like, he can just take his time. Doesn't need to worry about the burden of the clock just yet. I like the fact that we've got Totson and Snake now grouped together. Like that's nice to me, the fact that we are just playing off each other a little bit more. But Do Seemingly it is finding the right answer. Just really trying to grab a frag.
He's hoping for some ill discipline from Vitality, which he hasn't really been given, although he's making the right move to isolate Totson. There's another shot.
No.
45 seconds on the clock here, and this starts to become extremely doable, for lack of a better word. Making the right call even to go back into mid. This actually, if he slips his way into A and gets this plan, I'm calling Do to win the 1v5.
He's got the time in. He's through. In towards the mid doors already. Just collect his corner.
He hasn't been seen, I don't think, there.
No, he's got no idea. They've got no clue. But in fact, he's going to go in towards B. And now this is really scary. Snake's got to be aware of this. 15 seconds left. He can plant, but can he get out?
Oh, he's going to plant open. That is bold. Oh, that might be a mistake, and it is in the end. If he would have gone A, oh, what could have been?
But to be fair to him, 1v5, he's in spawn. He still wants to get a bomb plant and kill 3 of them. I know money's not a factor in this, but that's still impressive, the amount of damage he gets done.
Yeah, I mean, it's a good effort for sure. And a different decision. We might have seen one of the clutches that we would remember on a stage like this one. I have seen Do put together some really special rounds in the past, but not this one. At the very least, for Vitality, they hang on for them. Third round. And again, I'm not sure how much that's going to really help them as we, again, see AG trying to set themselves up for another offensive towards that box room.
They're here a lot faster as well than in previous. Nice nade. Actually just sails past 1-2-2-2. So middle will be the statement of intent, at least for the moment, for AG. They will be able to get all this space relatively uncontested. And for Vitality, it's more what's next, because the moment you sit back, the moment you allow AG the space, that's been your undoing.
Horus, he doesn't want to sit back. He wants to get in that fight, but gets his timing wrong, caught with a grenade in hand, and he'll be finished off. But luckily, the trades are in, and once again, Vitality looking okay for now. Slayer starting to wake up a little bit. That TRG in hand on this defensive side. ZQ can't put anything together, and 1-2-2-2 is very low and finished off. So Vitality get themselves a 4th. AG will have to wait for their victory for yet another round.
The machine is slowly working here for Vitality. All of the defensive cogs are now in motion. You've got very good multi-kills coming out of every single player. Everyone chipping in, everyone making sure that AG is wrestled back to the mat. 9-4, Jouet, who I've been probably the most impressed with here at EWC. Now takes deep barracks.
A bit more of a reserved approach from AG. Very, very passive, hoping to maybe get some of that aggression out from Vitality, but has not come through just yet in this round, although they are starting to work their way out of the box room now, and Totson's able to find himself in an advanced position, which will allow Vitality to rotate off the B site. They know they've got a lot of control over there, and they've got an advanced warning system too. AG might just go straight up the guts here, mid and short. Go for an A split. Horus again looking to forward hold.
Good flash. Really nice to get Horus out of there, but you're right, look, Snare, Slayer both here too, but so too is 1-2-2-2. He's been able to get the opener. Snare now overwhelmed, and it's a complete collapse on this A-bomb site. AG surely have done it now.
Yeah, you'd have to think so. Great layering of the flashes. Those site defenders could just do nothing but duck in behind their cover. And AG swarming over the top of them. Now just Snake and Totson, who are stuck behind a smoke for the moment, but eventually will start to push their way forward. ZQ, he survives, and so too will Jouet, but it's at the cost of Snake and Totson, and that, of course, is the map for AG. It was pretty one-sided. It was going in that direction for a while, so no surprises that AG take map 1.
Yeah, it's nice as well that they actually revert back to something a little bit more systematic in that last round. They go, okay, we respect you enough. You've got consecutive rounds in a row. We'll pull out all of the fancy execute. Because initially, they were playing quite disrespectful. They were running at them. They were just shooting them. Vitality commanded a little bit of respect. They got it. But then you're getting into the intricate details. And it's those finer details that widen the margin between AG and Vitality. That was Black Widow done and dusted. Up next is Subbase, and that's going to be a good map for Vitality, but it potentially could still be their downfall. AG looking dominant in the qualification process to playoffs.
This ain't no regular thing. Came for the ring, you know what I mean. You see my name in the lights, better get right, I'm champion.
Well, there it is, AGAL off to a tremendous start, up 1-0 over Vitality, who's trying to make this miracle run, but miracles are only good so far. Right now, it's all skill for AGAL as they look phenomenal. Hey, welcome back into the Allianz Vault. I'm Taylor Reflections, double joined by Kyle and Lucy. Kyle, you backed up Vitality big time right in this series, but we knew the 3 maps might be a little bit rough, but it was very rough in game number 1, 10-4. And AGAL, for quite a few of those rounds that Vitality was able to win, was just running straight at them.
Yeah, honestly, just a very, very strong map from AG, but I kind of expected it on Black Widow. It is AG's pick. It's their best of the 3 in this pool as well, so I wouldn't say it's necessarily the worst sign for Vitality, especially when you look at those final couple of rounds where they started to claw back and get their feet wet. To me, that's an indication they still have that fight left in them.
To be honest, I was surprised that Black Widow was even let through the veto. I thought it might have been banned out and would have had to have been an Ankara pick or something like this. But yeah, I mean, we got to see in that second half a bit of that warming up from the GR side with the snipers. Slayer in particular looked really good with that secondary sniper. But my concern was the Blacklist side, because as everything we've seen from Vitality, very momentum-based team and very Blacklist-sided team across all the series they've played so far. So for them to come in so cold does put a little bit of concern in my mind.
Well, even the energy levels was very different from when they played EP. You could tell it was quite personal going against EP. They wanted to beat them given the history. Against AGAL, there was a couple of, battle cries in the very start, Kyle, but throughout that game, very, very quiet.
Yeah, much quieter game than I would have expected, especially from Snare. I mean, he only had 2 kills in the entirety of the first half, and this is someone who really ignited their match yesterday against EP. So if they have something left in the tank, it's got to be from Snare. He's got to step up and really show what he did yesterday against EP to bring this one back.
Yeah, and he was Mr. Consistent yesterday too, right? Like, it wasn't like he had just like one massive map. He was across every single map they played in that set yesterday. He was towards the top of the board, if not at the top. Like, his consistency was what got them over the line there.
Yeah, Snare, a wonderful competitor. We also heard from Slayer, too. Even in that interview, he didn't seem as energetic as he was in the first interview yesterday after beating EP. I don't know what's going on, maybe a late night, but they're going to have to wake up right now to take down AGAL, who came in with just as much energy as they had yesterday during their first matchup. They're looking incredible. They beat Q9. That was a tough team to take down, but AGAL was successful in doing so, doing it 2-0. Knocking Q9 down. They now have to fight for their tournament life. But for AGAL, they are the title defenders, and they're making it look incredibly good. Coming into this next map, it's not going to be easy. It's sub-base, but for Vitality, though, maybe the CQC fights might go their way.
I feel like this is a much better map for them. It's their second best, I would say, overall. Obviously, Compound being number 1. That got taken away from AG, who did a really great job in the veto process, just kind of reading their opponent here. I do agree with what Lucy was implying with Black Widow being left on the table. Kind of a mistake, because I actually think back to the season in CFWL, they lost to the lowest placing team in the league on Black Widow. So I don't think it's a good indicator of the strength they have in the server today. So I feel like going into sub-base, they should have a much better time.
Yeah, day 1, the comms were flowing. The energy was at an all-time high, and we had a chance to listen into some of the teams via Sadia Radio Comms.
Ilan ni Mael? Ano lagi? Wala, try ni mo. Magruhon, pre. Musay, musay. Musay. Deja.
我看2楼，拱门进来了，掉了2楼，2楼90掉了，2楼，2楼，漂亮，加油，漂亮 ，A 大还有俩 ，A 大还有，漂亮，漂亮，完了，لو هانكس لو 40 كبير رجع
Always fun to hear the player comms. Sometimes it's chaos. For AGAL, it's all Jayo as they continue to dominate their opponents like they're doing against Vitality. But the job's not done yet. They need to win one more map. Vitality, they're looking to fight back. We saw Stallions in that Saudia radio comms, and man, it's tough to say. Stallions actually, Lucy, they took the loss against Team Liquid. Team Liquid secure their spot in the playoffs. For Stallions, their tournament life now at risk.
Yeah, I'm glad you waited till Sneaky was off the desk to bring this up. I think he would have broke down in tears. But yeah, a bit of a shocking result and one of many upsets that we've had here. But how exciting is that for the Brazilian scene, right? What a fantastic run. And now Stallions, I mean, that was the group of death, right? You know, they're now down the lower bracket. That is so scary if you drop down there.
Definitely so. You know, Team Liquid is an interesting talking point for the club championship race. They only had 2 games so far where they were eligible to get club championship points. One of them, they got 200 from last week, and then another, they were able to secure 1,000. So right now, they jumped from like basically dead last all the way up into 11th place. And Team Liquid here in CROSSFIRE is looking to get them even more. For just 3 games, Team Liquid in the club championship race could very well be easily top 10, who knows, even higher. When you start talking numbers, Kyle, like in the club championship race, going from like 11th place maybe to 6th or 7th is hundreds and hundreds of thousands of dollars difference.
Yeah, I mean, not only that, Falcons is at risk of going out as well. So these other clubs have huge opportunities when it comes to CROSSFIRE to really capitalize and move up those standings.
All right, speaking of moving up, Vitality's looking to move up in this series, but they've got to come back in a big way. Lucy, what did we take note of from Vitality in Game 1 where they can improve on heading into Game 2?
Obviously, it's going to be this blacklist side, right? They only got 2 rounds in that entire half, and that's going to need to be improved here. This is definitely a map that they're going to have a much better showing on, right? Subbase, we already spoke about it. It's their comfort territory. It's one of their go-to picks. And it's one that I do think AGL, they're not playing it a great deal, and it's one that can be punished upon.
Yeah, they're really going to have to elevate what they can do going into this one. I'm sure Stray is giving them a lot of motivation going into this map, and I think this is one of their better ones, so I'm confident they have the chance to pull it back, but they have to hit that mental reset button now.
And they need to get the energy going and flowing like it was against EP yesterday. Boys, get pumped up. Vitality, can you come back in the series, or will AGAL shut you down as they both stand across from each other and get ready to throw down? The question is, who will be moving forward? Will we get a map number 3? Well, let's cut the suspense. Let's head into map 2 on Subbase. It's AGAL versus Vitality.
Yeah, should be a really fun one here on Subbase because you've got Vitality on one of their better maps. They're just hoping that they can overwhelm the odds against the AGAL, and for AGAL, they're just hoping for a little bit of a brawl. If they can drag Vitality down into the mud with them, then this game plan's going to go out the window.
This is crazy, by the way, from Duda. He's been allowed to walk all the way down into the A side. He misses the shots, though, onto Horus, so doesn't actually get anything out of that position. That could have been a disaster of a start for Vitality. It would have been the momentum from Black Widow straight into Subbase here. I do hit 1 or 2 of those shots.
It's wild because look, he was the one that took that proactive space. I like this out of Horus, but whilst this is all going on, they've got machine rooms. So now both extremities are being squeezed by AG.
Yep. Yeah, very happy to just take that space straight off the bat. See if they can dictate this game early. I mean, AG will know that Vitality are a very comfortable team on this map of Subbase. They'll have a lot of material to look at. Subbase a frequent pick for Vitality back in the West League. Just a question of whether or not they've changed anything up. And I'm sure that they have. Coming into EWC, they will have been working hard. So AG around to start things off here would be lovely if they could take that momentum from map 1 to map 2. But Vitality doing their best to try and keep them at bay for now. Util still getting tossed back and forth. You've got a lot of smokes up here for Vitality. Once those fade, it'll be time to go for AG. And there's the opening pick from 1-2-2-2.
He knows about Slayer as well. So you're just taking space in the site. ZQ has also found Horus, and that's over at A. So again, pressure being applied at both extremities. AG not having a final commitment just yet, but I love the push out of Snake. He now claims a lot of kills as well. Zhui able to deal with his teammates though on the back lines. They know about Snake, but do they know about Snare? ZY and 1-2-2-2 trying to get the job done. They're trying to isolate the fight on towards Snare. And have now put this back into their favorable advantage. You know that Snake's on the flank and on the way.
Well, this is where Snake needs to step up. He's been a little bit slow in this tournament and typically is considered to be quite a strong fragging IGL back in the West League. An opportunity to pull off a big clutch right here, but not going to check the line. And so he will fall. AG will maintain their advantages. Going deeper into map number 2 now. It's already a good start for AG. Momentum is certainly with them.
Felt like he was almost too confident of where those players were going to be. He just did a little pirouette in towards the site and then completely overlooks the one angle that he needs to clear. Good response in the round though for Vitality. You can clearly see that they are a lot more comfortable here, especially on GR. The fact that Horus has now taken that advanced push and Snake then goes for the lurk afterwards. Like, that's nice. That looks a lot more comfortable compared to what we got on Black Widow. But it's all well and good being comfortable. It's just about whether you can back up and get these round wins on the board. Horus taking a advanced angle tucked in the corner, but it does mean he's one and done.
He can sort of pivot a little bit with some assistance from the window position if there is any to come through. That'll be potentially from Snare, who's locking down Wood at the moment. Did actually get that opening pick onto Zhui, so a bit of a different ball game this time for AEG, having to play with the numbers deficit. They do eventually opt to make their hit, which it very much looks like will be towards B, but they have left the C4 back in spawn, so gonna have to send someone back for that. ZQ not interested at the moment. Indications are that AG are gonna take this round slow. If they wanted to go now, they would have someone go and retrieve the C4, but work their way through to locker room while ZY opts to pick that bomb back up, but there's a recontest from Vitality that's worked out nicely.
That's a good reaction from Totsin because they put down their own smoke. Vitality to block off Machine Room. 1-2-2-2 just tried to walk through it and be a menace. So that didn't quite pan out in AG's favor. Now Utility being deployed in towards middle. You got a player working his way through the vent. ZY hoping for a chance or maybe a drop down on any of these players. Has to pick his timing perfectly. So has to silently scale. Now the rest of their AG are going to congregate and try and make their way through. Flashbang forward, Snake overwhelmed, traded at least. That keeps the numbers maintained and very good for Vitality. You just need to plant, you just need to make sure that this sniper can't do anything. That's exactly what's going on. Now for ZQ, this becomes really tricky. Snare will lock it in. And Vitality immediately respond, which is exactly what the Doctor ordered.
Yeah, that's a good recovering round from Vitality. Obviously, still a bit back and forth here on sub-base. You'll be wanting to see AG probably pick up an advantage at the end of this half if they're to sort of go on to actually close this map out. It is not too shabby to try to get rounds on that BL side. Not doing it easily at the moment though. Vitality actually take that machine room control, pop a grenade back out to force AG even further away, but opting not to try to hold on to it. It's just to set Snare up for that peek in through mid. Catches 1-2-2-2, so I like that. There's starting to become a little bit of calculated aggression from Vitality on this GR side.
They're really looking to just set up Snare in a big way and always get these opening kills from him. He's been varied in the peaks and he's found success in both avenues. So you don't mind that at all if you're Vitality. That just means that the staging of your round is going correctly. The blueprint that you've been working on and switched up from the online stage now to international is running at a high. Horus, though, will peek and get a lot of info. He just needs to live, and thankfully he will.
That grenade almost catching up with him, but yeah, he's very, very low for the cost of that information. That's okay, though. Like you said, as long as he's alive, he can just anchor this A site on his own. He can be an alarm bot. Or Vitality if they need to rotate their way back over towards A, but for now, AG seem to be interested elsewhere. Gonna look to re-clear Machine Room. Presumably hit that B bomb site to finish this round off.
To be fair to them, when they've worked through Machine Room, they've been very good at getting the picks on the way forward.
It's good space here as well for ZQ to be grabbing. If he's able to open things up, or even just cut off the rotate, that's going to be big, and he will indeed cut off that rotate and then go one better. ZQ gets the double into Jail, and Shui finding his entries on the site as well. AG just busts down the door on B, and it's down to Horus on no HP to try and save the day. It will not happen. Vitality will be disappointed with that round.
I'm really impressed, and I've seen this, I think, a lot with the higher level teams at this event. The timing of when the crunch comes in. So you've got the Machine Room contact play being taken on this B bomb site, and that's the moment the ZQ decides to activate. And that is brilliant. He's able to get that double, then all the attention is turned. That's when the Machine Room players keep progressing on towards that B bomb site, and it's just ridiculously difficult to try and manage and maintain if you're Vitality. That is expertly done on the BL side, and ZQ keeps on going. Horus dropped early over at A.
ZQ need to be a little bit aware of Snare's position, but given that Snare is quite low and he's the sniper, you won't expect him to hold on to that. He'll just back it up and play a little bit of a safer line. Smokes are still up though, so wood control there for Vitality for the moment. Got progression smokes out from AG over towards locker room, and that is where we're now starting to see Totson dump his util, dropping his own smoke and his nade to see if he can just push AG away. Still got a minute and a half left in this round though, and Vitality down a player, burning through their util pretty early on in the piece. It's not going to be a good feeling. AG are setting this one up nicely as well.
This is nice out of Slayer and Snake. Oh, I say that. They've now disengaged the setup and now going for something a little bit different. And I think with the positioning both on the right-hand side, that makes you eager to hold. And there you go. Punishing. Snake and Slayer able to get the frag. Flashbang forward, Shui will dodge. But that's going to allow the scaling for AG up B. At least there's rotates here for Vitality. They're here quite quick.
Shui, again, going to be a little bit of a linchpin here as he's that sort of X factor. The entry can go well, but you need to cut the rotates off as well. And Totson down early, doesn't buy a whole lot of time for said rotates to come across. Shui still looking to activate here as he starts to work his way in through from middle and see if he can get a little bit of annoyance to those players working in through from Jail. It's a good attempt at the hold here from Vitality, but once again, the door is being broken down by AG, and they don't even really interest themselves in a plant. They want to take Snare, and of course they will. 3-1.
That feels like a confidence thing as well for AG, because they could literally just plant the bomb if they wanted to. They can take that 1v2, and instead they just hound him down.
They know he's low, they know he's been tagged up, they know exactly where he is. There's not really anywhere that you can play safely in Jail either. He can go behind the box, but you know, there's only so much you can really do from there. So it's a good choice from AG. This time though, they do lose CY early on in the piece. Horus looking to anchor on that A site. You've got CQ meanwhile lurking his way in through the vent. So the attempt here from AG will very much be towards the A side, and it looks like they want to go quickly as well. That might get slowed down now. The fact that ZQ has dropped gives them a little bit less control. Even though they do get the entry onto Horus, it's not quite going to be enough to get through this round. You'd think Du's going to need to step up. He catches a tag onto Snare. Great investment coming through, actually, from both sides. The fight there from Snake, and Vitality have two.
Good angle adoption as well by Snare, not only getting that opening kill, but on the B-bomb site, holding the line in which AG were always looking to drop that smoke. They wanted to just shoulder peek out, drop the smoke to give them space to cross over towards the site, so that those little angles that you can hold across the border can be maintained and blocked off. But Snare has been very impressive here for Vitality when it comes to the opening fight. This is quicker through mid in towards Machine Room. And this is going to be unexpected. Du will find Snake, but not Snare. The sniper's still alive.
Yeah, it's a bold push, though, from Snake, and to be going down like that this early on in the round is a big advantage for AG. They'll feel a lot more comfortable working around the map. 1-2-2-2, already going a long way to clearing out these sort of deeper corners in locker. And again, it's that same progression smoke that's going to be thrown out. Very similar approach to a lot of these rounds for AG. They throw the smoke, they wait out the util from Vitality, and then they make their hit. So probably going to be another 20-30 seconds here before we really see Vitality getting tested. AG just going to continue to trade util. It's a good position, good forward hold here for Totson though. He's going to pull Horus across as well to pop that smoke through. And AG have nothing to do right now but wait.
He's been cleared here before, at least on the close box angle. So AG acutely aware that Totson could be lying in wait. And in fact, they're not even interested in Machine Room. They just wanted all the eyes for Vitality over towards this B bomb site as they make their move elsewhere. I'm looking at Snet. He's just playing in front of his smoke, and he's got all the info. Mouse and Motor, he understands that these players are now rotating over, but in fact, AG, they can still pivot. They can still go back through mid into Machine Room to B.
Yeah, back and forth. They're really toying with these rotates. CY still holding on to that C4, though. You have to imagine that the commitment's going to be towards the B site. They're really doing their best to try to fake A. That's not going to work when Totson is overrun in lockers, but he misses his shots. So can't even go 1 for 1, and that's going to slow everything down here for Vitality because AG are prepared for that rotate. And unfortunately for Vitality, that will be another one that goes by the wayside. It was always going to be tough in the 4-on-5 deficit. But now a 4-2 in terms of the overall scoreline. It's going to be enough to prompt out a tack timeout here from Vitality. Similar kind of circumstances as to what we saw on Black Widow. Maybe not as extreme, right? It's not a 4-0 deficit, but it is AG that are getting on top early in the map, and this one may be a little bit more complicated for Vitality because it is their map pick, right? You can't be looking at this and going, oh, well, you know, we got sub-base next. We can come back in the second map. That's not an option anymore. You're down a map. This is kind of do or die if you want to make it through to the playoffs today.
This is a really good timeout by the coach of Vitality, because what you're doing in this moment is you're saying to your team, we actually knew what was going on there. We had a really concrete understanding of what was happening. All that's happened is that the player over towards Machine Room has just whiffed. Like that is the reality of the situation. When it comes to the game plan, when it comes to the overall macro and the decision making you are having on GR, it's correct. You know what is happening. It's just about you stopping it and dealing with it. So you're taking a minute here just to reset, just to pause and to not get in your own heads because you understand what is happening. And yes, dealing with it is a completely different matter. With that being said, they can. Especially because Snare is finding so many opening kills. It's falling advantage round after round after round to Vitality. The fact they're not making amends of this, that is the most concerning thing. And the fact that that kill isn't locked in is disgraceful, really. That should have been his kill all day long.
Well, we're back into yet another round. Vitality as a lineup are going to have to do it alone without the assistance of Stray going forward in any attack timeout because they've used their one.
This is a crazy push, no? Like, this is really aggressive to kick-start things. I guess AG will then just slide in towards Machine, and with the bomb still being all the way deep in their spawn, they're not committing to anything yet, but it felt very quick out the gate.
Yeah, it is. I mean, you do have to fight for that Machine Room control early on in the piece sometimes, but the sooner you get there, the better. And they can, again, start to work lockers. Same smoke coming through from AG. It's really not much of a tell for Vitality at this point because sometimes they've worked their way forward behind that smoke. Other times they haven't. So you're not really sure what the appropriate response would be as Vitality to seeing those early smokes.
I wouldn't mind them having control a little bit of the vent. If you're Vitality, just to kind of alleviate some pressure off of middle. You've got Slayer that is always just in the pivot, it feels like, between the B bomb site and mid. Snare and Snake, where they've not been able to find the opening pick. They're looking for Shui. And there's that progression. Do will find Totson, and again the B bomb site is starting to crumble.
Flash goes through into middle as well. Snare, he's got a lot of work to do to try to cut off these two players down in mid. But the problem is that there's action happening elsewhere as well. And AG are kind of just winning their duels all over the place. The only defender now on this B side is going to be Snake, and he's immediately taken down to a sliver of his HP. He does well to get the better of Do. But, I mean, how can you expect him to get any more done? This is very much going to come down to Snare having to get involved, and he just can't get there in time. So another clean round for AG, and this half is also really starting to get out of control.
I'll be honest, that's my favorite round of Crossfire I've seen from AG in this series, and it was really systematic. As you're saying, that they keep dropping this conditioning smoke over towards Machine Room to try and get space beyond it. They get that, then they're patient. They get the pick out of Do. They wait for the mistake. They wait for the overextension, not only over at B, but also over at A. There's so many mistakes that are then being punished by AG. They're your championship team for a reason. Defending champs here at EWC, and now it's a much more advanced setup for Vitality. They're doing everything in their arsenal, every trick in the book to try and shut down this onslaught of aggression.
Oh, Totson and Slayer with the nice high-low setup. Gonna be smoked off though. Again, the exact same smoke from AG. They're not really bringing too many new tricks. Just doing well with what they've got in that bag, and 1-2-2-2 this time. Overstays his welcome. So we do see an opening kill in the favor of Vitality. Maybe a chance at a third here.
Wallbang's not being effective by Do. So he'll leave. They will try and re-clear with Jouet over towards this A bomb site. Snare is now getting a little bit inquisitive, and that's going to be detrimental. ZY able to get the frag, and now AG, they're just escalating the situation. ZQ on the lurking towards Vent 2. This is tricky, and this is brilliant out of ZQ. Meanwhile, Dre will also win out the fight on Horror. ZQ can't be stopped.
Yeah, you've just got these experienced players on the side of AG, perennial LAN winners, champions of the game. ZQ, ZY in particular. Some of the most experienced heads at this event, and that's just another brilliant round from ZQ. So Totson just gonna have to go packing back over towards the BL spawn, and again, Vitality wanting to use this as a bit of a timeout. They need to get that third round in this half. If they don't, I don't see much of a chance of them coming back in the second. Yes, it is their map. Yes, it is a little BL-sided. Yes, they should be good. But unfortunately, they're just being a little bit outclassed on the stage today against AG, and obviously, that game against Evolution Power yesterday gave us some hope, but you know, it's not the same Vitality that we're getting to see, and AG is a different kettle of fish in comparison to Evolution Power as well.
Yeah, they're a team domestically, sure, not recently, but have been crushing the competition. Internationally, that they've been on a huge run. We've hyped them up for a reason when it comes to club championship points as well here at EWC. A lot is riding on this for AGAL too, because if they brilliantly here at Crossfire, then it's going to be tricky, I think, for other teams to catch up. But I'm looking at Falcons notably; they're in that lower bracket.
I mean, Falcons, didn't have a great start to this tournament, so I don't have high hopes for them, but we'll see how things end up playing out here as Slayer trying to defend that site, does well for the double. He's still alive. He's got himself a third. There might still be a chance for Vitality here as they do claim a third, and they will be able to get a little bit of momentum at the back end of this half. A little bit of a cheer coming out from them. I'm not sure that self-belief is there at the moment, but they can start the second half and find maybe one or two of those rounds, get a bit of momentum rolling, then you're going to start to hear some noise on the Vitality side of the stage, but it does come down to how this second half starts. If it starts poorly, it's game over for Vitality.
It's something. At least it's something to work with if you're Vitality. Desperately crying out for a round, and finally they will get one as well. And this is aggressive. Really aggressive in towards A. Jouet and ZQ here. And they're really paranoid about the vent, and with good reason. Nice angle from ZQ. Jouet finds one before he's dropped as well, so player advantage maintained as Vitality keep crunching A.
Yeah, positional advantage here as well for AG as they know that they've still got control of the site. The question is, are they prepared for the second player in vent? It is such a patient hold here from Snake, but he might have waited too long. He will be able to shore up some of that rotation over towards the B site. Maybe they can swing together and get into B and get a plant down, play out the 2v4. But you have to wonder if Snake might have waited a little bit too long there in vent. He could have picked up a kill or two for sure. Either way, has to get aggressive in this post plant, I'd say. As soon as that plant goes down, you need to be trying to look for some aggressive fights, one-on-ones. Don't allow AG to set up the way they want to, because if you do that, they're going to put that retake together. They're such a strong, cohesive team. Throw a fox among the hen house here.
You almost need to look for a pick, but that's really difficult, especially when they're together. Doing ZQ one duo, 1-2-2-2, and ZY another. But that is a sharp shot, and the spray in the smoke, you felt like it was good enough. And maybe it still can be. 1v2 for Slayer. ZQ then pokes his head around the corner. Needs to start getting on this defuse as well. Do understands exactly where Slayer is. ZQ starts making the move around, and Do will hit the shot on the pistol. It's close, but it's not quite for Vitality.
Yeah, it was a good effort from Vitality, but that is 7-3. AG are getting close to finishing this series off. Slayer's been probably the pick of the bunch today for Vitality. I thought he might actually get that one done just to keep the hope alive. But unfortunately, that is slipping away from Vitality now. Still, they'll test themselves again here in round 11. There's a fast attempt from Horus to just go into wood, but he's gone alone. That smoke's not bloomed quite enough, and Shui just plucks him out of the sky. Now they've set up the crossfire, and man, what are you really going to do? They're getting in, but they're losing so much HP, and eventually some trades do come back on through, but Totson is low, C4 is lost. I'd still call that a minor advantage for AG, particularly if Do goes on this journey. He is going to clear it out pretty quickly. ZY waiting for that push over towards B. I think this is AG's round.
Should be. You just got to clear this corner. ZY, caught off guard, but just back in time. The pivot is unbelievable. And I guess it is an AG round because individual brilliance yet again bails them out of danger.
Yeah, and this is exactly the danger of going up against this CFPL teams. They are, I mean, undoubtedly the most well-drilled and the most practiced and the most experienced, especially in big moments. And then you add on top of that all of the advantages that AG get with having players like ZQ and ZY on their team as well, because those guys have a number of CFS belts under their titles, and summer championships and EWCs and CFPLs. They've been there, they've done that. They're not going to crumble under that pressure. And ZY, nice 2K from him. Mistake made by Vitality, miss a couple of shots, and that's that. 8-3 now. AG once again in real command of this match.
Spoke about the floor as well coming into this for AG. Look at how consistent it is. Sure, 1-2-2-2 dropped off a little bit, but it isn't top heavy. It feels a little bit top heavy for Vitality. Snare with his openers, but Horus only on 1 kill. That has to change. That really needs to be managed and maintained. Nades in towards machine room. Snare pushed back as Vitality look to go forward towards wood.
Not going anywhere too quickly. A side is pretty open. You've just got Shui watching that from up in the window. He's eventually going to start to think about pivoting his way down, which may not be a bad choice because it does look like Vitality are poised for a bit more of an A hit than a B hit at this point. Really battling over middle right here, and ZQ's waiting for that. He gets a lot of damage done. ZY on the cleanup duty, can't get enough. This actually could well fall apart for AG. Shui comes back in though to start to stabilize it. They lock down middle, they lock down that rotation path, but it will allow Vitality into the A site for a plant. He's got a nade though. He's thinking about using that maybe onto Snake. That's not going to go deep enough. So retake here required for AG, and the 3-on-2 now.
Yeah, timing looked good on the lurk there for the sniper, and yeah, it's all being cleaned up here by Vitality. Not a single player lost in that after plant, and that is the start on BL you absolutely needed if you're Vitality. But it feels very reminiscent of that first half where it's a step in the right direction. We start thinking, okay, maybe this can be rounds brought back in, and then AGAL just come in with a slew of them. And remember, AGAL only need 2 more rounds in this map to close.
Yeah, definitely can't be counting your chickens before they hatch there. Vitality, 1 round is not going to be enough to get us excited. Put together another 2 or 3 in a row, and then I'm going to start to believe that this is doable. But for now, it still feels very much like this is AG every day of the week.
I was just ready for something to happen there. I was ready for AG to start pushing or Vitality getting aggressive in towards the middle of the map. Doesn't happen. Instead, it's a lot more of a systematic control. This is nice over towards Jail for Horus. Snare also peeking in, really hoping for an opportunity, but nothing is coming his way. Still, over a minute and a half left on the clock. The C4's not really been committed anywhere. They can still pivot if they want to, and they did in the previous round when they went A.
This time you got a bit of a different hold on that A side though. Zhui is actually deep committed in onto the side, anchoring. So that's something that Vitality haven't really had to deal with just yet. That said, it is the B side that is looking a little bit more interesting right now for Vitality, and AG are kind of reading into that. They've got 3 players more or less ready to defend the site, and a very, very fast rotate available for ZQ and Zhui as they start to work their way forward. Vitality have not found the entries they need. It is just Snare. His position noted, he did get a kill earlier on in the piece, so easy chase for Do, and AG are up to 9. They are looking to make this short work against Vitality.
Got to say, that's actually a little bit of a shame for Vitality, because it actually felt like they had the right timing to go forward on that hit. But it's just, again, individual brilliance. You'll see it here. Do's not even aiming at Snare, and yeah, it's still a confirmed kill. This time, Do's aiming at Slayer. He's able to get the confirmed kill. This one's all said and done. AGAL with style, surely booking their spot in the playoffs.
Yeah, Vitality just throwing caution to the wind there. They try a full send in onto Wood, and it is pretty much over here. Snake, he is going to try and be a smoke criminal. Actually finds himself a couple, but there was always going to be one more, and it's finished off by ZQ. AG 2-0 today over Vitality, and they remind everyone why they are held in such high regard as they claim that second spot through to the playoffs to join their counterparts King Zero, who picked one up earlier on in the piece. And well, Vitality, they looked good yesterday, but back to the drawing board as they get knocked down to the lower bracket.
Yeah, absolutely, but the thing is, for Vitality is what you've got to look at as well. It is the fact that, look, they still did have moments of brilliance in that game. They still had flashes in the pan of them being a success story. And maybe, just maybe, the lower bracket is where they're going to find their form, where their pressure reaches the absolute maximum. That's where they can turn on the screws. Because they've already done it here at EWC. And sure, you're going against the current champions. It's going to be incredibly difficult for Vitality to move forward in this series, as we always expected it to be. But for AGAL, it again is dominance, and for a team that is defending the title here at EWC, it's really nice to see they've been able to make it straight through to the playoffs without having dropped to the map.
Yeah, 100%, and I think you actually have to look down at the lower bracket here as well for Vitality and think that might still be a potentially pretty scary run for them. You've got teams like Stallions down there already, Q9, Evolution Power as well, so there's a lot of big names down there in that lower bracket. But hey, that's enough from us. We've got to hear from the stage. Damascus is ready to have a chat.
Absolutely, congratulations to AGAL. It's time to talk to our winners, as they're of course qualified to the playoffs that will kick off tomorrow. Guys, listen, you guys didn't have the greatest season after being the title defender at EWC, and now you come from back-to-back great matches. How good is it for your confidence as a team to do a back-to-back title?
首先恭喜 AGL 成功晋级到了后面的淘汰赛。然后你们虽然这个赛季可能之前比赛可能成绩没有那么的理想，但是现在你们目前还是非常顺利的连续拿下2场。那对你们战队的信心来讲的话，有什么样的影响呢？
一直赢的话，肯定对信心有帮助嘛。因为之前我们联赛成绩不是特别好，然后裸装的话就找到了自己曾经的感觉。
Indeed, like you said, we haven't had a very, very good season, but just constantly winning consecutive wins definitely is a huge boost to our confidence, and we just hope that this will allow us to, this will boost our morale and we can take it all the way much further into the tournament.
Absolutely, and of course last year we had the Gun Finals against Baisha Gaming, who had a difficult start of the day today. So who do you expect to see in playoffs? Which team do you want to see and face in these playoffs now that the second place might not meet you in the end?
去年你们总决赛已经对战了白沙战队，并且也成功的夺冠了。相信你们的信心肯定还是有的。然后现在你们进入淘汰赛之后，你们希望在淘汰赛当中能面对哪支战队呢？
希望面对国外战队吧，因为不想这么早跟国内的队伍提前交手，因为中国队都先进4强吧，我想的是。
Well, I definitely hope to match up against some of the international teams. I kind of don't want to play against some of our Chinese brethren yet. Hopefully, more Chinese teams can get into the top 4.
Of course, well, listen, AGL, they are the title defenders, and they qualify to 2 more playoffs. They get some time to rest, and they're back for more matches. Congratulations again to AGL. Let's go back to the desk to review the match.
And AGAL officially punched their ticket into the playoffs, one step closer to being back-to-back champions. Still a lot of work needed, especially if you're talking Vitality, who now dropped down. Their next opponent's either going to be GK or Execration, depending on how that series ends up unfolding. So far, 3 teams have made it through. Team Liquid, now AGAL, and then King Zero, who we saw earlier, take down Baisha. For Vitality, we needed more life. They lose the series overall 20-8, but they put up a good fight, but they're going to have to come back even stronger in their next one.
Yeah, just a really tough one today for Vitality. Even looking at the last map there, we saw Slayer still looking strong. Snare was able to step up. But for me in this series, kind of the missing link was Horus throughout.
Yeah, especially on that final map, right? I think this point was like 1 for 10, and his aggression has been such a key point in getting them a lot of opening success earlier. At least they had Snare kind of providing some of that here, but you were missing, I think, a real key rifler in that, and it really felt like they were playing maybe 3 players at top form, and they really need 100% if you're going up against AGAL.
You definitely do. I think AGL came in to prove a point. You know, it's the same thing yesterday when we watched them play against Q9. We were questioning, is AGL truly in form? They had a bit of a rough offseason, or season CFPL. We've talked about that through and through. They get eliminated overall, but they come back even stronger here. They made a point against Q9, and they said, everybody's talking about Vitality. You're saying Vitality can beat us? Come on, we're here to prove a point, and they did exactly that.
Yeah, 100%. I think AG played their game perfectly in this set. Most notably, though, I feel like Vitality on the other side played a little bit scared against them. I feel like you need that Stallion-style aggression to take down AG. The more time you give them to work with, the stronger they seem to be in these matchups.
You got to be disruptive if you want any chance against a team like AGAL. And we talked about them maybe being at 80% yesterday. This is much closer to 100%, and you can just see how difficult that is to contend with. I don't know why we ever doubted them. Maybe we just got a bit caught up in the Vitality hype.
We like the storylines and we love the underdogs. And in this case, Vitality, despite how talented they were an underdog in this series. Let's take a look at our group, though, as it's shaken out. We've currently moved 2 teams forward. We are going to be eliminating some, though, coming up next. Our first elimination match is just in front of us, and it's going to be a lot of fun and some heartbreak for others. For Team Liquid AJL, they move forward. TL taking down Stallions. Big news there. They go all the way to Game 3, but TL get the job done. So Stallions now await their opponent, and it's going to be China all around. Will it be Evolution Power Gaming or Q9? But for Team Vitality, as I said, either GK Esports or Execration.
Yeah, I mean, right now, Group A's lower bracket really looks like a group of death at this point. I mean, you've got Stallions, 2 of the best teams from CFPL. I would not want to be in that position if I'm Stallions right now.
Yeah, Q9, Evolution Power, and then Stallions. Only one of them can get through. Like, they have 3 of the 4 teams on day 1 that you would have said, okay, yeah, we're expecting to go through the playoffs. Only one. Vitality, they're counting their lucky stars. They won that opening game and avoiding that bracket when they lost today.
Yeah, Stallions, even last year, it was always a big talking point, despite how talented they were. Anytime another region goes against a team from China, it's a big deal. And it is a big accomplishment when you take them down, let alone a championship, just beating them. In this case, in the lower bracket for Stallions, not going to be easy.
Yeah, I mean, Vitality getting that win is going to be huge for them moving forward. Now they still have that chance to fight out of the lower bracket, but for Stallions, I'm starting to worry for them. They look shaky today against Team Liquid. Now they have to take down either team that comes through there, and both of those CFPL teams look hungry to prove something after their first losses.
Yeah, it's where Coach Tanks has to really dig deep and bring the boys back up. He does a great job with doing so. I'm sure Stallions are going to be just fine and be able to recover today. I'm sure they're disappointed with the loss, but you know what? These things happen, and what makes you a champion is how you get back up. For Stallions, they're looking to do exactly that, alongside that of Vitality, who I really do, I gotta say, I have a lot of excitement for them, Lucy. You know, I was excited to see them beat EP yesterday just because of the story there. I don't think Vitality is done just yet. This might be a stumble. Their next series, we'll talk about it when it comes up. But irregardless, though, for Vitality, still a very, very dangerous roster.
Yeah, and a great run for them so far, right? I don't want to take any credit away from what they've achieved against Evolution Power. I think they had some good moments here against AGAL. It's just an entire another tier of competition. It's maybe a bit of a humbling moment, but again, the pressure maybe was a little bit off them here because they've gotten past that first hurdle. And I think I would be very surprised if they don't bounce back in that lower bracket. I still have them going through the playoffs.
Absolutely. I think they're a strong contender for sure in that regard. Horace, you brought him up. What about Totson? Totson was a guy that was slaying out yesterday.
Yeah, I feel like both of the rifling core for Vitality kind of let them down today, but it's no surprise when you have ZQ and ZY on the other side of it, just having stellar performances. But that's the true difference between these teams, because if you look at the hybrid of Slayer, the core sniper of Snare, they actually did quite well in this matchup.
Yeah, you talked about ZQ. I was so impressed by what he was doing on sub base, right? I feel like he was orchestrating everything around what his lurk timings were, and they were just getting caught off guard constantly. It was like he was just on an entire another mental level, and he had them playing his tune.
Yeah, now you can see why AGL wanted to bring it back, right? When CROSSFIRE was announced last year, comes out of retirement, retired for like 8 to 10 months. Usually retirements in esports isn't very long. That's what I've learned across, my 14-year career. They say they retire, they come back. Either way, ZQ, so much value there. The experience is invaluable. Absolutely incredible competitor. For Vitality, they do take a loss to the best team arguably in our tournament and the favorite to go back-to-back. But Totson should be in high spirits. Salvatore had a chance to catch up with them.
Hard-fought battle for the Highveers team. Vitality just couldn't get the job done up against AGAL, as we now finally have some teams in the playoffs. Now joined here by Totson for some insights on that tough loss against AGAL. Thank you so much for your time, my friend. So was there anything particular against AG that was really hard to deal with, that gave you guys a hard time fighting up against All Gamers?
Yeah, I mean, we played bad today. We didn't shoot well. In this game, if you shoot well, you win. And they played good against us, and they are the title defender already, so they are a good opponent, and it was a tough match.
Well, if that is the case here for All Gamers, so it kind of looked really good for you guys yesterday against Evolution Power. So was there any significant difference between facing EP up against All Gamers?
Yeah, I mean, we know how EP playing. It was easy to read their game plan. But EG is always changing, so that's why they are the title defender. That's why they are in the top. And yeah, that's it.
All Gamers mean business when it comes to absolutely playing really good CROSSFIRE. So nice try here for Totson. So asking you lastly is, what can we expect from Vitality moving forward?
We will guarantee playoffs, and we hope we take top 4, top 2, maybe top 1.
Yeah,
it's a lot. So.
Yeah, a lot of analysts as well as your supporters really do bank on you guys getting top 4 or ultimately become EWC champions. Nice try for Totson here. Hopefully you guys bounce back on your upcoming series. We'll send it back to the guys, their reflections. How's it going out there?
Play is in our DNA. Whenever we let it out, it becomes our superpower. Now imagine an entire city being built to supercharge it. Kadir City, powered by Play.
Man, hard interview. Salvatore, you did a great job. By the way, I'm doing great, but Totson, you could tell, in low spirits indeed. I mean, going into this matchup, Vitality just had a lower energy compared to what they had yesterday against EP. I don't know what was happening. Either way, they still went up there and they did their absolute best. We give them credit where credit is due. There was an interesting point from Totson. He did mention AGL was consistently changing up the way that they play. What does he mean by that? What do you notice whenever you watch?
I think AG just plays a slow game intentionally so they can try and adapt in the mid-round. A lot of other teams we've seen, like Stallions, like Baisha, they almost play too hard, too fast at certain moments, but AG just plays so slow, they can get a good read on what their opponent's doing, and then they almost use that against them.
And that's what it takes to be the best, right? You need to be able to continue to innovate, otherwise teams will be able to study you, they'll be able to punish you. And that's what we've seen from some of these series so far. I mean, you talked about Evolution Power, right? They knew how to read their game and knew how to respond to them. ZQ, he's like a blank page, you just don't know what he's going to do next.
Yeah, that's right. I mean, again, you mentioned it, right? To be a champion, you got to be versatile. You got to be willing to slow things down, speed things up. AG can do a little bit of both. They actually did try to speed things up in the very beginning in game number 1. Remember, they were just flying at Vitality, but Vitality started to punish them. What does AG do? They slow it right back down.
Yeah, it's really all about the adaptations here, and that's where I think Vitality fell very, very short in this matchup. You look at AG constantly looking for that lurk, constantly making those big flanking plays, and we didn't really see any of those attempted from Vitality throughout this best of 3.
Well, for AJL, they punched their ticket into the playoffs. The job's not done just yet, but at least they get a day off tomorrow. That's going to be valuable, not only to rest and recuperate. The time zone difference, come on, it gets everybody, but they can also study who they're going to be playing against. For Vitality, they go again tomorrow, hopefully protecting their key. Coming up next is a great matchup, but our first elimination match, but key is guaranteed to be crushed. It's Evolution Power Gaming versus Q9.
大家好，我是 EP 的 ZAY。
大家好，我是 EP 的教练 Nice。大家好，我是 EP18。
就画一个咱们的 logo。
你先来打好地基。
我想想啊，我既然要画对标的话，我得给那个龙留点空间。画龙。
哎呦我去，画太大了！你给老八留点空间。
一这里穿过来，这是那个龙尾巴，这属于是
双层的，底下那个对，你可以在里。哎呦我操，李哥，帅！那到第二位选手。我现在该怎么办？我给你弄这边吧。不能动那边，别动那边，哥。等会儿，你就把 A 外画过来，你再走一遍。好，就是走一遍呗。你这块底下这块完美了吗？你觉得？缺你随便玩。OK， 那我就再画这儿吧。哎呀，这画成不那了，然后不用描粗，可以给它来点小空隙，稍微就是有点羽毛刮出来的啊。哎，不对啊，羽毛啊，不用画了，够了。我到点没？本来我上来是想画龙点睛的，但是吧，因为我这个自己的画能力呢，我是画蛇添足了。接下来有请，我们最重要的一棒啊，你这3分钟可得好好用啊。有点急呀，简单几笔，现在轮廓已经什么都出来了。你看我给你留那一个龙头是能用上的，好像有点不太对呀。那我就凭自己感觉吧。这是啥玩意儿呢？这好像是虾的龙
蛟龙。我看见龙了，
我也看见了。行了 ，OK， 这个就是我们 EP 战队的一个 logo， 然后这是我们即将比赛的5名选手，然后主要就是希望他们在这次 EWC 加油，打出自己应有的水平。
It's time for our first elimination match of the day. Only one team can continue their run in EWC 2026 when it comes to CROSSFIRE. Will it be Q9? Will it be EP? Well, as Q9 walks into the venue, they have history. They have beat EP before in the CFPL Season 28 run, 3-1, knocking them out. However, it's as close as ever. Q9, number 3 when it comes to their regional battle. But on the opposite side, EP, number 4. As they walk in, it's a windy day, but hopefully their shots are able to be straight. On the other side, though, for EP, as they walk in, face of determination, but they took a heavy loss yesterday.
Yeah, I mean, Vitality really did expose them in that prior series, and I feel like Stray really did a good job of kind of reaching the weak points here on the side of Evolution Power, especially with the really bad performance here from two of the main riflers like YH and Zay. Zay especially, I was surprised that he was performing really, really bad because he's usually one of the more consistent riflers on the team.
Yeah, and you can compare that to the loss that Q9 had against AGL. I think it's a little bit more forgivable, and in fact, I think they played a better game on that New Mexico ride. It was just that the individuals were bailing out AGL in a lot of those moments. So yeah, I think that their loss was maybe a little less brutal, although it could have so easily been a 2-0 for Evolution Power, right? Golden round was all the difference.
You know, you think about Q9, they've accomplished a lot and they've done very well regionally, but I'm curious what they're going to be able to do here on the EWC stage for the second time. Lin W is the newcomer to this team. What does he bring that YJ didn't?
I mean, finally some aggression on the side of Q9. They're not just sitting around on the map until like 30 seconds and then they go for a setup, because that is not really how the game is played, especially in the Big 2026. Big 2026, it rewards the proactivity, rewards the aggression, and since they had the lack of that with YJ on the team, they needed like a spark plug for their offense. And I feel like Lin W, despite his statistics, is actually one of the reasons why they have gotten a lot faster and a lot stronger as a team.
Lin W, the spark plug for the side of Q9. I like that. We're going to coin that and make that official. Lin W, the newcomer to the Q9 roster, but is it going to pay off? Well, Salvatore is ready to find out.
Playoff aspirations are on the line as we are yet having another CFPL fiasco. I'm joined here with Lin W for some insights about the upcoming match of Evolution Power Gaming versus Q9. Thank you so much, Lin W, for your time. So knowing your teammates, do you and your team are facing any pressure right now, and how does it affect the team?
那林伟，感谢你接受我们这次的赛前采访。那你们即将要打一个相当于是一个淘汰赛了，那你们现在战队和你自己有感受到什么压力呢？
我们觉得就是压力一定是有的，但是我们肯定还是会放松我们自己，然后打好这一场关键的比赛。
Well, it is an important match, so there's definitely a lot of pressure, and pressure is always existent in the competition, but it's something that we are very used to dealing with, so we're just here to focus on keeping ourselves calm and facing the pressure without letting it affect us.
And you did guys manage to beat out Evolution Power in the playoffs of CFPL, so I'm guessing pressure did turn into diamonds for Q9. So with that, how confident is the team leading up to the match against Evolution Power?
那现在下一场打 EP 战队，你们能跟我们说一下你们大概有多少信心呢？
信心是我们已经做好，就是说我们自己团队的准备了，然后就接下来好好放松心态，打好这一场淘汰赛。
Well, we are very confident because we have already completed the preparations that's needed for this match. So we are definitely feeling ourselves, and all we need to do is focus on, again, keeping ourselves calm and executing all the strategies we've prepared.
And we do hope those preparations bear fruit for Q9. But if you do, guys, manage to win, you will eliminate your brother's Evolution Power from playoff contention. So I'm going to ask you, Lin W, what is your message to EP once you do eliminate Evolution Power?
那确实也听说你们非常有信心，而且你们也做出很充分的准备。但是如果你们战胜EP的话，也相当于是把EP给从这比赛当中淘汰掉了。那如果这件事情发生的话，你有什么话想跟他们说的吗？
当然是说，因为我们都是中国队嘛，然后因为淘汰了一个，我们内战淘汰了一个，就是还是非常可惜的嘛，只能说，然后还是抱歉嘛。
Well, I mean, we're all Chinese teams, and you know, eliminating one of our brothers would be definitely something of a shame. So, if that were to happen, then all I'm All I can say is I'm sorry about that.
Okay, then W, thank you so much for your time. It's going to be guns blazing here at EWC CROSSFIRE as we are seeing one team go home here in EWC. Thank you so much, Lynn W, for your time. We'll be sending it back to the analyst desk.
We were there for every click, every clutch, every respawn. We were there for the years of grind, and we're here now. The proud founding partner of EWC, powering the biggest event in gaming, shoulder to shoulder with the world's best, making history. Greatness deserves a stage. Lenovo Legion, reach your impossible.
Thank you, Salvatore, as always, for the great interviews. Lynn W., what a sweetheart, right? He's like, hey, if we got to eliminate our brothers, we're sorry for that.
Yeah, you know, it's nice to, but at the end of the day, you do have to put your foot down, and they have already proven they can do that, right? We've heard it, we already know they won out the last time these two teams battled, but they battled a lot this year, right? 7 times they've faced. It's a 5-2 record for Evolution Power, and a really interesting storyline throughout it is this player, 2WW, right? The new addition, right? Previously comes from his opponent's team. So it's been a bit of a swap around. He knows what it's like to be on both sides.
Yeah, even though the series, speaking in regards to Evolution Power Gaming, was really rough against Vitality, they've got a lot of issues that we might not even get disclosed, at least when it comes to who is IGLing. But 2WW, the new addition, replacing Mino, he had incredible stats yesterday. And in fact, even in their worst map number 3 that they ended up losing, he drops 13 kills. He's highly reliable, it seems, but the rest of the team needs to join him.
Yeah, it kind of just felt like the entire team was disconnected. It felt like 2WW was playing an entirely different game in CROSSFIRE, and the rest of the boys are kind of just moving on their own in the map. So I would want to see them kind of try to play around 2WW since Zay is not performing that well, since YH is not performing that well. They need to rely upon him, maybe, kind of turn him into the more support-ish role on the team since he's very proactive when it comes to the comms, as I hear. So yeah, I would like to see them actually playing around their best player right now instead of, whatever they're doing now.
Well, speaking of playing around, Q9 has to find a way to play around XQQ. He's got the sniping lanes locked down.
Yeah, it's been really impressive so far. It's basically been him and 2WW that they've been relying on, in where they've been able to close out. Obviously going to still be needing a little bit more, but at least you can rely on that piece here.
Yeah, he's got the sniper. He's going to be locking down the lanes. XQQ, a very talented player. But the question is, how will he be doing today? Yesterday's stats was really good despite taking the loss. They're going to need him now more than ever. Salvatore had a chance to catch up with XQQ before the matchup.
As we say it in the business, go big or go home. This is going to be the elimination game for Evolution Power versus Q9, and I'm graced here by Evolution Power's marksman XQQ. Thank you so much for your time, my friend. Your team has faced a loss yesterday up against Vitality, so I'm going to ask, what are your measures your team took to recover and be ready for this upcoming battle?
XQ 感谢你参加我们这次采访。然后昨天呢，你们对战Vitality战对手失利了。然后今天你们能跟我们说一下做出了哪些调整，做出了哪些就是赛后的应对的措施呢？
就我们大多数就是沟通，做得不够好嘛，然后就加强沟通吧。
I'll say that the main reason for our loss yesterday was a lack of communication within the team. Definitely is something that needs to be worked on, and we have definitely practice a lot in that manner as well.
After all, communication is the key here, especially for a tournament like EWC. So in this matchup, XQQ, what makes Evolution Power the stronger team in your opinion?
下个战队你们要对战就是秦9战队了，那能不能跟我们说一下，为什么你们将会是胜出的战队呢？
没有说将是胜出吧，就尽全力打好我们自己的。
Well, I'll say that we're just simply here to do our best, and we'll see who wins out in the end.
Well, let's see it in this upcoming match. So I'll leave it to you, XQQ. Is there anything you'd like to say to your opponent or to Q9?
那你有什么话想跟秦9战队说的吗？
为大家奉献一场精彩比赛吧。
Well, Q9, let's just put on a good show for all the audiences and all the fans watching.
Well, definitely best of luck here for Evolution Power Gaming up against Q9. It's the elimination game. Go big or go home. We'll take it back to the analyst desk.
Thank you, Salvatore and Jen, as always, for the great interviews. Nice to hear from XQQ, but also getting a bit of insights when it comes to EP. Team chemistry is off. Question is, who's IGLing and who's willing to bow the knee in order for someone else to take the reins? But the chat believes in them. EWC play results are in. Evolution Power is 80-20 over Q9. Will that be the outcome? Well, we will have to find all that out and more as we head into the series. Now, the big question is, what maps are we going to be seeing with them playing each other in CFPL? I'm so ready to see if we get any repeats from before. Black Widow gone out of the way. That's going to be Q9 saying we don't want to play on that one. New Mexico for the side of EP. But Lucy, what do we get from map 1?
Yeah, the New Mexico ban doesn't surprise me here, right? That's the map that I think Q9 could have really stopped them out on. We go for the sub base instead. I think this was the next best choice they could have gone if the New Mexico wasn't available.
Yeah, I was like wondering, like, okay, Q9 is going to pick sub base, but EP also plays that. And at the same time, I'm surprised that they kept Eagle Eye open for Evolution Power. Granted, they've had their struggles when it comes to the synergy and everything, but Evolution Power was is the reason why Eagle Eye is meta right now, so I'm just surprised.
Yeah, Eagle Eye not played before, at least between these two, when it came down to CFPL Season 28. Subbase was. Lucy made a great point. Evolution Power did win that 10-5. That was the one they get. We go to Porte. Now, Porte would have been map number 5, but Lucy, we didn't get that far during their regular season.
It's come up once in the entire 7 series that they've played. They've actually had the rep on it, so it has not been a very common map here at all. Even the Eagle Eye 2.0 you mentioned, like that one's a little bit surprised it's been let through, because each time it has been played during the group stage of CFPL, it was a win coming through for Evolution Power. So yeah, this is a really interesting veto. I think especially that Porte decider.
Yeah, for sure, right? 2 fresh maps between these two, and one that is kind of, as we know, not a lot of history. Porte, if it does go to map number 3, but things get scary, especially if Q9 can right the wrongs from regular season and beat EP on sub base. Where does EP go from there? Does map number 2 go their way? Who knows? Either way, Q9 is going in probably with a ton of confidence, because Evolution Power Gaming has already been defeated by them before in a convincing 3-1. But again, Sneaky, this is a decider match. The loser will have their key crushed. Their run in this tournament is officially over.
Yeah, and it's not just the keys being crushed as well, right? The expectations of the region back home. Obviously, you come from China, the best region in the world in the name of CROSSFIRE. So, you know, there is that pressure to perform, that pressure to represent. And if you drop down now, especially at the very first game of the lower bracket, it is gonna bring a bit of shame for them.
That's it. Well, keys are on the line, and both Evolution Power Gaming and Q9 are trying to stay alive. Hollywood, Rob TV, and Damascus, what's at stake?
All right, we had qualifying matches, but now it is time for elimination matches. Rob, tournament life on the line as we are in front of the one and only, the Key Crusher.
That's right, ladies and gentlemen. You know, here at the Esports World Cup, we have a special tradition where a player's key represents their tournament lives, and once they lose, their opponent who defeated them will crush it right in front of the world.
Absolutely. The winning team gets to get the loser's trophy, the loser's key, bring it to the Key Crusher and hear these key pop. And listen, we've been here for 6 weeks of keys being destroyed, and some of them are very loud.
And this is, of course, our first lower bracket match of the day. And of course, on both of their sides, on one side we have Q9, who lost to the defending champions, AGAL. So you can't feel too down on yourself or on that side. But on the other side, they actually lost to Team Vitality, which was looked at as an upset. So the question is, were they able to bounce back mentally?
Listen, it is time to bounce back. We've seen the interview before. We need the confidence in the team, because last year they had an outstanding placement. Now they need to at least do as good as last year, but that goes through beating fellow countrymen.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, it is officially showtime. Our first lower bracket match. Only one of these teams will move on the tournament. It is time for Evolution Power versus Q9.
Thank you very much, guys, as we are getting ready to jump into the matches straight away. I'm Valdez, with me is Laz, and we're getting ready for, of course, the CFPL head-to-head. Evolution Power up against Q9 Club. And the fans certainly already spoke. They made their favorite clear in EP, whereas Q9, I think, might win the hearts of some of the analysts here. What are your thoughts on this one, Laz?
Yeah, I definitely agree. I feel like, the fact that I feel like EP are just not really performing the way that we normally have seen, right? I think now the biggest question, and I agree with everybody, is that confidence going to be shaken a little bit? They took that loss against Vitality last night that we were able to capture. Again, we do call that a bit of an upset, right? Like it was like EP is theoretically the better team. So the fact that they've already been bested by Vitality, now they have to play, their opponents of Q9, which they've done in CFPL. This is not like it's an easy stake. And I definitely think that in a world like Q9, I would argue is definitely the heavy favorite in this because, they've been able to prove it before in history books.
Yeah, they definitely have in recent matches gotten the best of them. And Q9, of course, did have to go up against AGAL. Not a very fun time in that. One of the tournament favorites here. And we'll have to wait and see what the gameplay looks like, what the form is, the mental state, as is always very important, especially in CROSSFIRE. As we were just talking about, how does EP bounce back? What is Q9 feeling like? Who is going to get their key crush tonight? It has to be one of these two teams, as we do see Evolution Power starting off here on the Blacklist side of Subbase. Always a very fun and action-packed map, of course, for us. As we're getting ready right from the top, right from the computers. We already have the first kill going over to you. As a lot of grenades, and they're really stopping the push in its tracks with flying colors.
Yeah, this is what we were kind of talking about yesterday, right? We mentioned about EP and their BL side. It looks like it's kind of disjointed. Like even this attack, when they're trying to go for the A site, it's not the most clean. Like you can see they're trying to rush it. They had a good lineup for a bit of a pop flash, but they couldn't capitalize on it, right? And that's where I think, Q9, they did a great job just putting up a barrier of a wall, and it just made it impossible for EP to get any sort of ground movement in this. So again, this is where Q9, let's not forget, they had to play, AGAL, and that was a tough task, but they were still able to make some interesting score lines considering they were playing the defending champs.
Yeah, and it was 10-5 and 10-7, Eagle Eye and New Mexico that did go the way of AGAL, so relatively close, getting 7 rounds on New Mexico, not half bad for that team. And this time around, it does look like Q9, after a successful defense here on the first round, they go out into woods and look to challenge through the smoke here, but XQQ has got the lineup. And we do have maybe a bit of a challenge as XQQ, like I said, he's got the lineup and Koi finds out real quick.
Yeah, and I think the thing that was really important that the desk brought up is saying look, XQQ has to get activated. He has to be able to find these duels and feel a little bit better. It looks like he is trying to take matters into his own hands here and now. These pop flashes are going to make it a little bit difficult, so he actually is going to reconvene and kind of reposition himself, but I do like the attempt, right? He finds a kill on stairs, then he's trying to capitalize on it. 2WW does try to make a little bit of a cheeky play, but, XJ is just waiting for him in the back here, so it was kind of a gamble. I don't know if it was worth it there.
Very disjointed on Blacklist. I think we're already seeing it a little bit here as XQQ tries to go by himself. That's fine, but then pushing Vents by yourself, not going to work out. As you is here, he is going to trade one back, but still advantage to the side of EP, and they're clearing out the A site. You have XMY trying to move on over and get the defense going. He spots the gun, doesn't quite land the shot. And that just means that, they know exactly where he is. Low health bar here on YZK. But YZK is going to stay safe for now. Ooh, nice shot there. Nice flick from XMY. I suppose there is still a small chance.
There's a chance. And XMY does actually switch up out of the sniper. He's got the rifle in hand now. So ZAY goes for this peek. I was going to say he's going to have to be really careful on this. And again, playing these one-on-ones. But okay, EP will be able to bounce back. It was looking like it wasn't going to be great. It looked like a bit of a miscommunication, and that's kind of the things that we saw yesterday, right? We keep talking about being disjointed, and that was a quick little bit of a recap on it, but at least they can bounce back in this, and I like the fact that they did play behind missile. They were just kind of waiting things out as much as they could, but ZAY went for a bit of an aggressive swing for my liking, but it does pan out well.
Yeah, as long as the results are good,
then it's fine. Then
we're not gonna pull it apart too much. And this time, he was going to be up in the vent and actually challenging forward just a little bit. We did see that 2WW pushed in by himself through the vent, got shot down for really not much value. If nobody's looking, then maybe he gets a nice jump, but a very risky play. So not going to go for it this time, at least not yet. And we'll see where they do want to attack this time around. It looks like the A site once again. Really no attention given over to the B site just yet. XQQ was pushed in here pretty close, but is not able to do any damage.
Yeah, we're definitely noticing that EP, it feels like they're definitely sending like a player by themselves, especially XQQ, to try to be the playmaker, like try to find that opening duel, try to just create the space. But in this round alone, you see he already gets taken down. Koi's able to find himself this great frag. And now, again, we're in this situation where Q9, they're just picking them apart one by one here. So EP don't have any sort of a response on this, and 2WW is gone. He gets dunked by the nade, leaving it all just down to one player of YZK here for the 1-on-5. Not a speck of damage against Q9 at all, but let's not forget he does have the C4 on his back, so that's something to work with, but this lack of utility, it's just going to make this almost feel like mission impossible.
Yeah, not an easy place for him, and this is kind of like what happened in round 1 where he was the last person alive. Does a little speck of damage, so at least he's got that. But now they know where he is. They're swarming in from every angle. Nade is good, but he gets flashed up here, and the pistols are enough with all 5 members. So Q9 to take the lead once again. And yeah, just chopping down XQQ right from the get-go, and from there, just able to get the man advantage. They read the fact that they were pushing down the A stairs once again, and that made it easy defense for Koi and the rest of his squad.
Yeah, and I like the fact that we're seeing a difference in the playstyle right now from Q9, because I think yesterday, you know, you and I were both kind of talking about it didn't feel like they were playing the way they normally do. It felt like they were a little uncomfortable or just maybe being nervous, like you are on the big stage, right? So let's not forget that. But now that they got that first match done, now they're here. You're starting to see the communication is looking a lot more crisp, and everything just seems to be dialed in. Like, these setups are perfect. Nobody's overextending. Nobody's doing anything, you know, too risky. They played that well. Like, even a 1-on-5, like, you don't want to give up any 1v1s. I thought they did a great job just reacting to it. So Q9, so far, it's been looking really clean. I mean, we know it's only up by 1 round, but so far, their GR side has looked impressive just because it still has been really tight here for EP to get any sort of, you know, footing into a bomb site.
Yeah, and it looks like EP maybe just grouping outside of A Woods once again. I mean, this has been a pretty consistent strategy from them, not really mixing it up at all. We do see maybe gonna go through the double doors here as just guns are blazing, pushing through smoke, and they don't really get anyone. I mean, they do a bit of damage to you, and then they back away. YH takes some himself as the entry man. And maybe now finally here in round 4, we will see some pressure into the B site.
Yeah, going to change up their setup a little bit on this, and I do like it because it does feel like they were just trying to take A over and over again, right? So the fact they're in control room here, I think this is not a bad idea. The smokes here from Q9, though, will block things off here for Locker. So this is going to make it a little bit tough, but they still have some time to work with. He's still got about 45 seconds remaining on this, but they could try to attempt this 3-2 split if they choose to. But it looks like 2WW is going to be the one that's just kind of pulling back a little bit, maybe just going to try to find somebody in the back lines if possible. But Lin W has to be really careful because he just needs to stay alive. This is great. Finds the duel, falls back, allows his teammates to be able to help him. There's Koi just bouncing right back with him here. So this is great. Just kind of doing the bait and switch as much as possible. And look at that. EP, they just fall right into this mousetrap. And all of a sudden, we're talking about XQQ by himself. And Q9, they pick up, again, a very coordinated round.
Yeah, I think for the side of EP, they made it a little bit obvious once again. There were 4 people in the machine room. They were making some noise. There were some smokes thrown in their face. A bit of fighting back and forth, and you know, they get that initial pick off. The timing from Koi was fantastic to pop out of the vents and get another pick off. And from there, that late in the round, EP were just forced to push into the B site and got picked off one by one. So again, not really the coordination that we're used to. We haven't really seen it in its entirety for the side of Evolution Power Gaming. Whereas Q9, I feel like things have been made pretty easy for them. They're not really doing anything specific or out of the box just yet. Just kind of playing defensively and getting some nice pickoffs, getting some leads in terms of man advantages and going from there for the win. So 3-1, and it looks like maybe we have a little pause, and we'll have to see if EP can bounce back after this.
Yeah, and I think the good thing that the desk really brought up and is the fact about, you know, that even like last month, these guys did play each other in the CFPL. And I mean, EP were the ones that were able to, you know, take this with a pretty convincing win with a 10-5. So the fact that we're starting to see already now that Q9 have been able to get themselves a bit of a lead, it feels like they're playing a lot better CROSSFIRE right now, in my opinion. Like everything seems to be connecting properly. Again, the communication just seems to be on the exact same level. This is where EP, it almost, the way they're playing, it almost kind of feels like there's multiple, you know, chefs in the kitchen, right? Like everybody's just contributing a thought. Everybody's just trying to say something. And like that's where this you know, tanglement of like how they're playing could happen. Don't know. That's just total speculation, but it just, you can sometimes see when people are making plays by themselves or just like these timings are off. That's what makes me wonder about how many voices are really speaking into this. So for EP's sake, I'm hoping now with this timeout, they can kind of cool things down a little bit, kind of get back into relaxation and get back to the way they were. So, and let's not forget, they were the ones that were able to pull back in that first game yesterday. So they didn't get the win, but they were able to get some rounds. But it just looks like Q9, yeah, they are still locked in right now. They are not missing a shot. They are just perfectly landing everything. And EP, they are just on the receiving end of this.
Yeah, once again, I feel like a bit forced through the double doors. They go straight into double crosshairs of the side of Q9. They at least make it onto the A site, so it did look like Q9, while they were distracted with that fight, which they're fine to be distracted. They get 3 kills and lose nobody. But at least EP have the A site. You see that XJ and Koi have a pretty good inkling that this is what is going on. So EP, looks like Q9's just going to wait for them to plant the bomb and then go for the retake there, allowing them to, you know, rotate out if they'd like to. As we can see, they're not going for it. 2WW goes in, gets sniped down by Koi, who was waiting for it, and might just be a 5-for-0 at this point, unless XQQ gets something going.
Yeah, it's tough because I feel like for 2WW, like he had to either decide like, okay, do I make a play here and try to find the timing of a duel? But it would have been nice for XQQ to maybe like just try to make some shots and make some sort of a distraction, maybe just to see if those, you know, GR players would move. But yeah, they just weren't able to make that happen together. But nice shot from him. It's a sliver of a peek. And LinW actually gets caught here in the box. I mean, XQQ, I was thinking he's getting some opportunities here to make some shots happen. But no, Q9 right back into it. Now we're talking about a 3-round lead. These guys are looking dominant, honestly. There's not a lot of mistakes they're making. They're playing this very patiently, and they're just waiting back. And EP are really having to fight for any sort of control of this game. And it's just been, you know, just gasping for air, really, at this point.
Yeah. We have so many teams that are very strong on Blacklist side of sub-base, and we have a lot of tape, right, of how you're supposed to play this map from the Blacklist side and how you're supposed to win a lot of rounds. I'm not seeing that, really.
Yeah.
You know, rotations have to be crisp. If you're going to go for them, they have to be fast, kind of catch your opponents off guard. Or if you are going to hit a site, everybody needs to be on the same page. I feel like a lot of the pushes from EP are like, well, 1 or 2 people are going to push through the double doors, and then after that, we're going to go down the stairs. And they're not winning these firefights where they feel a little bit forced either. So if they were, you know, going in, winning the firefights, and winning the rounds off of that, then sure. But if you're not having a lot of confidence in your aim at the moment, then maybe you got to find another scenario. And as I said before, I think Q9 is just doing a really good job, you know, really no notes, which is why I'm not mentioning them all too much. It just feels like sit back, play your game, and allow EP to continue making some mistakes.
Yeah, it's really just going to be about EP just trying to figure out how they get out of this rut, essentially, right? Because it just feels like everything they're trying is just not working, and then like that coordination just doesn't really seem to be there. But again, I think Q9, like you said, have definitely shown a lot of improvement from the last time these guys have played so far, and that was the biggest question we were going into day number 2 is like, okay, who's going to show up out of this matchup just because both these guys did lose? But finally now EP are able to get themselves these opening duels. So that's big because Koi is one of the top fraggers right now. Now you're taking down you. So this is a huge man advantage right now that we haven't seen for EP, I think, at all this entire game. So this is a great opportunity. Bomb's already making its way into this site. You have a couple players that are just lurking here, but now you're just picking up another one. XQQ is really playing this lurk position as much as possible. So Q9 got to be careful. XMY, an easy shot, but now they have to isolate and take down 2WW. But he's hanging out in the vents, so this is all about timing for him.
Yeah, we'll see when he does pop out. Looks like XMY wants to try to clear this out. He is not going to be able to, as 2WW, of course, was waiting for that one, and a nice headshot here from YZK. finishes it off for EP. So they do get on the board once again. Not a big celebration from them. I think they can also feel that there's a lot of work to do still. And, you know, if they pick up 3 rounds in a row from here, I'd say, you know, I'm beginning to feel some confidence as well. But I think they still have some more to prove here. So let's see what they have going. As this time Q9 going to push up into Woods. YH in the corner. Does get some nice coverage, and the flash is perfect, actually. The timing here on Woods is great from Evolution Power Gaming. And they do get in, and that's man advantage for them.
Yeah, and this is the second time now we're seeing that EP have been able to put themselves in the opening duel situation and getting themselves, you know, the man advantage right away. But now I like the fact that Q9 are trying to make a bit of a counterplay on this, where, you know, XJ is just trying to fight for some good control of the map, just trying to see if he can recreate some space. Not really going to matter too much as EP is going the other direction, but nonetheless, Q9, they're not just kind of turtling. They're not just playing hard defense on this. They're actually still trying to, you know, create a little bit of space for themselves as much as possible, which now allows these players to be on the other side. You can see on the mini-map. So this is decent. Perfect timing on this. Now you can just pull back. EP have to make a decision. Do we want to contest for this wood control again, or do we want to give this up, go a different direction? But seems like they're still a little bit mixed on this. You still have a player in Vent. He's going to get spotted right now. 2WW, he's been playing this position countless times. So now for Q9, you can see that XJ is just trying to make sure his positioning is a little bit different, so he's not going to overextend as much as possible. So a little bit of a cat and mouse here from both these teams.
Yeah, and honestly, I feel like this is a bit better from EP, really trying to pull them apart. Obviously, the trade back from Q9 was good from XJ, but now trying to push out once again, and XJ just going so big in this round. I mean, 3 kills already for him, and a huge amount of information, too. I mean, he sees the push. They're over by Woods. It allows Q9 to reposition, but they're not ready for the XQQ lurk. Not this time around. And he picks off Lin W. It is going to make this a 2-on-2 position, as coming right through the hallway, YZK should be able to get this plant.
Yeah, so the plant's going to go down, but again, this 2v2, XMY in an interesting position too, so he's going to go all the way around. Should be able to go through jail if he wants to, so it looks like he will. So him and Koi now could at least play a little bit slightly different angles. Koi, though, is locked up in jail. Should be able to slip through the side. XMY, look at the space he just gets for free. So XQQ, a little bit of a misspotting on this bot. He does take them both down. My goodness, I didn't think he was going to be able to find the 2, but he does.
I don't know how he managed to line that up. Like, that looks like a collide. I don't know how that's even possible. One guy was in jail and the other was really close. So I'd love to see that shot again, and let's see it. I mean, that's just like, I don't even know how he lined that up. Like, this is crazy. But it worked. It worked, and that's round number 3. XQQ going pretty big at the very end and allowing his team to stick in this game. And now a quick fight over in Machine Room, it looks like, and we're right back into the action. Bit of a 2-on-2 situation here as they are rotating quickly through the vents, trying to go towards the A site.
Oh, this could be good, though, too, because, I mean, Koi does look like he's kind of hesitating or kind of debating that they could be there, but now look at the space he's given up. He's kind of decided, look, I'm going to push through wood control. They've actually been able to slip behind the enemy lines, so now they're going to have themselves essentially this free plant, and then all of a sudden it's just, we're talking a retake situation for Q9 and even XMY, like not any idea at all. So these guys are going to be kind of scratching their head like, okay, well, they did kind of get through the vent control. But now it's a question, does Koi want to swing this or not? That smoke is going to be problematic. So it's gone by a lot of time here for EP. But this nade has to be good. It's got to do some damage. Not going to find anything at all. And now you can see Koi has to make the play. He drops down. He's already posted up, but there's XMY, and there it is! The snipers will prevail, and Q9 get themselves a 5th right back on the board.
Yeah, it was very nicely handled from Q9 on the retake. They just waited until both of them were in position, and you could see that Koi challenged first down the stairs and forced the guy out of position and into the sniper's line of sight, which allows XMY to get the first kill. The second kill was just, you know, the cherry on top. That was a very nice shot and a very nice reaction from XMY, because we saw he was trying to react from behind the missile after his teammate got taken out, but just a quick reaction from XMY to reposition, hit the shot, and secure the round for Q9. So already 5 rounds here from the GR side, feeling pretty good for them. And we do have a bit of a full-on push here from Evolution Power Gaming.
Yeah, this is a bit of a different take from them too, because even for Q9, you could look at the setup that they're doing. They're going to almost play essentially this full retake, and they're going to allow it. Koi might just try to, spot this if he can on the sidewalk here. He's actually going to aggressively put himself in a different position, so he's pretty exposed, and he gets caught in the crosshairs, so that's not going to be good right now. But Q9, they can put all their attention onto this now. Nades galore, they're just flying everywhere. Plant's going to get done quickly. That plant came down at 142, so it was really quick. And now Q9, this is not an easy one because this is a bit of a choke point, right? I mean, you have a really tough corridor you have to get through. And EP, they're just grouped up on missile here. Look at how much they're just looking for these fights.
And look at the position of XQQ on the mini-map. He's all the way back in spawn. If they do decide to go through woods at all, he's going to have eyes on them, and that's a really difficult position to go for. They're just going to run down the stairs. Only you is alive. And yeah, it just doesn't look good for him as he's backing away, just trying to take a 1v1 with XQQ because he might as well. But this round is going the way of Evolution Power Gaming. And I do like how they were able to mix up the strategy. They just go for a slow push down the stairs. It catches them off guard, maybe reading that there wasn't great defense over by the A site. And that just allowed them to get great position onto that site before Q9 could respond. So to be honest, I mean, Evolution Power, they started off very weak, but they really came back. And this is now anybody's map from here. I mean, Q9 were doing a good job when things weren't looking solid, but now it looks like a very even map.
Yeah, this is where, again, we just get to see EP demonstrate. We talk a lot about them and what they were doing, always being in that number 3, number 4 position and always contending for a top placement for CFPL. And they're a team that proved yesterday, right? I was talking about it with Vitality, where it didn't matter the scoreline, they were still making a comeback. They were able to go down, what was the first map? A 9-4, and then I think we went all the way to golden round. So that's what I mean. EP have been through the thick and thin of everything. So that's where a team like that, where they started very weak, this is a great scoreline for them. They should be ecstatic of how this is, because even though they didn't win it, this is still very positive. Now they get to go on the GR side. This is where they've been a little bit more efficient that we've seen so far in the tournament. So I feel like this is a really strong note for EP fans right now.
Yeah, especially because it feels like the onus is on Q9 to really try to pull this map apart. I feel like if you play very obvious on this map, it's just easy pickings for the GR side. So yeah, Q9 need to pull out the strategy book potentially with some of these pushes. So far it's been some passivity to start. They just go into machine room, a bit of poking and prodding, but no full commit anywhere. A little bit of Koi trying to see if he can find anyone, but EP not challenging over there either. ZAY did, poke his head in a little bit, but there was smoke in the way, and now they're just sitting back waiting for the push of Q9, which still hasn't come through. 50 seconds. And to me, this looks like a B push with maybe late pressure through the double doors as they take over the lockers. They're making their way in, but again, very consolidated defense here for EP.
It is, yeah. You could just see how much EP are really turtling up here, and they're just kind of waiting for these fights to happen, which is not a bad thing. And XQQ does find the opening duel, and now Lin W is trying so hard to find this kill, but just cannot. But thankfully his teammates right there to bounce back. But XMY, this is getting chaotic, and man, oh man, XQQ has been playing a phenomenal game. What a turn of events from yesterday, already looking like an entirely different person, performing lights out and really saving EP in a lot of different situations. We talked about him being the lurk, but look at what he's been able to do. He's creating so much space for his team.
Yeah, he absolutely has. I mean, he's been having a great sub base so far, and as you said it there in your commentary, it's very chaotic on that push. We saw Lin W go through the hallway, and it looked like nobody knew on EP. They're like, wait, where did this guy come from? Everybody's spinning around trying to deal with a lot of pressure, as it can get very chaotic on this map when it's a 5v5 push. But EP still cleared out, and they still were able to clutch it at the very end. So props to them, as now they've really made this map theirs. It's 5-5, but it feels like big time momentum swinging in favor of Evolution Power Gaming. And we'll have to wait and see what Q9 have in store for us strategically. Once again, I mean, that was kind of a standard B push, nothing crazy, but it definitely did not break the backs of EP.
Yeah, and I do like this play from EP too. Like, again, like we always can give a little bit of criticism for teams that just kind of, again, just play very close in the site like this, where like you do want teams to kind of expand at times, but I do like it because on the B site, you can really put a lot of a lean on this, and I think Q9 has been making their plays pretty obvious. That's what they did yesterday. Like, you could tell when they were like throwing some nades and kind of putting some noise somewhere, like that was typically where they were going. They didn't do a lot of fakes yesterday. They weren't really giving a lot of, you know, guessing games really for their opponents. So I think EP probably know this. Like, the bomb is still in the back of mid right now, but you still have 3 players from Q9 that are committed to an area here, and they're still really exploring it. But now maybe they're going to make me eat my own words. They're realizing, okay, look, let's just make a distraction as much as possible, possibly. And now EP, they barely have to move a muscle. You just have YH. He's kind of making his lean now.
Yeah, it looks like a very similar push to what we had in the last round, as we do have lockers control for them. Interesting that EP keeps giving that up. XJ going to push through the hallway, gets 1 kill, but it is taken down by 2WW. You on the follow-up here as they move in onto the B sites. Still playing this a little bit passively is EP. They're going for the rotations. 2WW just going to wait in jail for his teammates to wrap around. But XMY is waiting. He's not going to hit the shot. YH just better on the 1v1. And all of a sudden, now Lin W in an awkward spot, and he's just not looking the right way. I mean, your teammate just died at lockers. You got to know that they're going to push through there, especially with not much time on the bomb.
Yeah, and I was scratching my head. I was just like, I couldn't figure it out. I'm like, why are you playing this position? Like, you should know for sure that your teammate just went down there. Like, the calm should be that quickly, right? And we were giving a lot of praise for Q9, where we were saying, look, like, everything seems to be, the stars are aligning, everything looks really good. Now this is where you're starting to see that disconnection a little bit, because even that post plant, it just looked like they had no sort of a plan in it. There was so much disorganization. EP, like, didn't really do anything that, crazy to really cause that much disruption, but it seems like it did. So Q9 kind of showing a little bit of weakness here in these post plant situations, but could be a little bit of a blip, but nonetheless, I mean, that's a big take here for EP. Now they're in the lead. Like we were talking where Q9 were starting off really hot, and all of a sudden now EP have put themselves back into winning ways.
Yeah, I feel like, these two teams must know each other so well, and maybe a lot of mind games that we can't quite feel compared to the teams, facing off against each other for the nth time from the CFPL. And, one team getting the better of the other to start, but then EP immediately pulling it back in terms of momentum, as we do have a timeout called for after this round. So we'll see if that can kind of shore this one up. Q9 definitely still in a position to make things happen, but it's worrying when you lose the first couple of blacklist rounds in that manner, where, lockers is being given up, you have a very short push to make, and you're just not able to execute on those sites. So I think there's a lot for the coach to go off of, and a good timing to go for the timeout. Q9 also, they're playing the beginning of these rounds very slowly. I think that I would love to see a round where they go a little bit quicker, especially a push on the A or something. You see, there's 3 people from EP on A, and I think they were expecting what I kind of wanted to see. But we are not seeing that just yet. And Q9 are taking their time, and it looks like a bit of a split push because they're going into lockers, but the bomb is not going to be.
Yeah, now it seems like they're kind of pulling back on this plan, right? So they're just going to have these 2 players that are going to push towards B, and then you have the remaining with that bomb looking like it's going to be an A split. So it's kind of putting a little bit of risk. But now even though they're going to reposition one more time, so they're even going to go right through mid, and they're going to try to pinch this if they can. But YH, strong position here, and he's hot on the heels. This makes it problematic here for Q9. You could already tell they're dropping like flies, and EP, what a perfect read on that. I love the reaction from them. They're like, okay, look, you need to go for the flank. This is going to make them just get crunched in, and just so quickly. It was a one-bite sandwich.
Yeah, I mean, again, the execution, the timing's so important. They try to go for a push on the B, and we've seen this before. It's definitely a bit of a trickier kind of push you can do from Blacklist, but it's almost like an A fake into, okay, we just take over the computers and we just go straight into B. But it wasn't fast enough. Like, they got caught off guard. They were red very early. The rotations came in from ZAY and ZYK, and that just allowed them to respond and get a lot of kills from behind. So, again, I think there's a lot for the coach to go ahead and say, wow, we got to do this better, that better. Let me get out my list of all the things I've jotted down here. I didn't want to say that because he doesn't actually have a notebook, but
yeah,
maybe in his head he jotted them down.
Mentally there, yeah.
And STF has a lot of work to do, but I mean, I said before, Q9 are not out of it, but we haven't seen anything that have really given us confidence as commentators, as viewers, from their blacklist side to really say they've got it in the tank. But hopefully this attack pause can help them out.
Yeah, and this is kind of where I'm not really loving the fact about, Q9's like BL side, right? Like this is what we talked about yesterday against AG. Like, look, and I know I'm comparing like an apple to an orange, but like the fact that the BL side still seems to be a problem for them, like it doesn't really look like it's quite there. They don't seem confident with what they're doing, and it just feels like they kind of get as soon as they lose a player or two, then it feels like it really does just kind of again rapidly open the floodgates and things start to be problems arising. So this is where I'm hoping TF, the coach here for Q9, is going to be able to have a good discussion and just kind of recollecting. But unfortunately for Lin W, he's going to get caught right now in the crosshairs of XQQ, and now XQQ has put himself at 10 kills, so he's putting himself tied with you as well for the top fragging in the server. And XQQ has been influential, really. Again, I keep giving him a lot of praise, but I think he's just such a difference from what we saw yesterday.
Yeah, also, I think that was a little bit confusing from Lin W just kind of dancing in the doors, because that is like the most common spot you'll see snipers start off the rounds. And now they're just trying to slow push down, but YH is in the corner here in the nook. Because now we got nades and XMY. He's almost dead from 2 nades. I mean, that is some huge chip damage already in this round. Not to mention they're up a man. And yeah, I think if you're going to peek there, you got to have a sniper in your hand. YZK rather, just keeps hitting these big shots. He is going to lock it down, and that is 8 rounds here for EP. And honestly, it didn't look like that tack pause did anything.
No, I really didn't. Yeah, it just feels like, again, they were kind of just playing this, okay, someone go find a pick, someone try to make a duel, and then even the fact that we saw the initial kill go against Lin W and Wood Room, I should say, and then you're, just getting a player pushing downstairs with no utility, like just trying to make a sort of a weird, risky play. It just, I feel like that wasn't worth it. It just feels like you're too far in the game now to be doing something like that. But it kind of goes back to the point you brought up, is like these guys have played each other countless times. So again, you're kind of just trying to figure out these like tiny little mistakes or little things that you're noticing that your opponent is doing. But EP, it was looking really sloppy in the beginning, but now things have really turned a different page so far. So this has been, again, very impressive to see EP getting back into this, winning fashion, or winning ways, we should say. And they've now put themselves in a really great, lead, up by 8. So this is a big round for Q9. They have to find this round to just kind of slow down any sort of a conversation at this map point.
Yeah, well, slowing down is the name of their blacklist game at this point in time. They're just really taking their time at the beginning of this rounds. I did take a look at some of the results from CFPL playoffs. It was a 3-1 win to Q9 and a best of 5 over EP, but Evolution Power did take subbase, and that was a 10-5. So we might have a repeat, actually, of the 10-5 if EP can close this one out without losing another round. And we'll have to wait and see what the other maps hold in store, because maybe that's where Q9 feel a little bit more confident. But so far we have seen a little bit of history repeating itself here in terms of the scoreline on this map. But still some time to go. We'll see if Q9 can at least pull some rounds together, as it does look like, once again, a late push here, looking to move in towards the B site.
Yeah, 40 seconds remaining on this now on Q9. Have to make some sort of a play, and you can see Koi, ooh, man, just trying to get a bit of a jump spot, hoping that you'll be able to find 2WW, but XQQ once again finds himself that first blood. And look at that, just within a second, we're talking about 3 kills in the favor for them. And now this is where they're trying to react. And XMY, a really great shot. Make it a second. Hang on, he might be able to cook up something delicious here if he can find this third. But they're going to be able to have that jail control. YCK, really good timing on this. And that's a nice little bit of a reaction. But yeah, it's just quick and done and dusted. So now we're talking about map point on the docket here for EP.
Yeah, and once again, the push not inspiring too much joy from the side of Q9. They waited until about 50 seconds, and you could tell that EP just had a great read, and It came down to the wire here where XMY is like, maybe I just put the team on my back and maybe that's how we win, but it's a team game at the end of the day. It's not going to come down to one guy killing the entirety of the enemy team. So Evolution Power poised here to take this first map of Subbase without too much of a hitch. It did start off a bit slow for them, but as now pushing on in Q9, this is looking a lot better. A much quicker hit in through the lockers. So now YZK has to do it by himself. YH is here trying to help out, but the flash is perfect from the side of Q9. They make their way onto the site. YH trying to challenge early. He's got a teammate there who's blocking him. And let's see what this retake looks like.
Yeah, do they want to play this together or do they want to play this apart? But it does actually look like they're going to play together. They're going to hold hands into this one and try to just see what they were going to be able to find. And, they take these like 2v1 duels if they can. But YH needs to clear it. Actually very well done. And now things are back to an equal footing. Nade's going to go through. That's going to actually take down XMY. So all of a sudden, this advantage for Q9. This is where they start to sweat a little bit. And Koi will be able to keep them alive. Woo-wee!
Yeah, I mean, once again, big clutch, but it's like they're scraping by. I did like the beginning of that round a lot better, though. Just pushing into the lockers very quickly. They're able to isolate one man in a 2-on-1, and from there you get those slow building advantages where you chip away at the defense, and that's exactly how they were able to get into the B site, even though it did look a little bit spicy at times. And we'll see if Q9 have any thoughts about going faster, because so far, the one round they've gotten from Blacklist side was a fast hit into the B site. And, these slower plays, I think it just gives time for EP to have a good read on what kind of push they're going to go for, what kind of strategy they're going to utilize. Again, so much information that both of these teams have on each other. So maybe they've seen that push, 500 times and they know exactly how to deal with it.
Yeah. But I do like the fact that, Q9 did just try to, go a little bit quicker on it, and they did actually a great job with it and just finding that duel, because it feels like whatever team seems to find the opening duel, that win percentage just increases by, so much of a margin, right? So that's where it's been really interesting. And Q9 did get that opening duel, and then they just kept running with it. They didn't pull back. They didn't overthink it. They're like, nope, just go. Just send it. We got to do this now. Like what they're about to do here, but YH blind as a bat. But once again, 2WW, the star player of this team, gets caught here with a big nade against him. And look at that, Q9 loading up the kill feed. XJ's just been having himself a phenomenal game as well. I know the score of him doesn't really prevail it, but I mean, he's been picking up duels, and it's a little bit scrappy there at the end, but Q9, they're taking this step by step. And I mean, this lead, it was a lot bigger. Now it's getting a lot smaller.
Yeah, I mean, we've already had a golden round here, especially when you and I were casting. And it was with one of these teams, Evolution Power. It was actually Evolution Power that came back in that map to make it into a tiebreaker situation. But maybe Q9 can do the same thing and force it into these heavy, high-pressure rounds. And certainly they have looked better in the last couple. Really not too many notes on what they have been doing. A nice little faster hit onto the A site. It didn't look like EP were ready for that. We're seeing different strategies being pulled out in terms of the timings and the tactics as it comes down to like the elimination round. So maybe Q9 were just waiting until the very end to pull out the good stuff. And now we're getting to see a bit of that here. Once again, they're poking their heads in here towards the lockers. We've seen time and time again that EP aren't really challenging here. So not really a lot you can do in terms of trying to get pickoffs. He does go fast through the smoke, though. This is a nice play.
I do like that a lot. I'm glad he timed that really well. Just, again, not respecting it. He's just like, look, I don't think they're there. So it's a little bit risky, but it pans out well. It gives them a lot of control now, just some good extra space. I thought they kind of want to, put XMY a little bit more on top here just to be able to find maybe a pick if they could, but they do play it a lot more conservative than I thought they were going to. I think they were hoping there was going to be a duel instantly, and then they either win it and then they can pull back. But now, going to change up their plan one more time. That last minute remaining, and XQQ a little bit quick. Premature on the shot here, just missing it. And Q9 still kind of grouped up, just waiting outside of wood control, and you can see that smoke's going to block things off just for the time. It looks like XQQ has actually made himself a full reposition, so they're actually going to double up this site. He's going to just give up this control, and allow them and kind of bait them in.
This is looking like a B hit at this point as they push into JLZ. Y is up in the rafters. They take him down pretty quickly, though, as now it's only 3WW who's on the site. He has not been spotted just yet, but they find him in the dark room. He picks up one, but is traded out eventually. 3v2 here, favor to Q9 as the push onto the B site is good, but a nice little poke out here from YH. Gets some damage down, gets the headshot on Nikoi. XMY still low, but he hits the snipe. And now a chance, very nice flick. XQQ goes for the pistol shot over the top. Needs to hit it. Is not quite going to get it just yet. But he does get the angle from the left side. Nicely done from XQQ. And that will be the round and the map to Evolution Power.
I'm just so surprised that we see that, like, for XMY, he doesn't, like, bring out the pistol. Like, he knows his opponent is trying to charge him with a pistol. I just thought, okay, bring out the pistol. You know, you just kind of go for the shoot off there. But no, like, instead, he just tries to commit to the snipe kill and gets punished for it. But great work from EP. Again, like, looking at how sloppy it was in the beginning, they pulled things back, and that's where we talk about their veteran experience, right? Again, they've been through this many, many times, and that's how they just do a good job to give themselves the map win.
Yeah, really good stuff coming back in this map. Evolution Power up 1-0 in the series, and we'll be back with the desk.
It's a rematch from CFPL Season 28, and they played map number 1 of Subbase. Then they played it now. It ends most likely the same, 10-7 with EP taking it. Last time it was 10-5, but either way, Revolution Power Gaming, they now lead 1-0. Now remember, this is a decider match. There will be a key crushed at the end of this series. But for Evolution Power Gaming, they're one game away from crushing their opponent's keys and moving forward. But Q9, I don't think they're done with just yet. They're looking to come back. Hey everyone, welcome into the Allianz Vault. I'm Taylor Reflections Noble, joined by Sneaky Frog and Lucy. Sneaky, what do we take away from this game one? There's not really any star-studded players. The stats are relatively the same. It was back and forth.
Yeah, and I think it's safe to say that Evolution Power is definitely back in the fray, at the very least for map number 1. It is very impressive that we finally got to see Zay actually kill him this time, as well as YH. He was very, very effective in this one. But at the same time, I think this is one of the better sniping games from both sides of the server. I mean, Koi and XMY were doing well, but at the same time, we finally got to see the sniping of YZK and the very, very rare lurk sniper, which is XQQ, and we finally got to see how effective it can be, even in a map like Subbase, where it's very direct when it comes to duels.
Yeah, he was absolutely a difference maker, right? You know, not just in that lurking play, but also he had 2 1v2s, one in each half, obviously closed it out with that really flashy one, which was beautiful to see. And to be honest, I really liked the way Q9 came into the game. Felt they were in really good position. I love the way they were playing off each other on that GR side. They were making it really difficult for Evolution Power to get any scaling in. But there was just like that one moment where I actually honestly think it was that XQQ clutch that kind of got things started. And that really woke up Evolution Power. And I felt like they didn't take the brakes off until the very end when they finally got 9 and they allowed a little bit of a way back in.
Yeah, Evolution Power Gaming played very well. They did let 2 rounds go, I should say, compared to the last time that they met. Either way, they played incredibly well. Last night, we were watching them play against Vitality. We kind of questioned their team chemistry. Things looked a little bit off. Did you notice any of that, right? Did you notice any team chemistry lacking during that match?
I think there were some points, for sure, in some of the rounds where, you know, Evolution Power kind of had 2 different ideas. Like, for example, I did spot that, you know, there's a lot of very... how would you say this? Very sparse plays. Let's just say there is a player on the other side of the map that is not XQQ, and once again, they also have the issues of not following up to WW from time to time. But I feel like they realize, hey, we need to lock in because we're already in lower bracket. And of course, we don't want to lose to a team like Q9, who they also beat right before in the, not in the playoffs, of course, right before in the group stage. So yeah, I feel like Evolution Power, they finally realize who they are. And yeah, it seems like it's a lot more smoother, but there is still those underlying issues. Maybe, you know, a bit of not having much trust on the IGL, but I feel like they're kind of forced to do so now because if you don't have structure, you might just drown.
That's it. Well, Stream A is here. Stream B, however, has been equally as competitive, and I'm curious what's happening over there. Salvatore, give me the update.
The second Brazilian team has now qualified for the playoffs as Rock Esports defeated Na'Vi 2-0 to advance to the playoffs. We open it up inside the Black Widow as Action and Silva were just on fire with a total combined of 49 kills in an amazing effort to deny the overtime potential of Na'Vi, closing it out 13-10. And then next map, it was just absolutely guns blazing here for MG with his TRG-21, who was just absolutely nice for Rock Esports, ultimately sealing the game and the series 2-0 in favor of Rock Esports. Coming up next, it's going to be the last lifeline of the Philippines up against Vietnam. GK Esports versus Execration coming up next at EWC CROSSFIRE Stream B.
Thank you for the update, Salvatore. Great to hear what's happening over on Stream B. They've got a couple more series to go, including more decider matches like we have right here and now. We head into Eagle Eye, map number 2. Q9 forced to try and come back. Now, for Eagle Eye, this was a close one for EP against Vitality. It went the distance. Remember that golden round? They ended up losing it. But you know what? In that case, even though they take the loss, I still think they showed great strength. Their Eagle Eye, how does it look to you?
In all honesty, I feel like Evolution Power's Eagle Eye could be looking really, really good, considering they're the ones who, just like what I said earlier, they're the ones who innovated most of the lineups in this map, where most of the smokes come from, and at the same time, I would say roughly 70% of the strategies in their map. So they are the innovators, but the problem is I'm not so sure if Evolution Power, you know, fully mastered said strategies, and it could be Q9 taking it and mastering it for themselves, maybe.
Yeah, but at least the map record so far between the two teams does speak well to Evolution Power when it comes to this map, right, and all the historical matchups across 2026. For Q9, you know, I did really like what I saw, you know, in sparse moments. I thought on the GR side, they had very good play off each other when they were falling back defensively, this sort of ping-pong effect. And the Blacklist rounds, they did that sort of sequence in a row. It was when they were being really explosive, really dynamic, and I hope we see a bit more of that direct play here, because I think that's what they were really excelling at.
Lin W, the new addition to Q9, has been playing very, very well. We heard from him earlier. Very well spoken, honestly, and I think a great addition to this Q9 roster. He places YJ. Sneaky, you mentioned he brings in more aggression, right? Well, did the aggression help in sub-base a little bit earlier?
Yeah, it actually did. I feel like Lin W is providing a whole lot of openings for the Q9 team, and because of the size of sub-base being a lot more smaller compared to the other maps that Q9 played, it's not as far in terms of the trades for the other players. And I did realize that Q9 spacing got a lot more tighter, so maybe they've heard what I said yesterday about, you know, actually following up on what Lin W is doing, and that really did give them a whole lot of rounds. It's just that they couldn't get past YZK and XQQ.
Yeah, and you mentioned also kind of how well Koi played, right? So I think they've got a lot of reliance here coming into this. They can play that dual sniper setup from the GR side and really get a lot of impact out of that. So it's been really good to see that coming through. And in that series versus AGL, that was a 10-5 on Eagle Eye, but I do think that was a really misleading 10-5. I think that was a scoreline that should have been a lot closer. As I said earlier, I think across both those maps, AGL were bailed out by individuals and Q9 were often the better team. So I think we see a bit more of the shades of the Q9 we got in that series. Even though it was a loss, I think we can get this to a third.
I'm excited to watch 2WW for EP side, especially going into Eagle Eye. He did a great job against Vitality, even though they took the loss in the golden round just last night. But yeah, 2WW, one of my favorite players, at least at the current moment when it comes to Evolution Power Gaming. The energy he brings, the aggression, the slayability is just truly phenomenal, to say the least. Great pickup indeed. But again, there's a lot of pressure on him. I mean, if Evolution Power Gaming, let's say they do in fact lose this series, Q9 wins the next two, it's going to be the Mino situation all over again. They're just going to blame 2WW, and, well, then they're going to try and pick up a fifth. They've been floating these fifth players for the longest time now, trying to find out what works. The question is, though, what truly is the issue? Well, that's for Evolution Power to figure out. But either way, at the moment, they're currently up 1-0 in the series, and they're looking quite good going into Eagle Eye. Porte's going to be the map 3. We'll discuss that when it comes up, but they don't have a lot of history when it comes to that one, so that's going to be a lot of fun to see for sure. This rematch, EP, they've done their homework. Sneaky, you mentioned earlier for champions, at least on our stage, right? It seems like they have a tough time, and that's just been how the Allianz Vault is. But also, for rematches, it seems like on our stage as well, it goes the opposite way whenever they meet again on the stage.
Yeah, it kind of seems the story is now slightly different. But yeah, I would say Evolution Power, they just need to kind of keep their form and what we saw for map number 1 and, get a lot more... I wouldn't say more teamwork on their side. I just want to see the hard fraggers on the team kind of lead it a lot more, especially for XQQ. He usually likes to play on an island, and for the side of YZK to kind of help him lead the team. And I feel like if they can do that with 2WW just kind of crashing into whatever defense he can, then it's definitely possible for EP.
This group was labeled the Group of Death, and Group of Death is ready to claim its first victim. And the winner, whoever wins this series, has to move forward to play against the Stallions, who are in lower bracket. It doesn't get easier from here. In fact, it only gets more difficult. But that's how it is, Lucy, when it comes to the lower bracket.
Yeah, you almost feel the winner of this is going to be really, really motivated to beat Stallions, just because you kind of not only have your own life on the line, but you kind of want to avenge your brothers, right? We heard kind of in the interviews they're not happy about having to play each other here in this match. I don't think anyone really expected these two teams to be fighting for elimination on day 2, but that's the reality of it. And so, yeah, I think they'll be carrying the torch forward for whoever falls here, and I think whoever goes on against the Stallions is going to give them a run for their money.
I mentioned from Q9, Lin W, big fan of him and what he brings to the table, but XJ and XMY, leading damage dealers against AGAL. If they can do it against AG, they can do it against EP.
Yeah, and actually, honestly, like for his role being the IGL of the team, right, he's doing a lot of damage, and that is really helping the offense and the firepower of Q9 here, which has been lacking from time to time as some of the players do disappear on some of the games. And, it has been like that since day 1. So it's nice to see that the IGL is kind of being the inspirational beacon for his team. And it's like, hey, if I can frag hard, you can frag hard as well.
Yeah, it's always great to see IGLs or support players, just being able to frag out. It's nice you can get the best of both worlds. You get a leader, you also get a fragger. Hey, that's everything you need for your roster. Now, when you think about, though, last year's accomplishments, these guys, they have accomplished so much. First off, for Q9, top 8 last year, they made it into playoffs. That was big for them. They ultimately ended up taking the loss. But then you look, they lost to, AGAL, and it was Eagle Eye, it was New Mexico. That's a big team. They go on to win, so I forgive them for that. Now, for Evolution Power Gaming, 3rd place last year. So to think about them from going from 3rd last year to potentially out in groups this year just comes to show you the scale of the competition from year 1 of EWC to year 2.
Yeah, I mean, this is a team that you expect to get through to the playoffs. It's a team that you consider to be a title contender, right? I think I called them yesterday. I said they're my dark horse here. And then obviously as soon as I say that, they fall down to the lower bracket. But that's just the curse of it. But it'd be very disappointing for them to crash out here, because we know what their potential is after their season, what they've looked like. I mean, for both these teams, that's the case, right? There's just so many strong teams. And the upsets on day 1 have put us into this precarious position where, hey, maybe we have some new challenges that get an opportunity to rise.
That's right. Well, it's time to hop into map number 2. It's Eagle Eye EP, 1 map away from closing this series out. For Q9, they got to come back in a big way. Let's head into Eagle Eye Evolution Power Gaming versus Q9.
Thank you very much, guys, as we're jumping into game number 2. Post-haste, as it is Evolution Power Gaming up against Q9 Club. One of these guys has to go home. I think our desk has done a great job of really breaking down the stakes and what these teams are hoping to achieve at this tournament of EWC 2026. And so far, it's Evolution Power on top of this series. They have the first map win in their pocket. As you can see, the rosters here. I mentioned before in the playoffs of CFPL in the most recent season, it did go sub-base to EP in the first map, and then 3 maps in a row to the side of Q9. So EP get that strong footholds. They get the first map, but there's still work to do.
Yeah, there is still a lot of work to do. And the other thing is, for me, is just wondering if Q9 did a little bit of homework too, because again, like EP did play this map yesterday, and again, the desk did a great job talking about that matchup where they just lost by 1 round in the Golden, right? So I think for Q9, they probably, if they were, smart as I think they are, they probably were doing a ton of anti-stratting, realizing, okay, here's some gimmicks we know, this is some things that they're doing on the map. So this is where Q9, and it goes into the point you bring up, is that last time these two played each other, they kind of did a bit of a reverse sweep. So I feel like Q9 do actually have a really good opportunity with this, despite being down the map. I do think that, a little bit more is against EP, considering they got some recent tape playing this map, and it was a scrappy loss, but it was only by that one.
Yeah, it was a very close one at that, and Evolution Power actually taking it pretty slow to begin with on this map of Eagle Eye 2.0. See that XQQ is looking for the 1v1 up against a couple of these guys actually in Hotel, but maybe he saw 2. And if you see 2, then you know that there is potential for an angle here at the A site. And now we do see a bit of a rotation over, and unfortunately for Q9, Koi is moving away right at the wrong timing, but Yu is going to hold it down, gets that first kill, stops the push in its tracks, and even some flashes over the top, really just pressuring them back off of A long. Nice snipe here from XQQ though to get it started. As the slow push comes in, 2WW and Zay get one apiece. And XMY here on the angle is going to have to play the linchpin and try to hold on to the site.
Yeah, you can see he's trying to actually manipulate the smoke a little bit. Does take down the bomb carrier, but I mean, it's a good effort, but unfortunately he gets caught here when he was trying to just fade back a little bit. But for EP, really, really nicely done. Again, they just kind of take their time. They just kind of look for a duel. XQQ, almost like you said, gifted a duel in Hotel, but doesn't happen. But I do beg that question too, if he was able to spot both players. I don't know if he did, but it was definitely close, but really good work. And this is where Q9 should be aware of, like, the fact that XQQ is going to just be like, playing these, like, isolated positions by himself. So I wonder if they want to try to capitalize on that eventually, but nonetheless, it looks like that Q9 actually decide to get aggressive into mid. Now they're just going to retreat this, leaving it all by Koi by himself. So he's going to be a one-man army, so to speak, here. He does have you with him a little bit in the back line, but Koi's going to have to be the playmaker in this one. So this is a very interesting setup. Look at the stock. They've essentially vacated A. Like, they have left it, and they said, look, everybody just go B. We're just going to try to control the map through the mid and right-hand side of this corridor, and let's just see what happens.
Yeah, really the only issue with this is if they take over mid and go fast onto A, you don't have anyone there. But if you can hold on to mid, then that's not really an issue, and you can lean B and get a lot of defense there. That shot not going to ring true. XMY totally fine and get some information on where this push is coming in. Lin W up in the Hotel. We'll see if he can tell if this push is going to be coming in. But for now, Evolution Power Gaming certainly taking their time with this one.
Yeah, they're not really, creating a lot of space yet, right? They're taking their slow time on this. And that makes it, a bit of an issue for Q9, because we have actually seen them change their composition, 2 or 3 times already in this round? And we're down to the last minute. So this setup that we were talking about, it was looking pretty strong. And now XMY is prepared for this attack. So can he be ready for a second? No. Unfortunately, Coldface led for him. But Yu being able to find himself a double. So now a little bit of a crunch onto this. And they're okay. These rifles are starting to sing a little bit here from Q9's perspective. Leaving it down to the young gun of 2WW. Again, the new addition for him, but he will get caught off guard here. Backstab against them in Q9. They bounce right back into this game. So they're not going to allow EP to get any sort of a big lead for the time being.
Yeah, I think strategically for Evolution Power on that round, you got that first pick off in mid from XQQ. You know that there's probably not going to be an insane amount of people in mid, and if there are, they can rotate over to B very quickly. So the push underneath the bridge, I think, was a bit risky, especially with no utility, because if there's a guy on the bridge, he's just going to flank you the second you push in. And XMY hit the first snipe, and the push just falls apart from there, even though you had the man advantage from the get-go. So I feel like either play off of XQQ's pick in mid and maybe try to retake mid and go from there, or maybe just try to go for a Hotel push and take a little bit slower on towards B. I think that, no util push under the bridge was a bit risky. Does not pay off. And Q9 on the board.
Yeah, and EP are really just taking their time, aren't they? They're just playing this very, very passively. And the fact that XQQ does go down quite early, now, like, for him not to be able to kind of just run around and do whatever he needs to with the sniper, you can tell that EP are being a little bit more hesitant of where they want to go and how they want to move across the map. So this gives Q9 a prime position right now to put themselves in some sort of a lead, but I'm liking these changeups from Q9. I really do like this setup because, again, you're just playing solo positions on A and B, and you're just really heavily putting your presence in mid. So this is where if EP try to contest and try to slip through this doorway, I mean, this is a full mousetrap, so could be an issue. Smoke and nade is going to land right on top of XJ, and already half his HP has been depleted. So some good utility work from EP, but now they have to capitalize on it. Now they have to get the executes through.
Well, that's going to be a good start for them. Headshot on it, but Yu gets in, trades 1 for 1. Now Koi is on the back of the site, and he's still alive, does not take that win. And now Link W comes in, and it kind of felt like they were just coming in one by one, and EP stayed as a squad, and they're able to get the advantage in a lot of those firefights.
Yeah, and I don't really feel like, to me, like, you know, you can tell me how you feel about this too, because I don't feel like EP is like, their firepower is like so much heavier than it is on Q9. I do think, like, in terms of firepower, like, it is very close. Like,
Yeah.
I probably would give a slight advantage. I was kind of actually leading the advantage on for Q9's perspective, where if XQQ and 2WW aren't really performing, then, like, it's a heavy favor, but those were the two players for me from EP's side that I felt like they have to perform, and that's where the team really starts to excel a lot better. But we'll have to see. It feels like Q9 are kind of just losing duels. Like, that last round was just weird because players just ran into them. They couldn't capitalize or, you know, finish their kills. So that's it was a little bit surprising.
Yeah, it definitely was. I think there are better ways to hold down that A site. We haven't seen you know, much success for them actually defending that A site. So if I'm Evolution Power, I'd say, well, we lost that one round where they pushed into us and, you know, we got kind of caught out onto the bridge. But if we get a pick, I'd say just go A. Like, I don't think there's really any downside to that. You know, you're rolling pretty well. You have a lot of momentum here on the Blacklist side. Get a pick, go A. And that's exactly what they're going to do. As it does look like right now, it's been working. I mean, Q9 have not had a good answer to these pushes onto the A side, especially down a man. It's already difficult enough. So just keep hitting them where it hurts, essentially, and that's what they're going to do. As flashes over the top, corners cleared out, and XQQ gets the win in the sniper duel against XMY, and it is just a free A site for them.
Yeah, I do not like the setup from Q9 because, again, they just put so much reliance on XMY, which, I mean, not saying he can't do it, but again, that is a ton of responsibility for a player, right? And now these guys are getting caught off guard. Like, look at this position. Like, how is 2WW getting away with a double kill like that? It just makes no sense, but the timeout is going to get called, and I believe that was from Q9, if I'm not mistaken. So it honestly is the right time to do it because that was a awkward round. I mean, I'm not against a player being a solo anchor, but considering that it felt like it was too long and nobody was there at all to throw any utility or any sort of support for him, it just felt like he had to hit a shot, otherwise it was all over. And then you could see how fast that, you know, completely crumbled.
Yeah, I mean, they had so much pressure on that A-side push, and I think if you're the coach here of Q9, you got to say, okay, we need a better answer to their A-side pushes. We have not stopped one yet. It has not even been close. So maybe you can push in a mid again, get some information. I feel like it's worked really well for them from the GR side when they have guys up front and, you know, essentially keeping their sights on exactly where EP want to attack, rather than just sitting back on their hind legs and letting it come into them and trying to receive the pressure, because that hasn't been working at all. So definitely a lot to go over here for the coach and for the players to try to figure it out. And Subbase already going against them. I think there is a lot of pressure right now on Q9 that they're absolutely feeling after they lose another Subbase to this team, and now the beginning of this map isn't looking good.
Yeah, and I like that point you bring up, because again, I think we talk a lot about the pressure, and we were saying, look, like, whoever loses a series, like, they're done. Their key gets crushed, and this thing's all over, right? So where I think that's where we talked a lot about these teams and their experience, and like, we're talking about a high stage, you know, a lot of things are at play here. So this is where I kind of thought yesterday there was a lot of nerves. Now that nerves are looking like they're kind of starting to seep back in a little bit here for Q9 potentially. So they need to kind of clean up their act right here and now. Otherwise, you know, again, EP do have that map advantage, and if they can find themselves the 2-0, I mean, then we're talking about they're going to be playing, you know, Stallions, and that's the biggest thing here. So losers out, right? And that's going to be the unfortunate thing for Q9 to essentially, if they lose this, they're going 0-2 in this entire tournament.
Yeah, I forget who mentioned it yesterday on our opening day, but Q9, they were actually the 7th place seed coming in from the CFPL 28th season. And they essentially just made a lower bracket god run, right? They took down Title Legends, All Gamers, and Evolution Power before eventually getting stopped by Baisha in a 0-3. But, you know, for Q9, if they don't have a good results here, maybe I think a lot of people will just mark it up to a bit of a kind of a big run that you made in one tournament, and that was kind of it. And maybe you just don't really have it when it matters. Because Evolution Power, you know, they were higher seeded. They did get beaten by them in the playoffs, but so far have looked a bit better at this tournament from what we've seen. Obviously, this map isn't over, and I don't want to call it over just yet, but Q9 need to show us something better, especially after the tack pause. As pushing in through mid, YH is good on the entry. It's going to be taken down, though, 2 for 2, as now a bit of a push does come in, but YZK picks off 2. And they have just taken down the site. Koi gonna miss that shot. He does at least clean it up with the pistol. As out in no man's land, REP now getting the 1v1s here, though. Zay is going to take down XMY, and it's all up to Koi here, and he will go down. And once again, the disappointment rings true for Q9, as that was a very broken up push, and it didn't matter. EP still won.
Yeah, EP still make a lot of work out of it, right? And just like pick them apart. And now this is where I'm getting a little bit worried, because even Q9, like they didn't really switch up much of their composition. Like this is becoming a bit of an easy tell. You can see that they're leaving Koi to kind of be the, you know, big pillar on this A site, and like he's the guy that has to make a play. You have XJ that he had a really decent, you know, statistic first map. Now he's sitting at an 0-5. Like
he had a great first day as well.
Yeah, and first day. Like again, highlight player for sure. And now we're talking about a guy that he hasn't been able to find any sort of success at all in this, right? He hasn't been able to find any duels, and it's not just about that. But when one of your arguably better players is just quiet like this is where it gets kind of nerve-wracking, right? So this is where, for Q9's sake, this is where we need somebody else really like just pick it on up if they can. And unfortunately, Koi's getting put in these really tough positions, but XMY will be able to find that opening kill. So this is good. Now, a little bit of a reset on their setup. They're playing the 2-1-2, and EP have just been playing this very slow. And they might even just try to slip through the mid door here. And they should be able to get it for free. Koi looks like he might be propped and ready for this. Like he is still playing tower, but actually he's on the lower part of it and everything, so he's not going to be able to have the better sights on this.
Yeah, I think Yu was the one that actually had a bit of an angle. He's got a nade out as well, so maybe just keeping an eye on it. But wouldn't be a bad idea, I'd say, for the side of EP to actually try through the mid doors. They haven't gone for it just yet. This is just going to be a slow push, though, up into this room here. As Yu's got the angle, though, is ready for the slow push, as now some smokes are coming out, and it's making this push much more difficult. XJ gets in, picks up 2. YZK, they're going big, but it's not big enough. And finally, Q9 gets something here. I mean, they already had a round earlier on, but this one looking much better.
Yeah, that was a lot more clean, honestly. I like the fact that they get this kill, right? I mean, I can't stress it enough, because on the GR side, like if you can get that opening duel, you pull back, you don't need to overfight it, you just kind of reset up. That was perfect. I love the fact they did that. They got a really important, impactful kill. Then they just kind of just play the sites. And that's where EP, like the way they're playing this map, they're playing it very, very slow. Like we've seen, what, one round out of the, 7 that we're in that they kind of took it a little bit more quick. Otherwise, they've been just kind of, again, posted up like this and maybe a little bit more of a spread. I think they were expecting a full mid push on this, which is a really good read considering Q9 have definitely done this. So, but no action. Really not. It's been very, very quiet on this Western front a little bit. So we'll have to see if, EP decide to make something happen. Going to be a decent smoke that gets in place here. Nades actually might land, and oh man, ZAY just absolutely just removed in the HP department. So for him, that sucks. He hasn't been able to see anybody, and he's already lost most of his HP.
Yeah, generally when this happens, you give that player the sniper, but I think in this case, because you have both XQQ and YZK, YZK obviously not playing sniper But XQQ is playing really well, so I don't think you want to take it out of his hands, honestly. And ZAY more of a, rifler himself. So I think that's just fine. And again, that's why. Keep the sniper in XQQ's hands. He's going to get you first kills like that. As now they're actually trying to try the B stairs. So we do have a flash over the top trying to delay, but XQQ is just leading the charge here with the sniper. Not going to hit the shot. Takes some damage. As there's the shot, though. He does take down Lin W. Nice little swing from XJ, but only gets one. And now it's all up to Koi as he is back in spawn in the 1v3. Not looking too good for his chances as he takes a bunch of damage as well. The spray comes down, and there you go. Peeks it and just goes down to YH. So Q9, they got one round, but this still feels very heavily in favor of EP.
Yeah, and the thing I'm liking about this EP too is like they're just playing very simple. Like they're not overcomplicating it. They're just playing as a brute force. For the most part, they let XQQ, like we talked about, he's just kind of going on his own. No Man's Land, he's just kind of going for duels. He's just trying to create any sort of a kill or distraction, and then everybody else just plays together for an instant trade, which I'm totally in support of because it's working out. And Q9 don't seem to have any sort of an answer to this formula at all. And now, I mean, we're talking about a 3-round lead, and they got themselves, if EP can be able to find even one more round, like, what a position to be in, just to be able to close off the half, right? Like, if you can find yourself 6, like, huge. I mean, even right now, if they lost out, still a decent showing from them, and then they can transition over the GR side. But Q9, they got to do something different here a little bit. I like that they've tried mid-control. The timings and, the rounds they've attempted it, unfortunately, have just been kind of counteracted a little bit. But now they're just going to go back to a little bit of a, a double, double A, double mid, leaving just solely here for XMY to play by himself. And EP now, they're going to get ready for a full exec back onto this A site potentially again.
Yeah, I do like the pressure on a B, or rather A. I don't know why I said B. There hasn't been a lot of B pushes. But this is actually a fake. And they throw a bunch of util, and they're just going straight up the middle. With no util here. They're just going to push in a B. Lin W, the one guy, he gets his head taken off as XMY, at least there on the bridge, able to trade one out. But now he's caught in no man's land with his pistol out. And that just means XQQ gets the free kill in the trade. And they have total control of B right now. Really not much going on here for the side of Q9 as they are certainly floundering. Very nice fake and push here from the side of Evolution Power. It just feels like a bit of a slow start in the series, but after that, this has been totally their series to win. As you in a bit of trouble in this 1v4. He's going to get caught out here by XQQ. Nice swap to the sniper, but there's just not enough time. As this should be going 6-2 in favor of Evolution Power Gaming. Only 4 rounds away from avoiding elimination and moving up to the next round.
Yeah, I really like this, though, and I think that was a really interesting point that Sneaky brought up, right? He was talking about, look, like EP are the guys that, they kind of invented a lot of the lineups and a lot of the executions on this map, and maybe they haven't mastered it, but they were the ones that were innovative. They're the ones that kind of, pioneered everything on this, and like even just that, even that fake was great because again, they totally sold me on the A take. I'm like, okay, they're just getting ready for the exec and they're going to go for it, and then you're like, no, hang on, they're actually just going to go through mid, and then Lin W, completely caught off guard, just kind of had a bit of a feeling, but just got overwhelmed by the numbers, and that just again the steamrolling of EP, it just comes into full effect.
Yeah, it absolutely did, and I fear there might be a little bit too much momentum now for EP. I do like Koi beginning to push, beginning to look for picks, but it gets red. 2WW is there, and the flash over the top, and they just take him out. And just like that, I mean, if you're going to push that far up A long, there's not going to be much more support behind you, and that just leaves you in a rough spot. Another headshot on an XJ, and Lin W gets taken out. This is a total wash of a round right now. And XMY gets spotted. They know exactly where he is, and it's a free plant here for Evolution Power.
Yeah, and I mean, XMY, this is where do you want to, you can try to attempt this. I mean, it's a 1-on-5, but again, this might be where, he's really not close to anybody at all, and this time is burning. There is still time to make this happen, but again, EP would have to really, really fumble this in some regard. Like, that timer is already halfway through. XMY is trying to get a bit of a boost, misses the shot. An easy kill here for YZK. So now a half is going to be secured in this because a 7-2 lead, I was talking about getting 6, and I was like, well, it is going to be 7 instead. So really, really strong BL side from EP. Now they gets to switch on over. This is where Q9 again, I think we both agree that their BL side hasn't really been that impressive so far this tournament. So this is where, where I start to wonder if that could be decent for them or not. I'm not sure, but I do worry about it, just considering it hasn't been overly that impressive so far.
Oh no, Koi, he had such a great position, pushed up mid, no util, kind of caught them off guard, and still he just gets sniped out. There's now XJ at least able to clear out the hotel essentially by himself. Like, he had teammates nearby, but they weren't pulling any weight. So now you've got you pushing in here. Is going to go up top, but 2WW gets his feet taken out from underneath him. And a nice little swift push from Q9. Maybe trying to turn the tides here, the momentum early on. As XMY, nice little snipe. And XQQ in a lot of trouble here, as it all to do in the 1v3. And not going to be an easy retake for him.
No, not at all. But I mean, XMY's got to be really careful about these angles that he's going to play too. And actually, for XQQ, he actually misses the shot, but I mean, I think that would have been a tough one because you had two players that were close on by as well, so they could have just double swung that and it could have been pretty much lights out, right? So really good round from Q9. I mean, again, I think it comes down to the heroic play of XJ. Just, again, like you said, goes into a hotel, books a ticket, and he takes down two people. He's just like, all right, I'm kicking down the damn door. I'm not waiting anymore. I'm not going to be polite. And they make something happen. So look, if that's what it's going to take, like, that's fine, but we're going to need to see that accelerated from everybody because, again, he was quiet, starting to pick things up a little bit, but now the flashes look decent, but look at that. The kill feed just loads up one more time for Q9. Something's happened. Something's changing here in the water and the winds. I have no idea because it looked like the BL side was so dire, but now they're just starting to frag out. They're just starting to get all these kills, and EP, they don't even look like they're in the same weight class right now.
Yeah, last couple of rounds have been heavily favored to Q9. I think these fast pushes just catching him off guard. XQQ has run up here, but they know exactly where he is. Rough spot for him as he's just trying to play the angle and hope someone peeks him, but he's not looking the right way. And so just a couple of fast pushes onto B have been the remedy here for the side of Q9. A couple of rounds in a row from the Blacklist side. It's still anybody's game. And you can never count any of these teams out. They are so experienced and just really good at this game we call CROSSFIRE. So curious to see how they go from here, how EP are going to change things up. It hasn't been working. They're going to challenge them once again in the hotel. I think Q9 has made it very clear, like, hey, we want to challenge you guys in hotel. But Evolution Power say, bring it on once again.
Oh, and then W, this could be good too, because they're actually just going to allow this to slip through. So this is where EP, are they going to really expect it? No, and I don't blame it. I mean, the fact that YH gets taken out, he's probably like, what's happening? How did they get past you guys? And look at that. Within a blink of an eye, once again, Q9, like, they just get activation on kill mode here. Like, they have been able to just run through every single site. We're talking about a minute and 40, and these guys have full site control, and they only have to worry about XQQ. And he should be able to get double, if not triple swung here. But one of them decides to go a little bit early on this one. But again, you still have, for XMY, he's still in the back lines. He's going to be able to join his team now. XQQ, I was thinking surely not going to get away with this one, but the timeout's going to get called, and rightfully so. I feel like, again, what is this, 3 rounds in a row we're talking about for Q9? And like I said, I mean, I'm eating my own words here because I was like, well, Blacklist side, I feel like it's not going to look good, but I don't know, something changed, and they're like, well, now we play.
Yeah, looking much better so far. I think just really changing up the pace with which they have been able to challenge EP and take some really good trades. Evolution Power definitely got caught off guard by that third round where the push just went straight onto the bridge, straight onto the B site. A lot of smokes in the face of EP, and they weren't able to handle that pressure, especially with that late swing that did come in, the late man into the hotel. Just kind of shot 2 guys in the back. So, yeah, just being outmaneuvered around that area of the map, and they haven't really found an answer for it. So I do like that we get the timeout called here just to try to figure it out with the coach and see if they can get something rolling a little bit differently.
Yeah, it's a good time, right? Because we were talking a significant lead. I mean, a 7-2 is now turned to a 7-5. So this is where I like when teams call it a bit still with a lead, because then they're like, okay, let's just slow this momentum down. Let's just figure this out. Like, there's probably just a couple miscomms that are happening. So it's good for the coach being able to just give some wisdom and just say, look, here's the gap, guys. Like, this is what you're doing. And I love the fact that you pointed out that hotel seems to be the high contention point, right? It just seems like Q9 are like, nope, we're going to go for it. We're not going to wait for the check-in. We're just going to go right in this right away. So, and that's where I think EP are kind of feeling like, oh man, they're just really not respecting it at all. But now we're talking about a 2-round affair and still EP in the lead, but we'll have to see if this timeout is going to be effective for them or not. And it looks like Q9, actually, they try to change the pace, but ZAY perfectly finds 2. So there's a little bit more of life, I was thinking, but oh my goodness, Koi just can't seem to get the kill done. Oh, this is so problematic. I thought he had this dead to rights, but now all of a sudden he's got himself a 1-on-2. He does have that bomb on his back. Oh, he spots this player. Nobody knows he's there. He should be able to have an easy kill. Oh, this is so filthy. This is absolutely disgusting. And now he's going to have a free plant. What does he want to do with this, though?
Well, he wants to plant it here on B, and that means 2WW on 1 health here. We'll see if he can find a sniper, because that's certainly going to be the answer for him down this much health. Or maybe just a bit of a charge in here with the pistol. He's trying to go all the way around. As we do see Koi's just playing spawn right now. 2WW, he has been very clutch, the new addition to this roster. Can he pull off the 1v1? He's clearing out all the angles, and he's just going to tap the bomb and try to hold it. That's not going to work, as the angle is right here for Koi, and it's an easy clear up for him. So now 4 rounds in a row to Q9, and they are right back in this series all of a sudden.
Yeah, I mean, we talked about this yesterday, actually, with just kind of going for the full stick on the, the timer and everything. And I'm not sure I loved it. Like, I mean, the timer was still, it was less than half, but I think, again, there was a world where he could have just tapped it. He could have just tried to lean out a bit more just to see if he could find something. It's a tough one, right? It's a coin toss. You're just like, okay, do I want to just see if this works or not? But I felt like, for 2WW, he had a bit more time than that to be able to do something. But Q9, I mean, now, again, I don't know what has changed, but they're winning these opening duels. They're starting to just take matters into their own hands. Look at, they already have site control. The fact that YH is like, okay, well, they're already here. And within seconds, this round should be done. I mean, YZK seems like he's trying to go against many different angles, and he's just trying to play Survivor, but tie game like that already.
Yeah, I love these fast pushes, and the fact that Q9 are like, well, it's working. We're not going to stop anything. I think that EP did a pretty good job of that from their Blacklist side, but honestly, Q9 have done it better so far, and the results speak for themselves. As Yu does a good job of just tucking in the corner, knows he has the man advantage. It's a good way to handle that pressure. And once again, I mean, they're going fast. Like, this isn't, there's no dilly-dallying. They're not waiting. They say, we have the pressure advantage. Let's just keep up with it. A good trade here, actually, going the way of EP, as Yu has gotten quite low. YZK tucked into the corner. He is not going to win that, and Yu has no health, and he's still able to win that. 2WW trades one back, and that's going to spare the blushes. 2WW is just stepping up big time right now, but he can't do it all alone. As NWX and Y get a kill apiece. YH sitting at 9-9, knows they're on the B site. The flash is good. And that's going to push him off of the angle for now.
Yeah, YH does have 78.3 HP, so again, the HP is not looking great. So now, there it is!
Wow.
I was going to say, he might be able to have an opportunity considering these players are not the best in the HP, but man, flick of the wrist, and he gets it done. I was thinking, okay, Q9 going to have themselves back into a lead, but it's the clutch factor that comes into play for EP to be able to keep themselves in that lead conversation for the time being. But whoo, look at this. Boom, 1-2, just beautifully done. But honestly, that's not even a big, mistake from Q9. It's just that split second that he takes advantage of it and then just gets that one-on-one duel that allowed him just to react like that.
Yeah, just insane clutch from a couple of those guys, but Lin W's on a tear right now. This guy did not start off with good numbers in this map, but, if you're going to get the numbers up there at the end when it matters, nobody's going to blame you for it. It's another fast push into the hotel. It's a 1-for-1 trade so far. I do think that EP have done a good job, though, of, just throwing smoke in the face there of what would be an obvious B push follow-up and just trying to wait and slow this one down after winning a big round. This has all of a sudden become a very close map. just like we had from Vitality and Evolution Power themselves. I don't know if this one's going to go golden round, but it's definitely been made a lot more interesting after the last bunch of rounds go the way of Q9. XQQ just holding the info angle. Going to spot a bunch of members pushing over. Allows his team to shift, as you can see on the minimap, as they should be ready for this push.
Yeah, and let's not forget, EP are the ones that only have been able to find one round, and this kill needs to be important. YH, there we go. That's exactly what EP need. Somebody be able to put up just a multi-kill round. There you go. EP are fired up. Everybody's getting excited. They realize everything at stake. And like we talked about, match and series point now available right on the platter. They just have to finish their meal, and then that key will be crushed from Q9. But the job is not done yet. We have been here before. We have seen these positions where someone has a match and series point, and it somehow, some way, does make it to that overtime.
Yeah, I think for Q9, probably emotions running really high right now, but you just got to remember that you got 5 rounds in a row against these guys. And yeah, the last couple of rounds were a bit closer, and you did lose them, but there is a way for you to claw your way back into extra rounds. You can do this. And Lin W's been great here on the entries. They're going to win this battle, or at least for the time being. We'll see how it follows up. Koi is not going to hit that shot, and that is a big deal, as now the push is going to lose a lot of its bite here. No pressure from mid. They can just watch that B opening, and the wraparound comes in from YH. Does get the drop on XMY, who does hit the shot, make it 2. XMY trying to go big and keep their hopes alive at EWC 2026 as he backs away, swaps over the rifle, and moves into mid.
Yeah, and again, his HP is not the greatest too, but at least he has that bomb, so he still has a minute and 24 that he can work with. So again, this is where EP have to be very careful about their positioning because they're not playing together. And the XMY might be able to find himself an opportunity just to be able to slither through, and it looks like he might be able to. He's taking this very slow. He's trying to be quiet, as much of a mouse, and XQQ might actually get caught off guard. And XMY, maybe a little bit of a miss three, but it's going to be XQQ. Nailed to the coffin. And EP have themselves in the position now. They get themselves done, and that means their key will still survive. And Q9, unfortunately, the taste of defeat here at EWC.
Yeah, this is huge for Evolution Power Gaming. They had a rough loss against Team Vitality that they easily could have gone the opposite way. I mean, we had a golden round, obviously, but they make it through their first opponent in the lower bracket and will move on to the next stage to face off against Stallions, which is not going to be easy. This is going to be a tough lower bracket run, but you know, you got to keep winning if you want to have a chance to win the entire thing. And yeah, Q9 just not having the same bite that they had over at the CFPL Season 28 playoffs, where I'm sure a lot of the fans will say, well, they had a good run at that tournament, but before that and after that, we have not seen a lot of success from this squad. So still some work to be done for Q9, and we'll have to wait and see what they can bring in the future. But yeah, big props here to Evolution Power Gaming. They take the 2-0 in this matchup, and they are looking great. As guys, we are going to have the key crush here in just a moment, as we'll see when we do get that one going. And yeah, we have the replay. It was very back and forth. It was very back and forth, Laz, and I'm a little bit disappointed we don't get a map 3.
Yeah, definitely, and I agree with you. I think it was a good point you brought up where Q9, the fact they were able to get, in the CFPL, they got themselves a little bit of streak and they were looking really good, and then all of a sudden it just seems like they come to the big stage here, couldn't close it out, couldn't get it done. But I was looking forward to seeing what they could do, but unfortunately I think it's just them needing more time, more experience to be on these lands and just playing the international competition. So I'm not fully disappointed, but I think EP just really, again, showed why they're, these gatekeepers of their region and why they're so strong and why they've been in the position they've been in before.
Yeah, the CFPL is the strongest region.
It
right?
is.
There's no beating around the bush. If you get two of these teams to go head-to-head, really either of them could win. But yeah, the gatekeepers do win once again. That's why they earn that title. So we'll see how far they're going to go. I'm very curious about the Evolution Power matchup against Team Stallions. I do think that Team Stallions in our head were a big favorite, but they fall to Team Liquid, and from there, a close match, a very emotional one, where Stallions were getting really fired up, and then Team Liquid started winning, and they were getting fired up, and of course, shouting at each other over the blockade. It was a lot of fun over there. But guys, we do have the key crush ready. Let's hop over to that right now.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, and officially our first key is handed over as Q9 has been eliminated from the tournament, and Evolution Power Gaming is about to show us one of the special things about the Esports World Cup. Congratulations, as officially we are having our first key crush right here with CROSSFIRE at EWC 26. You can go over here with our key master, my man Jen on the translations. Oh yeah, power that thing up. And this is what happens when someone's tournament soul is taken. As you can see, covering his ears, I was about to have our first pop of the event. Oh yeah, and it was brutal. Phenomenal gameplay there. Let me go to this side of you. So, now you only have one more match to win in order to qualify for the playoffs. How confident are you going into your next match?
你们现在还要多一场胜利才能晋级到后面的淘汰赛。你对你们下一场比赛有多少信心呢？
我们尽我们所能，然后不留遗憾。
We'll do our best and we'll make sure to leave no regrets.
No regrets, and you can clearly see in that gameplay, there were no regrets. There was nothing but confidence, ladies and gentlemen. And now officially, EP only has one more to win tomorrow. And on our side of things, we have one more elimination match coming at you guys right after this.
And it's official, our first key has been crushed. Q9 exit the tournament. They came in with the hopes and dreams of lifting the trophy. However, now their dreams go to the side of Evolution Power Gaming as they take down Q9 2-0. Both maps going 10-7. You can arguably say they went the distance. It was a tremendous fight from Q9, but it wasn't enough to get over the hurdle. It wasn't enough to take down their brothers in arms of Evolution Power Gaming. They met up during CFPL. It was Q9 who took down EP. This time, though, the results are reversed.
Yeah, and the sad part is for Q9 here especially is, Evolution Power, they didn't even really improve in terms of the teamwork or nothing. I mean, it was almost all individual fights that we did see from them. YH being back and in form, typical YH, he's just absolutely fragging. Everybody would say doing the exact same thing as well. And with XQQ being back and the only person on the side or the only players on the side of Q9 in the name of XMY and Koi were the only ones realistically doing the dueling. On the other side, I mean, we even saw YJ or YU, if I'm not mistaken, start the game off 0-6. So, I mean, you may have all the teamwork on the side of Q9, but if you can't hit your shots, you're going to lose.
It's kind of heartbreaking for Q9, right? Because, they've come in here and had to play AGAL and then into the Evolution Power elimination match, right? It's all Chinese competition and very difficult games at that. And yeah, a little bit of a strugglesome side here. I think particularly when it came to this GR side, we'll see this back in the replays. I think, in fact, XJ himself was 0-5 to start things off. And he was such a talisman for the team during that opening series. He was their best performer. And coming into this, having such a slow start, did definitely come back towards the end, but it just felt like it was too late. I love the explosivity we were getting out on this blacklist side. They were just jumping on these bomb sides. Evolution Power was scrambling. I really believed in the comeback. They just didn't have enough ground to work with.
Oh yeah, for sure. And I feel like that big lead that Evolution Power kind of got in the first half And Q9, that was just desperation from them. They're pulling out all the stops on Eagle Eye, all the really deep playbook strategies that you're supposed to pull out only in playoffs. But it seems like they ran out very quickly, and Evolution Power just took full advantage.
Yeah, I think Q9 played well. I really do. They just didn't do well enough to take down Evolution Power Gaming, and that's highly unfortunate because Q9 is a very talented roster. But it's a competition. It's a tournament. It's the Esports World Cup. And Keys will continue to be crushed, including our next matchup. Lucy, as we look at the stats, it starts to tell a better picture.
Yeah, I mean, it's so consistent actually across the board there for Evolution Power. I think that's the big statement there. Just the team play across the board, even though it wasn't like at the next level as you maybe would have hoped. I think it looked very solid in terms of the output there. I think YH in particular, had that was the 1v2 that he comes through with in that very tail end, immediately into a multi-kill the following round up close on Long A, and I feel like those are the two key moments where you could just see Q9's dreams were crushed.
Yeah, EP's got a lot of potential. They have several teammates who can carry the weight when one is starting to fall to the wayside. 2WW, he was doing it yesterday, even during the loss to Vitality. And I'm curious, though, you mentioned that they still haven't improved to the level they should be. You feel like their teamwork still isn't top-notch, which concerns me moving forward because we know who they're playing. They're going against Stallions next.
And especially up against SDS, right? You're going to have to be a five-man force, 5 fingers on the same glove, that type of gameplay that we have to see coming in from Evolution Power. Granted, I feel like XQQ still can pull off the lurk sniper that he is kind of known for, but the rest of the members really have to be on point because SDS, I don't think they're too happy losing against the second seed of Brazil, and they're going to take that out on them.
Oh, for sure. Stallions are going to be coming in. They've got something to prove, and they're going to be angry after losing to Team Liquid just a little bit earlier onto the B stream. And that will be another decider matchup. However, that's not happening today. That's going to be tomorrow. But still, we must celebrate Q9 and what they were able to accomplish. Making it to the EWC stage is a massive, massive feat, given that they come from one of the hardest regions out there. And they managed to at least get third place in that region, which I think is absolutely phenomenal. When we talk about CFPL, Season 28, it's absolutely stacked. You've got the previous champions there, not only of CFS 2025 Grand Finals in Chengdu, but also EWC. You've got Baisha. You've got King Zero. Lucy, again, for them to even go through that region consistently and make it to this stage, we celebrate that fact.
No, absolutely. This is one of the best teams in the world, and maybe if it had been a slightly more favorable bracket for them, we'd be sitting there, maybe them looking to get into playoffs, right? It's just on this particular day, Evolution Power played a better game and got it over the line, but, you played the same matchup a week ago, 2 weeks, and it probably goes the other way. Like, that's just the amount of back and forth between these teams.
I don't normally start conversations like this, Sneaky, but I am super curious what you think. When it comes to Q9, obviously they're out of EWC, but they'll be heading into CFS 2026 over in Wuhan. Super curious to know if you think Lin W will stick around. I think he played well, and I think he does add a new layer of aggression, like you said, and a new layer of just overall skill set that this roster from Q9 needs.
Yeah, and then I really feel like Lin W should stay on this team 100%. I feel like he provides this layer of fearlessness that we haven't seen on Q9 in their last year's tournament, and also I feel like he kind of helped the choking issue that Q9 has had for the past few times in playoffs. That granted, it is going to be a bit of a struggle when it comes to group stages, but now at least when it comes to playoffs, you can kind of say that okay, Q9 actually has a chance to get into this one instead of just having the expectation that they're just going to drop in the lower bracket and kind of just crash and burn. But yeah, I think with this Lin W pickup, I think they can definitely improve bigly, and I feel like going into CFS 2026, they might go as the higher seed if everything goes right.
All right, well, Q9, they've got a great, at least future. I hope they stick together, but adjustments might be made. That's just the way it goes when it comes to esports. Q9, a great performance, but not enough to take down their brothers in arms of Evolution Power Gaming. Salvatore had a chance to grab one of the players from Q9 in their exit interview.
Nice try to Q9 as we now have our first eliminated team here at EWC CROSSFIRE. Joining here with me is Wayu for the post-match interview. Thank you for your time, Wayu. So can you tell us what happened in the last minutes of Eagle Eye, because you guys were able to come back, but it ultimately ended Evolution Power with them winning.
我有很遗憾你们止步于现在这个小组赛，然后想问你，就是当时尤其是图二，能跟我们说一下到底发生什么事情呢？因为当时图二你们大比分落后，然后又反弹了一波，连胜了5场，然后但是最终还是输给了 EP，当时你个人觉得那张图上面发生了一些什么事情？
就是在保卫的时候吧，就是可能有一些守点的细节没守的不是特别好吧，就是可能沟通啊和临场应对不好。但是换到了潜伏下半场之后，就是我们也是放开干了吧，然后就是去拼枪，然后就翻到了那个比分。
I'll say, in the first half of the round, we were playing like we made a lot of mistakes holding like choke points, and we didn't communicate it properly as well. So it resulted in us just playing really poorly from a defensive position. And in the second half, we kind of just let ourselves lose because we were like, this is all in, this is all nothing. So we just went very aggressive in our strategy, and it worked. But I think we lost steam like maybe halfway through.
Well, that's sad to hear for Q9. And speaking of mistakes, I want to ask, was there something different that you could have done in that game that you think would have given Q9 the win?
那你个人觉得有什么东西你可能会改进或者做的不一样的来让你们取胜的呢？
就是还是团队上面有一些沟通啊，就是应对一些对方的那些东西吧。然后还有一个的话就是我们打的比较可能没那么放开吧，所以说遗憾了。就是如果还有机会的话，我们应该放开打，就发挥出我们的枪法。
Well, again, communication is definitely one of the issues. I think we just didn't respond quickly or proactively enough against some of the rotations that the other team was making. And another thing was just we were definitely, a little more tense and a little more constrained than usual. And I think this is definitely one of the regrets that I personally have. I think that if we just simply let loose from the start and then we just trusted in our own accuracy and skill, I think we could have had a much better result.
Well, hopefully in due time it will be good enough for when we see Q9 next time in an international, it will be them becoming the champion. So last thing here for YU, what did you learn all throughout the experience that you had here at EWC in competing, and how can you apply that to your next tournament?
那能不能也总结一下，就是这次来到电影世俱杯，你整体体验下来学到了些什么，以及你准备怎么运用到你可能下一场比赛呢？
就是学到的话，就是因为我们平常在国内的话玩的是全装嘛，这个比如是裸装，所以说学到了就是一些国外的打法吧。然后就是如果运用的话，就是等下次比赛我们要把这些国外的一些好的战术啊，就是或者一些玩法，就是拿到我们国内去用出来。
Well, the tournament format is definitely something that we don't usually play, like because we, especially the non-VIP part of it, and we've definitely learned a lot of different strategies from the international teams as well. And I think if we enter another tournament again with a similar format, we'll be employing those in a future tournament as well.
Well, make no mistake, ladies and gentlemen, Q9 will be back and they will come back strong. Thank you so much for your time. YU will be sending it back to the analyst desk, reflections, and the company will be saying more about the game.
Play is in our DNA. Whenever we let it out, it becomes our superpower. Now imagine an entire city being built to supercharge it. Kadir City, powered by play.
Thank you, Salvatore, as always, for the great interview. Hearing from YU, they just suffered a loss. However, he's looking forward to the future. Big, insightful interview from Salvatore, as always.
Yeah, lessons learned, right? What could come from playing the international competition for this team. And I think, I really agree with the sentiment that that second half, they're really playing their own style. They're being very comfortable, very exposed. I think W, massive linchpin in that as well. And when they're playing that sort of crossfire, they can beat anyone in the world. It's just a real shame they couldn't get that going in that first half.
That's right, but they still have a hopeful future for sure. Top 8 last year, now out in groups, but still looking forward to what is to come. Let's head over to Kadir City Grid. There's a lot of games happening here at Esports World Cup for week number 7, and we need a club championship update powered by Aramco.
It's Fortnite this week over at the Qiddiya City Grid. I'm joined by Lauren, and it seems to be the same story as everywhere else. It's AGL versus Falcons for the most part on the rest of the stages. What's kind of going on here?
Hey, listen, I didn't think we'd be doing this dramatic of an update this early on, and things can still change. I want to make that very clear. We're only 3 matches in out of 10 on the first day of groups. However, it's Aurora at the top, and Falcons nowhere to be seen at all in the first 3 games. We're talking bottom of the lobby, which I think is very atypical, right? And I don't think it's going to stay this way. However, that's what we've got going on. Vitality, somewhere in top 8 right now. I don't know what's going on in the water, but I actually think this is going to make it even more exciting as we get further into groups, because they're going to have to fight that much harder to put themselves in a good spot for finals.
Yeah, well, still so early on in Fortnite, but AGL going to be watching and preying on Falcons' downfall across all of the games this week. We'll see how things progress.
The road to EWC 2026 is often tough and harsh, and only the bravest succeed. That is the case for Q9 Club. They had to fight for their survival while facing some of the toughest teams in CFPL.
从我们常规赛打得不是很好嘛，然后到季后赛的话，我们是有几天的备战时间的，然后被 TLG 3-0，然后让我们就是直接到8强的一个那个地步嘛，对。
是这一波的一个1打2，决定秦九命运的一枪，正面先打一个，第二时间也是从 B 门出的。
A tough elimination out of CFPL Season 27, but in CFPL 28, they bounced back, finishing in 3rd place.
S28的话，因为由于我们 S27的失利，导致我们在休赛期的话，想弥补一下高位都进行了一个变化，然后这也算是一个全新的开始吧，对于我们来说 S28的话。
They even had to topple the reigning champions, AGAL, in order to secure 3rd place and their ticket to EWC 2026.
质的提升嘛，因为我们赢下 AG， 然后再赢下 EP， 全力然后拿到最后一张 EWC 的门票。然后也会在2026 EWC 的舞台上面展示出来。
Q9 Club previously placed 5th to 8th in last year's EWC. This year, they have their sights placed higher than before.
这次重新回归到 EWC 的舞台的话，我们的目标，肯定是先比去年的成绩要好嘛，然后目标就是想比去年要更进一步。
It's time for our final series of the day. Another elimination match. Falcons going against Nemesis. For Falcons, last year, they had their wings clipped early on. This year could be very much the same. However, they keep Dola, they keep Shady, and they bring in 3 newcomers. Now, LDX is going to be subbed out for Fast this time around. So the newcomers I'm talking about are Carrot, Danny, and Fast.
Yeah, and I'm very, very worried for Falcons. I'm not going to lie. I feel like LDX is very essential to their success back in Vietnam. So, you know, granted that Fast is not too bad of a player, but still, LDX is a different contribution.
But Nemesis Inner Circle last year with Alucard and Beck. This time around with Raffin, Dipsy, and Comics. They are looking to go far, at least as far as they can. But let's face it, Kyle, they've got an uphill battle.
Yeah, this is going to be a tough one, but at the same time, we've already seen a little bit of a glimpse of what this team can do. They were able to take a map off Rock 10-1, so they've already made a bit of a statement. And with Na'Vi falling to Rock earlier, it makes me wonder if Nemesis could actually pull this off.
Yeah, that was the Ankara 10-1. That is a big win. They went on to lose the series, but they ended up dominating Ankara, which means if it's in our pick and bans, that could be a favorite point for Team Nemesis as a whole. When we look at this roster, though, when we look at Team Nemesis, I don't know, 2nd CFWL representing EU MENA. There's a lot of good talking points for him. What's the biggest one in your opinion?
For me, I feel like the Raffin transfer going towards Nemesis, right, has got to be one of the biggest factors. Because for me, in my opinion, Raffin is one of the best riflers in the entire league, and I'm really surprised that the last team that he was on actually gave him up. So this is a very big addition for the side of Team Nemesis, and I feel like with him, it really put the firepower of Nemesis now on another level.
Okay, well, Falcons, though, are they on another level? Look, their club championship points with AGAL, there's only 100 points separating the two. And we just heard a club championship update on another stage, and the Falcons aren't doing too well over there. AGL have a big opportunity here, but Falcons need to perform against Team Nemesis, and to do so is going to be shady. We had a chance to listen to him. Salvatore, what did he have to say?
I'm joined here by the foundation, the pinnacle, and the franchise himself of Team Falcons, the captain, Shady. Thank you so much for your time. So it was a close fight yesterday against Na'Vi, and now this is an elimination game for you guys. As the #1 team of Vietnam, how are you guys dealing with the situation?
Ngày hôm qua mình đã có một cái tỷ số rất là suýt soát với lại Navy, và hôm nay mình sẽ đi tiến vào vòng loại. Thì mình với tư cách là đội top 1 của Việt Nam thì mình đối diện với chuyện này như thế nào?
Thì đầu tiên mình cũng rất là buồn và gửi lời xin lỗi tới người hâm mộ tại Việt Nam vì đại diện hạt giống số 1 mà để thua một cách rất là buồn. Thì mình cũng không biết nói gì hơn, thì Cam nghĩ hôm nay gọi là cũng không được tốt.
First of all, I would like to say sorry to all of the fans have been supporting us as a top 1 in Vietnam, but we lost to Navy in such a close match like that. It was very sad for us. But today, we're coming here a little bit sad, but we will try our best.
Well, hopefully we do see the best of Team Falcons later on. After all, it is the elimination game. So let's talk about Nemesis for a bit, Shady. If we remember yesterday up against Rock Esports, it was Ankara, and surprisingly was dominating for Nemesis 10-1 against Rock Esports. What is your reaction to that your opponents can do something like that?
Ngày hôm nay mình sẽ đối diện với lại đội Nemesis. Thì ngày hôm qua họ đã có một trận đấu với lại Rock Esports với cái bản đồ là Ankara và đã có tỷ số 11. Nên là hiện tại bây giờ mình cảm thấy là mình đi vào với cái đội tuyển như vậy thì mình cảm giác như thế nào?
Thật ra là họ có win bên Rock 11 nhưng không thì điều đó cũng không quan trọng, tại vì đối đầu với mỗi đội là sẽ khác nhau. Ngày hôm nay bọn mình sẽ cố gắng để đánh bại team Semit để gửi chiến thắng đến người hâm mộ.
Even when they already won 10-1 or not, it will be a completely different game with us. So we are coming here, we will give you a win for all of the supporting fans.
And that is an absolute fact right there here for Shady. And lastly, is there any strength here for Team Falcons that you guys have that you think is a factor that will make you the series winner?
Thì hôm nay mình tự tin là mình thắng. Thì mình nghĩ là mình có một cái sức mạnh nào, một cái lợi thế nào của đội mình để mình có thể thắng được trận ngày hôm nay?
Thì hôm nay bọn mình bắn sẽ rất là quyết tâm, tại vì không còn cơ hội nữa. Bọn mình rất là đồng lòng và đây là đội hình đã tốt nhất ở thời điểm hiện tại ở Việt Nam rồi. Thì bọn mình sẽ cố gắng và giành chiến thắng.
So we come here with determination. We come here to win because we have no more chance to make up for the loss yesterday. So we come here, we will win, and this is the best team that we have right now in Vietnam.
Well, absolutely here. Thank you so much for your time, Shady. This is a Team Falcons facing up against Team Nemesis. You don't want to miss it. We'll be sending it back to the analyst desk.
Thank you, Salvatore, as always, for the great interview. A lot of regional pride, Kyle. You can tell that sad that they dropped down to the lower bracket, but they realize where they're at.
Yeah, this is a team that knows how to fight when the stakes are high, but obviously they've got a lot to deal with, bringing in a lot of new players this year. They already had those struggles earlier on against Na'Vi, and this is a big one for them to overcome and show what they're still made of.
That's right, and they got to show it against Team Nemesis. And Salvatore luckily caught up with one of the players. His name is Alucard. He is an OG when it comes to the scene, but how's he going to play today? Let's find out.
Another team's life is on the line, and it doesn't get higher stakes than this. Team Nemesis versus Team Falcons, joined here by the grace of Alucard, their sniper. Alucard, thank you so much for your time. So you are up against undoubtedly the #1 team in CFVL. So what are your thoughts about this upcoming matchup?
Well, we're ready for this match. We're obviously not scared. We don't really think Vietnam region is stronger than West. I think we have the upper hand on them. So we expect it's going to be a 2-0 for us.
Already making up the predictions, and you heard it here from the man. Well, West is better than Vietnam. So what version of Team Nemesis can we expect from this high-pressure match?
Our first match didn't go as we planned, but we're happy that we didn't go 2-0. We fought till the end, and we perform well under pressure, and we'll do the best we can.
All right, and hopefully we do see the best of Team Nemesis. And lastly, is there any particular player that you have in mind that you think will be giving you guys a hard time in this series?
It obviously depends on the veto maps, but for me it's always the sniper. If we don't get picked off by the sniper, we'll be good. We can deal with the riflers, so I would say Carrot.
Yeah, it's a must-see matchup, ladies and gentlemen. It's the battle of the marksmen. Alucard versus Carrot. Team Falcons versus Team Nemesis. Coming up next, only here at EWC CROSSFIRE. We're sending it back to the analyst desk.
Thank you, Salvatore, as always, for the great interview. Nice to hear from Alucard, and even giving us a glimpse as to who they're going to focus. Carrot on the other side. They can deal with the riflers. They just want to take care of the sniper. Now, 90% for Team Falcons to the 10% of Team Nemesis. Now, this to me seems accurate, but given the fact that it was Nemesis who took Rock the distance, game number 3, I think this might be closer than 90-10% as far as I'm concerned. Let's take a look at our vetoes. And I want to see if Ankara slips through the cracks, because if it does for Nemesis, they are going to be ecstatic. First ban, Eagle Eye. Next one, New Mexico. Sneaky, what do we get for map 1?
Black Widow, okay. That's the last thing I expected to be that map number 1, I'm not gonna lie, but I feel like Falcons has practiced their Black Widow as well. And I like this though, from Falcons, they kept the Ankara open as, you know, Nemesis is gonna pick it. Granted that Nemesis did do well in this map, Kyle, we know that Vietnam loves Ankara.
Yeah, this is a top-notch map for both of these teams, so it's a smart move from Falcons, almost giving Nemesis that false sense of comfort. And then we go to New Compound for the final map as well, and I actually feel like Falcons did a really good job in this veto.
Yeah, I think that this is going to be quite the close series. I'm not going to lie. I mean, New Compound is definitely a 50-50 for both teams. Obviously, it is a staple map for West League, but at the same time, Falcons has found a lot of success on New Compound. So it's going to be interesting to see how these two teams are going to deal with it.
That's it. All right, it's going to be a close series for sure. Another elimination match, the final one on Stream A. It's Falcons looking to fly high, but on the opposite side, Team Nemesis looks to continue their incredible run. Let's head to the stage to get our final series of the day started.
And it is officially time for our last elimination match of the day. That's right, ladies and gentlemen, one more team has to go home.
One more team has to go home, and one more will have one match to play tomorrow to access these playoffs. We got Falcons versus Nemesis. They've talked about it on the desk. Falcons was not looking to be in the lower bracket so early, but right now it is time to fight for your life.
Team Falcons, of course, came into this tournament with big expectations on their back, and their org does need them right now because of the fact that they are in the running for these club championship points. They have pretty much a whole new roster almost entirely, and they have been dominating in their region, but right now they have to perform when it matters most.
Absolutely, we know AJL will bag some points in this tournament, so Falcons need to be able to bag some, but they have to go through Team Nemesis looking to make a statement. The stage is ready, the players are ready. It is time to go with the casters for Team Nemesis versus Team Falcons.
Thank you so much, guys. We are getting ready for a gigantic best of 3 as it's West against Vietnam, and both these teams do not want to go home, and I'm sat right next to a West commentator, Laz, here. Thoughts on this matchup?
Yeah, honestly, I've been really looking forward to this matchup. I think this is, to me, one of the most highlighted matches of the day, just because Nemesis, again, a team that have always been getting themselves second place in the West League. They always come short just from vitality. They've been proven that they've actually just been doing really good work throughout the seasons. But you also have the heavy hitters of Falcons too, the #1 team arguably in the West or their Vietnam League and everything. So you kind of have this big conversation about Nemesis, like where they played Rock. That was the #1 Brazilian team. Yeah, they didn't get the win, but boy, did they take them to the distance. So I think Nemesis have definitely done a big shift on their mindset going into this game.
Yeah, absolutely. It's been a fun tournament for them so far. I suppose maybe fun isn't the best word to describe it, but at least they've proven themselves a little bit so far. I think they want to take it one step further, obviously, as Sneaky was very surprised to see Black Widow here as the first choice for this map. Vito, and I'm excited to see, based on that, how it is going to play out. Do have Raffin pretty far up. That's a nice shot, showing off some of those rifling skills that Sneaky was also talking about. And yeah, just kind of sat up there very far. He's going to get a nice first kill for the squad.
Yeah, and I think the piece for me, like just going off of Sneaky's point, is that the fact that last time these guys played each other, last EWC, this is where Falcons were able to get a 10-2 victory on this map. So it kind of begs the question about, like, look, I think a lot has changed here for Nemesis, where, like I said, they made a little bit of adjustments. Beck, the IGL, he's been able to really just reinvent the wheel a little bit for their team. So that's where we'll have to see. I'm actually very excited for this rematch up. But right now for Nemesis, not looking like it's the most fun, just because now 2 of their players, if not 3 now, have been just dropped to the floor. And Falcons, they've been able to make a statement for this opening round thus far. And Rappin, I don't know if he's going to expect the flank. He will not. And look at that. Within just a matter of seconds, it seems like Nemesis, they get bested.
Yeah, just a really nice push on a B. As you see, Alucard did not look very happy after that one. It's just round 1, you know. it's okay. I mean, he just looked very unhappy with that. But, you know, maybe just not playing how they have prepared. But still a lot of time, as I mentioned, to get right back on the horse. It was a good start. Raffin got the first kill, but then just a steady, slow push into B through the warehouse. And it just felt like Nemesis couldn't really handle it. So a lot to be frustrated about as well. I can understand. As now it is Falcons outside of A here on A long. Alucard might be happier about that, as maybe he's able to take this round into his hands personally.
Yeah, I still think that Nemesis, again, like it's a frustrating round, but this is the thing where I think they're going to have to make sure the positions are decent here. Raffin can be a really strong rifler, and the fact that he's able to rebound like that and finding the 2 at least does something here. But look at Shady, man. He is just lighting things up here with the sniper. Been able to find himself 2 kills. Now just leaving it to Dipsy and Beck by themselves. Now Beck, the IGL, needs to be able to have a bit of a mastermind play, and that's huge. And now Falcons, that advantage is depleted. Dipsy, somebody that can be such a menace in the server, goes for a massive swing with a pistol nonetheless, spraying frantically with the AK, and he will be able to land the headshot. So we are back to a tie game.
Definitely a chaotic round there. It was very back and forth. Alucard got picked off essentially for free, and from there, Shady went huge, but some of the rifles here on the side of Nemesis were even larger. Dipsy, good finish off, and Beck, nice pick off in mid, and obviously Raffin with a couple of big headshots from underneath. And yeah, just clawing their way back in what was a very close one, is now pushing out into B main. That is going to be Advantage here to the side of Falcons as Beck is stuck in here on Waters. They're not going to clear this one out. He's holding it. Good control so far as they have no idea he is there. And he is going to get the big flank. But the issue is he's the only guy left. So can he get much going here? He needs 2. Gets it. And holds on to 97 health. Not bad.
This is great because, again, he gets the bomb dropped here too, so now he can reposition. This is going to be a little bit of a sneaky move from him because if he can find the better positions, this is where Falcons are now kind of scratching their heads going, okay, where could he be? Yes, they have the number advantage, but let's not forget that Dola's low in the HP department. They have lots of utility that they can disperse of for now, but for Beck, this is a great position for him to be in because this is where Falcons, again, they have to be careful about how they want to be able to explore this. And if this player actually decides to commit to this window position, this could be a little detrimental, and Beck gets feeded it. Now it's turned to the 1v1, and there we go. Beck, like I said, the mastermind himself, able to pull up a massive play individually, just puts it on a silver platter.
Yeah, just a gigantic clutch from one player in the eventual 1v4 as he is able to clear it out at the end. Very nice little flick there at the end to take down Carrot. And from there, secures the round. I mean, on paper, when you look at this roster, you feel like, okay, maybe this should be the team that's #1 from West. As you mentioned many times, they always fell short to Vitality. But, I mean, you have 3 super strong riflers, Comics, a fantastic backup player, and then Alucard has always been very solid on the sniper. I mean, there's so much firepower and clutch potential within this roster. And I think we're already getting a little taste of it here at the beginning of this, as it looks like maybe a timeout on the way. But, of course, after this round finishes off, Carrot is going to get the first kill. Just on the long angle here through the B windows, as here comes Danksy right down the middle. And that's another snipe here. Shady gets one, running the double sniper as they do push in and control the middle of the map.
Yeah, this is tough here for Nemesis because now they're just getting picked apart here. Shady alone, if I'm not mistaken, I think that's a quad kill that he was able to find. So this is where Nemesis positions are getting a little bit, caught off guard. Like we talked about Alucard, like he's one of those players where, in the West League, we talk about the sniper players. You have your Spoxies, you have Alucard, right? You have Snare. Like those are your top 3 sniper players. So it's where Alucard, he's been having a phenomenal year. Like I really do think in the West League, he has really stepped it up. There was all this criticism or comments about his playstyle back in the day, where he was just kind of that really passive sniper player. Now he's been really mixing things around. He's been aggressive. He's been trying to make some space. He's trying to just utilize his position as much as possible. But that's the thing too, is when you see Nemesis have an absence of like him not performing quite to where you want it, that does create a bit of a hole for these guys, right? So that's where I think, Falcon's been able to take full advantage of this thus far. And that's where Shady, I don't know how he's getting away with just looking for these one-on-one engagements, but he is winning them. And they're the ones that actually called attack pause. So this is really interesting. They just want to be able to clear something up. And they're the ones that are just going to be able to, figure out whatever they need to do. But so far, it's been impressive because they're kind of just using their individual prowess, really, and just kind of putting themselves in the winning factor.
Yeah, I do like what they have done on the map at the same time in terms of the angles they've been able to find here from Blacklist to Black Widow. Nice little slow push in towards the B site the first time, and then nice little push up right up the middle, actually. It's something you don't see all the time on this map, as there are many angles you can get punished on if you do go for that. But as you mentioned, if you just hit all the shots, I think it doesn't really matter what you do as long as you find a way to find the opponents and take them down. So, yeah, interesting time to go for a timeout, but maybe you calm down one of your less experienced players in Fast, who's already doing a pretty good job here on the replacement of LDX. And just take a little bit of time to clear things up, as you mentioned. Here comes Falcons once again. Quick push in on a B. There is a lot of people here from the side of Nemesis, as they already have 3 on the site. Carrot going to pick up the first kill for the squad, but already advantage here to Nemesis, as they are sat in storage just trying to poke them down. As Beck actually going to push through the smoke and just sprays the 3 of them down and says, take a seat. I am here. Nice timeout, bros. I got you.
Yeah, I love it. I mean, this is where we always have this conversation in the West League about, the IGLs and what they're able to bring, in terms of like their strategies, but also just firepower. And Beckett, to me, has always been that like top 3 IGL where he still can put up really good numbers, but again, he calls really good strategies. So like even just there, like he's starting to feel it. He's thinking like, look, like let's not be intimidated. And you heard Alucard in the interview with, Salator and just saying like, look, we're not worried about them. We're not really fazed by them. We don't think they're this heavier opponent or anything like that. So they have a very interesting mindset going into this where you're playing the #1 team in their respected leagues. So it's a very different mindset than what we saw before. It feels like last year at EWC, they were really excited to be here and, to being able to have that opportunity to compete as a team. But now it seems like they're really, really just, coming in with a mission. They have their, sights on the prize. And right now for Beck to be able to put up, an 8-2 in terms of the score line is just huge, right? Because we have Comics, unfortunately, hasn't been able to find much. Alucard, a little bit asleep at the wheel for the time being. But thankfully, Beck is just putting up as much firepower as he can.
Yeah, he's doing a great job for his squad. Shady on the opposite side had that big round, obviously, just before the timeout came out. And, I mean, I feel like that's really unfortunate. You have a gigantic round for someone like Shady, who's also leading his squad, and then maybe some of that momentum and emotion is taken away when you go for that kind of a timeout timing. But either way, that is all done as they are pushing on in. A nice little push here from the side of Falcons. They do make their way onto the A site. Comics on the back of it here is going to pick off 1 so far. We'll see if he can line up a couple more kills, but Shady waiting for it as nades fly in. Comics stays calm. He's just waiting for Beck probably to rotate all the way around, so not going to go for a peek just yet.
It's a full distraction, though. Like, look at this. All 3 players are essentially looking at him only. Like, they haven't paid any sort of attention to anywhere else. Now that he's being more quiet, now these guys from Falcons can actually just reposition themselves. Now they're going to recommit to this plant. So this is interesting. This is given a little bit of room here for Nemesis to kind of work with something. Beck, though, if he can get this Pulp Flash, that might allow Comics to be able to just do something big. Lands onto 2. Oh, good spam, but it's not the kill. And now Beck's trying to see if he can be able to finish the meal with him here. They're both just having a bit of an appetizer. That timer is depleting. Ammo runs out of the chamber, and now Comics, someone that's been quiet, unfortunately will go to the grave in this one. We're back into a tie game scenario once again.
Yeah, I think when we saw this matchup on the docket, we were like, yeah, this is going to be a close one. I do think that what Alucard said is mostly true, where it does feel like, in his opinion at least, that as a region, Vietnam has certainly fallen. I think they were definitely much stronger 2-3 years ago.
Absolutely.
And West has caught up a bit. I think that West has really put together some very strong rosters. We've already seen some work being done by Team Vitality, and obviously Nemesis trying to follow up on what they've been able to do. So should be very close. And already we're seeing that a lot of these rounds are extremely close. It's 3-3 as well on the scoreboard. So definitely in for a bit of a longer grind between these 2 teams. And we'll see how it does end up. But yeah, very, very close rounds too. Like, it's not just the fact that the numbers are close, but the fact that a lot of the end of the rounds is coming down to clutches, 1v2s, big plays in clutch situations. So it's been a lot of fun so far. And this time around, Falcons actually going to take it a little bit slower. We did see them push pretty quick on the last round, but now taking things slower.
Yeah, Comics looking like he might want to try to be a playmaker in this one a little bit. He's just going to tuck tail, but luckily Raffin there to help him out. So again, that focus is going to be shifted onto him. So Comics is in a great spot where they might not expect him to be here. Dipsy unfortunately goes down as well, so he was trying to get a little bit cheeky through long. And that's going to be Shady once again, just putting a monstrous performance so far, like 9-3. Like him alone and Beck just being able to put up some big numbers. And now, I mentioned the IGL's name here from Nemesis. He will also go down as well. So Falcons are just taking their time on this. And Comics has actually been able to push around. This is a little bit awkward. And now Comics is just trying to do something. But Shady, once again, man, a little bit of the boogeyman. He's just sitting in the wind here, just waiting for these duels. And Nemesis, unfortunately, don't seem to have the answer. Now Alucard on a 1-on-4 task. 20 seconds remaining. That C4 does need to get a move on. And Alucard has to make a tough decision here. Do you want to go through short? Do you want to go through long? What is the right position here for him to do? He's got the sniper. He gets that first kill. 9 seconds remaining. They finally get the plant down. But he really has a suspicion somebody's hot on the heels. He does have some time to work with. He's going to try to use the smoke as somewhat of as an advantage if he can. But look at Falcons. They're committing to this fight. Vast and also Carrot do double peak this, so they will get themselves back into winning fashion.
Yeah, Shady just setting up the team for the victory in that one, and not much that Alucard could do in the 1v4 at the end of the day. Props to him that he even got the one, but here is the finish off from Carrot. Hits the shot. Swinging into 3, not the easiest thing to do.
Nope.
So Falcons, nice little lead so far here on Black Widow. Not a big one, but it does feel like through the help of Shady and even Carrot, who's been slowly but surely clawing his way up here on the scoreboard, it does feel like the firepower is finally coming through here for the side of Falcons. And we do have Raffin this time pushed up pretty far, it looks like, on the catwalk on short, and might be able to get the drop onto someone if they do peek through mid. There's been a lot of lurking around mid from Dola, and maybe he's just trying to get ahead of that. And if you lock down mid and you've got Alucard watching A long, that can allow you to send 3 people over towards B and hold off a push there.
And yeah, Raffin, I think he should have been able to spot that one player in short, but instead he goes for the first one in front. There it is, Raffin, beautifully done. I was wondering, patience is going to be a virtue, and indeed it is. He finds himself that triple kill. I didn't know if he was going to be able to find more than that one, but he will prevail. And now Falcons, they fall short. Look at Beck, just gets ultra aggressive as well. So the two of them combined just get the job done. A tie game, and this thing, like you said, it feels like a bit of a ping pong match. It is going back and forth, and again, it's very interesting considering that Falcons, like, I think on paper seem to be the favorites in this, but I don't think it's as a big of an advantage as, you know, the community was kind of voting. Like, I think it was a 90-10 or something like that, right? But I get it. I mean, you see Falcons, you're like, yeah, clearly have to be a favorite, but that's where Nemesis being in the dark horse position is not a bad thing at all, because they have a lot to prove here.
Yeah, Nemesis are a very strong team in their own right, and we're already seeing that here in how close this can be. Shady going to start off, actually has the rifle this time as we have tons of action on short. And Dola just going to brute force through there, actually. Does end up winning alongside a Carrot. Once again, consistent Carrot he is. Dipsy comes in onto the catwalk. Let's see if he can pull this one off. Alucard was not able to do the 1v3, but yeah, he doesn't get that initial kill, and I think that's certainly going to hurt him here. As here he does come to push. Might be able to isolate Dola, but again, not able to hit the shot. And Dipsy maybe should have gone for the rifle in his hand there, as he's not able to hit the sniper shots. And slight advantage here to Falcons as they brute force onto the A site.
Yeah, you know, the one thing to say for Nemesis, like, this is a really good half considering what they've been able to do. And let's not forget, like, you know, when we're talking about just, you know, the statistics of it, is the fact that you have Beck, you know, putting up some decent numbers, and we haven't really been able to see, you know, Alucard putting himself in the right positions yet. He's still a little bit quiet. Comics, unfortunately, maybe those nerves of just getting on land. It's been, you know, kind of those two guys that just need to be able to put their foot on the gas a little bit more and kind of get, you know, back in their groove if they can. But nonetheless, I mean, it's good to see that, you know, someone like Raffin is able to put up some good rounds for these guys, but they're going to need, you know, some other players here to step things up if they want to still compete with this. And let's not forget, I mean, Shady is the one that has put up, like, really, really good, you know, openers here. Like, I know Carrot's close on by, but Shady seems to be the playmaker and really creating a lot of space and finding good activation.
Yeah, that's a massive pickoff along your note there, Laz, because it's Alucard, a guy who hasn't been putting up the numbers, taking out Shady, who has, but now the push comes in. After they get that initial pick, Comics also going to pick up one with his headshot, and now Carrot not in the greatest spot here. He's in the window. Up against 3, he's getting flashed, he's getting naded. They know exactly where he is. And he's just going to go for the stop on the plant, but Dipsy had him covered. Nice try, but not going to happen. And it really is just a back and forth. One round goes to Falcons, one round goes to Nemesis.
Yeah, it's just funny how this is just, you know, it's not like any sort of a massive lead, right? I mean, even the fact that Falcons were calling a timeout when it was 2-2, it just kind of shows like, hey, look, there's a lot of stress in this game, and it feels like a lot of tension, right? Because again, let's not forget, like, loser of this matchup, they're done, right? Their key is destroyed. Everybody goes home on that, right? So a lot at stake. Like, Falcons were the position where we were saying they shouldn't be here, but, you know, Unfortunately, they are. And that's kind of the same argument for Nemesis, where they were actually, causing a lot of ruckus here against a team like Rock. And okay, all right. Nemesis now creating even more space. And look at this. It's just the shooting gallery. And Falcons seem to be on the receiving end, and the targets are all getting hit now, and you're just leaving it down to 2 players. The nade alone does so much damage. And a little bit of a quick play from Dipsy. He's just getting that intel, but look at that. Again, with that information, allows Beck to go for the swing, and Raffin able to finish the last little crumb on the plate. So now Nemesis have put themselves in a slight lead here. Valdez.
Yeah, they got 2 in a row, which we haven't seen really for a while. And, it all kind of comes down to those initial pickoffs that they do get on that push. I can feel the pace kind of rising as Nemesis move over to the Blacklist side. And, even that first round after the half, we saw Shady get the pickoff, or was it Carrot? Not 100% sure, but they got that pickoff and still they lost the round. So, I mean, Nemesis looking better here from the Blacklist side of Black Widow. And these guys just coming up big. We do have a stack here from the side of Falcons on short. Hoping to see some aggression from there. A long wide open if they would like to go for it, but at the moment they're not positioned to do so as they are over there in the waterway. So might be a little bit of a slower round after a couple of fast ones.
Yeah, that's where, again, this tension, like we talked about, is getting really high, right? They're, again, the loser of this, I think that's why we're starting to see slow plays. A little bit of a misplay here from the Falcons. It looks really gross. It looks just so congested. And they get caught on this. I was kind of critiquing Nemesis on this. I was thinking like their GR side, like there was times they were just running into each other. It looked really, really awkward. And then Falcons, they're doing the exact same thing here on the GR side. So I don't know. Nemesis are looking like now the BL side seems to be the moneymaker. It's the magic, the magic stick on this, because now they've been able to, like you said, find 3 consecutive rounds in a row. And Falcons, they look like that pressure might be a little bit overwhelming for them now.
Yeah, it does feel like they are kind of falling apart here. I mean, I go back to Fast, who was waiting on a long, and it's almost like he didn't see the guys coming in, and he pokes his head out and goes down for free. And this is the sub that's coming in. Like, he had a good start. We can't expect all too much from someone who's kind of an emergency sub in this kind of fashion. But, yeah, it just feels like, one guy in a match that's this close, not able to do it. And Danksy is at least able to get the 1 kill. I think he kind of flashed himself there. I'm not sure what happened, but does back off of the spot after he gets that 1 pick off. And now trying to push on in here. Raffin just spamming through the window. And it is going to be B-site controlled for now by Nemesis, as their aggression, their pushes have been so good so far. As we do have the big rotation coming in here. Dola way back in spawn. That's first kill to Beck. This guy has just been on point. Dola, though, is going to take him down. And it seems like they know that Alucard is here in Waterway. They want to double peek him. He gets the 1 shot, picks up another. And it's only Dola who is left alone here in the 1v2. And there is so little time left. He's just not looking the right way. Raffin takes him down. And Nemesis, 4 rounds in a row, they have really run away with Black Widow.
Yeah, this has been very impressive. I mean, this is where I was giving a little bit of that criticism where I was saying, look, I need like Alucard to step up. I need to see Comics being able to find some space. And they're doing it. That's exactly what you need. And that's where we've been praising Alucard, saying like, look, like there is definitely matches where he was, out-sniping Snare. He's been able to, duel a bunch of people in the West League. And like I said, he's been really able to reinvent himself this entire year, this 26th year. But now he's starting to cook a little bit better, and it looks like with that premium gas. And again, we just get to see Nemesis finding themselves in the position where they're finding these opening duels. You have someone like Raffin. We always talk about his rifling abilities. He's sitting at a 16-9. So him and Beck together hitting the double digits before any of his other teammates have been able to do so yet. So these guys are absolutely motivated and ready to just try to see if they can get this thing done here on the first map and putting themselves in a prime position to still stay in the column of, staying alive in this tournament.
Yeah, I mean, when everyone who needs to step up eventually does step up, you've got a well-oiled machine of a team that is working. Comics gets the info. I mean, I see him talking. He has spotted Fast. He does a ton of damage to the both of them. And just like that, I mean, you're just hanging out. you already have the man advantage. You take away more than a full health bar on, split between two people. That's going to feel great here for Comics, as they got to know that somebody could be in this corner. They have not checked it, though. And Danksy picks off one. They're going to double peek him and at least clear that out, but a little bit messy. It's okay. They do get through it. And Stola, we can see him pushing over out towards water, towards spawn, but they might just rotate out to a long quick enough to avoid this.
Yeah, this could be good from Dola, though, because again, I was thinking if he could get the timing a little bit better, if he actually decides to commit to this flank, he might find a decent timing, but he has to get that move on now, right? And that's where Alucard, look at that. They get the kill. Now they get so much room that they can work with. I feel like even Dola's flank is not really going to be that great because look at Beck knows right away. He's like, look, there should be something going on. Perfect read. So again, this was what, the interesting thing. We go back to what Sneaky said in the beginning, like why did this map make it through the vetoes? But I'm kind of thinking this is great for Nemesis just because, like I said, last year they got absolutely just dumpstered on this map. It was a rough ride. And now the fact they can get the revenge. The West League team seemed like they wanted to make a statement this 26 year. Like Vitality were very angry with EP. They wanted to get revenge for their loss last year. Nemesis seemed to be doing the exact same thing. They're holding on to that grudge, and it has fueled them to play so well so far in this tournament, in this matchup alone.
And look at the confidence here. There's just no utility. This is going to come back to bite them because they don't hit the headshots this time around. Now the flash comes through and Shady's able to clean it up. Beck can't hit that shot. We know he can do some work on the sniper, but 1v4 now. He's got it all to do. I think they hit that 9th round and they said, well, let's send a bit of a cheeky one, and they will be punished for it. But funnily enough, maybe, if Beck is able to get another 1v4, maybe that's a good statement.
There you go.
Look on the bright side for them, I guess.
Yeah, and honestly, I kind of like this too because when you're up by 4 rounds, you obviously would love to close it out with a 10-5, but the fact that they just tried to do something very unorthodox, or look, let's go down long A, let's not even use utility, let's see if we catch them off guard. I don't even think that's unreasonable. I think that's actually, it's a good move just because you want to see, right? You already feel like you're probably in their heads a little bit. You're like, okay, let's just see. If it doesn't work out, then we reset. Right now, again, the team can just kind of have those conversations while he's still alive. Still got just over that minute remaining. And for him, Beck, he's in the position where he knows that he's most likely not going to be able to find this clutch, but he's still just kind of waiting things out, just trying to see if he might be able to find something. Falcon's playing this really well, though. Again, just splitting the 2-and-2 buddy system. So, Beck would have to be able to hit the most crazy shots to be able to find 2 kills. And that would have to be a massive slip here from Falcons, but nonetheless, conversations are definitely happening. He's just trolling. He knows he's having a good time.
What is he giggling about when he's just mid-round, somebody's talking to him? Certainly I think this is good, though, because obviously they're very confident. It seems like a lot of pressure has been lost based on their performance so far in this map. So as long as they can maintain focus without the pressure, you got to like that. As it looks like either he goes for a very late push on an A, or he's just going to sit here and try to get a pick off because he has certainly run out of time now, as he's not even going to go for the plant. Maybe just discussing what they want to do in the next round, but yeah, just not even going to try for it here, as it will be the Falcons who take down the round. And Beck has a bit of fun with it. You can see no smiles here on the face of Falcons, though, because really, there isn't much to smile about. They have not won a map at this tournament. They lose 0-2 to Na'Vi, and now they face off against 2nd place from West, and they can't even take Black Widow.
Yeah, I think I think the seriousness of it is definitely going to, really, it just started flooding in here for Falcons, and I actually do like that Beck just kind of used all that time where they, like I said, the team can just talk amongst each other. They use it as that little bit of a timeout, the informal one, so it's a good way for them not have to, burn it right away. They can just kind of preserve it because they still do have that available in their back pocket. Let's not forget the Falcons were the team that called that really early on when it was 2-2. So that's where if things start to, kind of go back in favor for Falcons, they can still utilize that just to slow down momentum, which is a great thing to see. But really interesting setup that we get from the Nemesis squad right now. This is where typically they've gone through long A, been able to win a lot of gunfights. This time they mix it up. And you can see that Falcons, they have a huge hunch that it's going to be a B hit. But Carrot, they talked about him being a problem. He still seems to be that threat, and he does escape with his life for the time being. But Dipsy does find that kill, and now things are getting a little bit out of order here for Falcons.
No, Alucard's going way too aggressive here. Did not expect them to swarm in that quickly underneath. But Raffin still alive. He picks up 2, gets shot in the back, and now it's up to Dipsy, not able to win against Fast. And that's big, I mean, for the side of Falcons, I should say, because Fast getting that last kill, you begin to gain some more confidence, some more momentum on the side of Falcons. You know, I was talking as if Nemesis had already won this map, but now at this point, I mean, yeah, they got a lot of rounds in a row, but now Falcons begin to build their snowball, and it's a close map all of a sudden, 9-7. And you can see that Nemesis are playing a bit fast and loose. It's what won them a lot of the rounds, so I don't blame them, but at the same time, they are being stopped in their tracks now as Shady. Maybe you don't want to push into him.
Yeah, he's like the strongest player that's been on their team so far, and the fact they keep trying to contest him is really interesting because he has been pretty much playing this, you know, A site the whole time. It hasn't really been like he's been running over to B that often. So a little bit interesting from Nemesis, but we'll have to see. These West teams definitely like to make it a little bit more hard for themselves when they shouldn't, but that just seems to be the trend, unfortunately, for all the West League guys that know, but we'll have to see. Really good kill that comes through from Alucard. Does get away too, but in Comics, he actually finds himself a duel. Takes a lot of damage, but look, it's still going to help because you got 4 players alive. Now Falcons have been burned down to 3, and this is it. This is the last round potentially that could be on the plate. This could be the last one available, and you have the shots getting made from Carrot just inside a window. Shady close on by. Comics might even try to go for the swing, and he does. It doesn't even matter if he has 10 HP. He doesn't care at all, and now he sits himself at 8 duels, and they're going to be able to get this plant down, and now Falcons, they're on the back boards.
Yeah, that's just a really beautiful play there from the side of Nemesis. Alucard pushes up. He has backup from Comics, who's just going gigantic mode here on this round. As Raffin, come on, buddy, you can do it. He does finish his off, finally gets the kill. And there's only smiles on the guys' faces here on the side of Team Nemesis, as it is a beautiful Blacklist side. And man, they got to be feeling super confident after this victory to start it off. As we heard from Alucard in the interview, that they don't necessarily rate Falcons all too highly, and I think that we got to see a lot of confidence from that Blacklist side. The job's not done yet, though. They got to win one more, and we'll see if Falcons can go back to the drawing board, as they have not had much luck here on Black Widow. But guys, we're done for now. Let's go back to the desk to break it down.
Nemesis taking a commanding map 1, 10-7 in control mainly the whole time. We heard from Alucard a little bit earlier in a great interview, and I must say he dropped some knowledge bombs of what their focus was going to be, and well, it seemed to pay off, at least in the meantime. For Team Nemesis, they're now 1 map away from moving forward, staying alive a little bit longer. But for Falcons, in back-to-back years, what is the conversation? The conversation is, can they survive? Can they move forward into playoffs? They're a mile away from playoffs at this point. They just have to try and win the next 2 maps, but can they survive?
It's going to be a tough one. I mean, Nemesis coming out very strong. You think of Beck and Raffin in this first map, just absolutely lights out. But a lot of it started with that 1v4 they let Beck pull off. That was an incredible play that really changed the whole tone of this first map.
Yeah, Beck, man, pulling off the play, coming from Inner Circle last year alongside that of Alucard. Clearly, Nemesis said, we want these 2, and it's paying off so far. A lot of smiles on the stage for Team Nemesis, and for good reason. They're feeling comfortable.
Yeah, usually you do see West League teams are, stressed 24/7 on stage, but the vibes are very, very nice for the boys here. And even that one round where it was Beck who was waiting for around 40 seconds, right, on the long A side, and he was just laughing and chuckling because he knows that they have got them in a very bad spot, and especially Falcons now without LDX, that means Shady's going to have to do the brunt of the calling again. Additional pressure for him to perform.
Yeah, it's the elephant in the room, isn't it, Kyle? LDX, he unfortunately couldn't play. The sub had to come in, and it's fast, and he had some decent kills, but they are losing the mentorship of LDX.
Yeah, it's a tough one, but on top of that, you've got some of the other newcomers to this roster. A little bit left to desire from them as well. I mean, Danksy in particular, he was really hyped up coming into this event as one of the new players to rise for the region for Vietnam, but he was the lowest performer on the Falcons roster.
And one of the focal points for Nemesis was Carrot. Well, they don't shut him down, but they at least get the rest of the roster out of the way. For Shady and Carrot, they pulled their weight. What happened to the three in the middle?
I am not so sure. I mean, Danksy just kind of went purely cold, and this has been happening ever since yesterday, actually, for him. And just like what we said, we kind of hyped him up to be maybe the next, Vietnamese Cano or something, similar to what we have been saying for Ice. But we haven't seen it at all for Danksy, and it seems like he's just crumbling under the pressure. And it is also kind of messing up the other players as well, because he's a very important frontline piece for the team.
Well, for Stream A, Nemesis is currently leading the way, forcing Falcons to come back. But over on Stream B, they have their own series underway, and Salvatore is going to catch us up to speed.
Execration felt the wrath of GK as Execration gets eliminated by GK Esports 2-0 in an amazing fashion from the Vietnam representatives. A stellar performance from PM in game number 1, who dropped 18 kills in 14 rounds of regulation to win Ankara 10-4. And on set number 2, it wasn't even close up until the point where Execration wanted to come back, but Bokid said otherwise, who dropped an amazing 18 kills as well to send the Philippine representatives packing home. So coming up next, it's going to be Anubis versus the Vicious. Another chopping block is being set. Coming up next here at EWC CROSSFIRE Stream B.
Thank you, Salvatore, as always, for the great B-Stream update, and that is a big one. GK moves forward. Execration gone, despite them looking solid yesterday on B-Stream. That's a big loss for you. I know you're probably going to be in tears, but let's talk about what it means for GK. They play Vitality next.
Yeah, I mean, Vitality, definitely a very, very difficult team. Obviously, Execration still has a fair few tournaments that they have to go through, of course, when it comes to experience, especially for Fallex. It really hasn't performed that well this entire time, but I feel like they can come back soon. But for GK, this is going to be very important because this is a boost in confidence, especially now that they're going up against Vitality, who, granted, they have looked very sharp, but they have also looked beatable at times.
Kyle, let's go back to Falcons and Nemesis. For Falcons, I am quite worried about them. They're playing with the sub now in Fast instead of LDX. On top of that, I go back to the interview that we had with Shady Salvatore, getting the best answers out of him. At first, I was actually happy that he mentioned the regional pride and the disappointment, obviously, of dropping down to the lower bracket. He says, so sorry for disappointing you guys. But then again, I think about that now, especially after map 1, and I think maybe they could be thinking about that and leaning into that narrative a little bit too hard, as opposed to letting it go and just thriving in the lower bracket.
Yeah, you can tell Shady puts a lot of pressure under the shoulders of this team with the way he just carries himself. And you can tell with the new players that are not necessarily living up to that occasion here. And it does worry me because when you have these new talents, you really have to make them as comfortable as you can. And I feel like Shady's almost adding a bit of extra pressure to them.
Yeah, especially you're playing up against two of the best Vietnamese players ever, right? In the name of Shady and Dola. And I feel like those expectations is also weighing down upon them. And not just that, not just a region, but playing for Falcons. I mean, you in the Club Championship, you're so close to AGAL that if Falcons has a bad result here, they could be to blame for why they would not get the first place in that one.
Yeah, Falcons, never mind Club Championship, although that means a lot, $7 million. They're only 100 points above AGAL, at least the last time that I checked. It's updating communicating quickly, but more so that Falcons is one of the biggest organizations in esports currently, right? So, I mean, if you think about the prestige they hold in a short amount of time that they have existed in esports, it's tremendous, right? I mean, 2 back-to-back club championship trophies, that's $14 million. The best of the best typically goes onto the Falcons roster. And when you think going back-to-back years, not even making it out of groups, yeah, that is a heavy burden on your shoulder. But also, the shoes on the other foot, you have to consider the fact that you just got to let that go, right? That narrative doesn't matter. You came here to compete, and at the end of the day, it's that simple. You just need to compete.
Yeah, honestly, they've got to shake this one off and come out swinging in this next map. They've got a great opportunity to do so. Ankara, historically, one of the strongest maps in the Vietnam region. So I feel like they still have that potential left to fire back, and maybe Nemesis isn't ready for it.
Yeah, Ankara, an interesting discussion. I'm glad you brought that up because, Sneaky, when we look at Ankara, it was kind of the lesser of two evils. It was one that they didn't necessarily, I guess, want to pick, but they knew they were good at it when it comes to Falcons, right, for their region. But on the opposite side, that was also the map that Nemesis took down Rock on 10-1.
Yeah, and that is going to be a scary precedent here for the side of Falcons because it's not going to be as easy as they expected. So this is going to be quite close, and Falcons is going to have to fight tooth and nail.
Yeah, they're going to get quite close anyways. I don't know. It's going to be hard for sure. But at least if I'm looking at history, Nemesis might have the advantage here, but Falcons are still looking to fly high. Go to new compound, which would be map 3. What's the difference, though? Going from Black Widow to Ankara, at least for the side of Falcons, you know, they coming into it. What's the game plan?
I think the game plan on this map has to be shut down Alucard. He's insanely strong on this map at controlling that mid lane and that A-long presence, and they have to find a way to shut him down. And with how Shady was performing with that sniper in hand in the first map, there is some potential to contest here.
So is Shady the one that shuts down Alucard?
Absolutely has to be, yes.
Yeah, and Shady had a great game 1 too. Even though they take the loss 10-7, it's not like they got blown out. It wasn't 10-2, 10-1, 10-3, right? It was 10-7. They put up a tremendous fight, and Shady had a good number of eliminations, but he's going to have to do it once again. Just the middle of the pack, right? Those other 3 players there who are going to have to step it up.
Yeah, especially like actually Carrot didn't have too bad of a Black Widow map. He was actually sniping pretty good, hitting some very good shots. But I feel like the pressure for the side of Falcons here is obviously going to be on Shady, but at the same time for Dola, because they're holding opposite sides of the map here. And if Dola does not perform and he just gets run over by his head-to-head, which is Raffin, then that is going to be a huge loss for the firepower of Falcons. And if you cannot deal with Raffin, who's just rolling absolutely everybody, and especially Beck, who has all this momentum now, you know, we might just see Falcons bounced out.
Yeah, Dola, you know, Falcons take a risk on him once again. You know, they kind of redesigned this roster. They keep Shady, but they also keep Dola. And Dola in game 1 arguably didn't perform that well.
Yeah, Dola, for me, when we look back at 2024, he was the star player. Everybody thought he was going to be the next greatest player in the entire world. But 2025 and onward, he's been very hit and miss. And now more than ever, they need him to step up and rise to the occasion.
Do you think it's a matter of just too much or too high of expectations and the pressure crushing him instead of turning him into a diamond?
I think so. Part of it, too, is just this roster's gone through a lot of changes over the last 2 years. You think back to 2024, Wolf Empire, they're 3 players down from that original lineup, and they've had to adapt a lot since then. Losing Rambo, losing Lucas. They had some of their core kind of just fall by the wayside over the years, and they're always seeming to be in this rebuilding stage.
Yeah, it is. It's a constant rebuilding stage, which is tough. And how many times will Falcons take a chance on Dola, on Shady, right? This is back-to-back years. Now, you know, the nice guy in me hates to put this pressure in these even narratives, right? Because they're great guys, they're great players, and they come in and put in all their effort. But let's talk about what the future holds for whether it's Falcons or Nemesis, regardless who ends up moving forward. They play against Baisha next. That's going to be the next opponent, Shady. Obviously, he wants to take on that challenge if they get there. They've got to get their Nemesis first. Sneaky, your face, though, has a lot of concern on it.
Yeah, I mean, if you're going straight into one of the hardest series that you've ever fought, maybe for Nemesis and Falcons, and then you just, you know, swim with the Sharks in the next series, right? Obviously, with how good the form is for the side of Baisha, despite what happened up against KZ, you know, this is going to be an uphill battle for both of the teams, no matter who qualifies.
The one benefit I will give Shady, though, as the captain of this team, he knows how to take down a Chinese team in a best-of-3 situation. We saw back in 2024, he was able to do it against all gamers at CFS. So if anybody could push a team to that level, he's the guy to do it.
They're going to have to. They're going to have to do it for sure if Falcons manage to go back-to-back in this series. But it won't be easy by any means. They've got to win Ankara, arguably Nemesis' favorite map, maybe even best map, as they took down Rock 10-1. As we head back to the stage, you get to see the opponents. You get to see Falcons on the left. On your right is Team Nemesis, who was all smiles in that last map, feeling confident, feeling good. Their game plan was to shut Carrot down. Arguably, they didn't do that, but they still got the job done anyways. I also put the pressure onto Falcons member of Fast, replacing LDX. He's going to have to go big. Wait a second, there's a development. And LDX looks like he actually might be making a return. I don't know officially. Maybe he's just coming in to say hello, give some words of encouragement.
He's seen enough.
But is LDX stepping back onto the stage? Is that why we've been waiting? If so, I'm okay with this little break. I'm okay with LDX coming in and Falcons having their best chance.
Yeah, this is massive. I mean, LDX coming into the equation could be the game changer they need, especially when you look at what he can do for this team. He's one of those players who helps them open up the map. He can find those key entries, but he's also really strong in the clutch alongside the Shady, and that's something they were missing very clearly in that first map. Players like Beck not being allowed to 1v4, this is your guy to make that happen.
Oh yeah, for sure, because usually when you do have Fast on your team, you really want to, no pun intended, play Fast, because he does benefit from the higher pace of the game, and especially when he is, playing right next to Dola, playing right next to Dangsi, you really want to incentivize that. But at the same time, I feel like they did lack that depth when LDX was not actually playing. It was a lot of reckless pushes from their side as well. With LDX being back, we're finally going to see a bit more strategy on the side of Team Falcons.
Yeah, we're going to have a little bit more of a break here. We'll still stay with you all and spin up some narratives, but for LDX, he needs to get set up and ready to play because he is back in. Fast is out. Game number 2 going to look a lot different now going on to Ankara as Falcons have their full roster. They're going to be feeling great. And Kyle, I must say this, the fact that they took Black Widow 10-7 with their sub, I can only imagine what they're going to do now with the full roster that they intended to play this series with.
Yeah, if I'm Nemesis, I'm a little bit shaken right now. They got comfortable with the Falcons they were up against, and now it might be a stronger Falcons they have to face going into their map pick, but it may feel like it's their pick, but it's definitely not their strongest map overall. And for Falcons, this is still a top 3 map.
Absolutely. And it's crazy to say that, honestly, I would rather play a full roster the whole series as opposed to, like you said, shaking it up, right? You think you feel comfortable, you think you feel good. Now, all of a sudden, you've got to rethink everything. Do you focus Carrot now, or do you go all in on LDX? It's like, where do you put your attention?
Yeah, and I think that this is going to be quite the challenge here for the IGL of Nemesis, right? Because you're going to have to think a different dimension now that LDX is actually here. And I really hope that LDX could also enable Dola to finally start fragging and Dangsi to be a bit more comfortable, because it kind of felt like there hasn't been a day that we can say, hey, Dangsi was doing the carry and Dola's doing the usual like he did back home. So, hopefully we do see a better version of Falcons. But I mean, judging from the look of Nemesis here, they don't seem too shaken. You can see Kevin smiling in the back.
Yeah, he's smiling. He's smiling for now anyways. And you know what? Keep those smiles up. Because after all, for Nemesis, they're still in a great spot, right? They're still up 1-0 in the series. It's not up to them to answer back. It's up to the Falcons. So for Nemesis, they're in the driver's seat, and they've got to be feeling more confident than ever, especially with the 2 veterans, Valucard as well as Beck. Plus Raffin, the veteran himself, right? Leading the charge. When things get tough, you can lean on him.
Yeah, he's got to feel good with how things have been going, especially considering his situation throughout the CFWL season. He was that player who made the decision to leave the Gaming Gladiators lineup, trust in this new rebuild around Beck, and he's the only player here now from Gaming Gladiators, and he's showing that essentially, I think he's looking for that moment to prove himself here. We saw it in map 1. He really rose to the occasion, getting a lot of key entries and ultimately taking this team to a new level.
Yeah, for Comics and Dipsy on the side of Nemesis, is this their first EWC, or did they play last year? Because I know for a fact Alucard and Beck played last year for Inner Circle. Raffin, you mentioned Gaming Gladiators. But for Dipsy and Comics, right, their first EWC stage, is that true?
Yeah, it is their first EWC stage. Both of them failed to qualify, unfortunately, last year. Dipsy, I believe, was on the Anubis Gaming lineup previously, so he wasn't able to make it through. But Dipsy in the region is considered one of the strongest entries, so it's nice to see him finally make the stage. And for Comics, a really good debut himself as well.
Yeah, for sure. And on the opposite end, Dola, Shady, obviously here last year. For Carrot, Danny, and LDX, is this their first year? Maybe LDX played, but I can't remember.
I believe LDX has played before and with this lineup in several occasions, but I don't think he actually started for them last year. I think he played ACL with them and unfortunately got benched for this event as like maybe that sixth man. So he's been kind of in and out of this roster over the last couple of years, but I think now this is really a chance to prove himself, and you can kind of see it with Shady kind of ushering him onto the stage too during the break. You can tell he wants him back in this game as much as possible.
Yeah, quite exciting stuff here. You obviously have two teams who, I wouldn't necessarily call them dark horse teams, but at least rosters that it would be a big surprise to see them continue to move forward in the bracket, especially against Baisha, but they're going to give it their all in this moment. And as LDX gets settled in, so does Nemesis, as the game should be minutes away from taking place. Again, hopping into Ankara, Shady getting his teammates all on the same page, taking the notes, making sure everybody is ready to go with the game plan for sure. But just talking new members, it is an exciting prospect. You know, you've got a lot of new guard coming in this year for the Esports World Cup when it comes to CROSSFIRE, because going back to last year, it was a very big deal. Bringing CROSSFIRE to the Esports World Cup stage, exposing CROSSFIRE to a totally new audience, but also bringing in new competitors, a new lifeline, if you will, to join the old guard. It's Falcons, it's Nemesis. Will Nemesis close it out, or a Falcons come back? Let's find out on Ankara.
Thank you so much, guys, for that. As we do get LDX back in the roster here for Team Falcons, I'm most curious to see how does this affect the entire play of Team Falcons, not just the comparison of, you know, Fast versus LDX and stuff like that, which we can also take a closer look at. I'm still Valdez, joined by Laz, and we are getting ready for map number 2. Nemesis looks great on Black Widow, but let's see what Ankara holds in store.
Yeah, it definitely begs the question a little bit about, you know, for Falcons, where they spent all that time having a conversation about, look, LDX, you got to come back and play. Like, I mean, we were talking about he was not going to play, and now he shows up. So it's an unfortunate position here for Fast, right? I mean, like, just being that substitute, and they lose their opening map, and then that's just going to blow a lot of confidence. But we'll have to see. Is LDX really going to be like the, you know, the secret little bit of a recipe into this for them to get back into fighting fashion? I have no idea, but it just already kind of begs me the question of, like, Falcons are like that tilted or that upset about everything that they need to do this, where LDX clearly couldn't be able to play, but he gets called to the line. So we'll have to wait and see if that will be the difference maker or not. And Nemesis, I think they would have already been preparing like him in this lineup anyway, so I think they can go back to their regular game plan. I don't think this really creates too much of a, you know, too much of a commotion, really. I think it's going to be the same game plan they had originally going into this.
Yeah, absolutely. I think for them, they can just play their game and not really focus on the other side. They already rate themselves pretty highly compared to Falcons, so can just say, well, it doesn't matter who you put in, we will beat you. And I think based on what I saw in Black Widow, they certainly are the favorites here. And just have to see how it all does play out. Falcons taking it much slower here at the beginning of Ankara. This first round, very slow. They're going to throw some flashes over the top. But Raffin's right here to just peek him, takes down one. And he says, this isn't an A push, guys. There's nobody else here. I mean, LDX did get that one kill on a Beck in the middle of the map. Dipsy, though, not going to hit this shot, and he's actually backing up into cover. Definitely a smart call. Just wait for the reinforcements to come in, as they're not even on the site. Comics is already going big with one shot. Alucard not able to hit his, but they're all stuck here on the ramp, and Alucard gets one, make it two. Danksy, the last one left available, is looking for the swing as they push out together. Alucard with the 3K here in this first round.
Yeah, I love it. I mean, that's a great play from Nemesis, because you could even see, too, as soon as, like you said, Raffin in the vent position gets that duel, he gets so much information. Everybody on that other site in A, they just rotate right away to B. They were able to get there. Comics, he actually played that very well. Like, again, he only gets the one kill, but you have to remember, he falls back, he repositions himself, buys time, and gets the kill on top of it. So Falcons, they kind of went into a bit of a funnel, and then it was just pretty much all she wrote there. So Nemesis, they kind of baited them in, and Falcons fell right for it. So big opening round for Nemesis. That's going to feel really good considering they were ready to play and they had to wait a few extra minutes. So, you know, that's where sometimes those kind of situations can kind of tilt teams a little bit, but clearly Nemesis, like I said, laser focused right now. Doesn't seem like they're slowing down for the time being yet.
Yeah, looking good so far. Great play in that first round. And if you're Falcons, you got to get something going real quick. I mean, lots of flashes over the top here. Some nades as well. Nice little push. They're going to spot Dipsy. Push him back into the spawn. They do take him down as well. Dola picks up another. And just like that, easy entry onto the B site this time. Straight down through the front yard. As now they're in the spawn. Raffin's not even looking the right way. And that's going to be a 5-for-0 easy pickings for Falcons in this round.
Yeah, and I think the piece for me that I'm still wondering as well is, like, let's not forget what yesterday where Nemesis, again, they played Rock, and that was, I think you could debate #1 team in Brazil. They were able to get a 10-1 win on this map. So, like, I think all of us were shocked about that, where Nemesis, like, were able to make it a 3-map affair, but winning a map 10-1, Valdez, like, that doesn't happen a lot, right? So, I mean, that's a huge, huge factor. So, I do wonder if Falcons actually did any sort of preparation and watched that game just to be like, okay, look, like, how do they win 10-1? But that's where I'm curious about it as well, just because Nemesis, I mean, I'm sure they have a few things in store for this map, but that is going to make you feel really good. And I hope that isn't, like, almost like overconfidence, if that makes sense, just because when you win a dominant game like that, you just don't want it to, like, fill the ego or fill your head, you know, too big. But we'll have to see. I don't really get that impression yet. It seems like they're kind of just going in. They know what they need to do, and we'll wait and see. But Falcons, thankfully, like you said, they had to get something done quick, and they do right there. They bounce it right back, and that's probably something they absolutely needed, considering, you know, the mental is probably a little bit on a bit of a rocky ship right now.
Yeah, it definitely should be, but we'll see if they can right the ship themselves, as we have seen a lot of kind of aggro, I would call it, into the A side so far, but no real pushes just yet. This time, though, we have 5 people right outside A, and they are looking to stack here. There's a nade over the top, and we did see Raffin get some good information and pushing when he did go through the vents, but this time they're waiting for him, so looks like he's just going to sit back and wait for the push to actually come through. A little bit of poking and prodding through the main door, and follow-up push there from Comics will get punished. And now it's just Raffin here. He gets one, but that's immediately traded out, and the A site is free right now. They can get a free plant for themselves.
Yeah, that's a really good play from Falcons. I love the way they just kind of baited that little bit of a one player just going through main like that. Then they can easily just double swing it, and then they were able to get that instant trade. Raffin just unfortunately put in a tough position, right? His teammate got spammed through that little bit of a wood pillar, and that made it way more problematic for him. But Falcons really have been able to reinvent themselves very nicely here for map #2, and they pretty much have themselves, like, I feel like, a guaranteed next round in this favor. But unless Beck can do something crazy, we've seen a clutch from him before, but again, that timer is already well under halfway, and he'd have to be able to pop off right now, but Dola is going to get the better of him. And there we go. Falcons will get themselves back into a little bit of a winning fashion for the time being, but I don't know, maybe LDX really was kind of the magic little bit of a moment for these guys or something.
Yeah, I mean, he is definitely one of the key players of the roster, which is why we were so surprised when he was subbed out for such an important match. But you sub him out, you can sub him back in, as we did see here. And so far, he's been doing pretty well, and the difference it's had on the team's performance so far is definitely notable. We do see this time around Nemesis trying to challenge a little bit, as they have pushed into the A quarters.
Ooh, that's a good nade.
Ooh, Dipsy not ready for that shot. He's just taking pot shots through the box, and now the rest of the team tries to swing it. They do get a little bit traded back, but that's not what Nemesis were looking for. Nice little flick there from Beck, takes down LDX. But man advantage here. We do see that Falcons looking to push A, as Raffin's just not ready for it. Unfortunate timing for him. And they do make their way in. It's Alucard and Beck dropping down. The headshots are huge from Alucard as he sits them down, picks up another round here for Nemesis.
I was just going to say, like, I thought, Alucard, I thought he was going to kind of tuck in the corner a little bit and just try to burn a little bit of time. But I was like, okay, he's going to drop down right here. This is where I thought, oh, he's going to hide. And he's like, no, actually, I'm going to do one better. I'm going to bring out the USP, and I'm just going to absolutely outduel everybody in my path. So, whew, okay. And that's where, Kyle really talked about it, right? Where Alucard, again, can be such a playmaker on this roster. And that's a great example of it right there. And then where he's just able to, again, just kind of puff the chest, show who's boss a little bit. And, I mean, now Nemesis are still within this game, and they don't get phased by Falcons as of yet. But Falcons now, they're going to have to figure out what they want to do. Carrot does find that opening duel, takes down Calmix. So now it gives the man advantage, and that's been something that was a little bit lackluster for Falcons in the second half of Black Widow. But now they've been able to find a little bit of opening duels, but a good response from Alucard. Now this is where they need to be careful. Don't overextend this, because you only have one player locking in and anchoring that A site.
LDX nice little peek, wins the 1v1 over at the big door there. And now Dipsy just kind of push into them. He gets taken down. So one by one, they try to re-peek and get some trade backs, but it's not going the way of Nemesis. It's now Raffen and LDX have just missed each other over here. And we'll see how this does eventuate. LDX is like, nobody's here. And, I mean, there are only two guys left. And here comes Raffen, going to catch them in rotation. He's not looking the right way. He's still got to kill somehow. And now Alucard's going to be shot in the back as he's trying to get position. And Falcons kind of win a weird one there.
Yeah, I know, and it's funny because I think Raffen, like you could see, he saw the player way down and long, and he's like, okay, they're already going towards A. He thought he could maybe just cut right in the middle. He thought that, and then you see him bunny hopping, and he looks, he's like, oh my goodness, there's two guys right there too? It's so unfortunate because if he would have actually cleared that properly, again, there could have been a multi-kill conversation. Falcons were not ready for that at all. Like, they never would have expected it because, like you said, him and LDX kind of went past each other a little bit. But now Falcons going to get the wings flapping a little bit here. They're going to start to go a little bit more aggressive. Alucard does get the opening duel, but it takes a lot of HP away. Now he's just trying to tuck away. He's just trying to survive as much as he can. And it's a quick scope right there to take it down. The snipers get full activation here from Nemesis' side. And Falcons, the wings get clipped a little bit on this. And now they are starting to just not being able to fly. They cannot soar. And Nemesis respond back with 4 alive.
Yeah, that really comes down to Alucard holding down the site essentially by himself. Really insane stuff. Really nice flick on the initial aggression and then just gets behind the box just barely and is able to get that quick scope. So that's 2 kills for a guy who's barely staying alive and holding down the site by himself. That's a bit of heroics from him. Easily could have looked different where they'd take down Alucard, take the site immediately, and, you're looking at a rough retake for the side of Nemesis. So good stuff from Alucard. He's really popping off right now. I mean, this guy, if he's playing well with the amount of talent they have on this roster, you got to like what they can pull off. But once again, it kind of feels like Black Widow, where it's a bit of back and forth. I suppose that round was a bit more one-sided for Nemesis, but that can sometimes just happen from GR. I think that Falcons are definitely still in this one, as it does look like maybe a bit of a push here onto A, but no full committal just yet.
Yeah, it looks like Falcons are kind of getting ready for the full X or A exec maybe potentially on this. I mean, still have a minute and 30 remaining, and they don't have to just go for it right away. They're going to throw a little bit of utility in middle. Again, just try to buy in somebody, and that's Alucard actually. So again, he's got a bit of a distraction. You can see on the mini-map, he looks like he's kind of just spotting things out. But right now for Nemesis, this is a great stack because typically it's only been the 2. Raffen, unfortunately, blind as a bat, can't be able to find anybody. Now Dipsy tries to get some action, but look at that. Shady just being able to find himself that double piece. And now Falcons, despite the number advantage that was here for Nemesis, it just seems like that firepower is way too strong and gets overwhelmed here on the defense. And nothing can be able to have a reaction here from Nemesis. And Falcons do a great job with a pretty basic exec, and they just take care of business.
Yeah, really fantastic stuff from them. And again, it's back and forth and back and forth at the beginning of the Blacklist side for Falcons. Now, as long as they can maintain this composure, move over to global risk, and maintain their form, maybe we get a bit of a series here. I was a doubter, obviously, coming into round number 2, but they have done a fantastic job here of sticking in it. Falcons, there is so much on the line for this team, as we will get into in just a moment. But we do have some flashes coming in, reading the push. This is a 3-man push right now from Falcons. Danksy gets one, but I think man advantage here for the side of Nemesis. It's a bit like pulling teeth, as they do take 2 of them down. But the slow rotation is coming in from mid. I think it's a little bit late, as the fight has already gone down. The one thing is that Nemesis don't really know where the last couple of guys are. So they have the bomb down on the site, and they say, well, let's try to hold our position for now.
Yeah, I mean, this is kind of the guessing game, right? And this is where you want to decide, do you want to make a play or do you want to just kind of tuck in the site? It looks like, Dipsy, look at that. He investigates and he's able to solve the case pretty quickly. Now Carrot by himself, he's just trying to make a bit of a play. Will not happen. So that, like you said, the back and forth affair will continue. Nothing is going to change there, but it's a good way for Alucard again. Like, he is just putting up massive amount of impact in this game alone, and that's something I'm glad that Kyle brought up, because we talk about Alucard all the time in the West League, but this is a map where I don't know what it is, but it's just like Alucard, or you see this map, you just think of Alucard. Like, he is now putting himself up at 12-5. Like, look at his team. His teammates don't even have the same amount of kills to even match up to this. And now, Nemesis, they decide to get even more ultra-aggressive. They decide, you know what, look, let's just out-duel these guys. We're clearly in their heads. They're kind of overextending this push a little bit.
That was crazy.
If he can go quick enough, he might be able to get this big flank. He might be able to find a Badola perfect on the Spidey senses, and now realizes, okay, they're trying to crunch us.
Yeah, it was a good crunch, but not hitting the shots. And I think, yes, definitely very over-aggressive, as Raffin was like, well, I ran out of bullets. Time to just peek him with my pistol here. And now they know where Beck is. They know the angle he's coming in from. Nice pop-up, though. Gets the one. And a very close situation now in the 1v1 here. Bomb down as well. I think Beck could try to reposition on it. But actually, he's just going to back away entirely and say, all right, Dola, you do whatever you want to do. I will be ready a little bit later when you eventually make your push.
Honestly, I don't even mind this too, because again, this is where, Beck has to kind of, make a bit of a guess, but at the same breath, like, that's where Dola also, like, you still have well over a minute. It was a minute and 25 since this 1v1 has started. So for Beck, like, look what he's doing. He's clearing so much information, and he's just like, okay, I'm just going to make sure everything's cleared up. I can just get myself in a way better position. Like, Dola, it's really more of a guessing game here, because now he's kind of like, I don't know where to take this, this bomb. Do I want to go A? Do I want to go B? And look at Beck. He has completely ran around the whole map, essentially, and he's been able to grab so much information. Now he realizes, okay, Dola is leaning towards this B site, so now I can just kind of get myself in the right position. Is Dola going to expect this? I don't know, but this has been really good work from Beck. I love the fact that he's just been able to try to look for as much information as possible. Now realizing, okay, bomb's already picked up. Dola does have himself in a good position, burns that smoke, and he only has an HE remaining here for the last piece of utility.
Yeah, really the only issue with this is that you do give Dola the plant, but retaking this 1v1, that's totally fine. We'll see if Beck can manage it, because here comes Dola on the peak, but Beck is going to get the 1v1 win. Will pick up a big defuse, and Nemesis going into the half. They do maintain a lead here, as it's 5-4 to the side of Nemesis, as they are desperately looking to move on to the next stage here in Group B to face off against Baisha Gaming. Oof. It's not going to be an easy path for either of these teams that do make it in. But yeah, this is the replay, very close. 14 health. Beck does eventually win it. But guys, there is so much on the line for the side of Falcons. I mean, it is so close in terms of the club championship points. Our desk was already talking about it. Look at this. Team Falcons are ahead right now in AGAL, but only by 100 points, and they desperately need to hold on to Ankara. They are doing a great job so far. They're going to tie it up with this one. But yeah, it's really between Team Falcons and AGAL. They're fighting tooth and nail to win the club championship. Nobody really else can catch up to them. And I mean, AGAL, they're qualified for the top 8, right? Whereas Team Falcons are trying to barely win against Team Nemesis.
Yeah, and that's where it's a good point you bring up, right? And again, the desk was really, emphasizing this, is that if we see Nemesis taking down Falcons, like those are a lot of points that are taken away from Falcons. So that is where that pressure is so high. Like Nemesis, they have the pressure that they want to prove something, but Falcons are the ones that are, the championship points and the club points. Like that's the biggest thing. Like there's a bigger picture here. So that's where it makes a world of a difference. So this is where that game, we talk about pressure. It's definitely on the Falcon side without a question.
Yeah, I mean, there's just so much going on. I mean, there's swapping players mid-series. They desperately need some more points. They need to keep up with AGAL. But right now, they need to keep up with Nemesis one step at a time for them. Alucard's stuck in outside of A, and it's just all Nemesis all the time right now, as Falcons can't even get out into the opening here. Carrot, nice little angle, but Alucard is still not cleared out. They finally do get him. Carrot gets another one, and all of a sudden it's a 1v1, but I don't think there's enough time. I mean, Raffin, he can play clock, and Dola doesn't really have any health. Dola just going to tap bomb, and there's just no way for him to even get that kill and get the defuse, so it was all going to go the way of Nemesis, and now they're only 4 rounds away from knocking Team Falcons out of this tournament and maybe out of that top spot of the club championship.
Yeah, and that's the crazy thing. Like, that's where it's so exciting, right? When we get to these last remaining week, it's just, there's so much at stake. And like you said, Falcons are just barely holding on. So that's where now, again, like them being down a round and they're down a map, let's not forget that. That's where the Falcons are going to have to do something big. And Shady's the one that's been able to make some good plays. LDX can only find the one kill. That bulldozer of Nemesis, they just keep on moving. They are not stopping. It looks like they're not even going to slow down at all. The brakes are not even existent right now, but Falcons do put up a little bit of a wall here. So now Nemesis have to recollect their thoughts and see what they want to do a little bit differently. And it's a 2-on-3. You have Alucard alive, you have Raffin still with some utility. A big swing here from the players. They get wounded badly. Alucard still has an opportunity, but Carrot from the top ground is going to be able to save them a little bit. And now we're back to a tie game just like that. The ping pong match continues.
Yeah, and I do think that Falcons, they're just barely holding on. This one looks a lot better after the swap. Obviously on Black Widow, we did see that Nemesis, they swapped sides. They went to Blacklist, and it was essentially map over from there. Like, there was a little bit of a comeback for Falcons later on, but to me that just felt like kind of the last remaining bits and pieces they had left, and it was going to be Nemesis's map from there. So very close one. Falcons desperate at this point, as we've really hammered home at this point in time. Bit of a mid-push from the side of Team Nemesis. They do want to go straight up the middle. But Carrot's been on point in the last couple of rounds, and he's the one that's actually holding that angle, so doesn't look like they will go straight into his crosshair this time, probably for the best. Only issue being, of course, that Falcons have 3 people on A. So a nice little defense for them set up on this spot.
Yeah, they keep going against Shady. Like, Shady's the one player to me that I feel like on the Falcons team, like he's the one putting up the big impact. I mean, I know Carrot's been able to do some stuff as well, but I mean, he's top frag and he's really definitely put up a really good shield. So now it seems like Nemesis are going to try to do it again, a little bit stubborn. They want to see what they can be able to find. Danksy, I don't even know why you commit to that fight. Like, it just seems so ridiculous, but it goes against them. So now that advantage, it disappears. Now Nemesis have a conversation here. They have themselves still well within a minute. They don't even have to rush this plant. They could even decide to go, they could leave if they want to. They could just try to go for the duel potentially. LDX is close on by, but they will go for this plant. LDX goes for a swing. Alucard, a bit exposed on that one. And now leaving it down to Raffin here on the 1-on-2. This is going to be asking a lot. And he's trying to find this. Oh, that timing is ridiculous, Valdez.
Yeah, he almost got double swang. Double swung?
Double swung.
The swang came out. Raffin here on the flank, and he just has no idea where they are. He gets the one, and the defuse, he's just sticking it, and he will pick it up. 7th round here for Falcons as they get back in the lead. Such a close round that was. Raffin trying to pull off the heroics, but it is LDX, the last-minute sub, that comes in and secures the round.
Yeah, it's just so unfortunate because that's such a tough position, right? Again, I'm just curious about, that C4 placement, because if it would have been a little bit different, yeah, he could have probably been able to pick him apart there, but it was already that defuse as well halfway through. So really good communication from Falcons, just saying, look, stick it. You have to stick it. Like, that is the play. I'll play main. Like, he's close on by. But, whew, what a way to get it. I don't think we had a Ninja Diffuse yet. I think that's our first one, if I'm not mistaken. I think we've had a couple attempts, but none that have actually worked out yet. I like it.
Yep, nothing like that. Now Dola picks up the kill in the air duct. We have the flash coming in, but LDX is waiting. They had a double stack here, and Nemesis kind of just runs straight into it. And that's going to be the end of that. Dipsy, a little bit of a desperate repeat, trying to get the pick off, and it is not going to happen. And now we have Alucard trying to do some solo heroics. He's going to go underneath, and he runs straight in LDX, wins that fight. And now the snipe not going to get Carrot. And Alucard is all alone here in the 1v3. Will pick up this plant, but it is not looking easy for him.
No, and this is where he has to make a play, right? He can't just sit back. He has to be able to find a kill quickly. But look at Falcons. They're kind of playing this a little bit weird. I was thinking they were playing a little bit split apart from each other, but nonetheless, they do a good job to like kind of regroup right at the last second there. So the timeout's going to get called, like you said, from Nemesis. So now we're talking about an 8-6 scoreline, and I don't think we've had Falcons have a lead like this at all. It was actually Nemesis. They were the ones where we were talking in the second half of the first map where it was becoming 2, 3, 4 rounds. We're like, okay, hang on. Like, this lead is really growing. So this is the first time Falcons have been able to have themselves a decent position on the scoreline. So now Nemesis is going to call their first official TAC timeout. They didn't have to use it the first time on map number 1. They use it here and now, kind of just, again, allow Coach Kevin to be able to talk things through, because it feels like Nemesis are not, you know, losing rounds in a unconvincing way. Like, it still seems to be a bit grindy where it's down like 2v2s or like a 1v2, 1v3 maybe. So it's not terrible, but there is just some mistakes happening. And I don't know if I agree with these A hits anymore. Like, I think that Shady is doing a great job being an anchor. Like, I think it's one of those things where you go, look, avoid it. Like, you have to get away from Shady. Don't let him get in these positions to frag you guys out. Put him in those retake positions, because that's when they've been able to succeed, right? Yes, Carrot has been a problem too, but I definitely feel like Shady is to me the MVP on the Falcon squad in this entire series so far.
Yeah, he definitely is, and I think they tried to do a little bit over outside the office, but there was a double stack there actually, just sitting in the smoke. Love this close up of Raffin. Very, very serious in the moment, and obviously, you know, we talk about the club championship and what it means to Falcons to try to continue on there, but for Team Nemesis, subjectively, they would love to just get this 2-0 and not even have to deal with that final map and just move on, prep for Baisha, and yeah, move on. But Falcons are making this very difficult for them in the 8-6 situation. This is the most rounds they have gotten, tied for their 8-10 loss against Na'Vi in the first best of 3, or in the first best of 3 they played. That was on Black Widow. As okay, just gonna swing directly through mid, straight into Alucard. Dipsy are waiting. A couple of headshots for Dipsy. They're gonna make quick work of that one. And the attack pause is working out so far. It's nearly flawless from Nemesis as they stop that aggression in its tracks.
Look, I mean, this is the thing that I absolutely love, right? Like, when we get to see teams like call the attack timeout, and like when they go into that next following round after the attack and they win it like that, that's a flawless round where I think only one player, if I was not mistaken, like only took a little bit of damage. So like they came in, Coach Kevin said, do this. Like, we are not doing this plan to what we need to do, and look at how easy they make, you know, work out of it. So I love the fact that we get to see that where a team just utilizes their attack, and it looks like, again, Nemesis just get a bit of, you know, breathing room and they can just play their game.
Yeah, and there was a lot of action outside of A, so Nemesis say, well, we can probably just push into B. They got to clear out LDX, though, on the back of this. Okay, it's just going to be a 1-for-1, not bad. And Nemesis, they say, well, there's not a lot of defense around the middle of the map, and Falcons get aggressive once again, but not in the right spot. As this plant is coming down pretty late, the wraparound has already come in from the side of Falcons. And he just goes up and goes for the kill. And now swinging into 2 is Comics. He's going to go down.
I don't understand why they did that. Like, they had the smoke in place, and Alucard, I thought he was intentionally going for the wide open plant so that they can just make sure they can go for it. But it's not a bad position that they go for this plant, but man, oh man, okay. Look, it still works out. Now we're back to an equal footing of a 2-2, but now this is where, again, Alucard's getting caught here. His heals are just getting tapped away. And Raffin needs to be able to find something that's rifle. He's just trying to spam, but he's running out of bullets. This is getting a little bit dangerous. And both these Falcon players go for the swing, and they utilize the numbers. And now Falcons have put themselves on a map point against Nemesis to stay alive potentially in this series.
It's crazy what a story this is for Falcons if they hold on by a thread and even potentially win this series with the hero resub of LDX. I mean, obviously, it's not their series just yet, but 9-7 makes you think they're looking good here on Ankara to bring us to new compound for the decider, as we saw multiple moments there for Team Nemesis that weren't very solid. I do think they are kind of falling apart at the seams here a little bit as it gets to the end of this map. But let's see if they can try to pull this one back. Might just be a 10-7 the opposite way, though, if Falcons can hold on. And you talked about pushing into Shady. Shady is not holding A at the moment, although we do have the re-rotation coming in here, actually. Shady just going to hold spawn, and they do have 3 people on A at the moment. But no committal just yet from the side of Team Nemesis. Do they just go right down the middle of the map once again?
Yeah, they're really starting to hesitate a little bit, you can see, right? Because now they're just trying to throw some nades, see if they can do any sort of damage. But I don't mind this play because, again, they haven't really done something like this yet. So they have the lineups. You can see Dipsy and Alucard getting ready to throw the utility. Yeah, Shady is close on by. He's going to get some information. You can see him just absolutely communicating. And now he's just trying to tap away. He gets removed. So now Raffin being able to find the first opening duel. That might create a little bit of an opening here. And actually, Comics, unfortunately, gets timinged. And Beck able to find that instant trade. Alucard, are you kidding me? He's able to find that quick little bit of a flick. And now leaving it to Dola and Carrot by themselves. And Alucard still hunting for more, playing that top position. But let's not forget, these guys are wounded on Nemesis right now.
Yeah, they definitely are. And Carrot here on the sniper, not the best position for him. Maybe he's got to pull out that pistol as Dola pushing up. He's spotted Dipsy, but Dipsy goes big. Gets that headshot and keeps this interesting. Carrot, he's going to get the one, but the triple swing. Nice timing there from Team Nemesis. They know exactly where he is. They handle it very nicely under pressure. 8-9. And now they're 1 away from bringing us into extra rounds.
Yeah, that was a really good little bit of teamwork again from Nemesis. Again, you know, we've been critiquing a lot of these teams where they're just doing these like random one-man pushes and just making 1v1s when they shouldn't. But like Nemesis were like, nope, everybody swing same time right there. That's a perfect replay. You just get to see them just, again, swing at the same time. There's no way he's going to be able to win that. So now, like you said, 1 round of a differential. We either go to overtime or we're going to have Falcons being able to push this thing to new compound guaranteed. So for Nemesis, they were having themselves a lead, then they kind of fell off, and now they seem like they've getting a little bit more than warmed up right now. That fire is starting to burn. But we'll see if it can be able to burn more here as they just need this last round to push things over the edge for an overtime. And a bit of a same setup that we're seeing from Falcons. Triple and A just leaving the 1 in mid, anchoring B by themselves for LDX here. And Nemesis just taking their time. They have Dipsy just trying to lurk as much as possible. Rotate's already starting to commence here from the defensive side.
Yeah, they do have the 3 people on B. As we can see at this moment, office just being cleared out for the moment. As Nemesis are really taking their time and making Falcons sweat. Oh, Carrot misses that one. Dipsy lurking in the middle of the map. He gets the one, and now he's pushing. LDX is underneath here, kind of isolated. He's going for the chase just because he doesn't want to get timing. Does Raffin going to get 1? That's 2 for 0. Make it 3 as they open up the B site. Dipsy gets a ton of damage on a Shady. This is looking rough for Falcons. I don't know if they can pull out a win here. They're looking like it's going to go to extra time.
Oh, he's so blind. Oh, he's right there!
Right next to each other! And Raffin somehow wins it. Shady on 8 health gets taken out to a headshot nonetheless.
Oh.
And we are going to extra rounds.
I want to just see Raffin's face. You can just see he's kind of like, whoo, boy, okay. He was so blind. You could tell he wanted to make the play. He's like, hey, I'm going to just try to find a strangler. I'm going to see if I can get the timing. That flash lands right in front of him. Like the pin hits his tooth, and then the guy's right in front of him. He's like, whoa, okay, peekaboo, there you are. And yeah, great work from Nemesis being able to bring this thing back. I mean, it was a big deficit. Falcons now another mental hurdle that they have to go through. They had this lead, and now they kind of, again, let it slip through their fingers, and we're at a little bit of a reset. Now we get to see Falcons being back on the blacklist side, and you get to see Nemesis. They're going to try to get really aggressive. They want to try to make a bit of a statement here in this opening round in the overtime. And now Falcons are going to just try to get some hotel control. They're going to try to fight for some map control as much as they can. But it's all for naught. Look at what we're seeing from Nemesis. They already have the repositions already commencing, so they are just actively on their feet.
Yeah, Nemesis feel like they're the ones that have the momentum right now. They're just playing a little bit better CROSSFIRE, and when I say a little bit, I mean it's so close between these two teams. And Dipsy's not going to hit that shot. It's here on the sniper. Comics underneath, not going to get it. Danksy nice on the entry. As now they're being pulled apart one by one. And that is a 5-for-0. Easy pickings for Falcons. As they must be sweating, trying desperately to force a third map.
Yeah, it's really unfortunate too, because again, Dipsy is one of those players. He absolutely is a perfect hybrid player. Like, he's one of those guys you can rely on him to be on the sniper, and you can rely on him heavily to be a good rifling player. And I think when he's not feeling one, he's going to do the other. Unfortunately, there he missed 2 shots that arguably you probably could have gotten, but it was tough though. Falcons did a great job just kind of evading those bullets, but that just allowed them to get so much control, and then that just overwhelmed him and Comics, and that's where everything just started timbering down right away. So now Falcons right back into 10th round for them. They get the opening round in this overtime. We'll see if they want to make work of it. And now the nades galore. It is a full execute. Raffin again blind. He can't seem to find anything. He is blind as a bat. And now it just seems that the defense once again is showing weaknesses, and that armor is not going to be strong. And everybody is just dropping, leaving it just down to Beck and Alucard. The two guys that have been able to put up some very good numbers so far in this series are tasked with a difficult 2v4.
Yeah, a bit of spam to start just to see if they can chip away at some of the health bars, but not able to get any kills just yet. Beck trying to go through. The flash seems to be pretty good, but there's just too many numbers here for Falcons on top of the site. And they do hold it on with a nice little CROSSFIRE on top of that one. 11-9. Falcons, they're really being pushed to their limits here, but looking fantastic on the attacker side of Blacklist. And yeah, just too many angles here. You can't clear out that entire site like that.
No, definitely not. Like you said, the BL side definitely seems to be a really good little bit of a side here for the Falcons team. And now we get to see Nemesis once again. They're going to try to push through the same aim. So this is now where they get this duel. I like this, but I almost kind of want them to pull back on this, because we've seen them overextend this, and then this is where they started losing their players. This is a really good call from them. They already lose Comics. They're like, you know what? No, let's not do it. They're probably going to rush towards B. This is when they should almost just instantly be rotating. I'm surprised they're taking as long as they are, but they are starting to make a move on here. Falcons are still being a little bit hyper aware. They're trying to be cautious. And now this is actually given some time here for Nemesis to get into this site.
Yeah, I mean, they get in a little bit at least. There's some smoke in their faces. That is a big flash. Stola going to help out his buddy Danksy there on the corner. And Danksy just goes unseen the entire way. 3 rounds in a row from Blacklist. And Falcons, they look good to force a third map. And yeah, I think that smoke in their face, and Nemesis just wanting to get onto the site as fast as they possibly could. They don't check all the boxes, as they were having to deal with Dola, who was a great distraction for Danksy.
Yeah, I'm a little bit surprised for Nemesis' sake. Like, they're not really playing anybody on Bridge. They're not really playing anybody heavily in Hotel. Like, they're just giving it up. They're allowing that control to be available for Falcons for free. So this is something where I'm seeing a bit of a gap. Now they've done this stack. And I mean, I get it. They've lost B 2 times in a row, but I mean, again, do you think Falcons are going to try to go for it for a third time? I mean, I know people say third time's the charm, but my goodness, that'd be just absolutely filthy. But we'll have to wait and see. But either way, I mean, this has been, a little bit of a tough one. But either way, now Nemesis back in the position where they need to just climb themselves back into this. They have to get 3 rounds in a row, and that's where we talk about golden round. And so we've already seen one West team do it. Maybe we see it again.
Yeah, I mean, anything is possible. This has been such a close Ankara. I would not be surprised to see it flip after the half of extra rounds, of course. But again, still a lot of work to do. And Falcons have stacked this B site, as you mentioned. We do have Nemesis running straight into them, potentially. We do have Alucard who's going to pick up the bomb, and here comes the slow push. So let's see how much utility they throw in here, because Dola's looking right here, and he's got the hot hand right now. As the flashes do come in, Dola not really cleared out. They're going to go in, go out, as Comics does get the one on an LDX. But Dola's still here. Beck is able to distract him, but Dola gets the one kill, picks up two. And Shady holds down the back corner, and it's all up to Comics to keep this alive. Gets the one, picks up the bomb, and he has not been the guy who has been fragging out today. But they need him now desperately, as he is... Oh, he's going to find Carrot and just run away.
Oh, no, they're going to run into each other. Okay, never mind. I was going to say, wow, they're just going to go right back into each other. But Comics actually realizing he still has a little bit of time. He doesn't have a ton, right? I mean, we got 30 seconds, so this is where he has to make sure he doesn't get kind of laser focused where he lose sight of this. But he's thinking that Carrot's going to try to be aggressive and look for information. But now Comics realizes, okay, look, I got to go somewhere. Carrot loves this spot. I swear, he's always in this position. So now Comics has to get a move on. Needs to be very careful about this plant position, because if he goes for the front, that's just going to be an easy kill here. Oh, he decides to go right in the middle of this. So now Carrot's going to drop down, and now Comics realizes, and he has to hit the perfect shot, and he gets caught, and Falcons will be able to find themselves into a third map series, and it ain't over yet. Nemesis cannot get it done to close this thing out with a 2-0.
Yeah, just not meant to be. We will have new compounds as Falcons hang on to the Club Championship life and their life in the series. And at CROSSFIRE, LDX comes in and they begin to perform just a little bit better. And that's really all they needed. I mean, it was very close. Outside of, Nemesis controlling a lot of the Blacklist side of Black Widow, this has been a very back and forth series so far, as you can see reflected in the series score of 1-1. We do have a series on our hands here, as Team Falcons hanging on by a thread. They do make it through the extra rounds, and they will make it onto new compound, as we're going to head over to the desk in just a moment.
And the Falcons fight back. We go to a Game 3 officially. Game 1, a lot of questions were raised. How are the Falcons looking? Well, Nemesis took them down 10-7. However, there was a curveball thrown at the Nemesis roster in the name of LDX. He returns in. The sub of Fast is out, just like his name is called, Fast. And LDX makes the big difference. It does, in fact, go into overtime. The Falcons get the job done. You can see the energy shift, right, Kyle? Is like once Falcons started gaining some momentum, some speed, they're screaming, they're yelling, they're getting pumped up. Totally different roster.
Yeah, I mean, not only was LDX a great addition to have back, it amped up everybody's performance. You had Dola hitting almost 20 kills. Not only that, Denksy as well, having a solid performance to get this one across the line. And now they've got a real fighting chance going into this final map of the series.
Yeah, happy to see Dola performing well. Again, one of the OGs when it comes to this Falcon roster, playing with Shady last year. He underperformed in Game 1, performs much better this time around. Does LDX open up more opportunities for Dola to be able to slay out?
Yeah, I feel like it kind of makes it a bit easier for him to play overall. LDX doesn't mind being the sacrificial lamb for the team at times as well. So Dola is getting a lot more space to work with. And I feel like it's a lot less thinking for most of the players here, since LDX is going to do that for them.
Yeah, I mean, not only that, on the opposite side, it almost felt like Nemesis playing a little bit more scared this time around as well. You look at a player like Comics in a high-pressure situation, even in that final round, just hesitating, not trusting his own shot. But the fact Falcons was kind of in the opposite situation, I think really helped them there. They had LDX. They now have the confidence. They're taking the battles they weren't taking on that first map. And it really just shows what this team is capable of when they have that confidence on their side.
Yeah, for this series, I was more so looking towards the future. I mean, Baisha is who they have to play against next. However, the reality is set in the green room. There still is, for just winning this series, thousands and thousands and thousands of dollars up for grabs. I mean, after all, it is a $2 million prize pool. Kyle, as we take a look at the stats, you mentioned Dola, 24 total kills. He was tearing it up.
Yeah, I mean, you always know Shady's going to be there, but Dola, he's the hit and miss player. So him stepping up in this moment, very key for this team. But not only that, Danksy as well had a really rough first map, and he was very present here in map number 2.
But Alucard and Raffin also performed well for Team Nemesis and went the distance. I believe it was 20 and 19 respectfully. But they're going to have to pull a rabbit out of the hat as they go into game 3. I don't think they were expecting to be here after the game 1 they played.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like Falcons were kind of in a weakened state after map number 1, right? And of course, with all that confidence going on the side of Team Nemesis, they were just expecting for them to get run over. But then, you know, LDX came out like he's Stone Cold Steve Austin out of nowhere and just absolutely crashed the party for the side of Team Nemesis. But I feel like Team Nemesis is still definitely doable for them, considering they're playing a West League staple. And we have seen Raffin, we have seen Beck do well in this map. So I still believe that they can definitely win in this one.
It's a battle for sure. Falcons and Nemesis now go to game 3. It's going to be on new compound, and I can't wait to see how it's going to unfold.
Play is in our DNA. Whenever we let it out, it becomes our superpower. Now imagine an entire city being built to supercharge it. Qiddiya City, powered by play.
Falcons and Nemesis now moving to map number 3. It comes down to this. Win, you move forward to play against Baisha. Lose, you are out of the tournament. Your key is crushed, and you're sent packing home. Now, when we think about Nemesis, they played against Rock on the B stream. It was a great series, and we heard in the interview that they were incredibly proud how they played. New compound was one of the maps. They lost 6-10. I still view that as a great performance against a high-caliber team such as Rock.
Yeah, it's definitely not a bad performance by any means, and historically this is a great map for the West League teams they're going into. So looking at a player like Alucard, who's been playing confidently all throughout this series, I still think they have a really good chance of taking this one away.
What about Falcons, though, on new compound? How are we thinking their chances are going to be with the star-studded roster that they have?
I think they're going to have a fine chance. I wouldn't say it's really, you know, them leading the charge and getting all that momentum for new compound, right? Because this is the map to stop one of those, you know, faster teams from doing so. It's a lot more cutthroat when it comes to duels, and it's a lot more, let's say, GR-sided, which is going to be a big advantage here because Raffin has been doing really well on the GR side as well as Alucard. It just has to be the other members stepping up to the plate, because if it's only those two, they're going to be in trouble because there's 2 sides on the map.
100%. This is a really defensive-sided map, and I think that's where Nemesis is going to shine here in this series. They haven't been quite as strong when it comes to their attacks here. They're a little bit more hesitant than what we've seen from Falcons, so I feel like Compound is the perfect map for them to have a little bit more stability. And then on the BL side, it's also a map where you can play a little bit more loose. You don't have to have those defined structures like some teams would need in this situation.
We know Shady's going to perform well, as we said. Nice to see Dola stepping it up. Carrot, though, that was the main focal point for Team Nemesis. Is he still going to be a focal point going into new compound?
I feel like he's definitely going to be a focal point, especially knowing how important he is when it comes to defense, when it comes to the having that occasional aggression at that time, and especially when it comes to new compound, especially in the container mid-fights, you're going to need to do that from time to time to keep the enemy on their toes.
I'm feeling Falcons here, Kyle. What about you?
I feel like Nemesis has this. They've got the firepower on their team. They've looked a little bit more consistent, I would say, throughout this entire series, and I think they'll take it away.
All right, Nemesis or Falcons, who do you got out there in the chat? Either way, it's up to them to decide who moves forward, who gets their key crushed. It comes down to a game 3 in our final series of the day. We head into new compound. It's Falcons versus Nemesis.
Thank you so much, guys, for that breakdown. And, you know, don't ask me that question. I have no idea who's going to win this map. It could easily be Falcons. It could easily be Team Nemesis. I think that it really just comes down to who's got the better play. Nice little boost here. Shady looking for an angle right down the middle. but not going to see too much pressure in there from the side of Nemesis. But yeah, I don't know. It's rough. Black Widow looked slightly better for Nemesis, and Ankara looked slightly better for Falcons. I mean, you could say that with the addition of LDX coming in, they look like a better team, and maybe they have that momentum behind them after winning map 2, but new compound, a totally different situation.
Yeah, it really is, right? And now it's just being that reset, just like one map remaining, and it's like, you know, the desk really emphasized this, is like, look, loser is going to get their key crushed, and that's it. So we'll have to see. Now, I do agree with Kyle. I'm leaning on Nemesis still, like, if I had to pick a team, but Falcons, you know, the fact that we were able to persevere through that, we'll have to wait and see. Now the execute's coming in. Nemesis, they're not going to mess around. They're going to go through this B site. Thanks, trying his best, but he can't seem to find more than one. And look at that. Nemesis are able to just sweep the floor. They get themselves in this site, winning duel after duel. Now leaving it down to LDX by himself on a 1-on-3. And there's still utility available, so Raffin actually could re-smoke this. So LDX has to find the perfect timing to slip through this before getting seen.
Yeah, not going to be easy, of course, to retake the B-side by yourself through smoke against 3. But nice try from LDX. Raffin, some really nice tap headshots in that round. And even from the Blacklist side, it does look good for Nemesis so far. And I feel like also Falcons had a pretty good setup on the B site. I don't feel like they weren't ready for that push. Just came down to a really nice entry here from the side of Nemesis. And you can see that Falcons trying to get ahead of this push this time. They move heavily into pillars. This is something we see pretty often from our global risk side teams, just to try to, you know, go out there as a team, leave a couple of guys, maybe even just one, and try to get a sense of where they're pushing. As we can see, though, Nemesis have read this pressure, and they're looking to push into A at the moment, as a lot of flashes are coming out here. Push is a bit delayed, but they're still going to make their way onto the site. Couple of kills come in, and Alucard's just winning by himself in mid. He's taking everybody down by himself. And now it's just LDX and Danksy, but they are late to the party, as the plant doesn't even, it's not even necessary. Nemesis, very strong second round on top of it.
Yeah, that was such a weird round, right? I mean, I was kind of looking a little bit awkward. I was thinking Nemesis, they got spotted along A. I was thinking maybe they were going to pull back on it, but they decide, no, let's just commit to it. And with the new update, obviously, on this map, there is that little bit of a window that you can still spam some nades through and some flashes. So you can see Beck was just trying to get everything in there. And yeah, Falcons, I think they were caught a little bit exposed, so that flash actually lands really, really well. And now Nemesis, again, just taking a 2-round lead pretty convincingly. Like, these rounds have not been close. Like, Nemesis have really started making a bit of a statement on this attacking side. So this boost from Shady, is it actually going to pan out? It does. Gets a good opening duel. Now they can pull back. This is exactly what you need to do. Now this is going to put Nemesis way more in a position where they have to figure out how do they get back in the driving seat.
Yeah, like Comics' reaction, he's like, wait, is that a guy on like, is he there on the yeah, he is. Shady also a little bit delayed on the reaction, but gets him on the re-peak, so if it works, it works. And yeah, that's going to be a good start, but LDX is going to lose the 1v1 versus Beck, and that gives another opportunity here to the side of Nemesis. You really don't want to fall behind early in these rounds from the Blacklist side. You want to get the first kills, or you want it to just be 5v5 and just go for a big push on a one site. That's where we see the success come from the Blacklist side, if they're going to have it. Or just, you know, Alucard go kill and get 2 kills in mid. That works too. They are going to push now 4v4 in towards the B sites. Nice little setup so far, though, from the side of Falcons, as Dipsy just tries to force his way in early. It does not work, and the rest of the push will come in. Carrot isolated, but not taken down for too long, as Danksy gets value. Beck is sniping big time on the top here, as Alucard kind of missing him, and that is going to be Carrot picking up 2 in the servers. It gets very, very close, as Beck looking for the 1v1 here. He's been good on the sniper so far. He's hiding behind the pipes, behind the railing here. He's just going to hold the angle. He says, I got 30 seconds. And right as I say that, he goes off the angle. But he is going to pick up the bomb and plant it.
Yeah, and I mean, honestly, like, Beck is definitely somebody that can be a really strong sniper player, too. So you don't get to see it very often, but when he does, like, when he's feeling it, he's feeling it. So now he gets this plant, buys him a bit more time. And now it puts a lot more pressure for Shady to have to make the play. And again, this is a tough one because Beck's been able to put up some good numbers. Shady has been able to have himself really good performances. Beck, oh, that position. He misses the shot. Gets another chance at this. He's just throwing as much utility as possible. But Shady actually comes in with the pistol. And again, I kind of question that from Beck because he knew he was close. I feel like the pistol would have been better to go for that. But again, you're going split-second decision-making. So he thought he could get the better of it. But Falcons, they get around, but man, it goes right down to the wire for a 1v1.
Yeah, it might have just come down to the fact that Beck was definitely feeling the snipes in that round, right? I think he got 2 or 3 in that round alone, just on the sniper on the attack. So good stuff. And speaking on the attack, that's 2 kills to Dipsy with the pistol. Dola gets taken down in the end, and they know where Carrot is. He's in the corner. Beck dealing with LDX. He's not going to win that fight. And I mean, they've been able to group up, actually, the 2 of them here as they do move over towards B. LDX has it all to do as the plant already comes down. Very nice early timing from Alucard, but a nice push in already from LDX through the smoke as he's not going to hit that shot. And he's just holed up here in the servers, hoping that Alucard peeks him. But Alucard, all he's got to do essentially is hide and allow Dipsy to come in and try to go for the double peek. But LDX pushes aggressively, gets the pick. And now all of a sudden, there it is! He peeks him when they had only 20 or 15 seconds on the bomb. And LDX, huge clutch for him.
That was so unnecessary, and I don't know why. I mean, Alucard, again, he was playing the position of just like, I'll be the distraction. You need to sit back. Let us just see what happens. And as soon as Alucard went down, Dipsy should never have been peeking. He knew that he had to go for the defuse. He could have at least buyed like a little couple extra seconds, but yeah, that's just a bit of a misplay. This is, yeah, just really bad timing. And he even had the best spot because they planted right in that corner. He had the full sight, so I think the nerves just got a little bit better for Dipsy there, and he just wanted to get frag hungry, but that's where, again, these mistakes are starting to happen. Carrot now, he gets activated. He's able to find himself a great opener. And now Falcons, they are just sweeping the floor right now, and Nemesis are the trash, and they're going in the bag.
I do feel like Nemesis are playing more aggro than they need to. I think even that push through the smoke there, if you run into the hot hands of Dola, you will be shut down, and that's exactly what we saw there. Falcons, 2 big rounds in a row. Totally going to sweep the tempo into their favor. Even just the manner in which they did it is huge. 1 big clutch from LDX. Taking advantage of some of the mistakes, as you were talking about there, Laz, but also a nice call, the follow-up, you know, just to rush into mid and take them down as they are pushing. So now let's see what Nemesis have in the tank, because it was a great start for them from Blacklist side. I do think that they really had something going, but maybe getting a bit antsy in the 2 follow-up rounds. Nice little flash here, the timing great on the entry as they go for a fast push straight into B, and they're just tapping them. Beautiful stuff. Dola and LDX at least got some back, but they're already on the B site here.
Yeah, things are getting loud here in the arena. I love it. So now 3-on-2 advantage. Nemesis are going to get this plant, leaving it just for Dola and Carrot now, the last 2 remaining players. We'll have to see what they're going to be able to do with this. Again, they have 1 PC utility each. Beck might be able to find the timing of this, and he does. Perfectly done. So now Dola, even more of a tough task, and you can see he's kind of wondering, hey, like, do I need to go through main? Do I need to clear things out? Beck is doing such a great job of being a nuisance. He's just being that itch, and Dola can't seem to figure out how to get rid of this little bit of an itch right now, and Beck should be able to get it done, and indeed he does. So Nemesis, bring it back in. The back and forth affair continues. Nothing has changed as we got to map 3.
Yeah, again, don't ask me to predict who's going to win this. I'd rather be surprised at this point. Both these teams are playing really to the top-notch level. And, yeah, very nicely done by Beck to handle that situation. It was already going to be a hard situation for Falcons, even if it was just a 2-on-2, but Beck in that middle position, they just couldn't root him out. They could not figure out a way to handle it. And so Nemesis back on the board. I mean, if you hit 4 or 5 rounds from Blacklist, you're feeling pretty good. I mean, Nemesis moving over to GR with a lead, I think you gotta like their chances as long as they can actually get there. So let's see. The Blacklist side has looked good so far. They move into pillars. They move into mid. And this time it's actually Falcons, a bit of a stack in B main, and then you've got 2 just holding down A.
Yeah, a little bit of a 3-2 setup that we can see. So now Nemesis, again, they have this mid control. You do have Carrot that's actually, again, just got that good position where he should be able to get some bit of a spot, get some information at least. Smoke's going to land in front, so good utility right now. Allows Nemesis to cross over into mid. But now it's a question about getting these flashes at the right time. Dola's fully exposed in this fight, and now he's getting caught on the heels, and there we go. Now Danksy, is he actually going to recommit to it? And he does. He's able to find some sort of a trade, but now is he going to get overwhelmed by the numbers? Not at all, but it's going back and forth in terms of the duels. Now Comics trying to see if he can be able to find another opener. These guys are just waiting patiently, but again, they have just under that minute remaining. Shady overextends his welcome. That B site is for free. Now do Nemesis have that information? Do they realize, can we just go to B? Carrot's trying to fight on the top, heading in position. It's a free plant. Now this is going to be problematic here for Falcons to get back into this bomb site and get things back into an order of winning.
Yeah, really not a good spot here for Falcons. This is going to be difficult. 2v3, trying to retake the B site. This time, though, Carrot goes all the way through the mid tower. He's like, we're not getting flanked by Beck again, especially because he's dead. Or alive, rather. Beck here on the site in the corner, actually. And it's just going to be playing point man. You see LDX is trying to cover that, but the flash comes in. They check the corner, and they're right there. It's Comics and Alucard put 1 and 1 together, and that is now the lead given back over to Team Nemesis 4-3.
Yeah, I love it too. You can see that Kevin, he's got his hand up, he's got his finger up. He's like, look, boys, we need one more at least. I need you guys to be able to find something to push this thing so we can get ourselves a great start in this first half. So slowly and surely, Nemesis have been able to bring themselves back into a lead. Well, that's the question. How long can they do it? Is it a long-term thing? Is it a short-term thing? I have absolutely no idea. That's why we're not the analysts. These guys have been able to break it down very well. And this has been such a tough game to break down just because both these teams evenly matched. And now we have to see, in terms of round number 8, Falcons, look at how fast they're rotating on this already. They have the full read. And Nemesis, they don't necessarily have to commit to this. They get that duel. They're kind of still sitting around waiting. Falcons have now been able to reposition, double in B, 1 in GR spawn, leaving one singular person in A. And they're trying to buy some time. They're trying to catch these guys on this little bit of a the rotates. And if they can find one more kill, that's when they're going to go. That's when they see the green light. That's when they want to go for it. And they're not going to hesitate anymore. They're going to start barreling in. The shot's made. Carrot misses, but there's the rifles. They find the activation. Dola saves the day. And there we go. Falcons are able to bounce on back. And we are going to the last round of this first half.
Yeah, absolutely. That was going to be a difficult take for sure, just based on the way that Falcons had holed themselves up there in the B site. There are just way too many corners to check. You can't flash everyone. And yeah, just reading the position of Nemesis, feeling the pressure of the push, they get into position to stop it. And once again, we go back and forth. If Falcons win this round, I'd say, advantage nobody. Like, from there, really just have to see how Falcons can play from Blacklist side. The Blacklist side on Ankara looks great with LDX in the lineup. And now pushing on in, Comics shooting his teammates, but that's okay. As he puts his head on straight once again. Dipsy goes in a little bit early, and once again, they're in position here on the B site. This is not an easy push to go for, and they will back off.
This is good. Yeah, I'm glad that they're making this decision. Like, this is where I was getting worried that they're like, nope, we have to do it. We're already making a lot of noise. We're already trying to do something. But no, they're going to just reset this. They have lots of time. You still got a minute and 30, and Falcons have put a lot of investment of bodies into that B site. I mean, rightfully so. They've lost it countless times, right? So this is where, again, they have to kind of go for that little bit of a gamble. But now you have a triple player into mid, but you do have the player that is going to be Alucard. He is in tower. And again, I was wondering if we were going to see a player kind of swing this, and now Danksy's going to be able to find onto Comics. I think he's got that intel that he saw the double player, so at least now we can see Nemesis are aware, but Shady, he's able to find himself a duel. Now they have to find a little bit more. Beck realizes he was going to push through remain, he's going to go through top, and he actually just frag it out. And now this is just ridiculous. This seems like a bit of a DM session. Alucard by himself has been able to at least spot one player. He's got that bomb, but again, he's got 50 seconds he can work with. It's a 50-50 coin toss on this one, right? You have one player in A, you have one player in B. And it's all about landing the shot here. He spots Carrot, but he can easily just retreat this.
Yeah, Alucard has time. 30 seconds. As you mentioned, just try to take one of the 1v1s and then go for the plant. But Carrot in position, and this is difficult for Alucard to really root him out and make sure he can find him before he goes for this plant. As there it is, he tries to go for the window as the site is not fully cleared out, and Alucard looks upset with himself about that one. I mean, it's a difficult situation.
Yeah.
I think there's really not much you can do in that one. We don't really have too many notes. Maybe he could have gone slightly faster, but either way.
It's a tough one.
Yeah, really nothing you can say. Well played from Carrot. Gets the timing there of jumping through. And yes, Falcons go up to 5. And as I said, again, I still can't call it from here.
Nope. Me neither. Yeah, it's not convincing, right? I mean, yeah, Falcons have got themselves a couple rounds in a row, but it's not like, again, it's not like a big lead. It's not like it's really been the determining factor in this entire series, right? Both these teams have proven they can go toe-to-toe. Dipsy realizing, okay, yeah, no, I'm going to pull back. I don't want to do that anymore. He gets a little bit of a quick little teaser, and thankfully his life is still intact too. And now Falcons, tiny little bit of damage against them. Raffin trying to go for a bit of a peek by himself. Ooh, he's trying to time this because he saw the utility flying. Not bad at all. And he does find himself that second. Gets himself a little bit of revenge. And look at that. Nemesis are just loading up. The kill feed is just showing blue. And now it's all just Falcons here with what is that? 1 HP? I was going to say he doesn't have a whole lot to work with, and he's going to be gone. Nemesis respond back in the same fashion we've seen from the last 2 maps. They will never give up. And they will never surrender.
Yeah, it was kind of crazy from Raffin just holding the door by himself. And you could see, the utility flies. And he knows exactly how he can pre-fire to stop the push. And we know how good his spray control is and his ability to rifle. He's like one of the best that we have. And he is he just goes huge in that moment. So good on him for essentially stopping the push by himself. Good follow-up from the team. And I do like how Nemesis are saying, you guys just aren't allowed to take pillars. We're going to push in here. We're going to get in there aggressively. This time, Raffin wants to push once again over on a long, and he does get shut down by Dola.
Yeah, now being down the player, this is where Nemesis, again, you have to make a decision of, do you just want to maintain this position where you see comics and also for Dipsy, or do you want to kind of go back into the very hard defensive setup? But I don't mind the fact they're playing this because, again, Falcons might not expect this. They might not expect that aggression, but it's a little risky, right? I mean, that you're kind of essentially rolling the dice in some degree, and Comics absolutely needs to find this kill, and he does. So he's been able to equalize now. How do Nemesis want to respond to this? Because they can either pull back or they can commit, and it does seem like they want to just go back to a defensive setup. A little bit of a switcheroo on the guns. Danksy gets aggressive by himself. I don't know what he was thinking. He thought maybe he could get the timing of it. So now Falcons. Woo! Wow, Carrot is just dodging bullets and even catches one in the kneecap, but he still is able to prevail. Man, oh man, this is just a wild round.
Yeah, and now Dipsy going to try to get revenge here, but Dola, good idea on the swing, but Dipsy just shuts them both down. And Dipsy has been a bit of a wild card. This time he rolls big as he does get 2 of the kills. Now Shady by himself. Nice headshot. Going to make this a 1v2. And still a bit of time for him to rotate out. Unfortunately, though, with that amount of time that he has, I think this might be a bit obvious where he goes. 20 seconds left. And yeah, slowly but surely Nemesis get the feeling that, hey, he has rotated over towards A. Of course, they're going to wait for the plant here. And once that comes in, they will move out. Still advantage to Team Nemesis here in the 2v1. Very common spot for Shady to play up in the window. Let's see if they try to double swing it, as he's going to get ahead of it, but Beck does shut it down, and he is looking in the right direction. That's 2 in a row now for Team Nemesis.
Wow, and that's really good. I'm glad you bring that up, because it's like, look, they could just double swing this, or they could easily put one on the top, one on the bottom, and if they would have done that split, Shady would have been in a great position. That would have been a power position, in my opinion. So honestly, the fact that they did commit the double swing like that, that was perfect, because Shady was in such a strong post-plant position. But man, oh man, this game is absolutely, this series is delivered. I mean, this is the thing. Like, you look at these score lines, and yeah, they paint somewhat of a picture, but if you've been able to watch this whole thing, like, you can just tell that like it's not been convincing to say the least. Like this has been a grindy best of 3, right? And this is where it just definitely feels like it's been going toe to toe, and both these teams are just throwing everything they have at it. So you absolutely love to see it. And like you talked about, winner of this matchup is going to go against Baisha, which is not going to be an easy feat. So, whoo, that's a lot. That's a tough pill to swallow.
Oh, nice shot here from Alucard, and he gets away. 4 health is enough for a sniper as he'll try to maintain that spot. Comics has gone back to the snipe, but he's not going to get the quick scope, and a nade takes out Alucard, so apparently not enough HP. LDX shuts down Comics, and now Raffin trying to get in quickly, but they're already rooted up here with a lot of smoke. Beck, though, able to get one out in B main, going to make this a bit more interesting, as we are going to try to have the quick rotation coming in here, but already a lot of time lost. As let's see what this push looks like. We do have Shady. They're all looking at this B main as Beck, I think he's dead, and so is Dipsy. Raffin now alone gets one. Too much to do, not enough time, as Dola will shut him down after the 2 kills. Brings it to 6 and 6.
Yeah, that's the thing about this map, right? I mean, I am glad that there was that update again where there's these extra little like corridors where you can like throw some utility and everything to get into that B site. But again, I still think, I don't know if the desk will agree, but I still think that's probably the hardest site to retake on, like in Crossfire, in my opinion. I feel it's so difficult once that plant comes through. Like you don't have a ton of room to work with. It's really about like landing that flash as best as you can and then just trying to swing on out of that, really tight choke point. So nonetheless, like Falcons do a great job on the post plant. They just play their positions well, despite Raffin's efforts of getting 2. So, I don't even like saying we're back in a tie game, but we are. Like it's just you know what I mean? It's like lead, no lead, lead and tie. It's just like what a crazy game. But again, I can't stress it enough. It's been really impressive to see Nemesis from last year at EWC to what they've been able to do here and now. Like this is such a difference of what they were able to do. Last time I think they went 0-2. They weren't really able to find too much success. Now, I mean, you're going toe-to-toe. You went toe-to-toe with the best Brazilian team. You're going toe-to-toe with the best like Vietnamese team like that. The CFBL team, right? So that's what's really exciting. So they've proven a lot.
Yeah, they absolutely have. I think that's for sure. I do think that Falcons, so much for them to do, and you can feel the pressure of an entire organization on their shoulders just watching CROSSFIRE, desperate for them to get the victory, just to pull across the line and try to win the club championship, which we have gone over many a time. As now they push in onto the B site. It looks like one guy isolated here. They're going to take him down. Comics also taken out in spawn. And that's the B site essentially for free. A bit of damage as Raffin's like, I'm going to make quick work of this. Nice snipe from Alucard, but it's traded back immediately. And now 2v4. This is not an easy take. They run through the smoke and they go down. Falcons take the lead. And it feels like a little bit of momentum going their way now.
Yeah, I think Falcons are starting to get a good read on this. And if I'm not mistaken, I'm pretty sure both these teams, maybe just Nemesis, I think they've already burned their timeout. So I was going to say this would have been a good moment for them to... Oh, just kidding. I'm wrong.
You're technically right. Yeah, they did burn it.
Yeah,
now.
Okay, they did burn it now. But I was going to say, I think this really is a good opportunity because I think now Kevin, you can see the coach right here. I would hope he's saying, look, B site, it's giving up too easy. Like we have to be able to find some way to lock this down better. Our setups are not quite what they need to be because the retakes, again, very difficult to do. But Falcons have been able to just soar through that site, and honestly, pretty convincingly. Like it almost feels like it's not too much of a challenge. So I do hope there's some sort of a change, whether they want to play aggressive in mid, try to set the pace a little bit differently, or you push through B main, or even just as simple as you change maybe a player in that site, or just add a player, right? I think there's many options they have to do here, but Falcons seem to just be playing the same track over and over again. And when it ain't broke, don't fix it. So I'm agreeing with that.
Yeah, I'm always a big fan of if you find a weakness, just
exploit it.
Yeah,
you got to
keep pressing that button. Like, hey, we're getting wins. Oh, let's do that again. And yeah, I know there's definitely a lot more tactics that go into it and reverse psychology and trying to catch them off guard and bring in new strategies and not just do the same thing. But if there's a clear weakness and you see the enemy is not dealing with it well, you know, worst case scenario, you get attack pause like this in this situation, and maybe you don't get it later. So this was the setup. I mean, there's really nothing you can do about trying to take the B site there. And as you said, I think you can't respond after the fact. You kind of have to prevent it from even happening.
Yeah.
You have to stop them from getting onto the B site first, and then you can handle that situation better.
Yeah, exactly. No, I completely agree. So this is what we'll have to see, but Nemesis don't listen to us yet, so we'll see. They switched it up. Could be a ruse. Things could change. Maybe, I mean, again, like maybe they're thinking like, okay, surely they're not going to just keep abusing this site, right? Like they're going to mix it up. Like they gotta try something else. Like you don't want the same meal over and over again, right? So maybe that was the thought process. But I actually do like this because, again, you have a double player in GR spawn. Falcons, yes, they got this mid control. A little bit of an issue right now for the defensive Nemesis, but look at the two players here. They might be able to find this because Comics, again, he's playing an aggressive position. Rifle out, he's ready for the duel. And now he tucks away a little bit. And this is where, again, maybe he's thinking, okay, the smoke's going to dissipate. I need to play a little bit differently. Now you can see, like, Dipsy, he's getting overwhelmed by nades. And now the triple player setup, that little bit of a triangle. Can they hold on? That's the thing. And now Beck, he's going to get overwhelmed by the numbers. And again, that swing is just unfortunate. But there you go. Comics finds the two. Can he make it a third? Dipsy's trying everything, but it's just Falcons being able to prevail, just winning every single duel in the path. And now only two needed, and they've got themselves alive, and they continue on.
That is a gigantic round to continue your momentum. The tack pause does nothing. As you were mentioning it, the setup there, they're at least able to get some early kills as the push is coming in, but it just feels like they're not respecting this B push just yet. They have not found a good answer to it. Now they're going to try to get aggressive and get ahead of it. Again, this is some way to prevent it, but it's a bit of a risk as well because you're going very aggressive here. They push in mid to pillars, and this is what they were doing early on, taking pillars control and moving from there. I liked it, but they have certainly moved away from that strategy, which we have talked about quite a lot. And so Falcons, they just wait. They wait for the pressure, and I think they'll go for a later push and say, you know, you can't just hold pillars forever, and maybe we just go B again. So let's see what they decide to eventually go for here.
Yeah, both teams actually throwing smokes at the exact same time, so it's going to actually block off mid just a little bit longer here too. But look at Falcons grouped up. And I mean, the four of them together for long A, they're going to be able to find Alucard. That is just such a duel. You cannot give up. And unfortunately, he was not expecting to see that many numbers. Now Nemesis, can they hold on? Can that defense do something? Dipsy gets overwhelmed from behind and now gets backstabbed. But look at that. The rifles still singing a little bit of a lullaby. This thing is still open for a 2v2. Carrot now by himself. Arguably one of the strongest players on this Falcons team in a clutch situation with the C4 in hand. And now Nemesis, two alive. They have themselves a site, but Carrot has lots of time that he can work with to find some kind of space and maybe for Nemesis to make a mistake.
Carrot, sometimes he comes up big. He's been a real steady player for them, and they need this right now. If they could get to 9-6, I think Falcons can close it out. But if this goes 8-7, still anybody's map. And with the C4 in hand, he will go all the way over to B. And I feel like that's going to be a nice spot for him to try to hold it. He does have, I believe, a smoke in hand. So there is a way for him to get the free plant into throwing up a smoke and trying to desperately hold on here in the 1v2. As he's going to plant here in this corner. And let's see how he is going to defend here in servers.
Oh, it is just a flash.
It's a flash.
Oh, and he's actually going to swing this. Oh my goodness, he goes for the fight too. That confidence. He knows he can outduel them, and now Comics is able to land the shot mid-air. The guy that's been quiet, somebody that hasn't been able to put up the biggest numbers from this team. The young guy, the new guy, he is able to pull up a clutch, and that lifeline is still a little bit intact here for Nemesis. And Falcons, they are going to be kicking themselves in that kind of a situation. Carrot almost felt like he had it convincingly. But man, oh man, this thing ain't over yet. A one-round affair still.
Yeah, still anybody's map. As I said, Look at this shot. Ooh. I mean, he knows he's posted up in that corner, right? So he can just hold that line, but still, super clutch from him. As we do have Raffin real close, right up against the boxes, just going to be spammed down. Has a little bit of support.
Oh my goodness.
And Beck goes down. He's able to get away. So a bit of a one-for-one trade, has the slight health advantage. And I feel like this is going to favor Nemesis just a little bit from the GR side, but let's see how it is going to go. But yeah, Carrot was so close to just getting them across the line and just pulling so much weight and relief off of the shoulders of this team. Zdola going to take down Raph, and he was the weaker member. Looks like he peaked somewhere in mid and went down to Dola, who was in the tower. So that's advantage now to Falcons once again.
Dipsy's actually got himself the TRG as well, so this is a little bit of that switch up I talked about where he likes to be that hybrid player. This is where he's getting a little aggressive, but he's going to have to be careful, and actually he misses that shot, but will able to be the rebound. It does escape. Oh my goodness, I can't believe it. Dola's so close. Misses the nade. I thought he meant to throw that in A main, but maybe not. But now you can see Comics is trying to go for a bit of a duel. Ooh, a nice little bit of a tapper. Reno himself, and now Danksy's trying to do something big, but oh no, Dipsy! Oh, he just lets it fly away. And Comics now in another clutch situation.
I can't believe that. Danksy's running in with a smoke grenade, and he still wins the fight. Comics. There's been so much pressure on this guy, and he's not going to be able to do it this time. He's done enough, guys, for the squad. You can't expect him to do that 1v2. And Falcons 1 round away from moving on and facing off against Baisha Gaming. You can feel the relief beginning to release, but it's not done yet. They need 1 more round to finish it off, to cap it off, and move on to the next day and keep their hopes alive in this tournament, in the club championship.
Yeah,
what are they going to go for?
I mean, that body language, like from Nemesis, it looks really tense. Like these guys are looking stressed now, and I mean, rightfully so. You have the match and series points against you. You had yourself in that position where you should have been able to close out on Akara. So now they have to figure out how do you find 2 rounds and kind of reset this in the overtime situation. So they are going to go back to this 3-2 setup. They're going to play a very passive mid, so they're kind of allowing that to be in control somewhat. Dipsy is going to still commit to the TRG, so he's going to still decide to go with it. He doesn't want to rifle this. They think that they can use that range in their best efforts. And now Falcons right back to the old faithful, back to the B, and Dipsy's kind of holding a weird angle. Dipsy needs to get out of there. I don't know what that angle is, but at least he gets the utility. He can reset a little bit. Falcons, they have to make a decision. Do you stay or do you go?
Yeah, I think Dipsy was just peeking through the window and just wanted to play off the utility and try to get away for info. And he does get away. He takes a little bit of damage. Here they come through the smoke as Danksy pretty good on the entry, and Dola and Shady are right behind him. And now Shady in position, takes down Beck. They will take down Alucard, and the Falcons will move on to the next round as they keep their hopes alive, hanging on by a thread. The hero resub of LDX gets himself back into the roster, and they win 2 maps in a row.
Yeah, what a great amount of work from Falcons, and that is like the reverse sweep, right? This is where Nemesis were able to get the first map win. Really close affair on that second map, and unfortunately, Falcons just again showcasing a little bit of their experience as this roster, and again, the CFVL team, the #1 team, just being able to be the clutch factor and survive this mode. And like we said, the championship points are still a reality here for the Team Falcons as a whole, so that's going to feel really good. A sigh of relief for these guys, absolutely. But Nemesis, unfortunately, with this loss means that it will be the end of their tournament life, and that key will be crushed.
Yeah, fantastic showing, as you mentioned. I mean, they're not going to feel good about it, obviously, but for us on the commentator's booth, they put up a nice fight. But a nice fight is not enough to move on. So many strong teams in this tournament. And Team Falcons barely get across the line with that reverse sweep. And I don't know how they're feeling now because, you know, subbing in and then subbing out and winning, but it being like pulling teeth where, you know, that's enough stress to to crush a key, right? Like, that is enough pressure to crush a key. They keep their key alive, but now it's just barely. Like, you're barely getting across the line against Team Nemesis, the second seed from West. And then you have to face Baisha Gaming, who is a powerhouse from CFPL. It is not going to be easy, but maybe they can begin with their tournament run now from the lower bracket. We've seen it many esports here at EWC, even just making a lower bracket run. And with so much on the line for Team Falcons, maybe they do it.
Yeah, you know, I'm going to be honest. Like, I'm not overly convinced. Like, when you're playing a team like Baisha, like you're playing one of those strong teams, right? So, I mean, that's going to be a tough task. But look, we could talk about this all day, but there's a lot of things that are more important right now. It is going to that stage. It is talking about the key crushing and everything. So let's take it away and go back to that stage and watch everything unfold.
And after an exciting match, it is time, as per tradition, for the defeated to give up their key, as Team Falcons will move forward in that bracket. And it is time, of course, to come and crush the opponent's key. That was a high-pressure match, but now all of that pressure is about to be put on the opponent's key. Team Falcons validating their ticket to tomorrow's next match. Decider match happening tomorrow for them to try and access the playoffs. Exciting matches coming up, but right now it is the quick security moment just to make sure that we got everything sorted and the key is ready to pop. Team Nemesis's key must get shattered. Loud and clear. Congratulations to Team Falcons, Dola. Congratulations. Just a quick question for you. This was a super tense match, right? The beginning was difficult. You got to do a sub in the middle and then came back to it. Run me through this. How did the team feel throughout all of that pressure?
Hồi nãy cái trận đấu của mình đều rất là xuýt xoát với nhau. Mình đều rồi lại thua 1-2 điểm. Thì hiện tại bây giờ đội mình cảm thấy như thế nào về những cái trận đó?
Theo em nghĩ là em thấy bình thường. Nói chung là bọn em nghĩ là phải gian nan thì mới thành công được.
We think that it's just a normal thing in a game. So with the difficulty that we make the diamond.
All right, and unaffected by pressure, tomorrow you have to face last year's grand finalist Baisha Gaming for a spot in that top 8. How do you approach that match?
Thì ngày mai mình sẽ đối mặt với lại đội tuyển Baisha. Thì đội tuyển này mình đã đấu vào năm trước rồi, thì mình cảm thấy mình đi vào cái trận đấu tiếp theo như thế nào?
Nói chung là tất cả mọi người đều cố gắng thôi, còn đâu tùy duyên.
So we will try our best.
Listen, doing your best is what you do here. One more match, tomorrow for Team Falcons to try and access that top 8. Congratulations again to Team Falcons. Let's go back to the studio to review the match.
This ain't no regular thing. Came for the ring, you know what I mean. You see my name in the lights. Better get right, I'm champion.
And the Falcons make sure to get the job done. What a difference LDX makes. He comes in, he fills back into the roster, and it made all the difference in the world, taking down Nemesis 2-1. Now, this means a lot. We were focused again on the Baisha story, but an update anyways when it comes to overall prize money. Nemesis, they're not walking away empty-handed. Despite their key being crushed, they're still going to be earning $25,000. But for Falcons, because they win the series and move forward, irregardless of how they play against Baisha, they are walking away with $40,000. So $15,000 richer just for winning a series.
Yeah, honestly, a big difference now for Falcons, not only in the series, but now potentially in the club championship as well. These guys have a chance to prove everybody wrong who thought they might even go out today, and now they could completely change that story.
Yeah, incredible turnaround, right? I mean, you look at game number 1, they lose 10-7. Nemesis all smiles across the board. I'm thinking Falcons are done. They're grounded, but relentlessly, they come back. Overtime game 2, then they take game 3.
Yeah, I feel like the entire series can be described as like a very slow microwave here for Falcons, because at first it wasn't really that hot, but then at around game number 2, you do get a bit of heat on their side, but now you do get the fully cooked team on that side as well. I mean, Falcons, it's honestly impressive the way that they recovered after game one, because I was thinking that, okay, this is going to be a bit of a disaster, especially for Dola, who does need that early momentum to perform, right? And especially for Carrot, I was thinking that he was just going to crash and burn in this series, but I really did underestimate how much of an impact LDX actually has on the team. And yeah, it's nothing short of amazing, and especially if they can kind of keep it more consistent this time, especially for Team Falcons. Hopefully, maybe they do have a shot up against Baisha, especially considering they already have some history.
Yeah, history indeed, and that makes them feel good. I know there was a conversation when they do play against Baisha. I actually asked you this a little bit earlier. You believe in Shady, right? Shady has beaten Baisha before, therefore maybe they can do it again. So this is arguably the best team to move forward to challenge Baisha.
Yeah, I mean, Shady, as a captain for this team, he just goes into every match with so much confidence, and he can really lead them, I think, to a potential victory here. It's going to be tough, but, I mean, we saw Baisha earlier already looking a little bit shaky, so if Baisha is beatable, this could be the time.
Absolutely, and it would be such a tremendous win. I mean, you think Vitality going back, getting their win earlier, then you think now, of course, Falcons potentially taking down Baisha. The storylines are still developing. It's only day 2 after all, and we still have Group A and B to finish before we head into our playoffs, which will all be taking place tomorrow. But for today, we have crushed 4 keys. I believe Stream B also ended as well. I don't remember the results of it, but we'll have an update for you in just a little bit. When I think, though, of Team Falcons and what they just accomplished, again, I go back to how tremendous it is. I believe now this is arguably their best run when it comes to EWC.
Yeah, it definitely is shaping up to be that way, not only for them, but for the region as well. You've got GK with still a fighting chance, and it definitely shows their improvements from last year, because I believe all 3 Vietnamese teams went out in the group stage in 2025, so now they've got a chance at playoffs.
Chance in playoffs indeed. Now for Vicious and Anubis over on Stream B, getting word they just went into OT. That is the final matchup taking place today on Stream B. Like I said, you should have both streams open, Stream A and Stream B, for Anubis. First time competing already in OT against the Vicious. This is a big deal. One of the keys is going to be crushed, just like the implications on our matchup that we just had. It's another decider match, but what's up for grabs? Well, moving forward, and we need one more team to push forward. Is it Anubis or Vicious? We'll find out after the OT has concluded. An exciting day for sure. Once that matchup is done, 4 keys have been crushed. 4 chances to lift the trophy have been extinguished.
Yeah, and especially it is kind of the same matchup, right? It's like West League Vietnam and West League Vietnam as well on Stream B. And the fact that the Vicious, especially, man, they still have a lot to prove, especially with the names that they have on the team, just like Ice Cube, just like Imbum, and just like the rest of them as well. So I really do want to see them do well, but at the same time, I feel like with the recent games that we have in West League, man, I feel like I kind of got the soft spot for them. And honestly, I'm looking forward to what Nemesis or Anubis would do in the next season.
Yeah, for sure. Well, Anubis hasn't lost yet, right? Hasn't lost yet, but you're still looking forward to it, right? They're still going into the OT. But for Nemesis, though, their key has been crushed. They are now out of the competition. What do you think about their performance here, though? I mean, do you think they played well enough to excite you going into future competitions?
Yeah, I think so. I feel like, especially looking at last year's performance from the West League, it was underwhelming at best from a lot of the teams that came out of that region, but every match Nemesis was in, they were able to fight it, take it to 3 maps, at least getting themselves a good one in this series. So it is a nice improvement from this roster.
Well, Nemesis is out of the competition, but they played incredibly well. We celebrate the fact they made it to this stage, a massive accomplishment, one of the biggest CROSSFIRE tournaments to date with $2 million up for grabs. As far as Beck goes, he played out of his mind. It wasn't enough to get Nemesis past the Falcons, but it was still good enough for Salvatore to want to talk to. Let's hear what Beck had to say.
Tough loss, but at the end of the day, it's a nice try for Team Nemesis. I'm joined here with Beck for the post-match interview. Nice try for you, Beck. So can you tell us what happened in the last 2 remaining sets? You guys had a pretty good first game, but it just all went south in set 2 and 3.
Last two sets, we started to lose controls at some point, and we actually did a lot of mistakes. It's bad to see we make a lot of mistakes because we work hard all year for this moment, and then we come here and we make mistakes. That's all I can say. We make a lot of mistakes.
Yeah, I can assure you, Beck, the next time that you will be given the opportunity, those mistakes will no longer be seen. I'm confident that Team Nemesis will definitely bounce back. Can you tell us the reaction of the team once Fast got subbed out and LDX returned to the starting lineup? So what was your team's reaction?
Actually, we just say that we don't care whoever come because we were confident to fight versus back them. All I know is just like when we were doing veto, they said it's not allowed to put sub in, and they took sub in, but it's not really a problem. I take the loss on us, not because they put a player.
All right, that's humbling words here for Beck. Lastly, Beck, we'll be giving you the opportunity to say anything to the fans at home, to your friends, your families, and to the fans supporting Team Nemesis.
Thank you to everyone who support and cheer for us. I know we make you upset today, but we're gonna work on our mistakes and come back stronger next year and make you proud of it.
Make no mistake, guys. Beck, you heard it here from himself that he will definitely return with a revenge attack. Nice try for Team Nemesis, and we'll be sending it back to the analyst desk for more information.
Thank you, Salvatore, as always, for the exit interview. Beck saying, look, the mistakes are on us. It had nothing to do with the team change, it had nothing to do with the sub. We made some mistakes, but next year we're coming back for revenge.
Yeah, honestly, I think they have a bright future ahead of themselves, maybe even CFS on the horizon for this team. But yeah, he said it best. I mean, this team kind of let themselves down. They looked so good in map 1 of this series, but throughout you could tell the pressure just kind of got to them today.
Well, either way, for Esports World Cup, CROSSFIRE is well underway. But the stories continue throughout each and every week. We're now in the final week, but it doesn't mean the coverage will end once the broadcast does. You guys can still get caught up to speed with everything EWC with Level Up Season 2.
A lot of people are haunted by their past. I'm inspired by it.
They're not just playing for themselves, they're really playing for their entire family.
They have defeated their demons. They have crushed the curse.
Well, the club championship race is well underway. Given the fact that we are in the final week, there's a lot of implications, not only in the Allianz Vault, but around the entire venue on the multiple stages that's currently taking place. Now, when it comes to Falcons and AGAL, we need an update because they're battling for first, and we've got Trav to break it down for you.
Thank you very much, Taylor. Obviously, as we've just seen, huge news for Team Falcons staying alive here in CROSSFIRE, but it's not just good news for this team, but across the board for Team Falcons, keeping them in this race with AGL. At the moment, thanks to AGL's qualification to the top 8, they've secured themselves 200 points, which closes that gap ever so slightly. It was 300 at the start of the week, and now it's down to just 100. And that's with Team Falcons still having a chance to try and get this top 8 as well. Looking at the percentage-wise in terms of how likely these guys are to win the club championship at the start of this week, it was about 75% to Team Falcons and about 23 to AJAL, with 2 other teams having a bit of a say here and there. But at the end of today, it's looking a lot more likely that AGL are going to get a bit of a leg up. We're getting closer and closer to that 50% as the day goes along, thanks to Team Falcons being in that lower bracket and being at a bit of a risk. That leaves, if they get knocked out tomorrow, it leaves kind of a 3-game versus 3-game matchup for Team Falcons and AGL, which could play out absolutely either way, depending on a few different games from, obviously, different performances from different teams. And we're looking like it's going to come down to those CSs and Fortnites at the end of the week too. That's it for me. Back to you guys in the studio.
Thank you, Trav, for the update. Things are getting exciting, especially in regards to AGAL. Do they have a chance to take the trophy away from Falcons? Falcons have won back-to-back years. That's $14 million. But AGAL, they would be happy to do so because that would mean $7 million going to them and them making Esports World Cup history. But we got a lot of games, and Trav's going to be keeping you up to date all week long in the final week for sure. Guys, it's been a great day of competition. We have some unfinished business to attend to tomorrow before we head into our playoffs. Let's start giving the chat an overall viewpoint of what we're going to be seeing tomorrow. Now, for Group B, it's been exciting for sure. Our opening matches were great. We've talked all about that, but let's go a little bit further down to the decider matches. Hey, Sneaky, we still are awaiting Anubis Gaming and Vicious as they are in OT to play against Na'Vi, but Baisha and Falcons. Falcons win, they're rewarded with Baisha.
Yep, and honestly, the road just gets harder for Team Falcons to try and get into playoffs. But at the same time, you shouldn't really ignore the Anubis versus the Vicious game, because granted that Navi lost to Rock Esports 2-0, it was kind of expected because this matchup's already been seen in CFPL.
Absolutely, and for King Zero Esports, Rock Esports, they advanced to the playoffs. But the question is, who will advance to the playoffs from the lower side? We'll find out tomorrow. That's Group B. But what is Group A shaking out to be? We completed it just a little bit earlier. All the teams that have moved to playoffs are now through. And then, of course, for the decider matchups, we still need to take a look at it. Looking at this, Kyle, opening matches were absolutely brutal. This was considered the group of death because AGAL were in it. We also had Team Stallions. But Stallions tripped up a bit. They dropped down, and they now have to go against EP.
Yeah, definitely an interesting shakeup here in Group A with Stallions going down into that lower bracket. That Stallions EP game is really going to be the biggest decider of how this entire event plays out, I think, because either one of those teams going through can shake up that playoffs bracket. But Vitality and GK as well as the decider matches as well, I think will be interesting to see play out, because I honestly think that could go either way too.
Absolutely. We crush 4 more keys tomorrow for Team Liquid AGAL. They're sitting back, feet up, relaxing as they watch the other competitors cannibalize themselves and ultimately crush their own keys. Tomorrow is going to be an exciting day, and to set the stage, let's send it over to Hollywood Rob TV and Damascus.
Thank you, Taylor. Great day comes to an end. Tomorrow we finish qualifying to the playoffs, and of course we have qualified teams on the upper bracket side. Right now, teams are going to fight for their life on the lower bracket side. We have 4 more teams to qualify, 4 matches happening, 2 on Stream A, 2 on Stream B, then bracket draw for the playoffs, and we kick off the playoffs tomorrow immediately.
Man, that is absolute insanity, Damascus. You did hear that correctly. Tomorrow, we are starting the playoffs. We're starting things off with our decider matches. Who is going to even make it there? And then we will have our playoff draw where the top seeds are going to decide exactly who they want to play against.
Yeah, and that's what I want to see as well, because every single time teams get to choose their opponent. This is the luxury you get when you get a solid performance on the upper bracket side of things. So you'll have a moment maybe to talk some trash, to tell the opponent who you think will win, because right now everything is up in there. Of course, the running champs are still contenders right now. Last year's grand finalists are going to be facing Team Falcons tomorrow for a spot that is not only important for them, but also for the club championship.
And so far, the matches have been absolutely just unbelievable. Baisha going down to the loser side, losing to King Zero, which of course was a run-back match from the CFPL. Phenomenal match right there. And then on the other side of things, it looked like Team Falcons was up against all odds and it was going to be over with. But in the end, they were able to get it done. With that said, ladies and gentlemen, as fire, as much of a certified banger as today was, tomorrow we are only up in the ante with CROSSFIRE right here at the Esports World Cup.
We